So good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the marathon session. So after a long time, have you been revising economics? You all have got the economics question book. How many of you have this particular book? Very good. Right. Solve from that book, and you will find that most of the questions you will get in the examination from that particular book. Okay. So I'll start with chapter one, and since it's a marathon, it will go on for 3 days. All right. Same timing every day, 2:30 till 5:30. You will have half an hour of break. Then 5:30 to 6 o'clock to 8:30. But in these 16, 17 hours, we'll not be able to cover everything. So our focus will be on the most important points and the topics from where you will get 90-95% of the questions. All right. So in case of chapter one, as you all remember, it's a pretty small chapter, and we wound up that chapter in 1.5 days. They first ask you which word the word economics is related to, and we know it's oikonomia, which means management of household. Then you'll come across macro and micro example. What is macroeconomics and what is microeconomics? So we have learned that if one particular product is produced by many firms in the industry, since the product is same, even if there's many firm, it is micro. But if in the industry different products produced by different firms, then it becomes a macro. Macro means large, it talks about the entire aggregate. Micro means small. So we are talking about unemployment, taxation, foreign trade, all these are part of macro. When we are talking about a demand and supply of particular commodity, the consumer behavior towards a particular commodity, the cost of production of a particular commodity, is all micro. So micro and macro are interdependent because we combine all the micro to get the macros. But you will find most prominently they will ask you question from pragmatic, yes, pragmatic economics and normative economics. In pragmatic economics, we are only concerned about the fact of the matter. We analyze the situation and we are concerned about the fact. It is either the fact or it is cause and effect relation that can be logically explained. If I say there will be increase in the rate of employment if the GDP increases, there will be increase in employment if there is increase in industrial production, it is not my opinion, it's a cause and effect relation. If I say that the price of mangoes will decrease, then the quantity demanded mango will increase, then I'm saying about law of demand, talking about law of demand, that is cause and effect relation. So here we are only concerned about the fact, cause and effect. We do not provide any kind of opinion. All right. But the moment we provide opinion, it changes from pragmatic to normative. Opinion आ जाता है यहाँ पर. Opinion or value judgment. Value judgment. Why value judgment? This value judgment is given for the welfare of people. Welfare of people. So if I say that fiscal deficit in India is increasing, and due to increase in fiscal deficit, the GDP will be adversely affected because government will have to increase the taxes. This is cause and effect. Hota hai. It is no value judgment. But if I say that government must do something about it, government should reduce the fiscal deficit, I am suggesting something. The moment suggestion comes, opinion comes, it changes from pragmatic to normative. Right. Then they will ask you a question between what is business economics. Business economics, we all know, is nothing but managerial economics. It is related to management of the business operations. Clear? And business economics are closely related to normative, not pragmatic. We do take pragmatic decision, but business is all about taking a decision. how much to produce, whether should be there in the business or not, how to increase the profitability. There is always a suggestion. So it's not that it's not pragmatic, but it is more normative than pragmatic. And business economics is more closely associated to microeconomics than macroeconomics, because even if I'm running 10 different businesses, I'm producing 10 different commodities. If I have to take a decision with regard to a business, one decision will not fit all my product sales. I have to find out the demand for which product is increasing, which product I can produce at a lower cost, and then I will take the decision how to increase, whether to increase the supply of that or to decrease the supply of that particular product. So business economics is closely associated with micro. Keep this in mind, and it is more closer to normative. It's not that it's not pragmatic, but more closer, more tilted towards more normative. But if they ask you question, that pragmatic approach, if they give the comment and they'll say ask you whether it's correct or incorrect, business economics have got nothing to do with macroeconomics, it is wrong. Business economics have got nothing to do with pragmatic economics, it is also wrong. It is more to do with normative, more to do with micro, and less to do with pragmatic and macro. Clear hai? And then different types of economic system, you all know. I will not waste your time covering that different types of economic system: capitalist economy, mixed economy, and socialist economy. So, and okay, again one more thing I missed out, Lionel Robbins, नाम याद रखने का. Lionel Robbins का एक definition आता है, scarcity definition. Always you get a question, all right, wherein you are deciding what to produce, how much to produce, for whom to produce, and what provision should be made for future generation. But this central question comes from the basic premises of economics that talks about unlimited demand but limited resources, scarcity of resources, and alternate use of resources. So these things will cover your chapter 1. इसको छोड़ के कुछ नहीं करने का chapter 1 में. ठीक है, कुछ नहीं करने का. It means strictly refer the class notes. Now, the bombardment of questions starts from chapter 2. All right. Demand, supply, and theory of consumer behavior. So, remember, पहला क्वेश्चन क्या पूछते हैं वो लोग, तो आपके पास नोटबुक है, जो जो मैं कर रहा है वहां पे आप एक प्लस प्लस मार्क लगा सकता है. सो एंड इनफैक्ट क्लास नोट में मैं वही दिया आपको जिससे क्वेश्चंस आता है. If you take out and read your ICAI book, you'll go crazy. You'll think that my life has no meaning. All right. So I get a lot of question from students, sir, और क्या पढ़ने का, और क्या नहीं पढ़ने का रे, जितना क्लास नोट्स मिला है उतना ही पढ़ने का. All right. तो मार्केट रिकवरी 3:30 तक फोन तकेगा, 3:30 के बाद फोन खत्म हो जाएगा. So now demand is what? Demand is nothing but, remember, don't get confused between law of demand and demand. इसमें भी confusion करता है. Demand is all about your desire or willingness to buy a particular product at a particular price at a given point in time. When time changes, everything will change. Your income may change, your preference may change, everything will change. But when you're talking about law of demand brings out a relationship between price and quantity demanded. And there is an inverse relation. It means price will increase, quantity demanded will decrease, price will decrease, quantity demanded will increase. तो देखो, जो जो टॉपिक इजी हम थोड़ा फास्ट कवर करेंगे, so that we can give more time in the topics. I know you must be facing problem in chapter 6 onwards, 6, 7, 8. All right. So now one question very frequently on and off they ask you with this particular phrase, ceteris paribus. इसका मतलब भी पूछ लेते हैं क्या होता है. इसका मतलब क्या है? Assuming all other factors to remain constant. It means when we are talking about law of demand, we take only price into consideration, taste and preference, income, price of complementary goods, substitute goods, weather condition, number of consumers, every other thing is assumed to remain constant. Ceteris paribus. Then they talk about who said that there will be change in the, if there is a change in the price, increase or decrease in price, it will affect the real income of consumers. Ah, very good. You have been revising. Alfred Marshall said that. And ये भी पूछता है that what will happen to the real income if there is increase in price and if there is decrease in price. If price increases, my income is not increasing with the increase in price, isn't it? So when the price increases, I will face trouble because my purchasing power is not increase, is going to decrease. I will have to sacrifice some other thing to buy this commodity. This commodity is very much important, or I have to decrease the consumption of this particular commodity. So it is as if somebody took away the money from me. So increase in price will lead to decrease in the real income of consumers. And if the price decreases, it means maybe some heavenly body has given me some extra money. It means the same commodity I can buy by the same number of units, and still I will have left over money to buy something else. So it means my purchasing power will my purchase, if the price decreases, my purchasing power increases, so my real income increases. And this will make the demand curve slope downward. It means at a lower price P0, Q0 quantity will be demanded, and if the price increases P0 to P1, quantity demanded will decrease, and you get a negative slope of the demand curve. All right, the slope is negative. Many a time they ask you कहाँ से कहाँ slope जाता है, जयनगर से बनशंकरी या बनशंकरी से जयनगर. So it means it moves from left to right, or sometimes they say it slopes downward towards the right. Left to right जाता है, right to left नहीं जाता है. Even supply curve moves left to right, even though it is upward sloping. Again ये ऊपर जाता है left to right, ये नीचे आता है left to right. This comes down and that goes up. But direction is same. Only in one direction you will go. From foundation to intermediate to final CA. You cannot go backward. Alright. Clear. So this is about the demand curve. Again, very, very important concept. Almost every single time they ask you about why the demand curve slopes downward. We call it as price effect equals to income effect plus substitution effect. नहीं भूलने का. And also remember, this question can be asked from the income side. When the price increases, then you will have negative income effect. If price decreases, you will have negative income effect, and you will substitute that particular commodity whose price has increased with another cheaper commodity. But sorry, price decreases दे दिया मैं. Price increases. Price increases, negative income effect. But when the price decreases, you'll have positive income effect. When you have positive income effect, it means you will buy more of that good whose price has fallen down. All right, because relative price we are comparing. If X is sold at 10 rupees, Y is sold at 12 rupees. And if the price of if the price of Y decreases from 12 to 8 rupees, then automatically X will become more cheaper than Y. All right, जिसका price decrease होगा, then the other commodity will become expensive. This commodity becomes cheaper. So income effect plus substitution effect, very, very important. Double star. All right. So extremely important में triple star लगा देने का. Now, demand doesn't change only due to price. There are n number of factors that affect demand, and most of the most important factors are: first, complementary goods. What are complementary goods? They are consumed together. They are consumed together. It means if the price of software will increase, then operating hardware will become expensive. So people will buy more or less hardware. Less hardware. If the price of petrol increases, driving petrol car will become more expensive. That will lead to decrease in the demand for petrol car. So what is the relationship between price of X and demand for Y? Negative relation. All right. Clear. So So you must be enough. देखो मैं marathon कराते कराते you will be capable to take the examination at the end of marathon. All right, just bear with me for some time. So complementary goods negative relation, but substitute goods you have positive relation. All right. Always remember this is a 3-star, extremely important. Complementary goods and substitute goods related to cross elasticity. Always they ask you question. And substitute goods you have positive relation. Why? I went to buy an LG television and I found out that there is a discount going on Samsung television. What will I do? I will buy Samsung. So can I say when Samsung decreased the price, then consumers who wanted to buy LG, they bought Samsung. So demand for LG fell down. So decrease in the price of Samsung led to decrease in the demand for LG. So there is a direct or a positive relation. That happens every time, isn't it? When you go to a shop, you wanted to buy one model of, 1+8 find out करने का है आपको. 1+ अभी 12 आ गया ना, ये 13 आ गया है. 1+15 आ गया है. 1+15 खरीदने गया and you found out that 1+15 की जगह 1+16 है, but you are expecting the price should be sold at 70,000, the price is 60,000. Will you not buy 1+16? All right. So positive relation होता है substitute goods में. Then comes the income part. Again 3 stars. 3 stars always in case of देखो target रहता है income में luxury good and inferior good. Hardly from normal goods you get a question. That's what I have found. So for normal goods, what is the income elasticity of demand? Income increases, demand increases. But usually the elasticity will be E less than 1 up to 1. Alright, but positive relation. So Y increases, demand for normal goods will increase. In case of and E will be either less than 1 or E will be equals to 1. But in case of luxury goods, if I'm talking about, again when income increases, demand will increase for luxury goods. Demand will increase, but here E will be greater than 1. Meaning what? Income increases by 10%, demand for luxury goods will increase by more than 10%. There is a positive relation in both, but one has a higher elasticity. Only in case of inferior goods, you will find income and demand has a negative relationship. Here they will not ask you about elasticity, but if they ask you, again you will choose E less than 1. And for inferior goods, sorry for necessary goods, whether income increases or income decreases, demand remains constant, but be careful in the long run. In the short run, demand remains inelastic. But if they do not mention whether short run and long run, what we will choose? We will choose short run. आपको लिखाया है noting में. If nothing is mentioned whether short run and long run, then we will always choose short run and choose E less than 1. Have I not made you write that note? Okay. So this finishes our income elasticity of demand. Then comes cross elasticity of demand. In case of cross elasticity of demand, we are comparing the price of one commodity with demand for another. For complementary goods, we know negative hota hai. For substitute goods, we have just now seen positive hota hai. But the question comes largely from close substitute. यहाँ पर close substitute में 3 stars दे देने का. Or the question can be from perfect complements. Now for close substitute, if X and Y are close substitute, one is Nandini milk, one is Amul milk, they are perishable goods. If they are close substitute, then consumers will be very easily able to change one from another. Or will you have difficulty? You will have easily you can change. So elasticity is all about response of the consumer. And if I'm able to quickly change my response, it means I have elastic demand. And if I'm quickly able to change my demand and I have elastic demand, it means you will have E greater than 1. And if you have E greater than 1, then if I write here the price of Nandini milk and demand for Amul milk, then what will be the shape of the डिमांड कर्व ऑफ कोर्स पॉजिटिव स्लोप होगा, लेकिन ये पॉजिटिव स्लोप ये होगा, ऐसे होगा, ऐसे होगा, ऐसे होगा, ऐसे होगा, कौन सा होगा? इज इट 1 2 3 4 5? लास्ट वन होगा. Why? Because more slope is the demand curve, higher the elasticity. And if it's a perfect substitute, which doesn't exist by the way, if it's a perfect substitute, then you will have infinite elasticity. You can infinitely exchange good X with good Y. What if two commodities are perfect complements? That is car and petrol, where electricity and air conditioner. I gave you the example now. If I have already bought a printer and the company increases the price of the cartridge, can I say I will not buy cartridge? I have the option of buying another printer, but how many people will buy another printer? Most of the people will say, go ahead and say that nahi bhai abhi printer I have bought the elephant, now I have to buy the cloth for the elephant. So will you be able to respond by cutting down efficiently the consumption of printer cartridge when you are already holding the printer? The answer is no. I gave the example of RO machines as well. The same logic is applicable. All right. So this will be applicable over there. It means E will be less than 1. If the price of printer increases, I cannot efficiently bring down the consumption of cartridge. And when two commodities are completely unrelated, E will be equals to 0. Clear? Hai? Then comes elasticity of demand. Now, under elasticity of demand, we have 5 degrees of elasticity. Always they ask you question. First is E equals to 1. And we have to find out elasticity of demand from which method. If they have not mentioned anything, we will always apply proportionate method to answer our question. And proportionate method talks about percentage change in quantity demanded divided by percentage change in price. तो फॉर्मूला क्या था? Q0 minus Q1 divided by Q0 into P0 divided by P0 minus P1. But I have told you that elasticity value will vary between 0 to infinite. It can never be less than 0. But when you solve the question related to elasticity, you get a negative answer. The question is, why are you getting a negative answer? Because of inverse relationship. So you got a negative answer. An option may be negative answer. What you will mark? Negative answer. But most of the time, what happens? You got a negative answer, but in the option, only positive same value is given, and none of the above one option is there. Which one you choose? Positive option you choose. All right. First preference should be what you have got. Second preference will be minus the negative side. So when E is equals to 1, it means percentage change in quantity demanded E will be same as percentage change in price. When E is greater than 1, then price will change less and quantity demanded will change more. It means if price is increasing or decreasing by 10%, quantity demanded will increase or decrease by more than 10%. E greater than 1. If E is less than 1, now E greater than 1 is found in which kind of commodity? Usually luxury goods. Goods have higher substitute. Goods on which you spend you spend more sum of money. Remember those 7 8 situations that we have written. All right. You have large number of users, large number of substitutes, and so on and so forth. So if E is less than 1, then price will be changing more, but quantity demand will be changing less. It means if price increases or decreases by 10%, quantity demanded will increase or decrease by 5% or less than 10%, 9%, 8%, 7%, but less than 10%. E is less than 1. And when E will be less than 1? In case of goods which are perfect complements. All right. When there are less number of substitute available in the short run, not in the long run. Correct? Or when you are addicted or you are attracted to some commodity like Maggie, right? So in that case, E will be less than 1. And when E is equals to 0, then price increases or price decreases, quantity demanded remains constant. All right. And if it changes by such a small margin that we ignore the change. So in this case, they also ask you, double star laga do wahan par, what will be the shape of the demand curve? Shape of the demand curve will be a vertical straight line which is parallel to the y-axis and it touches the x-axis. Okay. And when E is infinite, it means we are not talking about the price, we are talking about factors other than price. So in this case, what happens? Price remains constant and demand may increase or decrease due to change in taste and preference, due to change in income, weather condition, this and that. Alright, clear. So in this case, the demand curve will be a horizontal straight line which is parallel to the x-axis or quantity axis and it touching the y-axis. One question again with a 3 star is they will try to confuse you between expansion and contraction and increase or decrease in demand. So, what is the difference between the phrase change in quantity demanded and change in demand or only quantity? When we mention quantity demanded, it means we are talking about expansion and contraction. And in that case, what happens? There is a movement along the demand curve. So it means if we have this diagram and initially original price was P0, quantity demanded was Q0, this was your point A. When the price decreases from P0 to P1, the quantity demanded increases from Q0 to Q1 and you move down the slope from A to B. But moving down the slope means expansion. Whereas when the price increases from P0 to P1, the quantity demanded decreases from Q0, P0 to P2, quantity demanded decreases from Q0 to Q2, and in this case, you move up the slope, which leads to contraction. So, याद रखने का है, down, expansion, price decrease, up, contraction, price increase. All right, clear? Very, very important. They always ask you the question. And this will be termed as increase or decrease in quantity demanded, not demand. All right. Next, when but demand can change also due to factors other than price, and in that case, what you'll have rightward or leftward shift in the demand curve. This demand may move from Q0 to Q1 or it can go down from Q0 to Q2. This is your DD2, this is your DD0, and this is your DD1. So rightward shift will lead to increase in demand and leftward shift will lead to decrease in demand. And this happened due to factors other than price. How? If this is the demand curve for good A and price of good B decreases and A and B are substitute, then people will buy more of good B. So don't you think will there be leftward shift or rightward shift? Leftward shift. If the price of good B increases, then those who are buying B, they will prefer to buy A, so rightward shift. If this is the luxury good, your income increases, what will happen? Rightward shift, income decreases, leftward shift. If this is a inferior good and income increases, leftward shift, income decreases, rightward shift, you got the idea. Clear? So when there is a when the demand changes due to factors other than price, we simply call it as increase or decrease in demand, not quantity demanded. Now comes the method which is the total outlay method. From here, n number of questions are asked, and again, 3 star. Always you get a question that is related to either outlay, I mean consumers' expenditure, or sellers' revenue connected to the revenue concept. And what we have learned is that in this case, when the price increases or price decreases, there can be three outcomes that can happen. It can either lead to increase in expenditure or lead to decrease in expenditure or your expenditure may remain constant. But whether increase or decrease or constant expenditure, it depends upon what? It depends upon elasticity of demand. And what did I mention? That if E is equals to 1 and if price increases, let's say by 10%, quantity demanded will fall down by approximately the same margin. So can I say that increase in the burden is 10% and I'm reducing the burden by 10% by sacrificing 10% of the consumption? Of course, I'll be less satisfied, but don't you think my expenditure will remain constant? And if price decreases by 10%, I am saving 10%. So this saving will help me increase the demand by 10%. I'm buying 10% more, but am I spending anything extra? The answer is no. My total expenditure again remains constant. So it means if suppose they say one question that we have covered, no matter what the price, Arjun spends same 100 rupees on the coffee. It means Arjun's expenditure remains constant. So it means what is the elasticity of demand for Arjun on that particular commodity? Equals to 1. Right? And when E is greater than 1, then what happens? If price, let's say, increases by 10%, quantity demanded will decrease by more than 10%. So the burden that fell upon me was 10%. I am reducing the burden by more than 10%. I am less burdened. So in this case, what happens? Total expenditure decreases. And if price decreases by 10%, then quantity demanded will increase by more than 10%. So I am saving 10%. With that, I can buy only 10% extra. How the hell am I able to buy 20%? It means, am I not spending something extra from my pocket? So it means what happens? Here total expenditure increases. Easy way to remember kya hai? When E is greater than 1, price and expenditure move in the opposite direction. As simple as that. Forget the rest. Right? And when E is less than 1, then yes, when price increases by 20%, quantity demanded I'm able to reduce by 10%. So I'm buying less. But even if I'm buying less, I'm spending more. Why? Because I have not been able to reduce the entire burden of rise in price. So it means in this case, total expenditure will increase. And when price decreases by 20%, so I'm saving 20%. So with that, I can increase my consumption by 20%, but I'm increasing by only 10%. So I'm buying more, but I'm saving more as well. So it means in this case, total expenditure will decrease. So can I say easy way to remember? When E is less than 1, when demand is inelastic, then price and expenditure move in the same direction. Now, when you connect it to the concept of revenue, what did I mention before? That consumers' expenditure and revenue of the seller, they are directly related. So, when the consumer is spending same amount of money, then total revenue of the seller will also remain constant. So, can I say when E is equals to 1, increase or decrease in price will neither increase nor decrease the revenue of the seller because consumer expenditure is the same. When E is greater than 1, then increase in price will lead to increase in the total revenue of the increase in price will lead to decrease in the total revenue of the seller because consumer is spending more, how can seller earn? Consumer is spending less, how can seller earn more? And when the price decreases, then total revenue will increase because total expenditure is increasing, right? Here, just the other way around. When price increases, total expenditure increases, total revenue will increase. And when total expenditure decreases, total revenue will decrease. Can I also say that when E is equals to 1, change in price will not affect the revenue of the seller? When E is greater than 1, price and revenue move in the opposite direction, just like price and expenditure. And when E is less than 1, price and revenue move in the same direction. Arc method and point method are very easy. What did I tell you? Sometimes they'll ask you theoretical question from arc and point. If the change in the quantity demanded is very small due to a negligible change in price, we use point method. और उसका फॉर्मूला क्या लिखाया था? लोअर सेगमेंट ऑफ द डिमांड कर्व divided by upper segment of the demand curve. Right? And then largely question यहाँ पे 2 स्टार दे देने का, 3 नहीं. तो यहाँ पर पूछते हैं कि भाई मिड पॉइंट पे व्हाट इज द इलास्टिसिटी? हियर इलास्टिसिटी, हियर इलास्टिसिटी, हियर इलास्टिसिटी एंड हियर इलास्टिसिटी 0. So they can ask you मिड पॉइंट पे पास क्या है, या मिड पॉइंट एंड द पॉइंट वेयर डिमांड कर्व टचेस द वाई एक्स एक्सिस क्या है, और बिटवीन द मिड पॉइंट व्हेन द डिमांड कर्व टचेस एंड द डिमांड कर्व टचेस द वाई एक्सिस क्या है. तो बिटवीन द मिड पॉइंट एंड एक्स एक्सिस पे लेस देन 1 है, बिटवीन द मिड पॉइंट एंड द वाई एक्सिस पे मोर देन 1 है. Right? So they can ask you either this question, and also I made you write a note in there. Remember, sometimes they give you Q0 Q1 and P0 P1, and in that case you cannot apply this formula lower segment by upper segment. So what you have to do, आग बंद करके proportionate method लगा देने का. Even God cannot take away your marks. Q0 minus Q1 divided by Q0 into P0 divided by P0 minus P1. So don't get confused. और supply में we all know the formula, वो देख के ही पता चल जाएगा. They will be giving you supply function dP by dQ into P by Q. वो हम आएंगे बाद में. So point method. An arc method is applied when the change in quantity demanded is very large. 30, 40, 50% change in quantity demanded, then you'll use arc method. So arc method, what was the formula? Bolo fatafat. Q0 minus Q1 divided by Q0 plus Q1 into P0 plus P1 divided by P0 minus P1. Welcome to Pathshala. Alright. But it doesn't, you values you'll get different. But since the relationship is negative, you'll always get a negative answer, no matter which method you are going to use. Clear hai? No problem here up till this point. कोई भी इशू है तो पूछ लो. इलास्टिसिटी क्लियर है? इलास्टिसिटी भर के क्वेश्चन आएगा, 10 to 12 क्वेश्चन फ्रॉम if you go from chapter 2 to chapter 3 to chapter 4 finally. All right. Next, those 8 situations, 7 situation, 8 situation that we have discussed, you get 2 questions from there very frequently. So quickly let's recap it. Large number of substitutes available, E greater than 1. Why? Don't रट्टा नहीं मारने का. क्यों? More choice, more response. And vice versa. Less choice, less response, E less than 1. Then number of uses. Yes, if I can use my any commodity in a large number of ways, I can easily adjust. E will be greater than 1. All right. Next, nature of commodity. If luxury goods are non-essential, I can easily postpone the demand. Will I have difficulty? The answer is no. So it means E will be greater than 1. Necessities, it could be E0 or E less than 1. Nothing mentioned, E less than 1, short run. If mentioned long run, then E equals to 0. Then position of commodity in consumer's budget. On any commodity, if I'm spending huge sum of my money, then even a small percentage increase or decrease will burn a hole in my budget. If I'm spending 2 lakh rupees on a commodity, and even if there is 5% increase in the price of that commodity, then I have to spend 10,000 rupees extra. Right or wrong? So I will be forced to bring about the change in the consumption of that commodity by a big margin. But if on one commodity I am spending just 200 rupees, that is not even 1%. 1% भी लेगा up to 2000 आएगा. That is 0.1% of my income. So do you think if the price of this thing increases to even 300, it will matter much to me? So when I'm not affected, why will I respond more? So elasticity, keep that in mind, is about my response. If I'm affected more, my response will be more. If I'm affected less, my response will be less. As simple as that. Clear? Next, time period. Long run, I can find out ways to adjust. So E will be greater than 1. Short run, we will have difficulty adjusting. E will be less than 1. Then price range, high price goods, not luxury goods, high price goods. Let's say if I'm buying a shampoo at 30,000 rupees a bottle, it means I'm not a middle income earning person. It means I'm a very rich man. Will it matter to me if the price of that shampoo increases from 30 to 35,000? No. So E will be less than 1. I will neither go and line up outside DMart to buy that commodity because I don't want to save money. I'm rich. But if I'm buying a product which is and so other way around, even for a low price commodity also E will be less than 1. Because if I'm a middle income earning family person or a low income earning family, and if the price of a matchbox increases from 1 rupees to 2 rupees, that is 100% increase, will I get sleepless night? The answer is no. It will not affect the budget even for a poor man. So it means in that case also E will be less than 1. So both for high price goods and low price goods, in both cases E will be less than 1. Clear है? डिमांड डिस्टिंक्शन से एक क्वेश्चन आता है. Largely the question is asked from tight demand. So tight demand को 3 स्टार दे देने का. Tight demand और joint demand. Tight demand, joint demand और उसके साथ derived demand. Either tight or derived, they will ask you the question. So joint demand और tight demand we have seen perfect complement से बाबा. अगर मैं RO खरीद लिया है and Aquaguard increases the price of the candle, I will every time not buy an RO. So I will be willing to pay a higher price. If I respond, I may respond getting frustrated after 4 5 years. But last year I purchased an RO, I will not respond much. So it means E will be less than 1 in that case. Correct? Tight demand. So tight demand and joint demand are in case of two perfect complements. Whereas derived demand, also you will find that when the demand for one will increase, demand for other will increase. But why do we call it derived demand? Because in case of joint demand, a plastic, let's say, car and tires have joint demand. Phones and chargers have joint demand. Desktop and keyboard have joint demand. Car and petrol have joint demand. But rubber and tire have derived demand. House and bricks have derived demand. Plastic toys have derived demand. A cotton shirt and cotton you have a derived demand. So in case of derived demand, the final product is obtained or derived from intermediate good. Alright? So उसको derived demand बोलते हैं. Clear है? And autonomous demand I've told you already. It is an ideal construct. When increase in the demand for one commodity doesn't affect the demand for any other thing, then it is said to have a derived demand. Autonomous demand. Clear? Now let's move on to supply. One more thing. उसमें भी आप 2 स्टार दे दो that whether supply and demand are stock concept or flow concept. Both supply and demand are flow concept and qualitative concept, because the law of demand and supply only talks about only talks about the direction of change. Price increases, quantity demanded increase or decrease, quantity supplied increase or decrease. It doesn't talk about the how much change will happen. And it's a flow concept. Why? Because we talk about change in quantity demanded due to change in price, change in quantity supplied due to change in price. All right, clear hai? Now supply. Remember, production may or may not be equal to supply. Stocks may or may not be equal to supply. If I produce and the market price is the same as I wanted to sell at, then production is equal to supply. But after my production, if the market price goes down, then I will not be willing to sell at that price that many commodity. So in that case, production is not equal to supply. So what is supply? Definition से पूछ लेता है. What the seller offer for sale or what the sellers plan to sell at a given price during a particular point in time. Clear? And the law of supply talks about direct relation between price and quantity supplied. It means price increases, quantity supplied will also increase, and vice versa. Now, why is it so? Because increase in price will give more revenue to the seller, so they will increase the supply and vice versa. But also remember again 3 stars आपको देने का है. Those 6 points that we have covered. I don't know from which point they are going to ask you question, but दो question वहां से आता है from those 5-6 points that we have covered. So first is same commodity. Second is related goods. I can produce both X and Y. But what happened that market price of Y increases. So Y will give me more profit than X. So what I'll do? I will decrease the supply of X, save the money from there and put it in Y. So can I say there is an inverse relation between price of Y and supply of X? Then comes cost of production. Cost of production से आपको घुमा घुमा के क्वेश्चन पूछेंगे. There was a strike and the workers were able to force the management to increase the wages. What will be the outcome on the supply? Supply will decrease. Clear? Because cost of production increases, then profit of the seller will decrease, and when profit decreases, we will decrease the supply. Then becomes technology, modern technology or advanced technology. It will lead to increase in efficiency, that will lead to decrease in cost of production, that will lead to increase in profit. So you will increase the supply. So between technology and supply, there is positive relation. Then comes taxes, indirect taxes. Government increases GST. Do you think Nirmala Sitaram will ask you, please tell me, then I'll increase? No, she will increase. So when GST increases, there will be increase in consumer burden. What it will lead to? Decrease in demand. Decrease in demand will lead to decrease in profit of the seller. So what they will do? They will decrease the supply and vice versa. And then opposite of taxes are subsidies. If Nirmala Sitaram gives you half the money for buying laptop, then what will happen? Consumer burden will decrease, demand will increase, profit of the seller will increase. This P is profit. So there will be increase in supply. So supply and subsidy, direct relation. Supply and subsidy, you have direct relation. Supply and taxes, you have indirect relation. Supply and cost of production, you have indirect relation. Supply and uh, technology, this is tax. Technology, you have direct relation. And supply and the price of related goods, you'll have indirect relation. So basically, you're talking about plus 2 marks from here. All right, clear? Keep that in mind. Next, the supply curve is positively slope, we know. So the same logic will be applicable in case of supply as in case of demand. It means when there is increase or decrease in price of a commodity, we call it as change in quantity supplied. And in this case, there will be up and down movement along the slope of the supply curve. If this is the price, this is the quantity, and this is your supply curve. So if price was P0, quantity supplied here was Q0. When price increases from P0 to P1, quantity supplied increases from Q0 to Q1. So you move from point A to point B, but you move up the slope. Up the slope lead to expansion. When the price decreases from P0 to P2, quantity supplied decreases from Q0 to Q2, you move down the slope leading to contraction. So remember here again, movement will be the same whether it's demand or supply. It means what happens when price increases, we move down on the demand curve, we move, sorry, okay, up. We move up on the demand curve, we move up on the supply curve. But movement up on the demand curve will lead to contraction, movement up on the supply curve will lead to expansion. So here there will be increase in quantity supplied, here there will be decrease in quantity demanded. But whereas when the price decreases, then there will be Decrease, when price decreases, there will be increase. क्या लिखा मैं? Price increases. यहाँ पे उल्टा है ना? Down, down. यहाँ पे DD डिमांड नहीं है, ये डाउन है. Price increases, we move up on the demand curve. Demand curve, sorry. All right. Price decreases, we move down on the demand curve, leading to expansion, increase in quantity demanded, and we move down on the supply curve, leading to contraction, that is decrease in quantity supplied. So please keep this in mind that when you move up the slope, when the price will increase, both cases you are moving up. You see, price decreases, both cases you are moving down. But up on the demand curve is contraction, up on the supply curve is expansion. Down on the demand curve is expansion, down on the supply curve is contraction. Keep this in mind. Clear hai? कोई confusion nahi? Okay. Then rightward leftward shift remains exactly the same. In case of demand or in case of supply, rightward shift will lead to increase in demand, rightward shift will lead to increase in supply. Leftward shift will lead to decrease in demand, leftward shift will lead to decrease in supply. So if I draw, this is price, this is quantity. So only difference is what? In case of demand curve, you are drawing right and left curve shift like this. In case of supply, we'll draw like this. That's it. Supply है, Q0 है, rightward shift है, increase in supply है, and leftward shift है, decrease in supply. Clear hai? Alright. Then comes the concept of equilibrium. Sorry, not equilibrium, different method. Method same hai, formula same hai. Q proportionate method, Q0 minus Q1 divided by Q0 into P0 divided by P0 minus P1. Arc method, point method, arc method formula exactly the same. Only that thing is proportionate in arc, you will not get a negative answer, you will get a positive answer due to positive relation. Only in case of point method, you will get another formula for elasticity of supply, that is dq by dp into p by q. An easy way to solve, मैं क्या बोला आपको? Whatever in the equation, if suppose if I give you equation q equals to minus 20 plus 30p, then what is the value? And if I give you p ka value is rupees 5, then what will be the value of elasticity of demand? First of all, what is dq by dp? Anything with p is the value of dq by dp. So dq by dp is 30 into p. P का value कितना है? 5 divided by q. Q का value क्या आएगा? 5 into 30 is 150 minus 20, that is 130. So when you solve it, you will get the answer. All right, just 1 second. The market is ready to fly tomorrow. Done. So now, next is equilibrium. Under equilibrium, again you get a question. कहाँ से question आता? पहला, equilibrium is a phenomena which is only observed in a free market economy. Equilibrium is a point where demand and supply, they intersect. Price and quantity. And but all the ACs are off, what, right? Please turn it on now. So this is your quantity demanded and quantity supplied. Now what happens here? If there is a competition in the market and the price begins to fall down, what we have learned, due to fall in price, we move down on the demand curve, we move down on the supply curve. So movement down on the demand curve, it means we are moving down here, it will lead to expansion. We are moving down here, on the supply curve, it will lead to contraction. So if I draw a line over here from P to P1, what happens? You'll find that quantity supplied decreases from Q to Q1, whereas quantity demanded increases from Q to uh, Q2. Or you say Q1 say QD1 and QS1. So there is excess supply over excess demand over supply. D1 यहाँ है. Sorry, D1 US1. There is excess demand over supply at a lower price, and that's what the law of demand says. By when the sellers are competing, they are lowering the price. The some of the sellers, they will not be able to face the heat of the competition. They'll be wiped out. New sellers are not entering the market, but people are happy buying more and more. At some point in time, the supply would have fallen so much and demand would have increased so much that whatever the sellers are producing, they are able to sell everything. So from that point onward, the price will begin to increase. So we have written a point, keep that in mind, is that when there is excess demand over supply, then there will be upward pressure upon the price. So it means the price will begin to rise from here. And as the price is increasing, what will happen? Now, quantity demanded, we will move up on the slope of the demand curve, and we will move up on the slope of the supply curve. So there will be decrease in quantity demanded and increase in quantity supplied. Again, we'll reach equilibrium, and from there, we'll reach to a point of P2. And when we draw a line over here, you will find out that the quantity demanded has moved from here to here. That is, quantity demanded has fallen down from QDD1 to QDD or QD2. And when I take down this line further ahead, we'll find that quantity supplied increases from here to here. So it means quantity supplied would have increased from QS1 to QS2. So at a higher price, what you are having? You are having excess supply over demand. And whenever there is excess supply over demand, then again the price will begin to come down. So you have to remember these two very important 3-star points, that demand in excess of supply, there will be upward pressure on the price. And supply in excess of demand, there will be downward pressure on the price. Clear? Hai? So this way the market will continue to swing between equilibrium and disequilibrium. Clear? Hai? Next, if suppose it is not the price that is moving at first, but it is the rightward or leftward shift in the demand or the supply curve, then what will happen? And there were 12 situations that we have covered. I've told you, whenever they ask you the question, they will not ask you a simple question, they will give you a statement form. All right, there is increase in the number of sellers of computers, so it means supply will increase. Holding all other factors constant, it means demand constant. आपको implicitly बोल दिया है. What will be the effect on the price and quantity? So simply you have to do what? Supply and demand curve draw करने का, and when you do enough number of time, you can imagine it. So supply is increasing and demand remains constant. So it means I will shift the supply curve towards the right, and we find out that quantity is increasing and price is decreasing. And if they mentioned supply decreases, number of sellers decreases, holding all other factors remaining constant, then what will happen? Supply curve will move to the left. This is your new supply curve. So quantity will decrease and price will increase. If they mention demand increases, supply remains constant, so it means now we'll move the demand curve to the right. And when you move demand curve to the right, in this case, quantity will also increase and price will also increase. And if the demand curve moves to the left, then it means demand decreases. Then what will happen? Quantity will decrease and price will also decrease. But trap कहाँ से करेंगे? When they will mention that there is increase in demand and increase in supply. We have solved this question of good growing condition increases the supply of strawberry. So supply increase हो गया. Hot weather condition increases the demand for strawberry. Demand increase हो गया. But have they mentioned in the question whether demand is increasing as much as supply, or is the demand increasing more than supply, or is the supply increasing more than demand? Because if the demand is increasing more than supply, or if the supply is increasing more than demand, in this one thing common you will find, either demand or supply, any of them will increase, quantity in all cases will increase, but it is the price that we have to figure out. If the demand increases by the same margin as supply, then price will remain constant. If demand increases more, price will increase. If supply increases more, price will decrease. In the question, have they mentioned what increases more than what? So what you will choose the option? No. Constant हो गया तो मतलब ये choose कर लिया आपको. You'll choose the option which says price cannot be determined but quantity will increase. Or you'll choose that option which says price may increase, decrease, or remain constant, but quantity will increase. Because when you're saying price constant, it means you're assuming that demand is increasing as much as supply. Have they mentioned in the question? If they mention, if they mention demand increases more than supply, then you can choose price is constant, quantity is increasing. Otherwise, you will not say anything about price, but quantity is definitely increasing. Same thing with on the falling side. Clear hai? Alright. When comes theory of consumer behavior, यहाँ तक कोई भी प्रॉब्लम है, कोई भी इशू है? नहीं है. Alright. So whatever we have covered in 5 days, we have covered in 1 hour. So theory of consumer behavior. I'll give you 5 minutes of breather in between. Whenever you need it, you ask me. 5 minutes now, 5 minutes later. You had morning class तो नहीं चल रहा है ना? You stayed away coming from home, no? So you must be fresh then. Hey, Bagar, I've taken class from 6 7:30 in the morning. We had exam. You had exam. कौन सा exam चल रहा है अभी? BCom. College exam or university exam? No. दिसंबर में कौन एग्जाम होता है कॉलेज का? College exam, no then. अच्छा, same one university exam. Times have changed. I don't know. Different college, different exam date. Huh? When I grew up, it was either state board or ICSE board, CBSE board. Exam more or less एक दो हफ्ते आगे पीछे होता था. The entire country used to give exam at the same time. क्लास 10 का भी उसी समय, बीकॉम का भी उसी समय, एमकॉम भी उसी समय, सब एक ही समय, मार्च अप्रैल में सब खत्म. Right. So now theory of consumer behavior revolves around utility. One trap question they ask you: utility is related to usefulness of the commodity? No. Even socially harmful goods can give satisfaction like cigarette and alcohol. It is related to the want satisfying power of the commodity. And three different types of utility I've told you: form utility, place and time utility. You all know about that. Place utility, when the goods are made available by the retailer to my place of convenience. Time utility, when the goods are made given to me or made available at the time I want to. Swiggy पे खाना बुक कर रहा है, बोल रहा है noodles will come in 2 hours. I'll not book. I need it right now. So anybody who can provide me noodles right now, time utility is created. Form utility, when you are transforming the intermediate goods into final goods. Utility has been approached from two different methods. That is cardinal, yes, and ordinal. कार्डिनल का बाप कौन है? मार्शल है. Alright. Father of cardinal is Marshall. Marshall was not the cardinal. So cardinal approach was made popular by Marshall, and there are many theories in cardinal approach, but the most prominent theory that, yes, law of diminishing marginal utility. So an ordinal approach was given by Hicks and Allen, and under this we study about Indifference curve, also known as iso-utility curve. Now, if they ask you which method is considered to be a better approach in understanding satisfaction, ordinal. Why? Because satisfaction cannot be quantified. So everything that you are quantifying is a hypothetical situation. I will have a cup of coffee. You ask me, sir, mila satisfaction? Bola, yes, mila. Kitna mila? I cannot say. I can only say whether I'm more satisfied or less satisfied. How much more? I cannot say. All right. But that doesn't make the entire theory wrong. It goes wrong only when you try to measure the satisfaction in utils. Under law of DMU, what do we say? What is marginal utility? Marginal utility is the satisfaction that we derive from consumption of each additional unit. All right, and it goes on diminishing. As I go on consuming more and more of any commodity, the MU will continue to diminish, and eventually we'll reach a point wherein we are totally satisfied. At that point, MU will be zero and total utility will be maximum. Why? Because total utility is nothing but summation or aggregate of marginal utility. So, if I draw the diagram here, here you have taken utility and here number of units consumed. We have seen that this is your MU and this is the TU. TU will be maximum here where MU is 0. And why it's suspended between the x and the y axis? Because if I begin the TU curve from here, then you are having some MU and TU, even your consumption is 0. That is not a possibility. So as I go on consuming more and more, what happens? Your MU continues to diminish, but till the time it is positive, it will add positive value to TU. So TU will go on increasing. Eventually you will reach a point wherein you are totally satisfied. इसको क्या बोलते हैं? Point of saturation. A rational consumer will never consume beyond this point, because if I consume beyond this point, then what happens? The marginal utility becomes negative. All right. So what did I make you write 4 points? When TU is when TU is rising, MU is falling, but it remains positive. When TU is maximum, MU is 0, known as point of saturation. When TU begins to fall down, MU becomes negative. And MU curve is also known as the demand curve. The question is why? Because the willingness or desire to buy any commodity or consume any commodity is created due to marginal utility. The moment MU becomes 0, then the demand will cease to exist. Now an extension or exception. Remember, exception to the law of demand are three situations: given goods, Veblen effect, and speculative goods. In that case, the demand curve will be upward sloping. So again 3 स्टार वहां पे लगा लो एक बार. Either given goods or Veblen effect से क्वेश्चन आता ही आता है. Okay. So exception to the law of DMU क्या है? We know that as consumption increases, MU will fall. So when increase in consumption will not decrease MU but it increases MU, then is a violation. And when it can happen? In case of money, you want more money, you have become a CA, you got a promotion, your salary increases. Will you say to your boss, no sir, मेरे को ज़्यादा पैसा मत दो, MU गिर गया? More money will make you more happy. The more you get, the more you are happy. So it will be a violation. Second case, when it will be violated? In case of hobbies and passion. Correct? Right. Then third one is addictive goods like cigarette and alcohol. Right. So cigarette and alcohol, they will be violation of law of diminishing marginal utility. Again, 3 star to the concept of consumer surplus. So consumer equilibrium or surplus, you will always get a question. Consumer surplus and equilibrium is an extension of law of diminishing marginal utility. And that what did we learn? What is consumer surplus? Consumer surplus is the difference between MU and price. Why MU and price? Because if I'm willing to spend 50,000 rupees to buy a laptop, in my mind, I must have assumed that the satisfaction that I derive from this laptop will be worth 50,000. इसका worth है 50,000. That's why I want to buy. So I want to pay 50,000 for that particular laptop. But that laptop price is given at a discount of 10%. It means it's available at 45,000. So I am going to get a benefit of 50,000, but I'm spending only 45,000. So 5,000 will be my consumer surplus. So can I say that decrease in price will lead to increase in consumer surplus? Because if the price falls down to 40,000, do you think the satisfaction will fall down? No, you'll get more happy with the fall in price. So consumer surplus will increase. An increase in price will lead to decrease in consumer surplus. But a consumer is said to be at equilibrium when MU will be equals to price. Consumer will never want to be at a deficit. I wanted to pay 1,000 rupees. Price by that time I went to the shop increased to 1,200 rupees. I still bought it. Nobody forced me to buy it. I bought it because I wanted it. So it means I myself would have increased the MU of that particular commodity from 1,000 rupees to 1,200 rupees and I bought it. So I am at an equilibrium. All right. And two commodities I've mentioned. Yes. Remember this. वहां पे 2 स्टार लगा दो, सिंगल स्टार आदर लगा दो. ऑल्टरनेट एग्जामिनेशन में पूछ लेते हैं. लग्जरी गुड्स में consumer surplus is lowest. Why? Because I am willing to pay a high price because of social status. And the seller of the luxury good also will charge me a high price if the discount is given very small. So I am deducting one higher value from another higher value, quotient will be small, no? So least consumer surplus. But in case of necessary goods, you have consumer surplus will be highest. Why? In case of necessary goods, again I'm willing to pay a high price, but not because of status, but because of survival. But usually these goods are available at a lower price. If it's not available at a lower price, then government will subsidize it. Example, do you think if government would not have controlled the price of vaccine, then corona vaccine, do you think companies would be selling you at, government said what? Ceiling है भाई 500 रुपए से ज्यादा एक इंजेक्शन नहीं बेचने का. Because during that time, imagine even a middle income earning family would have said, I have one boy, one girl, and I have just 4 family members. चलो भाई 20,000 ले रहा दे के ले लो. 80,000 rupees में 4 vaccine ले लो. Second time again 80,000. They will be willing to pay. So many people could not be able to afford it. So government did what? Since it's a necessary goods, I'm willing to pay a high price, but government artificially reduce the price to rupees 500. So don't you think huge consumer surplus we got in COVID vaccine? Right? So consumer surplus will be highest in case of necessities. Clear hai? Next comes ordinal approach. So under ordinal approach, we are talking about indifference curve analysis. This is the better approach. Why? Because we do not try to measure the satisfaction. We try to figure out whether we are more satisfied or less satisfied or similarly satisfied. And in that case, we have drawn what is known as indifference curve between good Y and good X. And this is your indifference curve. So it means what happens here, IC curve is downward sloping. Why? Because increase in the consumption of one commodity will necessarily lead to decrease in consumption of another. Again, 3 star from any of the properties of indifference curve. Two questions you get from there. Right? It is so when you are consuming more of Y and less of X, and you have a satisfaction over here combination A. Initially, when you are consuming more of Y, you will be willing to give up more of Y because MU move in both direction. Higher my consumption, lower the MU will fall. So when the MU will fall low, then I will be willing now more fed up. I'll be willing to give up more. So it means for another unit, if I want to increase it from 1 to 2, I'm decreasing it from 12 to 6. But when I give up 6 units of Y, then don't you think MU of Y will increase? Then for the next one, if I want to increase it by 1, I give up only 2 units, and the next one I will give only 1 unit. So marginal rate of substitution diminishes as we move from combination A to B to C to D. But each point on the same indifference curve will always give you same level of satisfaction. So satisfaction is same, combination is different. Higher isoquant curve will give me higher level of output, sorry, higher level of consumption, satisfaction. Why? Because it will contain more number of goods and vice versa. Two indifference curves should never intersect one another, because when they intersect, they will start giving you same satisfaction at the point of intersection. That is not a possibility. An indifference curve will never touch either the y or the x axis, because if it touches the y axis, consumption of x becomes 0, and if it touches x axis, consumption of y becomes 0. So when you're consuming only one commodity, you cannot rank or compare. And remember the question I've told you, if suppose there is three indifference curves, IC1, IC2, IC3, and these are the points A, B, C, D. Right now you are consuming, or your consumption is happening at B. B may consume kar raha hai. And in the question they mention that income increases. What will be the, which will be the correct outcome? Option, pehla option A. Consumption will move from point B to point A. Option B. Consumption will move from point B to point C. Option number C. Consumption will move from point B to point D, and option number D, any of the above. Option C will be the answer. Why? Because a consumer will always want to maximize satisfaction. Go and ask anybody, sir, आपको maximum satisfaction चाहिए, minimum satisfaction चाहिए? बोला, of course, ये कैसा question है? I want maximum satisfaction. राइट, यू गो फॉर अ हेयर कट, बोलेगा मस्त काटने का, मैक्सिमम सेटिस्फैक्शन. कभी नहीं बोलेगा काट दो, जंगली बना दो मेरे को. कहीं बोलेगा क्या? अब पिज्जा ऑर्डर करने गया, बोला भाई मस्त अच्छे से टॉपिंग, थोड़ा और टॉपिंग डाल दो. पानी पूरी खा रहा, भैया थोड़ा एक्स्ट्रा मसाला डालो. राइट, यू विल नॉट से सर जैसा भी खिला दो. राइट, नहीं तो फिर जैसा भी खिला दो वही करेगा वो, पसीना. हेलो, एक्स्ट्रा मसाला इंडियन पानी पूरी. राइट, सो alright. So when income increases, you will always move from a lower to a higher indifference curve. And income decreases, you will move from a higher to a lower indifference curve, because remaining on the same indifference curve will give you same level of satisfaction. 3 stars to the point, perfect complements and perfect substitutes. So in case of perfect substitutes, what do we get? We get a straight line indifference curve. Of course, it will not touch. Straight line indifference curve, wherein because good x, good y, and good x are perfect substitute. So as many units of y I give up, I'm consuming 10 here, 2 here. I'm giving up 2 here, increasing it by 2 here. I'm giving up 2 here, I'm increasing by 2. It means the gap between here and here is always the same. Because x and y are perfect substitute, as many y I give up, that many x I'll increase. So in that case, can I say if I'm, this is y and this is x, minus 2 is plus 2, minus 2 is plus 2, minus 2 is plus 2 always. So what is the rate of substitution? Marginal rate of substitution between x and y will be constant. So if I have to increase the consumption of X by decreasing consumption of Y by 2, to increase the consumption of X by 1, how much I have to decrease? 1. So marginal rate of substitution becomes constant and the indifference curve will become a downward sloping straight line. But when two commodities are perfect complements like car and petrol, then the indifference curve will be consisting of two straight lines. It means if I want to go higher up here, that is I want to drive, sorry, this is petrol and this is car. Petrol in terms of liters, I'm putting car in terms of kilometers. If I want to travel for longer kilometers, then I have to go higher up along the y axis. If I put only by putting more amount of petrol in the car, I will be able to travel longer distance. If I decrease the amount of petrol, then distance covered will also come down. So in case of perfect complementary goods, the indifference curve will be forming a right angle or it is L shaped. So याद रखने का they can also ask question from both the end. They can say L shape of the indifference curve is in case of which commodity? Perfect complements. Or in case of perfect complements, what is the shape of the indifference curve? Downward sloping straight line, upward sloping straight line, downward sloping convex shaped curve or L shaped curve. The answer will be L shaped curve. Clear hai? So this is also over. Now comes the budget line. What is a budget line? I'll give you breather. Let me finish this off. Budget line or price line is also between good X and good Y we are comparing. It is a downward sloping straight line touching both the X and the Y axis. Because why it is allowed to touch the X and Y axis? Because it is based on cardinal concept. Here we are trying to figure out how much of money am I spending on a combination of good X or and Y or only X or only Y. So it means every point on the same budget line will always involve same amount of total expenditure, but the combination of goods will be different. In case of A, I'm spending, let's say the budget here is rupees 10,000. So whether it's A, B, C, D or E, everywhere I'm spending 10,000 rupees. So, but the thing is, when I'm at point A, when I'm at point A, I'm spending all 10,000 only on Y. And when I'm at E, I'm spending all 10,000 only on X. But if I'm at B, I'm spending more on Y and less on X. But if I want to spend relatively more on X, then I have to decrease the Y, then only I can increase the X. Why? Because of constraint of income. All right, because of constraint of income. Now question of at any point outside the budget line will show overspending, which is not a possibility, and any point inside the budget line will show underspending, again not a possibility. Why? Because I have made this budget line. When I have decided to spend 10,000 rupees, then why the hell I'll spend less than 10,000? Correct? So budget line, you have to keep this in mind. Now in the budget line, you'll see some questions I've included. If suppose I tell you, let's say price of, because price budget line also depends on price of X, price of Y, and income of the consumer. If suppose price of X increases and price of Y remaining constant, question में कुछ नहीं बोला Y constant है कि नहीं, तो assume करेगा constant है. Price of X increases. Now if suppose this was your budget line, correct? Original budget line, and price of X increases, which will be the correct outcome? You tell me. Price of X is increasing, so this is shown as option A. All right, this is shown as option B. This is shown as option C. Which is the correct answer? ऑप्शन बी। अच्छा छोड़ो, एक साथ हो गया, कंफ्यूजन हो गया आप लोगों को, मैं क्लियरली ड्रॉ करता है। ये ऑप्शन है कि नहीं है? नहीं है। क्यों? Because here I'm increasing the consumption of X also and increasing the consumption of Y also. It means my income would have increased. All right. Or the price of X and Y both would have decreased. If I draw like this is again wrong. Why? Because the price of X is increasing and I'm giving up Y. Correct or not? Sorry. This is Y and this is X. Now, price of X is increasing. So, is this the correct? Sorry, I made a mistake. Huh. Is this correct or incorrect? यहाँ पे मैं क्या कर रहा बोलो? Consumption of Y remains same, and what I'm doing? Decreasing the consumption of X or increasing it. So, X का price increase है तो X decrease किया, ये correct हो गया ना? If I would have drawn this like that, let's say if I would have drawn it like this, ये wrong हो गया। तो इसके लिए क्या क्वेश्चन होने मांगता था? Price of Y increases and price of X remains constant. Understood? Clear? And if suppose if I draw like this, then price of good X is also decreasing and price of good Y is also decreasing. But have I drawn a parallel line? More or less. So it means what? It means that the price of X is decreasing as the same percentage as the price of Y. Understood? Then only you will have parallel line. Otherwise, you will have simply a line like this, which is not a parallel line. It means again I'm decreasing the consumption of both X and Y. So it means the price of both X and Y must have decreased, increased, but not in the same proportion. So we can say that the price of Y must be increasing more than the price of X. That's why I'm giving up more of Y and less of X. So it means they will be, you will have to look at the budget line, how it is shifting, you have to figure out. And if suppose, if I draw a budget line like this, you tell me what will be the answer. You got the idea, yes or no? If I draw, this is the original budget line and I draw a budget line, ऐसा ये change हो गया. Price of Y decreases and X remains. You got the idea. All right, very good. So this is the budget line. Now, when we talk about equilibrium, consumers equilibrium, consumers equilibrium will be achieved at the point where the price line or budget line is tangent to highest possible indifference curve, that is at this point. All right, at all other points A, B, C, D, E वहां हो गया, F and G, the satisfaction is different but the expenditure is same. So if I have the option of jumping from a lower to a higher indifference curve by changing the proportion of goods without spending the money, without spending any extra money, without spending money kuch nahi milega, without spending any extra money, will I not want to do that? Yes. So when I jump from G to F to D or B, A to B to C to E, I'm able to increase my satisfaction without spending any extra amount of money. The phone example, you remember? All right. So this will be by maximum satisfaction. Now, if there is an indifference curve that IC5 or वहां पर एक point है H, it will give me even more satisfaction, but it is not achievable. So जो कोई achievable नहीं है वो equilibrium का part ही नहीं है. Alright, so equilibrium is the point wherein the budget line or price line is tangent to the highest possible indifference curve. और मैं क्या बोला था, at this point of equilibrium slope of the budget line will be equal to the slope of the indifference curve. Budget line will be equal to the slope of indifference curve, and this thing can be written as mu of x, which depends on the price of x, equals to mu of y, which depends upon the price of y. Either they will give you this or they can ask you which is the correct formula to trap you. आपको under examination you are under stress, तो ये भी कर सकता है वो आप कई बार mu x by mu y equals to price of x by price of y. Do you think anything different is there? It's the same thing, cross करके लिख दिया मैं. And what kind of question they will ask you? They may give you three things. They'll ask you what is the price of y, or they can give you these three things, ask you what is the marginal utility of x. By unitary method you can easily figure it out. Clear hai? Then also remember that from the perspective of consumer surplus, they can also ask you here, if this is the price and this is the quantity demanded Q0, then what this area above the price line will be called? Consumer surplus. Why? Remember that I am right now, the price is rupees 100 and I'm buying 50 units. If the price increases to 150, the demand doesn't come down to zero, demand is still there. It means I'm willing to pay a high price. I will buy less, but I'm willing to pay a high price. If the price increases to 180, demand doesn't come down to zero. It means I'm willing to pay even 180. Correct? Demand becomes zero only when the price increases to 200. It means right now the price is 100, but I'm willing to pay 150, 180, 170 as well. So don't you think I'm willing to pay a higher price of 180, but right now I'm paying 100 rupees. So this entire area is an area of consumer surplus. So can I say consumer surplus is an area which is above the price line and below the demand curve? Remember, true and false में ये भी पूछ सकता है. And if I look at the supply curve, producer surplus के लिए, again, right now I'm charging 100 rupees and I'm selling 50 units. But if the price falls down, if the price falls down from 100 to 50 rupees, will the supply be zero? No. It means I'm willing to supply even at lower price. Right now I'm charging a higher price. So can I say that this entire area which is below the price line but above the supply curve is a area of producer surplus. So area of producer surplus is above the supply curve and below the price line. Clear hai? Alright, chapter 2 over. So 8 days of your economic classes over. In? Alright. Yeah, you can take 5 minutes of breather. Breather 5 minutes. Question book, only you. So during the break 5:30, I've told Madhu, you show your ID card and we'll give you the book. Now, chapter 3. Theory of production and cost. Now, I'm not going to waste the time covering the characteristic of land, labor, and capital. It's very simple, factual. You can refer it in the class notes. All right. So straight away, let's jump into the production function. All right. So production function is nothing but the relationship between physical input and physical output. Remember the word physical. Why physical input and physical output? Because we are concerned about how many units of input is going in and how many units of output is being readied out of that input. At what cost I have purchased the input, that is a part in cost function, not production function. And at what price I'm going to sell it, that is a part of revenue function. So it means production function simply says that how many units of labor, how many units of material, how many units of electricity consumed by the machinery, and what is the total output. There are two assumptions taken in every production function. Mark that very important because they always ask a question. Two assumption: first, that technology is assumed to remain constant, and second, every producer will try to get the maximum output from minimum input. Now, production function has been divided between the short run and the long run. And who divided this short run and long run? Again, Marshall Ballard. All right, Alfred Marshall. So, the short run production function is also known as law of variable proportion or law of diminishing marginal return or law of returns to factor. Now, what is the difference between the short run and long run? In the short run, we say at least one factor input remains fixed. At least one factor input. They can be more than one, but at least one factor input remain fixed. So we call it variable proportion. Why? Because we are only varying or increasing the variable input and the output increases without changing the fixed input. The moment we start changing the fixed input, we are jumping from the short to the long run. So also remember that short run and long run is never defined according to the passage of time counted in terms of months, weeks, days, or years. I can start a production now, and even after 10 years, I'll be in the short run if I'm not able to change my fixed input. And I can start a business today. In 6 months' time, I'll jump from short run to long run because the demand for my product is increasing, and I start construction of new plant and starting to change my fixed input. Why do we call it law of diminishing marginal return? Because as we go on adding more and more variable input, initially the marginal product increases. And when the marginal product is increasing, it means total product will increase at a increasing rate. But eventually, what will happen? Marginal product will begin to diminish. No matter what happens, the marginal product will begin to diminish and total product will increase then at a diminishing rate. Now, why is it so that initially I am getting relatively more output by increasing the variable input due to two reasons? First reason is division of labor, that is labor specialization. Remember that Caesar and plain example. And second reason is better utilization of fixed input. But as I go on producing more and more, the 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 capacity of my fixed input, which was immensely huge before, there is very small capacity left. So let's say for you take a lemon squeezer. Initially, little bit of pressure you'll do, you can get 80% of the juice from the lime. But to get that remaining 20%, don't you think you have to apply disproportionately high pressure? All right. So it means later on you have to work really hard to get extract the output from the fixed input. So your variable input will increase at a relatively higher rate, but output, that is total product, will increase at a slower rate. Clear? So diminishing return is bound to happen. So in this production function, certain components you have to keep in mind. First is the total product. Total product is nothing but the total output. Average product is nothing but total output by input, and marginal product will be change in output and change in input. So यहाँ पर डेल्टा में लगा देगा तो वो क्या हो जाएगा? Marginal product हो जाएगा. But what you have to be very careful about, from where they will try to create a trap for you, is that relationship between total product, marginal product, and increasing or diminishing returns. So total product is nothing but a summation of marginal product. And when marginal product is increasing, it's positive. If marginal product is positive, MP is positive, then it will add positive value to TP, so TP will increase. But if marginal product is not only positive, but it is also increasing, then TP will increase at increasing rate. In this case, you are getting increasing returns. All right. When marginal product is positive, but it is decreasing, so it will add lesser value to TP. So TP will still increase, but at a diminishing rate. So you are getting diminishing returns. And the moment MP becomes negative, then TP will begin to fall down, and here you are getting negative returns. So how did the diagram look if you keep in mind that? So here is the production, that is the output, and here is the variable input. What you need to remember in the diagram are some important fact points. So this is your TP, this is AP, and this is MP. So this entire area is known as stage 1, this is stage 2, and this is stage 3. Wherever MP is maximum, from that point, if I draw a line, it will hit on the TP curve, and that is your point of inflection. Why do we call it point of inflection? Because up till that point, TP is increasing at an increasing rate. Why? Because MP is not only positive, but it is increasing. From that point onward, diminishing return begins. That means when MP begins to fall down, so MP is positive, but it is adding lower positive value to TP. So TP will increase, but at a diminishing rate. So if suppose if I take a point from here to here, you see this much amount of variable input has given me output of this much. So can I say that 30% increase, approximately whatever hypothetical values you put, 30% increase in variable input is leading to increase in output by 70-80%. And why is it happening? Due to division of labor and better utilization of fixed input. But if I take point from here to here, this is again variable input I'm adding, but what is the corresponding output? Smaller. So it means diminishing return has begun. And if I take again this point, variable input, so again my output is increasing, but even at a slower rate. So can I say that from this particular area to this particular area, we are having diminishing returns? But so we can say that in stage 1 only diminishing return begins to happen. But what did I mention you? That in your ICAI book there is a problem. So we will say that at stage 1 there is increasing return, but if they mention from where diminishing return begins, you will choose from where the MP begins to fall down. So decreasing MP, it means diminishing return, and stage 2 entirely is your stage of diminishing return. Clear? So let me erase this line. And eventually what happens when TP is maximum? At this point, TP is maximum, TP maximum. So this is known as point of saturation. Correspondingly, MP is 0 at this point. So what you have to know is when AP curve has a positive slope, it means when AP is increasing. When AP when AP is increasing, it means it has a positive slope. During that point, MP is more than AP. So MP more than AP, or you can say that MP curve lies above the AP curve. Then at the point where AP cuts the MP curve, sorry, MP cuts the AP curve, at that point AP is maximum and AP equals to MP. So at that point, neither MP is changing nor AP is changing, because if either of them will change, they will not be the same. All right. So MP curve cuts AP curve from above. And when the AP curve has a negative slope, it means AP is falling. It has a negative slope. Then AP is more than MP. So here AP more than MP. At the point where marginal product becomes negative and total product begins to fall down, this becomes a stage of negative returns. So remember what is in stage 1, stage 2, and stage 3. In stage 1, there is increasing return. TP is increasing at an increasing rate. MP increases, reaches its maximum point and begins to fall down. AP also increases and reaches its maximum point at the end of the stage. And the reason for increasing return in better utilization of resources, fixed resources, and the specialization of labor. Stage 2, TP is increasing. This is known as stage of diminishing return. TP is increasing at a diminishing rate. MP is continuing to fall down and it becomes zero. And not only TP is increasing at a diminishing rate, it becomes maximum at the end of this stage, where TP is maximum, MP is zero. AP begins to fall down, but AP can never be zero. So why we are getting diminishing return? Because there is less potential of remaining fixed input is left. Only division of labor cannot increase the output when you don't have sufficient unutilized potential of fixed input is not there. And the third stage, what happens? Everything falls. TP falls, AP falls, MP falls. TP falls, MP becomes negative, AP continues to fall, AP can never become negative. This is known as a stage of negative return because you are increasing the variable input beyond the maximum potential of the fixed input, resulting into wastage. Where should you be producing? You should be producing at stage 1, 2 or 3. 3 नहीं produce करेगा क्योंकि negative return है. 1 नहीं produce करेगा because if you stop at stage 1, you are getting an increasing return, but you are underutilizing the potential of fixed input. So you should produce till the end of stage 2 to utilize the full potential of fixed input. Okay, so law of variable proportion is over. Then comes law of returns to scale. So in the long run, every factor input becomes variable. Now, its characteristic will remain fixed, but our treatment will become variable because in the short run, I had two machines or three machines, whatever I've started business with. And as I went on increasing the output, I was keeping my fixed input constant and increasing the variable input. That's why I call this variable and this as fixed. But in the long run, when I put one more plant and again another plant and again another plant, can I call this fixed anymore? No, this will also becomes variable. So in the long run, everything will be treated as variable, and the name of the law will be law of returns to scale, which has 3+1 stages. And what did I mention again? Extremely important. If you look at input and output, if I increase the input by 100%, output increases by 110%. It means increase in output is more than the increase in input. You have increasing returns to scale. If I increase the input by 100% and output also increases by 100%, you have constant returns to scale. And if I increase the input by 100%, output doesn't decrease, but it increases by 95%. This is diminishing returns to scale. Now be careful in this case and this case. If I increase the input and output decreases, whatever is the percentage, that does not matter. If increase or decrease aa gaya, because in every other point what we have seen, increase, 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 but here you have increase or decrease. Whatever value I put here, 100% over here, let's say 100% over here, and let's say 5% over here, or 10% or 90% over here, increase decrease ho gaya, ye become negative returns to scale. And this I explained you through this particular diagram. If you remember that this is your marginal product. So marginal product and here quantity of output. So initially, as you go on producing more and more, so what happens? Your marginal product increases, then it reaches its maximum point, it becomes constant, and then it begins to fall down. So it means this area is known as stage of increasing returns to scale. Because when marginal product is increasing, it means TP is increasing at an increasing rate. This becomes your constant returns to scale, and this becomes diminishing returns to scale. And if you look at it here, if suppose this is your input and this is your total product or output and this is your marginal product. If I putting in 10 inputs and total product was 200, if I'm putting in 20 inputs, total product increases to 300. So it means what is happening? Let's say not 300, 500. So what is the marginal product? Marginal product is 30. So it means, and if I'm 30 here, and let's say it increases to 900, marginal product is 40 units, and let's say it increases to 1400, marginal product is 50, right or wrong? But if suppose from this point onwards, if I put in 50, 60 and 70, marginal product remains same, 50, 50 and 50. It means here how much? That will be 1900, then 1400, so 2400, and then 2900. So my total product is increasing at a same rate, so constant return ho gaya. And if suppose if I put in, let's say 80 and it increases, so let's say 3300, so it becomes 40. If 70 and it increases to 30, let's say 600, it becomes 30, and so on. So it means what is happening up till this point? What is happening? Yes, as input increases, TP increases at increasing rate. And why? Because MP is positive and increasing. So you are having increasing returns to scale. But from this point up till this point, as input increases, TP increases at the same rate or constant rate. Why? Because MP is constant. So be careful. If MP is constant, that doesn't mean TP is constant. If MP is constant, it means TP, it's adding constant value to TP. So TP is increasing at a constant rate. So you are having constant returns to scale. And finally, from this point onwards, can I say as I increase the input, TP is increasing, but at a diminishing rate. It means why again? Because MP is positive, but it's falling. So it's will add falling value to the TP. So you are having diminishing returns to scale. But if suppose let's say if I continue this thing, if I'm producing 80 and let's say it increases to 2800, to 20 ho gaya. If 90, it increases to 3900, 10 ho gaya. And if suppose I'm producing 100 and it begins to fall down to 3800, so it means minus 10 ho gaya ye. Right or wrong? 3800 minus 3900, so that will be minus 10 divided by minus 100 divided by 10. So MP has become negative. So MP negative, it means TP will fall. TP falling, that's matlab MP negative. So do not assume TP is increasing at a diminishing rate, so MP is negative. No, no, no. TP is increasing, it means MP is positive high. It is adding lower positive value. It is falling but still positive. TP will only fall when MP is negative, because we know that TP is nothing but a summation of MP. So tell me, unless MP becomes negative, how can TP fall? Correct? Clear? So MP is negative, it means TP falls, and you are having negative returns to scale. Again, another question, very important, that why is it so that you are getting increasing returns and diminishing return? Again, mark a 3 star, because that will be connected to the long run average cost curve. So initially, what is happening? First of all, if there is increasing returns to scale, it is because of economies of scale. And economies of scale happens due to internal economies plus external economies. So internal और external का क्या part ये है? Internal, that is something, all the good things inside the organization that happens. I have good negotiating power with the supplier of raw materials. I give you the example of Singapore Airlines. People are happy to work in the organization. Laborers give 100%. The management is not exploiting them. कोई भी बुढ़ा आके नहीं बोल रहा है कि 72 hours हफ्ते में काम करने का. Right? So people are appreciated. for their work. They will give their 100% to the company. And when you have good production cycle, you minimize wastage, you are able to produce at large scale, you got good negotiating power with the supplier of raw materials or good inside the organization, that will lead to increase in your output, but your total cost will increase at a diminishing rate, your average cost will fall. And on top of that, if we are combined with good government policy, lower taxes, large number of skilled manpower is available, there is political stability, right? Loan is easily available, GDP growth of the country is good, good infrastructure, everything that will lead to increasing returns to scale. But if I'm talking about if I'm talking about diminishing returns to scale, then it happens due to diseconomies of scale. And diseconomies of scale can be divided into internal diseconomies and external diseconomies. All right. So exact opposite. Everything is bad in the organization. You are frustrated with your work. You are cursing your boss all the time. You are thinking about bahar mil jaye to batayega bhai. Right. Your production cycle is not good. Right. There is wastage that is happening in the organization. You are not able to increase your output. You don't have good bargaining power with the supplier of raw materials. You're not getting any discount. All bad, bad, bad inside the organization. Baijufication हो जाएगा. Baiju गया ना. So, so, and external diseconomies, I gave you so many examples. Government is not stable. All right. पॉलिटिकल आया राम गया राम गवर्नमेंट है. कभी ये टैक्स बढ़ा दिया, कभी वो टैक्स बढ़ा दिया, कभी अनियन पे टैक्स लगा दिया, कभी घी पे टैक्स लगा दिया. तो देर इज नो स्टेबल पॉलिसी. कभी कुछ आके मिनिस्टर कोई बोल रहा है, कोई और कुछ बोल रहा है. देर इज लेबर अनरेस्ट, देर इज ट्रेड यूनियन मूवमेंट, इंडस्ट्रियल डिस्प्यूट बहुत ज्यादा, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर इज नॉट गुड, कनेक्टिविटी इज नॉट देयर, इमोबिलिटी है. All the good things, illiteracy is there. So bad inside, bad outside, the outcome will be diminishing returns to scale. And if it's too much of bad, this diminishing will turn into negative returns to scale. All right. Clear? Eh? Understood? Now, one thing I think I have missed out in your batch is with regard to Cobb Douglas production function. किया था क्या? किया था मैं? I've not done it. I missed out. I was getting the idea. I dreamt 3 days back कि मैंने किया. Seriously, I dreamt about it. So, you see, Cobb Douglas production function is very simple thing. There will be no complicated concepts included here because they cannot give you any numerical. So it's a very advanced economics problem. Cobb and Douglas were the two prominent economists who became famous during the Industrial Revolution in America. And they said that what if after reaching the constant return, see, if suppose in this diagram, if I ask you which is the best point to produce, no, don't you think increasing return के बाद constant है? अगर आप increasing बोला, should I produce here? My MP is here. But if I am able to reach to this point and I can go on increasing my output, but my marginal product doesn't fall down. What if I come to this situation? Let's say, for example, my marginal product forever becomes constant. So, because I am getting increasing returns, and after constant, I begin to fall down, diminishing return begins. So, what if I do something that my marginal product remains constant? It means my diminishing return देखेगा ही नहीं, and I can go on increasing my output. So 70 say 80, 90, 100, 110. So it means it will increase by 500, that is 3400, 3900, 4400, 4900. So don't you think my total product is increasing by 500, 500, 500, 500, and marginal product becomes constant? So it means I will go to this stage of increasing return and I will continue to produce, but my marginal product doesn't decrease, diminishing return नहीं होगा. So ये तो best situation है, correct? So he said that there is a possibility that after reaching the your most productive efficient point from productive production concept, cost concept में most productive efficient point is the point wherein your average cost is lowest. but here most productive मेरे लिए MP maximum है. Is it a possibility I can go on increasing the input and output will continue to increase at a constant rate? Yes, it is a possibility, but it did not become a law. Why? Because it is only applicable in the manufacturing sector and also not at all times. So that's why it did not become a law, but it was a very powerful theory for which they received a Nobel Prize as well during that time. So what did they say? They gave this production function Q equals to K into L to the power A into C to the power 1 minus A, where K and A are considered as positive constants. L stands for labor, C stands for capital, and Q is the output. Right. So what did they say? That if the business is adding extra input into the production function, extra resources, and if these resources are divided into specific proportion, it means if I'm putting in rupees 100 crore additional into my business, additional, and this 100 crore is divided between labor and capital in the ratio of 3/4, that is 75%, and 1/4, that is 25%. It means 75 crore will be going towards appointment of extra labor, and 25%, that is 25 crore will go towards technology, capital, raw material, and everything. If I maintain this ratio, then my production function will become linear and homogeneous. A linear or homogeneous function is one which always gives you constant returns to scale. So this is what they explained. So it means, so we can say that businesses can continue to produce at constant returns to scale if the extra resources is divided between labor and capital in the ratio of 3/4 and 1/4 respectively. So remember also, linear and homogeneous production function gives constant returns to scale. And since you're talking about the word scale here, it's a long run production concept. That's it with regard to Cobb Douglas production function. One more thing, it's only applicable to the manufacturing sector. Clear? So this is Cobb Douglas production function. That's it. Clear? I'll read it out. You've forgotten my handwriting. Business can continue to produce at constant returns to scale if the extra resources are divided between labor and capital in the ratio of 3/4 and 1/4. It means 3/4 for labor, 1/4 for capital. Business can continue to produce at constant returns to scale if extra resources are divided between labor and capital in the ratio of 3/4 or 1/4. Remember, they can also ask you very simple question that what is the proportion of resources distributed under Cobb-Douglas production function. So either they can give you fraction 3/4, 1/4, 1/2, 1/4, 3/4. So you have to choose, or they will give you the percentage 75, 25, 30 and 70, 60 and 40, 50 and 50. So 75 and 25. Linear and homogeneous production function gives constant returns to scale. It is a long run production concept. Remember, I've told you to, if you get confused in the examination whether the question related to short run, long run, which word you have to search for? Scale. Scale word है तो long run है, scale word missing, short run है. And it's only applicable to the manufacturing sector. Repeat. You must have found question given in the book, no? Cobb Douglas production function. Yeah. Hmm? What? No, not extra concept. I missed out. For some reason, I don't know. I'm forgetting things. My wife is telling me you're getting old. Leave teaching. Right. Right. Done. Okay. Question to two question from Isoquant Curve. They always ask you. What did I tell you? How to easily remember? Remember all the properties of indifference curve. Change the word from consumption or satisfaction to production. Change good X and good Y to labor and capital, and you got your IQC curve. Saying this, there is no relationship between IQC and IC because indifference curve is based on ordinal concept. Every point on the same indifference curve will give me same satisfaction. How much we don't know, but every point on the same IQC curve will give me same level of output, but using different amount of capital and labor. So here I'll take capital, here I'll take labor. So whether it's A or B or C, if I'm producing 1000 at A, I'm also producing 1000 at B or C. Only difference is that when I move around along the IQC curve, the marginal product of capital and labor will change. Here I'm using more capital intensive method of production. Here I'm using more labor intensive method of production. As the country becomes more and more developed, you use more capital intensive rather than labor intensive. So an isoquant curve shows different combinations between labor and capital that gives same level of output. That's why it is also commonly known as equal production curve. All right, every point will give you same level of output. It is downward sloping because of the reason I've told you that a capital intensive technique of production will require necessarily less labor, but a labor intensive will require more less capital but more labor. If I'm producing a sari in a handloom, I may require 100 labor to produce 1000 saris. But if I'm producing it in a power loom, 5 laborers can produce 5000 saris. So it depends upon at what stage of development that country is. It is not only downward sloping, it is also convex to the origin. Why? Because I've told you initially, when you increase your labor just by a little bit, you can save huge amount on the capital, but later on you cannot save as much before. Why? Because the difference between advanced and modern technology will be a huge difference, but the difference between modern and traditional technology will not be too different. It means the difference between how US produces and how India produces, there can be a hell and heaven difference, but the difference between how India produces and how Africa produces, there will not be a much difference. So marginal rate of technical substitution diminishes as we move from left to right. And rest of is exactly the same. Higher IQC will give you more output because it will contain more amount of labor and capital, and vice versa. 2 IQC will never intersect or touch because 2 IQC should give you different level of output. And IQC can never touch the y-axis because it touches the y-axis, consumption of labor becomes zero, only capital, zero labor. No, even the most advanced technology will require some amount of labor. And if it touches the x-axis, it means zero capital, only labor can produce something. How the hell you can produce? All right. So not possible. That's why it will never touch either X or Y axis. It is based on cardinal concept. That's it. Clear? Right. Then comes what is known as concept of revenue. So what is revenue? Revenue is nothing but the total number of units sold and the price per unit. So total revenue is nothing but the total receipt earned by a business from the sale of certain units of commodity. So price per unit into number of units sold. So that will give you total revenue. Average revenue is nothing but total revenue by quantity. So it is nothing but revenue per unit of sales. So this TR can be written as P into Q and Q written as Q. So it means we'll find that average revenue is always equals to price. And then marginal revenue will be nothing but change in total revenue by change in output. So it means if I remove this, becomes average revenue. If I put a delta over here, it becomes a marginal revenue. All right. So as I've told you that marginal revenue depends on the elasticity of demand. All right. In the outlay method, you will have to connect it. If I am decreasing the price and my total revenue is increasing. So just like we have seen that total product is nothing but a summation of marginal product, here total revenue will be nothing but summation of marginal revenue. So if total revenue is increasing, it means marginal revenue is positive. It may be falling, but it is positive. And it means when I'm decreasing the price, total revenue is increasing. Can I say if I take you to the outlay method, price decreases, total expenditure increases. Price and expenditure moving in the opposite direction. It means what is the elasticity of demand? E is greater than 1. So when the expenditure is increasing, it means seller's revenue is also increasing. Then also E will be greater than 1. So when I reduce the price and total revenue increases, it means marginal revenue is positive, and it also means that E is greater than 1. But when I reduce the price and total revenue becomes constant. Now if I write here, price is decreasing, but total expenditure of the consumer remains constant. So increase or decrease in price doesn't affect the total expenditure of the consumer. It means elasticity of demand is equals 0. 1. E is equals to 1. So it means when total expenditure is constant, it means I was spending the same money as before. It means total revenue will also be constant. So can I say that when price decreases but total revenue remains constant, it means MRE will be equals to 0. Correct? It means total revenue is same as before. It means nothing is added to total revenue. No. And when nothing is added to total revenue, because even if marginal revenue has a value of 1, it would have added something to total revenue, right? So marginal revenue 0, it means E will be equals to 1. And when price continues to decrease, but total revenue also decreases. So if I write here, price decreases and total expenditure decreases. Price and expenditure move in the same direction. It means E will be less than 1. So if the expenditure of the consumer is decreasing, it means total revenue of the seller will also decrease. So here MR will be negative, because if TR is decreasing, then MR is not adding to TR, but it is taking away from TR. So it means E will be less than 1. Correct. And when we have seen the diagram here, so if you remember the table that we have drawn, if this was the price, this was the total revenue, this is the marginal revenue, and this is the average revenue. If the price, how much value I have taken? 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. Sorry, quantity I have missed out. Quantity, PR, MR, and AR. From how many quantities I've started? 2. Okay, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Sorry, price decreases. Sorry. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. So Total revenue here is nothing, so everything will be zero. I'm not able to sell, but here total revenue is 18, here 24, here 28, here 30, here again 30, and let me take one more, and here 28. So if I calculate marginal revenue, change in TR is how much? 18, and change in output is how much? 2. So now marginal revenue is 9, average revenue 18 by 2 is 9. So you'll find that AR will always be equals to price. Then what happens? Here, what is the change in TR? 8 divided by 1. So 8 here, sorry, 8 kahan hai re? 6. 6 hai na? Here, what is the change? 4. Here, what is the change? 2. Here, what is the change? 0. Here, minus 2. So you see, as I went on in decreasing the price, total revenue is increasing up till this point, and average revenue will be equal to price 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. So can I say that up till from this point to this point, when the price is reduced, the total revenue is increasing and MR is positive, decreasing and positive. So can we say E must be greater than 1? Because only when E is greater than 1, price will fall and revenue will increase. Price and revenue move in the opposite direction. But if I take from this point to this point, what is happening? Price is further decreasing, but total revenue is what? Is constant. So it means MR, नहीं MP नहीं है ये MR है. MR will be equals to 0. It means total revenue is not changing, price is falling, but expenditure is constant. So total revenue is constant. E will be equals to 1. And from this point to this point, what is happening? Price is decreasing, total revenue is also decreasing. It means MR must be negative. What the hell happened? कहाँ चला गया? So marginal revenue is negative again. So E will be less than 1. So remember the diagram? Diagram yaad hai na? So if this is your revenue and this is your quantity, this is your AR, this is the MR, and when I drop down a line from here, this will be your TR increasing, reaching its maximum point, becomes constant and then begins to fall down. So can I say till the time MR is positive, can I say E must be greater than 1? And since MR is positive, if I drop down a line from anywhere, you will find that TR is increasing. So here also I can write E greater than 1. At the point where MR is equals to 0, E will be equals to 1 and TR is not changing. So here also I can write E is equals to 1. And when MR begins to fall down, then what happens? TR becomes TR begins, so when MR becomes negative, TR begins to fall down. So can I say when MR is negative, E will be less than 1. So here also E will be less than 1. But what are the most important point you have to keep in mind? That when TR is increasing, MR is falling, but it remains positive. AR is also falling. AR will always remain positive. When TR is at the top maximum, MR will be equals to 0. And when TR begins to, and elasticity will be equals to 1. And when MR becomes negative, that's when TR begins to fall down. So E will be less than 1. And AR curve is also known as demand curve. Why? Because demand is the willingness to buy And willingness to buy will not only create demand, you must have the ability to pay. And ability to pay depends on the price of the commodity, not only your income. Your income is sufficient, but the price increases. Your willingness to buy 10 units will come down to 8 units. So price we know is equals to AR. So AR is also known as the demand curve. Clear? Hai? And what was the formula that we have learned? MR is equals to AR into E minus 1 by E. I also have told you that in the examination they will try to confuse you by giving you AR equals to price into E minus 1 by E. Both are exact same formula because we know that AR equals to price. Clear? Hai? Alright. So production is over, revenue is over. We'll start with the concept of cost. So let's keep us, that implicit explicit cost is important. So remember, economic cost is needed for performing cost and benefit analysis. And क्या solve करेगा? मैं EC लिखा करा क्या solve करेगा? E equals to 2.718 EC क्या वैल्यू दे दिया ये? Alright, doesn't matter. पागल है. So now when I'm talking about economic cost, it includes both accounting cost plus non-accounting cost. Accounting cost is also known as explicit cost, and non-accounting cost is known as implicit cost, opportunity cost, alternate cost. What is the difference? Accounting cost can be recorded in the books of account because it is paid to whom? To a third party. Who is a third party? Third party are non-owner. Supplier of material is a non-owner. Employee of a business is a non-owner. Bank giving loan is a non-owner. So I am buying the resources, goods and services from various third party. I am making the payment. So any cost that can be recorded in your books of account is must have been paid to a third party, because implicit cost cannot be recorded in the books of account because actually it is not paid to anyone. So economic cost includes both accounting cost and non-accounting cost. And non-accounting cost is the cost of foregone opportunity. So if I given you the example, no, you are working as a CA, you quit your job and you earn some amount of money by doing your business. You have given up 50 lakh rupees of your salary to earn an income of 2 crore rupees. So your income is actually not 2 crore rupees. Your income is what you have given up plus you have what you have earned. So you gave up 50 lakh rupees minus 50 lakh to earn a profit of 2 crore. So actually your economic profit is 1.5 crore. So this have to be taken into consideration. It's a cost of foregone opportunity. If I withdraw my own capital and put it in my own business, bank is not going to pay me interest. So if suppose I withdrew 1 crore rupees to put in my business and I'm not able to generate at least 5% return, then I'm losing money. Why? Because if I would have left this money remain in the bank would have given me minimum 5 to 6% rate of interest. So interest forgone is my opportunity cost. Salary forgone is my opportunity cost. If I'm using my own building for my own business that I could have given for rent, that is also implicit cost. So we know that from the total revenue, if you deduct accounting cost, you will get accounting profit and loss. And after deducting implicit cost, you will get economic profit or loss. And four situations, keep that in mind. If there is implicit cost, then economic profit will be less than accounting profit. If implicit cost is more than accounting profit, then you will have economic loss. If implicit cost is equal to accounting profit, then you will have zero economic profit, which is also known as normal accounting profit. It means your economic profit is zero. But if you do not consider the implicit cost, then actually you are earning accounting profit. And lastly, if there is no implicit cost, then your accounting profit and economic profit will be the same. Right? ये four situation से क्वेश्चन पूछेगा या फिर न्यूमेरिकल्स में क्वेश्चंस पूछेगा आपको. नाउ all the other costs that we have to cover, they all are explicit costs, and it can be divided into what? Direct cost, indirect cost. Direct cost is directly incurred in the production of a particular goods or services. I am producing this pen. The factory में labor का cost, electricity का cost, material का cost, carriage outward, inward का cost, they all are direct cost. It means when my output will increase, my direct cost will also increase. When my output will decrease, my direct cost will also decrease. But there will be some other corporate house जहाँ पे management decision लेते हैं सब. Their salary is not linked to the production. So it means an advertisement cost, administration cost, air conditioning cost in the office. Do you think if the factory is shut down, the office will also be shut down? Not necessarily. कोरोना में फैक्ट्री बंद हो गया, चलो ऑफिस भी बंद हो गया, वर्क फ्रॉम होम से किया, जो घर से काम किया. It means company have to pay money because your effort is given. So any cost that is the general cost that cannot be attributed to any particular activity, and such costs do not increase or decrease with the increase or decrease in the level of production, is known as indirect cost. Then there comes fixed cost and variable cost. Remember, fixed cost is also known as overhead cost. If they ask you the question that fixed cost is one that never changes due to change in the level of output, is it a correct statement or a wrong statement? Fixed cost never changes when the output changes. Wrong. Why wrong? Never what? Yes. Fixed cost is difficult to change in the short run, or fixed cost do not change in the short run due to change in the level of output. That is the correct statement. To say never कि मेरा जिंदगी निकल जाएगा इसी प्लांट में और मैं प्लांट साइज बढ़ाएगा नहीं. So that is wrong. Correct. Variable cost is one which varies with the level of output. When the output is zero, fixed cost can never be zero. But when the output is zero, variable cost is zero. Output increases, fixed cost remains constant in the short run, but variable cost will increase. Output decreases, variable cost will decrease. Then there is what is known as semi-variable cost. What is a semi-variable cost? Semi-variable has both the element of fixity and variability. Electricity bill, water charges, it means minimum you have to pay, and after that whatever you consume extra you have to pay for that. ऑटो लिया, ऑटो में बैठा 20 रुपीज हो गया, मीटर डाउन 20 रुपीज गॉन, 20 है 30 है 30, अब बैठ के उतरा 30 रुपीज हो गया, एंड देन रिमेनिंग विल बी कैलकुलेटेड अकॉर्डिंग टू किलोमीटर ट्रेवल. तो दोनों को कंबाइन करेगा, इट्स सेमी वेरिएबल. फिक्स्ड इज द मोमेंट यू यस सिट इन द ऑटो, दैट इज फिक्स्ड, एंड रिमेनिंग इज वेरिएबल, सेमी वेरिएबल. एक और कॉस्ट होता है, very rarely they had asked, but I had read the question, so I included it in your book. That is sunk cost. What is the sunk cost? Count में पढ़ा नहीं है sunk cost. Sunk cost. Sunk cost is that cost that you have already incurred. The cost that you have already incurred, can you bring about a change in that cost? No. So it could be a fixed cost as well that you have already incurred. But the thing is, fixed cost, every fixed cost is not a sunk cost. Let's say, for example, I bought a machinery. I've incurred the fixed cost. Now it will become a sunk cost. But I've borrowed money. I have to pay fixed interest to the bank. That is a fixed cost. That is not a sunk cost. Because sunk cost में already incurred, it will now कुछ नहीं कर सकता मैं, खरीद लिया आप. Right. Let's say, for example, you are buying something every day for the same amount. दैट इज योर फिक्स्ड एक्सपेंसेस. लेकिन आपको एक दिन देखा कि Amazon डिस्काउंट ऑफर आया, बोला भाई यहाँ पे तो मस्त मिल रहा है, मेरे पास 2 पेन ड्राइव है, मैं 10 पेन ड्राइव और खरीद लिया. आई हैव बॉट इट. नाउ व्हाट कैन आई डू? आई विल सी एवरी डे 10 है, मैं क्या करेगा इतना डेटा. सो दैट बिकम्स योर sunk cost. Sunk cost is the cost that you have already incurred. So cost which have already been incurred. So that is your sunk cost. All right. Next comes all the costs that we have to take care of. So first of all, remember I've told you what is it? If you have the table, that is your total fixed cost. Now, if the output is very important, what was the value I've taken for TFC in your batch? 1000. I'm keeping it same so that there is no problem there, because these values are randomly taken, so it may differ, sometimes it doesn't differ. So whether output increases or decreases, total fixed cost remains the same. So what will be the shape of the TFC curve? It will be a horizontal straight line. Now the question is, why it will be a horizontal straight line? Why it will not begin from the origin? If suppose I have taken cost here and I have taken output here, why it will not begin from the origin? One by one करके answer देने का. Because if it begins from the origin, it means what? When output is zero, total fixed cost is also zero. Is it a possibility? No, it's not a possibility. It will begin from a point along the y-axis, and it will neither increase, because if it increases, it means you are saying that output increases, fixed cost also increases. That is also not a possibility. Neither it will decrease. So it will remain constant, so it will be a straight line. So you are incurring 1000 rupees of cost, output is 0 or 1 2 3 4 5, does not matter. This becomes your TFC curve. So TFC curve is a flat horizontal line which is parallel to the x-axis. It begins from the y-axis. Then I've told you what is total variable cost. Total variable cost, due to law of variable proportion, it will initially increase at a diminishing rate, then at a increasing rate. Tea example, if you remember, if we start to make tea, 1 cup of tea I made at 10 rupees and took 10 minutes. 2 cups of tea, will I take 20 minutes and I'll incur 20 rupees? No. If I'm making a food for myself in 2 hours, so 4 guests will come to my house, including me 5. Will I take 10 hours to make the food? बोलेगा सर आप लोग सो जाओ, कल ब्रेकफास्ट में आज का डिनर खाएगा. So, so as when you are producing more and more, you are better utilizing your fixed input. So your total variable cost will increase initially at a diminishing rate. But as you go on producing more and more, what happens? The potential of your fixed input, which was quite adequate before, it is no more adequate. So what happens? The total cost increases very sharply. So it means when output is zero, TVC is zero. And let's say here if I take 200, 300, 360, 400, then 600, 1000, 2000, and then 4000. So you see, from here to here, the increase in the total variable cost is by 200. When output I am increasing by 111 or 1 million, 1 million, whatever you can say. But here to here, output is increasing by only, the total cost is increasing, or variable cost is increasing by only 100. From here to here, it is increasing by only 60. From here to here, it is increasing by only 40. It means with the increase in output, total variable cost is increasing, but at a diminishing rate. But from this point onwards, it begins to increase at a increasing rate. You see, 400, then 1000, then 2000. Correct. So it means, what will be the shape of the TVC curve? Will it be like this? The answer is no. If it's like this, it means you are saying, sir, 1 unit produce किया, 200 हुआ, 2 unit produce करेगा, 400 होगा, 3 unit produce करेगा, 600 होगा. Is it like this? It is changing? No. So the TVC curve will look like an inverted H shape. Inverted S shape. So if I draw a TVC curve over here, so this is your variable cost and this is the level of output. So first I'm incurring 200 rupees for 1 unit of output. For second unit of output, I'm incurring 300 rupees. For third unit of output, I'm incurring 360 rupees. For fourth unit of output, I'm increasing only by 400 rupees. Then for fifth unit, it is increasing sharply to 600. For seventh unit, it is increasing to 1000, and so on so forth. So if I connect all these points, what will be the shape of the TVC curve? So you see it will increase like this at a diminishing rate, then it will increase at a increasing rate. This is your TVC curve. So TVC curve begins from the origin. Why? Because when output is zero, TVC also zero. Is it positively sloped curve? Yes, it is positively sloped curve because when the output increases, total variable cost increases. Of course, it will not increase in the same proportion. It is increasing at a diminishing rate, then at an increasing rate. So it is positively sloped but inverted S-shaped curve due to law of variable proportion. And then comes what is known as total cost. So total cost is nothing but summation between the total fixed cost and total variable cost. So we know when total cost is nothing but total variable cost plus total fixed cost. We know when output is equals to zero, your TVC will be equals to zero, but TFC is remaining 1000. So don't you think at zero level of output, your TC will be equals to TFC? Because TFC cannot be zero, how can TC be zero? So it means it will begin from the same point as the TFC curve. But can I say that the changes in the TC is only due to change in the TVC? Because TFC is not changing. So it means if here 1000 plus 100 equals to 1000, 1000 plus 200 is 1200, 1300, 1360, 1400, 1600, 2000, 3000, and 5000. So my question is, if there is change in the total cost, is it due to the total fixed cost? No, total fixed cost is a part of total cost, but the change in the total cost is happening only due to the change in the total variable cost, or simply you can say variable cost. Average नहीं दिया मतलब वो total है. So variable cost. So it means if I take any point and try to find out what is the change in the variable cost and what is the change in the total cost, you'll get the same value. You see 400, 600, 200 ka difference, 1400, 1600, 200 ka difference, 2000 and 4000, 2000 ka difference, 3000 and 5000, 2000 ka difference. So it means it will look exactly like the TVC curve. Only thing is that it will begin from a TFC curve. So here you have cost and here is the output. Here is your TFC curve. This will be your TVC curve and this will be your TC curve. So the gap between the TC and TVC is always constant because this gap is due to TFC. It means the gap is always 1000 between the total cost and the total variable cost. So TVC and TC curve will be parallel lines. And how to decipher the diagram, as I've told you before as well. So output is 0. Your total cost is 1000. Correct? Output is 1 unit. Your total variable cost is 200. Total fixed cost is 1000. 1000 plus 200 you have. Total cost is 1200. Again, output is 2 unit and total cost is 300. Total fixed cost is 1000. So 300 plus 1000. So you have total cost of 1300. Correct or not? So this way it will move around. So the point to remember is that first, total cost curve looks and behave just like TVC curve because the changes in the total cost is only due to the change in the total variable cost. Second, total cost curve begins from the same point as the TFC curve because when output is 0, TC equals to TFC. Third, TC and TVC curve will be parallel lines. Why? Because the difference between them is due to total fixed cost which remains constant. So they will never touch. Clear hai? You can take a break. 5:30 हो गया. Sorry? So let's continue. So TC and TVC curve we have covered. Now comes average fixed cost. So average of any cost is that cost divided by the level of output. So output is 0, total fixed cost is 1000. We are not going to divide it by 0, we'll simply put a dash or put 1000. But from here, you'll find that as the output increases, we are dividing the same total fixed cost by increasing denominator. So initially, the fall will be very sharp, but it will taper off or it will slow down. So 1000 by 1 is 1000, 1000 by 2 is 500, 1000 by 3 is 333.33. Ignore the decimal. 250, 1000 by 5 is 200, then 167, then how much it will be? 7 1 times 143, and then 125. So what happens initially, the fall is very sharp. You see, from here to here, the fall is by 500. But if I count it here, the fall is even lower than 50. So it means as the output increases, the AFC continues to fall down. So AFC curve will have a negative slope. So here is your average fixed cost, and here is the level of output. And initially, it will fall sharply and then it will taper off. It will continue to fall. Now, AFC curve is downward sloping because with the increase in output, the same amount of total cost is divided, total fixed cost divided by higher denominator. Secondly, it is convex to the origin and it will never touch either x or y axis because it cannot be either infinite or it can be 0. It means if I'm producing here, let's say 1000 unit, then the average fixed cost will be 1. If I'm producing 10,000 units, it will become 0.1. If I'm producing 1 lakh unit, it will become 0.001. But it will never be 0. It can become negligible. So that's your AFC curve. But when we come to AVC curve, so initially the TVC is increasing at a diminishing rate. So when any cost increases at a diminishing rate, its average will fall. And when the cost increases at an increasing rate, its average will begin to rise. So it means up till which point do you think the TVC is increasing at a diminishing rate? Up till this point. So let's calculate it. We know that average variable cost is total variable cost by divided by the level of output. So if I total variable cost is 0, this will be 0. 200 by 1 is 200. 300 by 2 is 150. 360 by 3 is 120. 400 by 4 is 100. So you see AVC is falling up till this line. But from this point onwards, 600 by 5 is 120. It begins to rise. 1000 by 6 is 167. 2000 by 7, that will be 7 to 86. And it will be 500. So average fixed cost initially fall, reaches its lower point, and then it begins to rise. So if I have to draw AVC curve, this is your average variable cost, and this is the level of output. So average variable cost initially falls, it reaches its lowest point, and then it begins to rise. This is your AVC curve. So it is U-shaped. Now, if they ask you why it is U-shaped, it is because of law of variable proportion. Why law of variable proportion? Because understand, again, they will try to confuse you with regard to the concept of cost and production. So when the total product is increasing at a increasing rate, it means cost must be increasing at a diminishing rate. So it means, let's say, if I say total variable cost is increasing but at a diminishing rate, it's a good thing or a bad thing? Of course it is a good thing. So it means your average variable cost will decrease, so you are having increasing returns here. So total cost, variable cost, or even total cost increases at a diminishing rate, your cost is increasing slowly, it means your productivity is increasing fast. But when total variable cost increases at an increasing rate, this is considered as bad because your average variable cost will begin to rise. In this case, you are having diminishing return. And if you combine it with the law of variable proportion diagram, so in the law of variable proportion, what we have seen is that if suppose this is your production and this is your variable input. So initially what is happening, TP is increasing at a sharp rate and that it increases at a slower rate. This is your TP. So it means if I take from this point to this point, Can I say this much of variable input is leading to increase in variable input is leading to increase in output by a fairly large amount? Correct? So it means, can I say relatively lesser increase in variable input is leading to more increase in output? So variable input को खरीदने के लिए what cost will I incur? I will incur variable cost. I will incur variable cost. So can I say here that relatively less increase in variable input and more increase in output? So less increase in variable input, it means, can I say less increase in variable cost? It means we can also say variable cost increases at diminishing rate. So it means you are getting increasing returns, because when variable cost is increasing at a diminishing rate, it means average variable cost will decrease. But if I take the other side from where MP begins to fall down, imagine that I have put in this much of variable input, and what is the corresponding increase in output? Don't you think output is increasing at a smaller rate compared to increase in variable input? So it means, can I say here that more increase in variable input lead to less increase in output or total product? So it means, can I say that there will be more increase in variable cost, or can I say variable cost must be increasing at increasing rate? So it means your average variable cost will increase. So here you are having diminishing return. Not clear? I'll explain it again. Again? हाँ, so देखो, सबसे पहले this diagram shows what? This diagram shows relationship between increase in variable input. सबसे पहले, to buy the variable input, I will incur variable cost. To buy the fixed input, I will incur fixed cost. Can I buy variable input incurring fixed cost? No. So it means if I am putting more and more variable input, it means I'm incurring more and more variable cost. But it's not only incurring variable cost. We have to find out at what rate your variable cost is increasing. So during the first stage, can I say that marginal product is increasing and total product is increasing at an increasing rate? It means when total product is increasing at an increasing rate, can I say that lesser increase in input, more increase in output, lesser increase in variable input, more increase in output? Correct? So I am increasing the variable input by I am increasing the variable input by, let's say if I put a value here, I am increasing the variable input by 30%, but output is increasing by 80%. So I am there at the stage of increasing return. So if my variable input is increasing at a slower rate, don't you think my variable cost will also increase at a slower rate? Correct or not? So it means less variable input, less increase in variable input. It means less increase in variable cost. That is total variable cost. It means total variable cost will increase at a diminishing rate. So when the cost is increasing at a diminishing rate, it is good thing. It means there is efficiency in the organization. So when I am putting in lesser variable input and output is increasing sharply, it means my total variable cost will increase at a diminishing rate. And we know that when total of any cost increases at a diminishing rate, its average will come down. All right. And we know that stage one is a stage of increasing returns. But in stage two, what is happening? I am adding more and more variable inputs. Let's say I'm increasing the variable inputs by, let's say 100%, but my output is increasing by only 60%. So it means, can I say I have to put more variable input? So my variable cost will increase at a higher rate or increasing rate. So can I say here that more increase in variable input, less increase in output, it means more increase in variable cost. So variable cost increases at an increasing rate. Your cost is rising sharply. And when the variable cost is increasing at an increasing rate, it means average variable cost will also increase, and due to which the ABC curve will become a U-shaped curve. It means till the time average variable cost is decreasing, it means total variable cost is increasing at a diminishing rate. So you are having increasing return. But when total variable cost is increasing, it means, sorry, average variable cost is increasing. It means total variable cost must be increasing at increasing rate. So you are having diminishing return. So cost increasing at an increasing rate is bad. Productivity increasing at an increasing rate is good. So we can say when TP is increasing at increasing rate, it means cost must be increasing at a diminishing rate. So this and this both will point to only one direction, that there is increasing returns. But when total product is increasing at diminishing rate, it means more variable input increases, less output increases. It means your cost will increase at increasing rate. So it means you are having diminishing return. Correct? Clear hai? So when cost is increasing at a diminishing rate, which cost? Variable cost. So your average variable cost will fall, and when your cost variable cost is increasing at an increasing rate, then average variable cost will rise. That's why I've written here, when your total variable cost is increasing at a diminishing rate, you are having increasing returns. And when your total variable cost is increasing at an increasing rate, it means average variable cost is rising, you are having a diminishing return. Clear enough? Clear? So that is your average variable cost. Now, total cost, average total cost. Average total cost you can get in two ways. Average total cost you can get in two ways. ATC, either you will add average fixed cost plus average variable cost, or you will divide the total cost by output, you should get the same value. So here if I add, kahan gaya? Here if I add to find out what is my average total cost, here nothing, then but here 1200, here 650, here 3, 5, 453, then here 350, then here 320, here 334, then 9, 428, and then you have 625. So your average total cost also increase, cost diminishes, and then after reaching its lowest point it will begin to rise. Same logic is it, because you see, if your total cost, we know that average total cost comes from dividing the total cost by output, correct? So or you can say average total cost is average variable cost plus average fixed cost. As output increases, initially AVC falls, plus your AFC also falls. So don't you think ATC will also fall? But after a certain level of output, AFC will become lower value. It will have a lesser value. But your AVC begins to rise. So don't you think ATC will begin to rise? If you look at from other perspective, if total cost is increasing at a diminishing rate, then average total cost will decrease, and when total cost increases at an increasing rate, average total cost will also increase. But the question comes, why is it so that total cost is increasing initially at a diminishing rate? Because total cost is summation of total variable cost plus total fixed cost, and we know total fixed cost remains constant. So don't you think if total variable cost is increasing at diminishing rate, so don't you think total cost will also increase at diminishing rate? Because change hoga total cost mein, it is only due to the change in the total variable cost. And later on, when total variable, again total fixed cost remains constant, and later on what happens? Total variable cost increases at a increasing rate. So don't you think total cost will also increase at a increasing rate? Right or wrong? Clear? So it means, can I say that ATC curve will also be U-shaped? And the reason why it is U-shaped is due to law of variable proportion. Clear? Hai? Then comes marginal cost, big daddy of all costs. So marginal cost is what? Marginal cost is change in total cost by change in quantity. But didn't I tell you, if the total cost is changing only due to the change in the total variable cost. So if they ask you question that marginal cost is closely related to which of the cost, and they give you both total cost and total variable cost, no doubt the formula we write change in total cost by change in output. But my question is, total cost is changing. Why? Cost doesn't have its own origin, independent origin. Total cost is simply an aggregate between total variable cost and total fixed cost. And every bit of change in the total cost is only due to the total variable cost. So can I say that change in the total cost will be as much as the change in the total variable cost? So can I also say marginal cost is closely related to the variable cost or total variable cost? Correct? So if I have to calculate the marginal cost, तो marginal cost क्या आ जाएगा? So you have to find out what is the change in the total cost divided by the change in the level of output. Here nothing, but here you have 200, then you have 100, then you have 60, then 40, then 200, then 400, then 1000, then 2000. But my question is, can I calculate the same marginal cost using total variable cost? Yes, you will get exact same value. So we see that marginal cost also falls, but it falls and rises more sharply than the average variable cost and average total cost. So marginal cost will also be U-shaped. Marginal cost will also be U-shaped. Marginal cost ये भी U-shape होगा. But in the process of rising, what it will do? You see, if you compare the marginal cost with average variable cost. Don't you think marginal cost and average variable cost begins from the same point? So, but marginal cost falls more sharply than the average because marginal will always be more volatile because marginal you are calculating as a difference between the two levels of output. And average you are calculating at the same level. So, marginal and average variable cost begins from the same point. Then what happens? A marginal cost falls down sharply from 200 to 100, average variable cost falls down to 150. Then it falls down to 60, this falls down to 120. Then it falls down to 40 and this falls down to 100. But by the time it begins to rise from where? Look at the point. It begins to rise from from 100 to 200. During the same point, what is happening? Marginal is rising from 40 to 200. So don't you think marginal cost is going to cut the average variable cost from below, but from where? From its lowest point. Now, if I compare the average total cost with marginal cost, average total cost increase, happens to fall from a higher point compared to the marginal cost. But again, same thing is repeated. 1200 to 650, this is 200 to 100. Then 650 to 450, this falls down to 60. Then this falls down to 40 and this falls down to 350. Then it falls down to 320 and from 320 it begins to rise from 320 to 334 and 334 से 348 28 rise करता है. By this time what happens? Marginal cost rises from 200 to 400. So if you compare this point here जहां से rise शुरू होता है, so 320 से ये 334 जब तक गया, from the lowest point it is making a turn, marginal cost rises from 200 to 400. So don't you think marginal cost will cut also the ATC curve from below from its lowest point? So if I have to draw a curve showing all the three curves together, draw a diagram showing all the three curves together. So this is your marginal cost. It rises and falls. The average variable cost begins from the same point from where marginal cost begins, and cost cuts the average variable cost from its lowest point, as we have seen in a table. and then my average total cost also is cut at its lowest point, ATC, by the marginal cost. But what you need to remember is what? If I circle out this point and look at ATC curve, ABC curve first. ABC curve has a negative slope, isn't it? ABC curve has a negative slope. And when ABC curve is falling, it means, can I say marginal cost is lower than the ABC curve? Likewise, can I say when ATC curve has a negative slope, then again the same thing, marginal cost is lower than ATC curve. So it means in the circle part, I can say that MC is less than ABC and MC is less than ATC. But if I take the other side here, if I take this particular point, so it means what is happening now? Both ABC and ATC curve has a positive slope. They both are rising. So can I say that when ATC and ABC curve has a positive slope, then in the circle part, what is happening? Marginal cost is more than ABC and marginal cost is more than ATC. Correct? So when ABC and ATC curve has a negative slope, MC is lower than ABC and ATC. When ABC and ATC curve has a positive slope, then MC is more than ABC and ATC. But in the long run, you don't have a single curve, you don't have two curves, because the difference between variable cost, average variable cost, and average total cost disappears because there is no average fixed cost. But also, you need to remember one thing, that ABC and ATC curves are coming closer to one another. Why they are coming closer to one another? They will not be parallel lines, so be careful. TC curve and TVC curves are parallel line because the difference between them is TFC, which is constant. But the difference between ATC and AVC is not TFC but AFC. And AFC, what happened, continues to fall. So don't you think the ATC and AVC curve will come closer to one another? So the reason why they come closer to one another is because of fall in the average fixed cost. Clear? Hai? So now, if I'm talking about in the long run, there is no distinction made between AVC and ATC because there is no average fixed cost. So you can call it an AC curve or ATC curve, and the same idea will prevail here as well. So this is your AC or ATC curve, and this is the marginal cost curve. And marginal cost cuts the AVC and ATC curve from below, from its lowest point. Again, if I circle this particular area, so can I say in the circle part, what slope AC curve has? AC curve has a negative slope. It means AC is falling, and when AC is falling, then we can say that MC will be lower than MC will be lower than AC or ATC. Or you can say MC curve will completely lie between the AC or ATC curve. But if I take the other part, that is this part over here, now AC has a positive slope. All the pointers I've made you right. So AC has a positive slope, and when AC has a positive slope, it means we can say that MC is more than AC or ATC. Now mark it with a 3 star. ये relationship between MC, AC and ATC हमेशा every single time, every examination they ask. There has been not even a single examination जहाँ पे ये relationship नहीं पूछा हो. Now come to the question which is a non-diagram question. So they can also ask you that what if the marginal cost is increasing? Average से नहीं पूछ रहा, marginal से पूछ रहा है. So you have to be careful whether they are asking you a diagram based question or simple relation between MC and AC. When marginal cost is rising, then you can say AC or ATC will also increase. When marginal cost is falling, then AC or ATC will also decrease. But if they change the progression, it means if I say that if AC or ATC average cost is increasing, what is happening to marginal cost? You'll have to choose the option. You cannot comment. Marginal cost may rise, fall, or not change. You cannot say. Why? Remember the height example I gave you? If there are 100 students in the classroom, I want to find out average height. I have to add everybody's height. And if I add everybody's height, let's say you get 5.5 feet divided by 2, divided by 100, sorry. So average height, that doesn't mean that the entire classroom's height is 5.5 feet. No, average height is 5.5 feet. In the classroom, somebody may be even 6 feet tall, or somebody may be 3 feet short. Average height is 5.5 feet. A person who is 6 feet tall enters the classroom. I add him to the group and take the average again. Now, this person is a marginal person. So, marginal person's height is more than the average height of the classroom. So, what will happen to the average? Average will increase by a small margin, but it will increase. So, and if suppose that marginal person who is entering, his height is not 6 feet, but he is only 4 feet tall or 4 feet short, then what will happen? The average will decrease. So it means average will go where the marginal is going. Vice versa, you cannot comment. Clear? Understood? That is the relationship between MC and HC. Then comes the mother of all the curves. That is your, yes, long run average cost curve, which is also known as envelope curve or planning curve. Now, what is envelope curve or planning curve? We'll call it as long run average cost curve. So AC और ATC curve ही long run average cost curve है. So long run average cost curve, why it is known as envelope curve? Because if I write here average cost and here quantity of output, and this is your AC or ATC, this is your LAC curve, it will consist of several short run average cost curve, and the LAC will be tangent to each of the SSC curve. This each of this SSC is independent plant being additional plant being put into business. Now, when you started your business, it is not sure that you'll be able to sell everything you are producing. You will produce at a lower capacity. So your average cost will be high. So it means right now, if suppose you are producing at this point, this is your output and this is your average cost. You are using the first plant. All right. But if you increase your output to this point, your average cost falls down. It means I was producing 10,000 units at 1 lakh rupees. Now I'm producing 20,000 units not at 2 lakh rupees but 1,50,000 rupees. So don't you think my average will fall down? But in the short run, the most productive efficient point of production is the point wherein your short run average cost curve is at its lowest. But if I use the same plant beyond its maximum capacity, then what will happen? My output will increase, but my average cost will rise sharply. It means my total cost will increase at an increasing rate. So economics tells me that if the demand for your product is rising, please you cannot use the same plant beyond its maximum capacity because your cost will increase. So you buy another plant, and if I buy another plant and I use it to full capacity, you see my output is increasing, but my average cost is decreasing. Again, if the demand is increasing and I use the same plant, what will happen? You're putting more and more material when the plant has reached its maximum capacity. Don't you think it will break down, overheat, labor hour will be wasted, repair cost will increase? So your average cost will rather increase uh, rather than falling. So economy tells you buy another plant. Buy another plant. As you go on adding more and more plant, your average cost decreases. It means if I take here the output and total cost here, and if I take LAC over here, if I was producing 10 units, I was incurring 200, my average was 20. When I'm producing 20 unit, average is 300, my so total is 300, it is increasing at a diminishing rate. So average is how much now? 15. If I'm producing 30 units and the average is 360, then it is 12. If I'm producing 40 units, average is 400, then it is 10. So it means after reaching this point, if I put more plant, then my average cost begins to rise. The question comes to me is that why is it so that as I went on adding more and more plant, initially my total cost is increasing at a diminishing rate due to which my average cost is rising, average cost is falling, then why I'm not getting the same benefit? Because the reason is when businesses become big, their complexity increases and wastage will also increase. So the most productive efficient point of production, if it is the short run at the lowest point of SSE, then in the long run it is at the lowest point of LSE curve. Beyond that point you should not go. But if that is the case, it means beyond this point if I go, then what will happen? If I produce in 50 units, my cost may increase to 1000. So what is my LSE now? It increases sharply to 20. But if that is the case, then we'll not have big companies like Reliance or Bajaj or Apple or Tesla or Coca-Cola for that matter. So why isn't this law is not applicable to them? So there is only one way you can beat this law is by adopting modern technology. So when you adopt modern technology, then what will happen? After reaching the most productive efficient point, it means the lowest point of your LSE, your average you can make it remain constant. It means you can produce more and more by adding more and more plant, but here your total cost will increase at the same rate. So your average remains constant. So remember, your average is not increasing with the increase in production. That doesn't mean that total cost is not increasing. It means total cost is increasing at the constant rate. So what will happen in this case? In this case, after falling down to its lowest point, the LSE curve will not rise up again. It will rather become a flat line, and you can continue to add more and more plant, and you see average is decreasing. After reaching the lowest point, it will become flat. It means your average will not rise and your total cost will increase at a same rate. This becomes your LSE curve. It becomes L shape. It will happen only due to modern or advanced technology. Clear hai? Now let's come down to the type of question that they ask you over here. If this is your average cost and this is the output and this is your LSE curve. So you have to figure out whether the question they are asking is with regard to the left hand side of the diagram or the right hand side. It means when the LSE curve has a negative slope. So negative slope का मतलब खराब नहीं है, यहाँ पे negative slope का मतलब बढ़िया है. Why? Because with the increase in production, your average cost is decreasing. It means your total cost must be increasing at diminishing rate. So अगर क्वेश्चन बोला कि the negative slope of the LSE curve indicates what? Total cost increases at an increasing rate, at a diminishing rate, at a constant rate. It increases at a diminishing rate. And when total cost is increasing at a diminishing rate, it means you are getting increasing returns to scale. And increasing returns to scale happens due to economies of scale. So it means they can also ask you total cost is increasing at a diminishing rate. Which of the following is true? Now they may not give you economies of scale as the answer. They may give you a part components of internal and external economies. They can say management is able to specialize in uh, good production technique. They can say that you are able to reduce the cost of production. They can say that the sellers are able to the product producer is able to increase the level of output. They have good bargaining power with the suppliers of raw materials, all this thing. So economies of scale consist of internal economies and external economies. Clear hai? And on the right hand side, when you have a positive slope of LSE, positive in this case is not good but bad, because your average cost is rising. It means your total cost must be increasing at increasing rate. And when your total cost is increasing at an increasing rate, we have seen whether it's total variable cost or total cost, it does not matter. Any cost increases at an increasing rate, it means you're getting diminishing returns to scale, which happens due to diseconomies of scale, which can be divided into internal diseconomies and external diseconomies. very, very important concept. बोल क्लियर है. So this finishes our what 12 days of class. Sorry, third chapter is over. Third chapter is over. Fourth chapter is very easy. So market. Now I'm not going to discuss different types of market. Short period market, long period market, regulated market, unregulated market. वो लिखा है आप पढ़ लेना वहां से. Right. We are going to discuss the characteristics of perfect competition, monopolistic, oligopoly, and monopoly. First thing, foremost thing, important every time they ask you question is that when we move from perfect competition towards monopoly, MP monopoly में लिख रहा है. Between perfect competition, closer to it you have monopolistic competition, and here you have oligopolistic competition. So in a perfect competition, the competition is of the highest degree, very high degree of competition. So competition and price have inverse relation. It means increase in competition will lead to decrease in price. So here you will have high competition and low price. Here you have no competition and high price. So an oligopolist will charge higher price than monopolistic and perfect competition but lower price than monopoly. And a monopolistic competition, goods will be sold at a higher price than perfect competition but at a lower price than oligopoly and monopoly. Monopoly will charge the highest price and perfect competition the lowest price. Second, they can ask you that which of the following competition is an ideal construct. In reality, it does not exist. It is a perfect competition. They can also ask you which type of market comes closer to a perfectly competitive market. It is agriculture and perishable goods market. So mind it. Agriculture and perishable goods market is not a perfectly competitive market, but they are close to a perfectly competitive market. Now, in case of perfectly competitive market, there will be large number of small firms. Again, the word small is very important. Why we call it small firm? Because any firm is not so big enough that it can affect the market price by changing its level of output. But most important thing, this is a common feature between monopoly and monopolistic. In both cases, you'll write the same point. Then in a perfect competition, homogeneous goods are sold. Homogeneous goods are also known as undifferentiated goods, identical goods, perfect substitutes. They can use any of these terms. It means if there are 100 sellers selling product X, then all 100 sellers must be selling the commodity which will give you exact same utility. It means your satisfaction will not vary by even fraction of a percentage whether you buy from seller A or seller B. Then the firms are price taker. Now this is a unique feature of a perfect competition. So sometimes they will ask you a question that which are the feature of a price taking firms. It means perfect competition. So it means any new firm, the price has fallen down due to intense competition to such a low level that any new firm entering the market will have to take up the current market price. They cannot afford to charge a higher price, otherwise nobody will buy. Why will you pay even 1% extra for a good which is the perfect substitute sold by many sellers to one particular seller who is charging you a high price? And you cannot afford to sell at a lower price because you will incur losses. So the only way you can increase your profit is by increasing your volume of sale, but you cannot touch the market price. There is no price discrimination because when consumers have an assumption is taken that consumers have perfect knowledge about the market. So if I charge a consumer 10 rupees from another, if I charge 11 rupees, that consumer will not buy the product. And consumers have immense number of choice available in the form of different sellers wherein their perfect substitute are being sold. So I will lose all my customers if I try to discriminate prices. Every seller is fighting with each other to remain relevant in the market. So there will be no barrier to entry. Any firm can easily enter and exit the market. The firm can earn only normal profit. Losses and abnormal losses can happen to any business under any competition. Even in monopoly, loss can happen. All right. So only normal profit. Why? Because you cannot discriminate the price. You are a price taker. No way in the short run or in the long run you can ever earn abnormal profit. Moreover, when every seller is selling perfect substitute, then can I differentiate my product saying Complan is better than Horlicks? Complan and Horlicks, if suppose they are hypothetically they are the same. And since people have perfect knowledge about the market, the purpose of advertisement is to fool people. Can I fool people? The answer is no. When I advertise, I am not advertising only for my product, I am advertising for every other product. So, no selling cost or no advertisement cost will be incurred. And the second reason why you cannot afford to incur any advertisement cost, because you are earning wafer thin margin of profit. When your margin of profit is very small, how can you afford to earn, incur advertisement cost? There is free mobility of factor inputs. It means in the industry, when everybody is producing a perfect substitute, so whether it's the raw material, whether it's the labor expertise, whether it's the technology, will be highly mobile between different firms. So very easy access to raw materials and other factor inputs we get. That's why we say there is free mobility of factor inputs. Clear? Two assumptions are taken in case of a perfect competition, that is people have perfect knowledge about the market and there is absence of transportation or communication cost. That brings us to the difference between a perfect and a pure competition, because a pure competition will have all the characteristic of a perfect competition. Only these two assumptions are not taken. Then come to the demand curve. The demand curve under a perfect competition will be a horizontal straight line, and if this is the price, this is your average revenue and also equals to marginal revenue. Because when the price is constant, your AR and MR will always be the same. Look at the table that I've given you. Right? It doesn't matter how much you increase the quantity, you change the quantity by any number you like, but keep the price constant. You will always get MR equals to AR. And we know that AR is also known as the demand curve. So this becomes your demand curve, which is a horizontal straight line parallel to the x-axis. So this is a unique feature of a perfect competition where AR is equals to MR. And the reason why AR equals to MR, because you cannot change the price. Everybody is a price taker. Right. Then comes the question where they ask almost every single time, the equilibrium for industry and equilibrium for firm. दोनों का equilibrium. Industry consists of many firms. So equilibrium for the industry will be achieved at the point where demand and supply curve they intersect. So the price is determined by the market, and this quantity denote quantity demanded and quantity supplied. When I say quantity supplied, it means this quantity supplied is the supply of not one firm but all the firms taken together. So the market will achieve equilibrium at the point where aggregate demand is equals to aggregate supply. But for an independent seller, how can we determine the equilibrium? Is by comparing the marginal revenue and marginal cost. So here revenue and cost, and here is the output. We know that AR is equals to MR here. Here target हमारा MR है, and this is your marginal cost. So it means if they ask you the question that the level of output is determined by what, it is the marginal cost. So wherever the marginal cost will the MR curve, there you will be producing. So at this point, you have MR equals to MC, which is also known as point of profit maximization. Why? Because this is the point wherein highest possible revenue that you could have earned, you are earning. Now let's say if I'm producing at this point, let's say here the price is rupees 100 and I'm producing at this point, this is my level of output. Can I say my marginal cost for producing 100 let's say let's say price 10 rupees ले लिया and you take 100 here. So the cost of producing, additional cost of producing is 30 rupees, is let's say 3 rupees. So I have 7 rupees of additional marginal revenue over marginal cost. मैं positive territory में, I will increase the output. I produce 200 more, it means total 300 I'm producing, and my marginal cost fall down to 2. So it means now my marginal revenue is 8 rupees higher than my marginal cost. Even better situation. So I will produce. I further add 500 more units of output. Let's say 800 I'm producing. And what happens? My marginal cost is 8 rupees. So still my marginal revenue is 2 rupees more than the marginal cost I will produce. And eventually I'll reach to this point. When I reach this point, I find out that the additional cost of producing, let's say 50 additional unit, is 10 rupees, and the revenue that I'm going to generate is also 10 rupees. I will apply the break over here. It means जितना कमा सकता था कमा लिया. I'm not shutting down my production, but I will not increase my production beyond this point. Because if I go beyond this point, then what is happening? You see, my marginal cost increases to 14 rupees, but my marginal revenue is 10 rupees. I cannot touch this 10 rupees because I'm a price taker. Otherwise, I would have increased the price. So I am in a negative territory. So it means we know that you should continue to increase the output till the time MR is more than MC. If your MR is more than MC, MC is more than MR, then you should decrease the level of output. You should always try to achieve the point where MR is equals to MC to achieve equilibrium. And we know that MC curve cuts both AR and MR curve from below. यहाँ पे lowest point नहीं है because it's a flat line. Clear है? One question from here, and another question they will ask you is from profit and loss condition for profit and loss. So in this case, what happens? Again, the same way, in case of equilibrium, we are comparing MRMC, but in case of profit and loss, we'll have to compare what? AC and AC ATC with average revenue. So again, this is your revenue and cost, and this is the output. This is your AR and MR curve. This is your AC or ATC curve, and this is the MC curve. Abhi forget about MC curve. So you see, if I take this point A and this point B, can I say my average cost AC is, or you can say AR is less than AC or ATC between this point and this point, correct? And if I take this point and this point C and point D, then also I can say AR is less than AC or ATC, correct? So in both cases, I'm having abnormal losses. Now, what is a normal loss and what is an abnormal loss? If suppose your average revenue is here and your average cost is just above, it's a normal loss. But if your average cost is very high, then your average revenue, that loss turns into abnormal loss. And we know that as we go on producing more and more, let's say if I'm put if I'm producing at this point, this is my AR and this is my AC. But if I increase my output Q0 to Q1, don't you think my AC falls down? It becomes closer to my AR. Normal loss changes to normal loss. Still, I'm having losses. If I'm producing at this level, then this is my average cost, which is even closer to my average revenue. And at this point, we have a situation wherein AR is equals to AC or ATC. It means you are earning normal profit. Now the question comes, sir, if AR is equals to AC or ATC, then we are breaking even. No, we are not breaking even. Why? Because didn't I tell you that think the same explicit implicit cost from the perspective of average cost. So whether I write average revenue or total revenue, it does not matter. So if suppose average revenue, if I write is rupees 100 less average cost. So let's AC or ATC. Now this is your accounting cost. If let's say accounting cost is rupees 80, then you have 20 rupees as accounting profit. And if suppose your implicit cost is rupees 20, then you have zero economic profit. But if you do not take this implicit cost into consideration, aren't you having a normal profit? So if I say that AR is rupees 100 and AC or ATC is also rupees 100, in this AC or ATC, you have 80 rupees as your accounting cost and 20 rupees as your implicit cost. If I do not take this implicit cost into consideration, then are you not getting an accounting profit? So even though you have zero economic profit at this point, let's say point X, still you have normal accounting profit. So when AR is equals to AC or ATC, it is considered as a point of normal profit. And if I go beyond this point, then what happens? Again, my profit will turn into loss because now again my average cost begins to rise. And if I go to this point and I'm producing over here, then my average cost is even higher than my average revenue. That turn loss will turn into a abnormal loss. Clear? So for me, the best point to produce is the point where AC is lowest, and we know where AC is lowest, MC is the one that cuts AC from this point. At this point, we cannot only say that AR is equals to AC or ATC, but also MR is equals to MC. So you are having equilibrium alongside you are having point of normal profit. Clear? All right. So keep this in mind. These 3 points that I've given you already. AR more than AC or ATC, you have abnormal profit or supernormal profit. Now the question is, sir, where can I see abnormal profit? You will not see because in the perfect competition, abnormal profit will not happen. But if I wanted to earn abnormal profit, then I will have to become from a price taker to a price maker. It means I should be able to increase the average revenue. Average revenue is equals to price from this point to this point. Now let's say if this is no more my average revenue, this is my average revenue and I'm producing at this point, it means this becomes my AC and that becomes my AR. Now AR is more than AC. It means even after deducting implicit cost, still you are having an economic profit. So actually you are having abnormal profit. But is this a possibility for me to raise the price? No, not at all, because I am a price taker, not a price maker. And the last thing that comes is, so remember, as I've told you, they will try to confuse you in the question wherein you don't know whether the question is related to MRMC or ARATC. Search for the word equilibrium or search for the word maximum. If anywhere maximum word is given or equilibrium is mentioned, it is related to MRMC question. But only profit loss or abnormal profit or loss this is mentioned, it means it is a question related to ARATC. Now we come to what is known as production continue and shutdown decision. Now this is a short run situation. Why? Because if you are incurring losses in the short run, you will never expand and go from the short to the long run. So whether to continue or produce or shut down my operation, I will have to compare the price or which is equals to AR with average variable cost. So in the first case, what we get? We get is that price or AR is equals to ABC. Now this is the shutdown point because if the price falls down by even 1 rupee, I have to necessarily shut down. But right now I should not shut down. And what did I mention? Why I will not shut down? You have to find out what is happening when I'm continuing to produce and what will happen if I shut down. Let's say price or AR is rupees 1000 and Your average variable cost is also rupees 1000. But your average, this is not minus dash I'm putting, your average fixed cost is rupees 300. So what is my loss? Loss equals to rupees 300. Now tell me, if I shut down, shut कर दिया मैं, so this AR, I'm not going to get, my average variable cost will also become zero. But do you think the bank will say, sir, don't pay interest on the loan that you have taken? Huh? The owner of the premises, will it not say, sir, will it say that, sir, don't pay the rent, you are not operating? No, I have to pay everything. So my fixed cost remains at 300. Total fixed cost becomes my average then. All right. You cannot say my output is zero, my total fixed cost is zero. No. So the loss even after shutting down is equal to rupees 300. So it means whether you produce or you don't produce, your loss remains the same. You are not getting the benefit of reducing your cost by shutting down your operation. So it's better to continue. Now, why do we call it shutdown point? But you should be continuing to produce. You should continue to produce because your burden is not changing even after shutting down. But why do we call it shutdown point? Because if the price falls down by even 10 rupees over here, you will have to necessarily shut down. That's why we call it shutdown point. But production should be continued. Because if you continue producing, then what will happen? Two things can happen. One good and one bad. First, your price or AR increases. So now you have price or AR more than average variable cost. Now let's say market price increases from 1000 to rupees 1200. Do you think increase in market price will lead to increase in my average variable cost? No, my average variable cost remains at 1000 rupees and my average fixed cost remains at rupees 300. But don't you think from this 1200 in entirety my average variable cost is covered and some part, that is rupees 200 worth of fixed cost is also covered. So it means I have a negative, that is a loss of only 100 rupees. So loss is equal to rupees 100. Now my question is, should I continue to produce? Yes, because now if you shut down, your burden of loss will increase. So it means when you are shutting down, this 1200 rupees of AR will not come to you. Of course, your average variable cost will also be zero. But don't you think your average fixed cost will remain at 300 rupees? So don't you think loss burden will increase from 100 rupees to rupees 300? So you should definitely continue to produce. So we can conclude here in the first two cases whether price or AR is equals to or more than ABC. In both cases, production should be continued. Right. But तो ऐसे लिखते हैं प्रोडक्शन इक्वल्स टू और ये you should be continuing to produce. But what if price or AR decreases? Now what if the market price falls down from 1000 rupees to rupees 800? Again my average variable cost remains at 1000 rupees. My average fixed cost remains at 300 rupees. So what is my loss burden? My loss burden is 200 plus 300, that is 500. What if I shut down? When I shut down, this price or AR, I'm not going to receive, but this average variable cost also I will not incur. So my average fixed cost will be the only loss for me. So the loss will come down from 500 rupees to 300 rupees. In this case, shutting down will reduce the burden of loss. So I should definitely shut down. So whether to continue produce or not, in the short run, we'll have to compare price and average variable cost. Clear है? So one question from equilibrium, one question from profit loss, abnormal profit and loss, and one question from production continue discontinues every single time they ask you. Very, very important. So perfect competition is over. Monopolistic competition is very easy. I've told you that the entire world market, more than 90-95% of the world market has become monopolistic in nature. We say that if any product is sold by more than 10 firms, it is said to have monopolistic market. All right. So first point will be similar to perfect competition. There are large number of small sellers. Small why? Because everybody is fighting with each other and nobody is having 15-20% of the market. Do you think if Baba Ramdev tomorrow stops producing shampoo, people will not have shampoo available in the market? No. पतंजलि का शैम्पू नीचे आएगा, आईटीसी का शैम्पू, हिंदुस्तान यूनिलीवर का शैम्पू बढ़ जाएगा. Has it ever occurred to you that you want to buy a pen, you want to buy a t-shirt, you want to buy a shoe, you want to buy toothpaste, नहीं मिल रहा मार्केट में? ऐसा हुआ क्या कभी? नहीं हुआ. So they will never be. So one company cannot create scarcity. So company may have very big investment, but no company is controlling 10, 15, 20%, 40% of the market that they can disrupt the market price. Do you think Jio would have been able to bring down disruption in the price if only 2% customers in India was using Jio? No. He gave for free and waited for the increase in the market share to 30% and then he formally launched disrupting the price. Similar but non-identical goods will be sold. It means whether you buy, you know, a Samsung television or LG, whether you buy a namak wala toothpaste, I'll buy chini wala toothpaste. Whether you buy, a vada pav from here or there, they will be similar thing. So price may be different. Some taste little bit here and there, they will be different, but more or less you will get similar commodity. So goods sold by different firms will be similar but non-identical. Differentiated goods बोलते हैं, heterogeneous goods भी बोलते हैं उसको. It means they are substitute, they can be close substitute, but they are not perfect substitute. Again, price discrimination is never possible when consumers have that many choices. Because I know that if I buy something, let's say potato chips, kurkure, monopolistic market. Do you think if you buy 20 rupees packet, the same packet will be sold to me at 30 rupees? No. Seller knows that I will lose my customer if I try to discriminate the prices. So there'll be no price discrimination here in the theoretical world. बट प्राइस डिस्क्रिमिनेशन अभी मॉडर्न वर्ल्ड में सब गड़बड़ हो रहा है, सब हो सकता है. प्राइस डिस्क्रिमिनेशन, यू सी, when you buy something from Zepto or Blinkits and go buy from the normal shop, the price will be different. So in the real world यहाँ भी discrimination होता है, but theoretically we say there is no price discrimination if consumers have a choice, right? Everybody is fighting with one another, so it means there is easy entry or exit. It means there will be no price barrier. No business will be big enough to create a barrier for another firm to enter the market. Clear? Can the business earn abnormal profit? Yes, but only in the short run due to unique characteristic of the product. I have given you the example of Apple phones. If I launch a product, let's say for example नया पिज्जा लॉन्च किया, पाइनएप्पल पिज्जा, मिलता है? क्या बात कर रहा है? आता है, पाइनएप्पल पिज्जा आता है, पाइनएप्पल का टॉपिंग लगा के देगा, right? So now company can charge a high price, but the moment everybody starts to sell pineapple pizza, do you think there is uniqueness is there? Uniqueness is not there. There is a shop there, opposite Maya, KDS बोल के है. KDS Fun Food. I've been eating there since 2012-13. आपको पता है वहां पे रसगुल्ला का भी चाट मिलता है? Go and try someday. It's awesome. I'm not joking. रसगुल्ला चाट नहीं मिली कभी. Go and try. Alright. It's awesome. My daughter loves it. अरे मैयास देखा ना, मैयास? मैयास के ऑपोजिट में एक लेन अंदर गया हुआ है जहाँ पे फूड लोग बहुत खड़े होके खाते हैं, देखा होगा आप. एक डायगोनल लेन गया है मंदिर के तरफ से, एक दूसरा वाला लेन गया है गोल चक्कर के बाद. तो थर्ड, सेकंड और थर्ड शॉप में ये केडिया फन फूड स्मॉल शॉप है, राइट? जाके खाना, राइट? नॉट केडिया विल गिव मी कमीशन, सर स्विगी पे ऑर्डर करो, इतना स्टूडेंट आपके बोलने पे आया, राइट? क्लियर? बट गुड फूड दे ऑफर. आई एम अ फूडी, so I roam around, keep eating here and there. So now रसगुल्ला चाट जाके खाने का. So now let's come back to the topic. Similar but non-identical goods will be sold here. And हाँ, profit का बात कर रहे थे. Profit, abnormal profit in the short run you can earn, but in the long run, when everybody is offering the same product, the price will fall and you will earn only normal profit. Clear? Next comes with regard to advertisement cost. If everybody is selling the same product, इंडिया में देखो 50 टाइप का टूथपेस्ट मिलता है. How can I make you choose my toothpaste? I have to spend a hell lot of money to tell. अभी everybody is using toothpaste. लोगों को कैसे बढ़े? टूथपेस्ट से डायबिटीज होगा. अरे खाता नहीं रे, मुंह में लग खाता नहीं. टूथपेस्ट से भी डायबिटीज हो सकता है. ये है नमक वाला टूथपेस्ट. It's a bloody toothpaste that is not sweet but salty. This is how I can create a euphoria for my product. तो people बोलेगा अच्छा देखो 10 लोग में मेरे को एक पागल चाहिए. सो 150 करोड़ में 10 में एक मतलब कितना हो गया? 100 में एक भी मिलेगा तो चलेगा. 1%. 1% people must believe. Is it a wild assumption that 1% people will not believe? 100 में एक कस्टमर आएगा तो 150 करोड़ में 1.5 करोड़ कस्टमर परचेजेस नमक वाला टूथपेस्ट. आई विल मेक बिलियंस ऑफ डॉलर्स ऑफ प्रॉफिट. करेक्ट. अभी तो मैं एक ब्रांड लॉन्च करेगा हेयर ऑयल. बोलेगा लगाओ 6 महीने तक बाल उगेगा और 6 महीना में पैसा लेके भाग जाएगा मैं दुबई. पीपल विल नॉट इवन फाइल अ केस अगेंस्ट मी बिकॉज क्या बोलेगा? बोले सर पे लगाया और so advertisement cost will be very high, and this is the only way they can maintain the product in consumers mind. राइट. माइंड से चला गया, आंख के सामने से चला गया तो प्रोडक्ट चला गया. रिलेंटलेस एडवर्टीजमेंट विल हैपन. द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज दैट cross elasticity of demand in a monopolistic market will be what? It will be very high. Why? Because large number of substitutes are available for every product. Cross elastic demand will be very high, and the demand curve will be downward sloping but more elastic. Why more elastic? If this is your AR curve, which is also the demand curve, this is your MR curve, and this is the MC curve that cuts the MR and AR curve from below. Again, the equilibrium concept of equilibrium doesn't change. So whether it's monopolistic or monopoly or perfect competition, whatever, the equilibrium will always be achieved at the point wherein MR is equals to MC. So I should be producing at this particular level. So if MR more than MC, again, same way you should increase your quantity of output. If MC more than MR, then you should decrease your level of output. And when MR is equals to MC, that's where the equilibrium of the firm will happen. Clear? And MC curve will again cut the MR and AR curve from below. Again, remember, only in case of perfect competition, AR and MR are the same. In all other competition, even in monopoly, MR and AR, they begin from the same point, but they will diverge. So MR and AR are not same. If they are same, it means it has to be a perfect competition. Clear? Hai? All right. Sorry? Same logic. AC curve भी यहाँ पर आएगा. You should be producing at the point if where your AC curve is at the lowest point. Right? You don't need to. You don't need to. Same thing. Whether it's perfect, या easy याद रखने का. Whether it's AC curve or AR curve, normal profit AR more than AR equals to AC or ATC. Abnormal profit AR more than AC or ATC, and AR less than AC or ATC loss and abnormal loss. That's it. Clear? Now let's come down to monopoly. Monopoly, as I've told you, we have covered here and also in chapter 7 market failure. Monopoly is means market power where the seller has dominant control over the market. There is one firm having control over the market, so there is absence of any competition. Monopolies are bad, so in every country there are Statutory provisions, there are institutional bodies, statutory bodies, regulatory bodies specifically created to discourage any kind of monopolies that may happen. In India, you call it Competition Commission of India. Now, sometimes government will give you monopoly for promoting intellect, for promoting innovation, idea in the form of trademark, copyright, and patent. But if you are trying to create a monopoly by acquiring one firm, then penal action can be taken against you. And in India, when two companies are amalgamating or one is acquiring another, merger हो रहा है या फिर merger हो रहा है, acquisition हो रहा है, they have to necessarily get no objection certificate from Competition Commission of India. And if CCI thinks that the merger between these two companies or acquisition of one by another may end up creating monopoly in the long run, then CCI will never give you the no objection certificate. Monopoly can also be natural monopolies that can happen due to goodwill. If suppose people buy my product because they trust my product, it is not my fault that you my competitors have failed to create the goodwill. So in that case, CCI will not take any action. If I'm innovating a product using scientific method, advanced technology, let's say, and I can produce at a much lower cost that my competitors cannot, due to which they have incurred losses and they have shut down their business, then again it's not my fault. This is how you create natural monopoly. Monopoly can also be give controlled by the government for the welfare of the people, for example, or for the national interest. So for protection of national security, we have a monopoly. Government has a monopoly in atomic energy. For protecting the social fabric of the country, government has a monopoly in railway transportation. And sometimes government can give license to only one company to produce because government thinks that if so many companies are producing in small quantity, then economies of scale, large scale production will not never happen. So government will give license to one big seller to produce. But remember here, when the government is creating monopoly, government is creating and promoting monopoly for the welfare of people, to promote scientific temperament in the people, to indulge in scientific innovation and everything. So because if you don't give me this patent right, trademark, copyright, then I will leave the country and go where my rights are protected. So government is having a monopoly or giving monopoly rights for the welfare of the people. But in the private sector, if the monopoly is happening, it is not happening for the benefit of the public. It is happening for the benefit of the private businesses. Clear hai? So in case of monopoly, there will be single large firm dominant control. The concept of homogeneous good will not come here because there is no substitute available. So differentiated homogeneous का concept ही नहीं आएगा यहाँ पर. There is one unique feature you'll get here is that many unique, but one of the unique feature is that the firm and industry are the same. Because in all other competition, the industry is the collection of firm, but here one single firm is there. So the firm itself make up the industry. There will be entry barrier. The moment somebody tries to enter the market, I will drop the price and they will not be able to compete with me. When they are gone, I will increase the price then. So price discrimination will happen. Businesses will be, the firm will be a price maker. But the cross elasticity of demand, yes, profit in the long run, even you can earn abnormal profit through exploitation. But if they ask you the question, and if they say, for example, a statement given true or false, monopolist is one who is having a monopoly. A monopolist can never incur losses. Is it a right statement? No. Generally, they will earn abnormal profit, but in some cases, they can also incur losses. For example, railway is running at a loss. Which is a monopoly of the government. But generally, they can earn even abnormal profit in the long run. Advertisement, will they advertise the product? The answer is yes, in the short run, to create an awareness about the product, because I am arriving in the market, people don't know that this product is available. I have to tell people that I have arrived and now this is available. What you thought was never available. But once people have some people of the knowledge, the word of mouth will spread and then don't have to advertise any further later on. Clear? Eh? Cross elasticity of demand in case of monopoly will be zero. Why? Because there is no substitute. But remember here, cross elasticity of demand is zero, not the elasticity of demand. Elasticity of demand will be E less than 1. Why? Because we say in a monopoly, you can either decide price or output and not both. So my question is, if suppose I increase the price, do you think quantity demanded will fall down? Yes or no? Yes, it will fall down. Let's compare it with monopolistic market. In case of monopolistic market, let's say price of a commodity was rupees 200. I was in a year buying 10 units. Now the price increases from 200 to rupees 300. I have 30 other options available. So don't you think here the price is increasing by how much? By 50%. So price has increased by 50%. I will say I will buy only 2 units of this and 8 units of other. I can decrease the consumption by minus 8 units. It means by 80% I've reduced. Why? Because I have other options available. But what if other options are not available? Will I be able to reduce? Yes, I'll not be able to reduce that much. So in case of monopolistic market, I can decrease my consumption by a big margin because I can replace this margin by some other substitute. But in case of monopoly, when you increase the price, I cannot replace good X with good Y because good Y is not available. But what if you increase the price so much that the good goes beyond my budget? Then I will decrease my consumption maybe from 10 units to 8 units or 7 units, but I will not be able to give up 8 units. I will decrease it by 2 or 3 units. From 10 to 8 पे आएगा, 10 to 2 पे नहीं जाएगा. So E will be here less than 1. So in case of monopoly, we say that a monopolist can either decide price or output, because if he charges a lower price P0, then quantity demanded will be on the higher side Q0. But if he increases the price from P0 to P1, the quantity demanded will fall by a small margin, but it will do fall down. So E will be less than 1. So I have the option of deciding only one thing. I can either decide to charge a higher price. In that case, automatically quantity demanded will come down. But if I want to sell more quantity, then I must lower the price. That's why the point I made you right there, that a monopolist can either decide price or output and not both. And again, the same way, equilibrium for a monopoly will again be achieved at the point where MR equals to MC. MR and AR curve are both downward sloping curve. MR more than MC, increase output. MC more than AR, MR decrease output. Clear है? Now, from price discrimination, they ask you a question several times. For price, what is price discrimination? Price discrimination when I sell the same product to different consumers or in different market at different prices, even when the cost of production is same. But for me to do price discrimination, there should be three conditions fulfilled. So put a double star over there. What are these three conditions? First, I must have the dominant power. If I don't have monopoly power, then I cannot discriminate the price. It means some new seller will enter and it will turn into duopoly, then it will turn into oligopoly, then it will turn into monopolistic. Second, it should not be possible for anybody to buy from a low price market and sell in a high price market. If suppose in one market I'm selling at 1000, another market I'm selling at 200. So don't you think somebody will find opportunity that buy for 200 rupees here and sell at 500 rupees over there? So everybody will buy monopolist product from me, but not from the monopolist. So it means his profit will lead to me and eventually I will topple him. So he will not keep the price difference so high. So if in one market he is charging 200, another market he may charge 250 rupees. So it will not be feasible for me to buy at 200, transport over there and sell lower than 220. And third, elasticity of demand. This is put a 3 star over this point. Elasticity of demand is what differs, leads to price discrimination. So in the market where the demand is elastic, E greater than 1, I know that when I increase the price by 20%, quantity demanded will fall down by 30-40%. So my revenue will fall down. So in a market where the demand is elastic, I will never charge a high price, but rather I will charge a low price. But in the market where demand is inelastic, I will charge a higher price. So what price I'm charging in both the market depends upon elasticity of demand. If in both the market the demand is elastic, in both market I will sell at a lower price, no price discrimination. In both the market, demand is inelastic. I will charge a higher price in both the market. अभी यहाँ पर confusion आता है. Sir, if in both the market you are charging a higher price, then consumers are exploited. Yes, consumer exploitation हो रहा है, but discrimination नहीं हो रहा है. Exploitation and discrimination are two different things. So when I'm exploiting everybody in the same way, that is exploitation, but not discrimination. Imagine, आपका मम्मा है, you and your brother, दोनों को एक जैसा प्यार मिलता है, तो नो डिस्क्रिमिनेशन. दूसरा, दोनों को एक जैसा मिलता है, रोज खाते हो 10-12, तो उसको 10 मिलेगा, इसको भी 10 मिलेगा, तो दोनों खाता है, अगेन नो डिस्क्रिमिनेशन. डिस्क्रिमिनेशन कब होगा? जब उसको लड्डू मिला और आपको लॉलीपॉप मिला, then also discrimination. So exploitation and discrimination, don't get confused. Discrimination is possible only when in different market there is different elasticity. Clear? And also remember, high price means low elastic. High price वहीं पर चार्ज करेंगे जहां elasticity लो है, लो प्राइस वहां चार्ज करेंगे जहां elasticity हाई है. Price and elasticity always moves in the opposite direction. Or okay, then comes Pigao, AC Pigao. He gave three types of price discrimination. Remember, most of the time the question is asked from the third degree. First degree of price discrimination is when the monopolist is highly exploitative, you are willing to pay a high price and the monopolist charges you a high price. So no consumer surplus. Second degree, the monopolist believes in giving little bit of a discount. You are willing to pay a high price. The monopolist charges little lower price, not too much. Relatively compared to the first degree, they will charge a lower price. So there is some amount of consumer surplus. And the third degree of price discrimination, wherein the monopolist will divide the market into different according to different trait or characteristic and charge different prices. Example आपको दिया था ना, where income is high, he will charge a high price. Income is low, he will charge low. More population density के हिसाब से आप charge करेगा. You are selling cosmetic in an area wherein high density of high density of female is there, then you will charge a high price over there. High density of male is there, you will charge a lower price. High density of gay is there, then also you will charge a high price. तो गे मार्केट में भी कॉस्मेटिक हायर प्राइस पे मिलेगा, राइट? सो yeah, so AC, so it depends on the taste and preference, income of the people, density of population, gender bias. It could be anything. That is known as third degree of price discrimination. Clear? Monopoly is over. Oligopoly. Oligopoly में क्या है? There are different types of oligopoly. Unless they ask you specific question related to specific oligopoly by mentioning the name, like syndicate है, organized है, or you partial oligopoly, pure, you will answer the question according to the common point that we have written over there. So oligopoly, in an oligopoly, you have 2 to 10 firms. The moment you have more than 10 firms, it changes from oligopoly to monopolistic. When there are only 2 firms, it is known as duopoly. But duopoly is nothing but a part of oligopoly. Even a duopoly, you can call it like an oligopoly. So if there are only 2 to 10 firms, don't you think the market is concentrated, is not dispersed in few hands? Can I say these firms are small firms? No, they are large firms. It means any single firm has the power and capacity to create disruption in the market price. For example, in India, in the telecom sector, you have Vodafone Idea, that is one, Jio, Airtel, BSNL, MTNL, but you will find that Jio and Airtel alone control more than 80% of the telecom sector in India. Jio and Airtel alone. So don't you think if either Airtel or Jio decreases the price, the other will have to follow the suit? So it means one single firm has the power to control the market price, right? So large firm इसीलिए इनको बोलते हैं. Will there be price discrimination? In reality, yes. In theory, no. Because let's say if I even civil aviation is an oligopoly. If I want to book a ticket for tomorrow from Bangalore to Delhi, same time you at the same time you also open up the same app and book the ticket, you all will be shown the same price. If the price changes, it will change for everybody. So usually there will be no price discrimination. Will the company be business be price taker or price maker? Price maker, of course. Price taker is only perfect competition, easy way to remember. What kind of product will be sold? Now, here, if they have not mentioned pure oligopoly, you will choose the same option as we have chosen in monopolistic. Similar but non identical goods are sold. It means goods sold are very similar to one another, but they are not perfect substitute. So, whether you take Airtel connection, I will take Geo, similar है. किसी को नेटफ्लिक्स मिल रहा, किसी को जियो हॉटस्टार मिल रहा है, किसी को विंक म्यूजिक मिल रहा है, किसी को सावन म्यूजिक मिल रहा है. यू टेक इंडिगो, आई टेक एयर इंडिया, टाटा एयरलाइंस. इट डजंट मैटर. किसी में लेग रूम ज्यादा है, किसी में लेग रूम कम है, कोई खाने को देता, कोई नहीं देता. बट मोर और लेस सर्विसेज आर सेम. Right. So similar but non-identical goods can be substitute or close substitute, but never perfect substitute you will find. Then will there be barrier to entry? Yes, there'll be very strong barrier to entry. This is known as due to collusion. So what they will do, companies will fight with each other, but when it comes to protecting their interest and market, they will come together. So you see, in the last, uh, you know, 11, 14, 15 months, what has happened, you will find very strange. Not very strange. It means collusion has happened. The day Airtel increased the price, Jio also increased the price. The very same day. And it has happened 4 times. It has happened 4 times. It means Mota Bhai and Bharti Mittal, somewhere behind closed door, they have shook the hand कि भाई मैं decrease करेगा आप भी decrease करो, मैं increase करेगा आप भी increase. Because otherwise imagine if I increase the price and you don't, then my customers will run away to you. I will not be increasing the price. If you increase the price, your customer will run away to me. So you can also not increase the price. If we both are fighting, nobody is benefiting. So let's do one thing. Let's come to a collusion wherein I will not enter into your territory, you will not enter into my territory. And when I will increase the price, you also increase the price. So this is known as collusion. So by colluding, they can create a very, very effective barrier to entry for firms in the industry. So strong barrier to entry रहेगा. Profit. Will they be able to earn abnormal profit in the long run? Yes, they can be able to earn abnormal profit even in the long run by exploiting the consumers. Price discrimination will not happen, but consumer exploitation can happen. हो रहा है ना इंडिगो में, right? Price will increase. तुम मिला था दिल्ली से आप लखनऊ एयरपोर्ट जाएगा. What is the usual price? 4 to 5,000. During that time, what was the price? 60, 65, 75,000. It means from Delhi to Lucknow जाने में जितना पैसा लगेगा उतना पैसा में आप लंदन का एक ट्रिप करके आ जाएगा. No, it happened. 75,000 rupees. So collusion and everybody did that. When DGCA said that why you are doing it, बोला सर सॉफ्टवेयर कर दिया मेरे को पता नहीं चला. वाह, सॉफ्टवेयर भर भर के पैसा आ रहा है पता नहीं चला. नहीं मेरे को. So look at the alibi. Anyways, so लॉन्ग टर्म में भी आपको प्रॉफिट होगा ह्यूज हो. एडवर्टीजमेंट. This is a common point. We are fighting with each other, but we will advertise our product to the hill. Advertisement plays a very, very important role. You see, Pepsi and Coca-Cola, the amount of money they spend on advertisement, that is the net worth of many companies in India. जितना वो advertisement cost में लगाते हैं. It is the net worth of many companies in India that they spend in 1 year. So advertisement plays a very, very critical role because आंख से गया तो दिमाग से गया. Right? So common point है between here. And in case of monopolistic, remember monopolistic why I'm advertising क्योंकि crowded market है. Innovative advertisement के बाद customer आएगा. Here crowded market नहीं है, big market है, but big players है. If I advertise little bit and if I get even 2% of the customer, that will mean thousands of crores of extra revenue for me. And if 2% of the customer goes to my competitor, I will lose hell lot of money. So advertisement cost or selling cost plays a very, very important role. Then comes to the demand curve. यहाँ से +2 question always you will get. Kinked demand curve. A very unique demand curve will be found here, wherein indeterminate or kinked demand curve इसको बोलते हैं. Now this is the price and this is the quantity. Usually demand curve will be like this or could be like this. But in this case, you will find that demand curve will bend. It will create a king K here. So it means, you see, when the price of the product was here, P0, quantity demanded was over here, Q0. When I increase the price from P0 to P1, you see, quantity demanded falls down sharply. Why? Because when I increase the price, my competitors will not increase the price in the same manner. They will increase, but not in the same manner. If suppose I increase the price by 50%, then competitors will increase the price by only 10%, 7%, 8%. Why? Because even if they increase by 10%, they will stand to take away all my customers from me. And because there is a big difference between the price, because I have increased the price from here to here, and you have increased the price only by this margin. So most of my customers will go to you, and that quantity demanded will fall down by a great amount. So we say that when one seller increases the price, other sellers are stiff, not to increase the price in the same manner, because they will stand to gain, because all my customers will go to them. So demand becomes elastic. And why demand becomes elastic? Because there is a big difference in price. Correct? So tell me, if suppose today Geo increases the price by 50%, what will you do? But how many of you? Most of you. So if even Airtel Geo increases the price by 50%. Tomorrow, if Airtel increases the price but just by 10%, still don't you think a lot number of customers will go to Airtel? Correct? So there is a big fall in the demand for Geo. But what if I decrease the price? What if I decrease the price from P1 to P0 to P2? Then am I getting increase in quantity demanded? But by how much? Only by this much. देखो इतना सारा प्राइस विड्रॉ ड्रॉप किया 50%, but demand is increasing by 5-7%. Why? Because when Geo reduces the price, let's say by 10%, do you think Airtel will wait for tomorrow? Maybe even if it waits for tomorrow, by the time 2, 3, 4, 5 customers will go to Geo, Airtel will also drop the price. So it means when the price will fall down, all other competing firms will also decrease the price in the same manner. So I decrease the price, big price difference. Some of the customers will move. By that time, I will realize I will drop the price. So when I drop the price is equalized. So when the price is equalized, those people who have not yet migrated, will they migrate? No. So in that case, E will become inelastic. So above the king, the demand is elastic. Below the king, demand is inelastic. The question comes, sir, what if I decrease the price and he doesn't decrease the price? Then what will happen here is that your demand curve will be like this, and you will take away most of the customers of your competitor. But do you think competitor घास खा के बैठा है कि मैं reduce करेगा आप नहीं reduce करेगा? So no. So below the king, the demand will be inelastic. This concept of price rigidity was given by Sweezy. AC पिघाऊ नहीं रहे. Paul Sweezy gave the concept. Then comes different types of oligopoly. Simple है. Pure oligopoly है. Homogeneous product doesn't exist. Differentiated oligopoly, similar but non-identical goods. Important is partial oligopoly, 3 star लगा दो वहां. What is a partial oligopoly? It means it is an oligopoly, but not in the truest sense. It has one feature of monopolistic, that is, more than 10 firms are there. But one or two, a couple of firms will be so big, they will control 80-90% of the market. So they will be considered as the leader of the market. For example, in India, cold drink industry is a partial oligopoly. Why? Because 80-85% of the brands are either owned by Coca-Cola or Pepsi. Whatever brand you have had in the last 1 year, लिम्का, माजा, फैंटा, स्प्राइट, ड्यू, कोका कोला, और क्या क्या कुछ भी आता है, डीप, ये सब आइदर बिलोंग टू कोका कोला और बिलोंग टू पेप्सी. Of course, Bindu Jeera doesn't, Campa Cola doesn't, Slim Jim cold drink doesn't. But even if I count all the 50 other brands together, they don't make even 10 to 12%. Right? When Mukesh Ambani acquired Campa Cola, the news channel was buzz that अभी देखो ये जो जियो में create किया वो पीओ में भी create करेगा. Right? But what has happened? The market share of Campa Cola has not increased because you are fighting with two giants who are present in more than 150 countries. All right. The market worth of Coca-Cola is 3.5 times more than Reliance Industries combined. मतलब मोटा भाई का सारा कंपनी ले लेगा तब भी Coca-Cola is 3.5 times. Just one cold drink is 3.5 times bigger than Reliance Industries combined. So ये हलवा नहीं है उसको बीट कर देगा. ऑलराइट, क्लियर. ये वोडाफोन और आइडिया नहीं है, ये पेप्सी और कोको कोला है. ठीक है. They have led to wars in many countries. They have tried to bribe the government. They have assassinated presidents of various African countries so they can get the mineral rights over the water so that they can set up their plant over there. You're talking about those countries to be toppled in a democracy like India. Not possible. So the demand is not rising. People are hooked onto Coca-Cola, Pepsi and everything. Right. मैं तो वेट कर रहा है बाबा रामदेव कब कोल्ड ड्रिंक लॉन्च करेगा. That bugger has come now. He's living with me now. So, so partial oligopoly, there is a single leader having market control. And if I want to launch a product, I will have to sell below the leader. Otherwise, nobody will buy. I can increase the price only when the leader increases the price. And I can overtake the leader by pricing my product higher than the leader only when I will also become one of the leader. So wherever they mention price leadership situation, it is a partial oligopoly. More than 10 firms, but one or two firms having significant market control. Next, you have open and closed oligopoly. नाम से ही पता चल गया. Open है free entry and free entry and exit. Close है entry barrier है. Then you have competitive and collusive oligopoly. Competitive and collusive. Competitive means क्या है? The businesses are competing with one another. This will lead to what is known as price war. अभी देखो SpiceJet, Sahara Airlines, Kingfisher Airlines, and Jet Airways. These four airlines were ruling the Indian sky. Together, these four companies were controlling 95% of the market. Indigo आया and it bought a lot of money and it applied a very good strategy of channelizing and from where to where they did a lot of analysis. During that time, if you want to go from Bangalore to Delhi, 20,000 rupees. अगर आप एक हफ्ते पहले बुक किया, 3-4 महीने पहले बुक करेगा तो भी 12-13,000 रुपीज. इंडिगो आया बोला 3,500. 3,500 बिलो कॉस्ट. किंगफिशर एयरलाइन बोला कितना दिन कर सकता है देखते हैं. जेट एयरवेज बोला कितना दिन माई भी डिक्रीज करेगा. बट द प्रॉब्लम जेट एयरवेज एंड किंगफिशर एयरलाइंस एंड सहारा वाज दैट they had already ordered a lot of plane by taking a lot of loan from the bank. So it means they were also incurring losses. इसका मतलब उनका प्रॉफिट तो आ रहा था but the repayment of interest on the loan would turn the net profit into net loss. So when Indigo dropped down a price, they also dropped down a price, but Indigo was incurring loss, they were incurring abnormal loss. So as a result, what happened? One by one, Sahara gone, Kingfisher gone, Malia भाग गया. Go Air अभी just 4 दिन पहले गया. All these companies started incurring losses and only Indigo was left. So price war कहीं भी word पूछा, then it happens only in case of oligopoly. And remember, they also use this phrase interdependence. Interdependence, it means one company's action is dependent on another company. If Pepsi launches a new product, Coke will launch. Pepsi launched, what is that? Aquafina. Just in 1 month time, Kinley was launched by Coca-Cola. So, interdependence and price for a competitive. Collusive oligopoly, it means businesses will come together to protect each other mutual interest and they will end up creating a syndicate or a organized oligopoly. Again, put a 3 star over here. कॉम्पिटिटिव से ज्यादा नहीं होता बट यहाँ से पूछता है सिंडिकेट में क्या है all the competing firms they will come together and form a syndicate. They will say let's not fight, let's pool our output and sell together in the entire market. So our goods will be mixed. So consumer को एक ही organization से खरीदने का है but the production is done by 5-6 different companies. But so syndicate बोलते हैं illegal है behind closed door होता but होता है. Organize is one step ahead of syndicate. Here also companies come create a syndicate, but rather than syndicate, we call them a cartel. Why? Because they will also pool their output to sell from a centralized location, centralized authority, but they will rig the price. It means what will happen? They will intentionally reduce the output, that is to decrease the supply. When they will together decrease the supply, then what will happen? Supply will fall down. As a result, price will increase. So they will lead, it will lead to exploitation of the consumers. So जैसे for example organization of petroleum exporting countries अभी OPEC plus बोलते हैं, they control 70-75% of the natural gas and crude production. Saudi Arabia, Kuwait plus Russia से आया है. If they artificially reduce the supply to pump up the global prices of crude. So कहीं भी देखो अगर बोला centralized इंस्टीट्यूशन से बेचेगा तो वो syndicate है. But if they use the word cartel or anywhere they use the word price fixing, then it turns into an organized oligopoly. Clear? This ends your chapter 4. Huh? Sorry. Chapter 4 will be able to finish all the chapter in the next 3 days. So you can leave if you want. I know it's too much. Right. So tomorrow again, we'll start from chapter 5. We'll move to chapter 6 and 7. And then third day we'll finish it off. Okay. Bye bye. Bye everyone. Good afternoon everyone. Welcome to another day of marathon. So we have covered yesterday up to chapter 4. So we'll begin with chapter 5. That is business cycle. Now you see business cycle is a chapter which has relevance in every other chapter, whether it's national income or whether it's government policy. So under business cycle, first of all, we must know points from where they frequently ask the question. Business cycle is a natural occurrence. It doesn't have to do anything with nature. Natural means it is due to the market forces that the economy rises and falls. So natural rise and fall in economic activity, which is prominently found or works better in a free market economy. Business cycle's relevance is for the government also, for the businesses also, because without understanding the transition in the business cycle, neither the government nor businesses will be able to take proactive policy decision making. Business cycle has 4 stages. All right. So first stage is expansion. Yes, it is expansion, and expansion means what? TV नहीं on है. TV नहीं display. Okay, sir, display. Okay, fine now. So expansion means economic growth. It means the rate of GDP is increasing 6%, 7%, 8%. So during expansion, you have to know what happens. Yeah, turn it on from there. There is a switch at the back. Is it on? Not on. Hey, there is a switch over there. Eh? There's a button there. Just try it out. No. Just hold on. You see, uh, quick revision note given. Have you seen it? So because the synopsis I've given with respect to chapter uh, 7 onwards. So chapter 5 and 6 in the quick revision note, in the end, I have included in that question book. Okay. So see, so first word that you have to care about is the natural rise and fall in economy. Natural rise and fall. Business cycle refers to alternate expansion and contraction. Why only expansion and contraction? Because we know that the peak and the bottom, peak and the depression are simply the turning points. No economy can remain at turning points for long. So, majority of the times, the economy is either in an expansionary stage or in a contractionary stage. Then these economic fluctuations offer again, but not on regular intervals. Meaning what? If they ask you that is business economy a regular phenomena? Yes. But does the stages of business cycle have the fixed period or fixed regularity? The answer is no. Sometimes expansion may last for 7 years, sometimes may be for 6.5 years. So they but not always have occur at regular intervals, nor they have the same length or duration. Every economy goes through economic fluctuation, and cycle is used for analyzing the economy. Why? By the government for policy making and by the businesses for fixing their goal. So you see, these are the four stages of business cycle that have been shown. Expansion, it is growth, GDP growing, peak, contraction, and then trough, and then again expansion. Now this see, trend line is important. What does trend line indicates? Trend line indicates the whether the in the long run are we creating a peak which is higher than the previous peak. Yes, then it's a growing economy. Because if it's not a growing economy, then what will happen? The business cycle will go like this. It will create a lower peak, and that shows the long term trajectory of the economy is not good. This economy cannot be invested upon. Clear? Now stages expansion. अभी देखो expansion में क्या होता है? First, income increases. Second, demand increases, creates opportunity for the businesses. Now, when demand is increasing, means consumption is increasing, but savings also increase because when you are earning more, you will consume more and you will save more as well. Then it creates an opportunity for the businesses. They will increase their supply. That means production will increase. When they increase production, it will generate employment. Employment will increase. When businesses are able to increase their sales, then their profit will increase. When profit is increasing, then businesses will want to invest more. So demand for borrowings will also increase. That will increase the money supply. And when the demand for borrowings are increasing, then the bank will increase the rate of lending. Government taxes from government revenue from taxes will also increase. So all in all, the economy is growing. So be careful when they ask you with regard to the unemployment or employment. Be careful to read it whether it's employment bola या unemployment bola. Because expansion में employment बढ़ता है, employment increases, but unemployment decreases. It means one and the same thing. Then we come to peak. So it means expansion में और एक चीज होता है. That is the side effect of expansion. We know that whenever demand increases, money supply increases, the inflation will increase. So price level will rise. That will be the side effect of expansion. You see here, output GDP increases, employment increases, they all increase. Aggregate demand, capital, consumer expenditure, sales, profit, rising stock prices, bank credit, everything. This state continues up till there is full employment of resources and production is at maximum or possible level of the productive resources. So it means what happens? There is a point beyond which no economy can grow in the short run. Why? Because you have a factory that can produce 1 lakh unit. Demand is increases from 60,000 to 70,000. You can increase the output by changing just the variable input. But the moment you reach 1 lakh production capacity, you cannot overnight create a factory. That will happen to every businesses. So if the demand continuously rise, you are not able to increase the production. So what will happen? Inflation will rise sharply, that's where we have reached the peak, right? So it means it's not that the peak, another peak will not be created. No, then the economy will begin to fall down, and when the recovery will happen, during that recovery again the re-expansion will happen, investment will happen, people will buy new factory, so their productive capacity will again increase. So next time in a growing economy another higher peak will be shown. So peak, the term peak refers to the top or the highest point of a business cycle. So whatever happens during expansion, you just exaggerate that thing. It means employment is at the highest level, business confidence is the highest level, businesses are investing more and more, demand for loans increases significantly, my interest rate goes through the roof, it increases very, very sharply, but businesses are willing to borrow because when they pass on the burden to the consumer, consumers are buying, right? So at the peak there is zero employment, zero unemployment, or full employment is happening. But what happens here, the rate of inflation rises very, very sharply. Okay, so peak, the term peak refers to the top or the highest point of business cycle. In later stage of expansion, inputs are difficult to find as they are short of their demand, and therefore input price increases. So when I'm when I'm meeting demand, see, even a business will create a demand. Why? Because you are creating demand for a final product for this pen. To produce this pen, I will create demand for the raw material. So there will be pressure upon the supplier of raw material. They will increase the selling price as well. So my cost of production is increasing. My interest cost is increasing. When I pass on the burden to the consumer, they are willing to pay because their income is increasing, but the price level will rise very, very sharply. So output price also rises rapidly, leading to increased cost of living and greater strain on fixed income earners. But at some point in time, people will say that things have become expensive. The moment people will say things have become expensive, they will cut down their demand. The moment they cut down their demand, businesses will have unsold stock. So they will have to reduce their production. It means some people will lose their job, household income will decrease. This will further lead to decrease in demand. Many businesses will have lower profit. Many businesses will start incurring losses. Some businesses will not be able to pay the loan back to the bank that they have taken. The bank will go through liquidity problem. It means the bank will create non-performing asset. It means they have to increase their provision for doubtful debt. All right, but due to fall in demand, inflation will fall down. So the positive effect of fall in the growth rate is fall in inflation. But if the growth falls down very sharply, then fall in inflation cannot be considered as a as an advantage, because the growth is going to kill the economy. So when the economy continues to fall and fall and fall, later or advanced stage of contraction, we call it as recession. And if recession is not contained, then the economy will slip into depression. So contraction क्या हुआ? Economy cannot grow endlessly, so everybody needs a breather. Economy is taking a breather during contraction. Once the peak is reached, increase in demand is halted and starts decreasing in certain sectors. It means demand begins to decrease in certain sectors. During contraction, there will be fall in level of investment and employment. It means unemployment will increase or employment will decrease. Producers fail to anticipate the fall in demand and continue to produce, leading to unsold stock. So, supply exceeds and demand, leading to unsold stock. Producers hold back on future investment, means investment will decrease and they will decrease their level of output. That will further lead to rise in unemployment. This leads to chain reaction spreading across different sectors, turning or beginning of recession. So, keep this in mind that recession is nothing but advanced stage of advanced stage of contraction. Clear? Trough or depression. So trough or depression is the lowest point to which any economy will grow, any economy can fall down. If the economic recovery doesn't happen from that point onwards, it will lead to civil war in the country. So you see Africa, many other countries gone to. So it means quick recovery from depression is imminent to protect the economy. So whatever happened during contraction, you again increase it exponentially, meaning the rate of unemployment will be at the highest level. Demand will fall down to the lowest level. Businesses were incurring losses during contraction. During depression, will suffer from abnormal loss, leading to shutting down of businesses. Bankruptcy will happen. Banks were going through liquidity problem because They had to create a provision for doubtful debt. Many people who have borrowed, many businesses would have borrowed, they have not been able to pay the bank. Now, those will definitely become a bad debt. So the bank will go through liquidity crisis. They will not be able to repay the interest to the depositors. The run to the bank will happen, right? So this depression is going to lead to what is known as negative growth in GDP, because you see, during contraction GDP is increasing but at a diminishing rate. If suppose the rate of GDP was growing at 6%, it begins to grow at 4% or 2% or 3%. It means growth is there but it has slowed down. But if the GDP growth becomes negative compared to the base year, we are producing lesser value of goods and services. That's where the stage of depression begins. So in this phase, the growth rate becomes negative. This is the most important point. There is a rapid decline in national income and expenditure. Demand for products and services decreases sharply. Price falls to the lowest level, decline rapidly, forcing firms to shut down several production facilities. Of course, money supply will be to the lowest level. Increase in unemployment will happen, leave the consumer with very little disposable income. Interest rate will fall. People demand for holding liquid money will increase, because when you don't trust the banks, you don't trust the stock market, you will want to withdraw everything and want to hold idle cash. Liquidity trap ये create कर देगा. Availability of credit also falls due to possible banking or financial crisis. Recovery is nothing but expansion. So it means recover होता है again धीरे धीरे. Household income will increase, demand will catch up, production will increase, employment will increase slowly. So re-expansion is happening. All right, recovery is nothing but re-expansion. So just ignore this. Three examples I've given you. So don't need to go through this. Simple. 1930s में depression हुआ था. Keynes said that the reason for depression was fall in aggregate demand. 2000 2001 में dot com bubble burst हुआ था, and 2008 में रियल एस्टेट बबल बस्ट हुआ था, जिसको सब प्राइम क्राइसिस भी बोलते हैं. व्हाट यू हैव टू नोट आर द फीचर्स और द कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स ऑफ बिजनेस साइकिल. So first of all, business cycle occur periodically but they do not show same regularity. Simple. Business cycle originate in a free market economy where government doesn't control everything and it affects every sector of the economy. We say that business cycle is synchronic. Synchronic means what? It may initiate in one sector of the economy, eventually it will catch up in every other sector. For example, if there is a fall in agricultural output, it will affect the income of 70% of the population. They are farmers. They also purchase cloth, soaps and shampoos. They also take a loan to buy a motorcycle. They also take a loan to buy tractors. So demand will fall down by 70% of the people. Then don't you think all the companies which are produces these things, they are listed in the market, their profitability will fall down. It will lead to downfall in the stock market as well. And when the manufacturing sector is falling down, then service sector like banking, transportation, civil aviation, shipping, every other sector will be affected. And second reason why we call it synchronic, because when there is a change in the business cycle, it will not only affect production and demand, that is supply and demand. It will affect unemployment also, money supply also, interest rate also. Government will have to be forced to increase or decrease the taxes. Government expenditure may increase or decrease. So every other factor will be affected. There will be a chain reaction basically. So business cycle is synchronic. It affects every sector of the economy, and business cycles do not have uniform characteristic or causes. All right, because sometimes it could be natural calamity like COVID. Sometimes it will be global war, World War One, World War Two. Sometimes it may be global recession. Could be anything. Fluctuations occur not only in the level of production but also simultaneously in other variables like employment, investment, consumption, rate of interest, price level, money supply. Everything will be affected. Investment, consumption, durable goods. This is important. Remember, when there is a change in the business cycle, demand for everything will be affected, but not in the same manner. All right. Demand for durable goods, luxury goods, and investment capital good will be affected more compared to demand for the normal goods, non-durable goods, necessary goods, and services. All right. So if they ask a question, which of the following is true? When there are changes in the business cycle, demand for everything will be affected too. But demand for everything will be affected in the same proportion false. Investment and consumption of durable goods such as cars, houses, refrigerators are affected most by the cyclical fluctuations. and consumption of non-durable goods and services, necessary goods, etc., are affected less. Causes of business cycle, we have seen endogenous and exogenous, internal causes and external causes. And what are internal? Internal are those causes that is going to originate in one economy. It will affect that particular country, no other country. And internal causes can be controlled or contained by the government and the RBI. Right. What are internal causes? Changes in demand, increase or decrease in investment, changes in government policy like taxes, all right, increase or decrease in government expenditure, increase or decrease in money supply, increase or decrease in interest rate, psychological problems as well. If businesses are not happy in the country, they think that the country growth of their business is not guaranteed, then they will leave the country and they will go to some other country. You see, in 2025, it has broken the record wherein the highest number of crorepati's have left the country. Highest number. All right. So psychology also plays an important role because foreign direct investment will not come. Indian investors will say it better to go to and take the money, bundle up and do business in some other country. So psychological pressure is also internal. So internal, remember, it will originate in one country and it will affect only one country. श्रीलंका में हुआ डिप्रेशन, डिड वी गेट अफेक्टेड? नो. वेनेजुएला में हुआ, डिड वी गेट अफेक्टेड? नो. But if your country is very powerful country like China or US, then your internal will become everybody's external. Right? Clear? बांग्लादेश में कोई प्रॉब्लम होगा तो पता भी नहीं चलेगा इंडिया में, because we are not trading with Bangladesh too much. We are not holding Bangladesh currency as a reserve, but every central bank of the world is holding US dollar, is holding Japanese yen, is holding European currency, euro. So if यूरोप में क्राइसिस होता है, अमेरिका में क्राइसिस होता है, एंड चाइना में क्राइसिस होता है, then every other country will be affected. Exogenous or external causes are what? These causes originate outside any specific country. This will affect not one but many country, and this is very difficult to control. अभी ईरान और इसराइल का वॉर हो गया. डू यू थिंक इंडिया कैन stop Iran and Israel from fighting the war? No. But if the crude prices increase, then it will affect every other sector in India. Very, very important. So, internal, external causes में क्या आता है? War आता है, technological shock, you see, AI आ रहा है. Can India say I will not adopt AI? No, we have to. Whether you adopt, if you adopt, you will be better off in future. If you don't adopt, investment will go from your country to some other country. कब तक ये 10 मिनट का डिलीवरी वाला स्टार्टअप करते रहोगे? राइट. किड्स इन चाइनीज स्कूल्स आर डेवलपिंग ऐप विच इज बेस्ड ऑन एआई, और यहाँ पर 2 मिनट में डंजो कर लो, 2 मिनट में ब्लिंकिट्स कर लो, 2 मिनट में स्विगी कर लो. यही चीज है. Entrepreneurs want a shortcut. They don't want to put their money where the world is growing. So anyways, so war है, टेक्नोलॉजी है, पोस्ट वॉर रिकंस्ट्रक्शन है, पॉपुलेशन ग्रोथ रेट है, नेचुरल कैलामिटीज लाइक पैंडेमिक, अर्थक्वेक, लैंडस्लाइड्स, फायर, एवरीथिंग. दीज आर ऑल एक्सटर्नल. ऑलराइट. नाउ इंडिकेटर्स पे वन क्वेश्चन आएगा ही आएगा. डिवाइडेड इनटू 3 पार्ट्स: लीडिंग इंडिकेटर, कोइंसिडेंट इंडिकेटर and lagging indicator. Remember, all these 3 indicators are used simultaneously. Lagging indicator tells us the historical gives us the historical information. Then what is the utility of a lagging indicator? Lagging indicator helps us determine the pattern, that how many times the economy has gone through expansion, how long the expansion lasted, how long the contraction lasted. So if I found out in last 100 years of a country's transition, expansion sometimes lasts for 6 years, sometimes for 6.5 years, sometimes for 7 years. So I get a fair idea that ये country में जब भी cycle change होता है, expansion 7 साल के लिए चलता है. And contraction, if I see, starts 7 to 8 years. And contraction, if I see, sometimes 3 years, sometimes 3 years, sometimes 4 years. So pattern मिल गया हमको. Now I'm ready to take the decision. If the economy is already going through contraction from last 3 years, expansion will begin very soon. When it will begin, I don't know, but very soon it will begin. Which has been told to me by the lagging indicator. Coincident indicator tells us about, shows us the variable which is taking place right now. So I know that very soon expansion will happen. So I will start to analyze the current data to find out that expansion शुरू हो गया है कि नहीं हुआ. So if I every month on month data if I see, unemployment rate धीरे धीरे कम हो रहा है, investment धीरे धीरे बढ़ रहा है, money supply धीरे धीरे increase हो रहा है, retail sales is rising, all right, people's purchasing power is increasing, then I can be sure that lagging indicator told me that after 3 years, 3.5 years of contraction, expansion begins, and coincident indicator is telling me that expansion has already begun. I'll be ready with the investment. And leading indicator, it shows those variables about the events that is going to happen in future. It shows us the picture that is going to be in future. So what happens in the economy right now that will help me determine the future growth prospect of the country. For example, if I tell you that more than 20 power plants, this is a real news, more than 20 power plants, and out of that 7 power plants are ultra mega power plants. It means they will generate electricity per day by 5000 megawatts. So 7 mega power plants are ultra mega power project. So 20 power plants are into construction right now. What does it tell me? That in the next 10 years we'll have more increase in power supply. But why the government and the industry is constructing more power plant? Because government knows or the industry knows that we will have more industries. Second, increase in the demand for steel. If the demand and increase of consumption of steel increases, that is also a leading indicator, because whatever the infrastructure in which whatever infrastructure steel is used right now, that infrastructure will be ready every 2 3 years, some infrastructure will be there, so that will increase further the growth. If government has determined the policy, government has said that I have changed my FDI policy and I am going to make it easier for FDI to come to India, then this policy will tell me that in future there will be FDI increase in India. So leading indicator will show me about the variables about the events that is going to happen in future. So remember, lagging में क्या है? Variables are visible after the event takes place. Coincident में variables are visible simultaneously when the event takes place, and leading में variables are visible before the event takes place. That's it. All right. So from here you can all the questions combined, you may get around 5 to 7 questions straight away from business cycle. So it's very, very important. Okay. Clear? Hai? Now let's go to national income. So you just open up your book. You see, I have given this. I have specifically made this so that if you don't want to read from those notebook, then you can refer this as well. I have included it in the quick revision note. देखा है ना कि नहीं देखा है? All right. So first of all, what are the points that if you have the question book, then you can open and mark it over there as well. नहीं लाया? Okay, good. ठीक है. Or what I'll do, I'll mark here, and the marked PDF I'll share with you. That would be fine. Okay. मैं यहाँ mark करके यही marked वाला share कर लेगा आपसे. All right, so that you can just read the highlighted pointers. So first of all, the individual who came up with the concept of national income, Simon Kuznets और पत्थर का रिचर्ड स्टोन. Simon Kuznets and Richard Stone, they have been credited with the idea of conceptualizing national income. General definition of national income, if you look at, आप देखो component wise definition भी हो सकता है, whether you are defining GDP at market price, factor cost, NNP at factor cost, GNP and so on. But if I want to generally define national income, I can very simply say that national income is nothing but the aggregate income earned by producing units in a country in 1 year. A farmer is producing this many crop, per unit is sold per kilogram, it will be sold at 10 rupees. So number of kilograms multiplied by that rupee will be added to the national income. You are a CA, from every client you are charging 2 lakh rupees, you are taking care of 10 clients in a year, so 20 lakh rupees will be the market value of your services. So everybody's income will be added together in one accounting year. That aggregate will give me, whether you call it GDP or you call it NNP or whatever, the net value of all economic goods and services produced within the domestic territory of a country. That is the definition. So national income This you don't need to. National income accounts are fundamental macroeconomic statistics. Why? Because it talks about the health of the economy, right? Where we are going. And in case of India, national income is determined by Central Statistical Organization. इसका हेडक्वार्टर न्यू दिल्ली में है. अभी इसको सेंट्रल स्टैटिस्टिकल ऑफिस बोलते हैं. क्यों बोलते हैं मेरे को पता नहीं. ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से इसका नाम ऑफिस चेंज कर दिया. व्हाई दे हैव चेंज्ड इट यू डोंट नो. बीएसई अब भागेगा. ब्रेकआउट हैज हैपेंड इन बॉम्बे स्टॉक एक्सचेंज. BSE it will go to 10,000 level. Right. BSE investment are subject to market risk. Please read the offer document before investing. 1400 में MCX बोला था, अभी कितना जा रहा है? 10,240. Just 2 years back in the group I've mentioned 1400 rupees. तो BSE अभी बोल रहा है, भागने से पहले मैं बोल देता आपको. In 2 years you can get 10 to 12,000 rupees worth of value. Right now it's around 2,500 rupees. All right, before you become CA. Investment are subject to market risk. Please read the offer document before investing. This is not a suggestion or buy or sell recommendation. ARSSBL बोला था ना ग्रुप में, कितने पे बोला था मैं? 2 months back I suppose. 5 पे क्या 400 पे बोला था, 400 समथिंग पे मैं बोला था. इट 500 पे बोला था. It made a high of what, 750, right? 40% in how many days? 2 months. अभी वो ब्रीदर ले रहा है, रिज्यूम करेगा फिर से. So anyways, let's see. Significance. See, I'm emotional about stock market. वही मैं देखेगा अभी 330 में बंद हो जाएगा ये. तो सिग्निफिकेंस ऑफ नेशनल इनकम, इंपॉर्टेंस ऑफ नेशनल इनकम. देखो ये नेशनल इनकम is important. First of all, remember it's a short run activity. Why? Because every year we calculate national income. But even though it's a short run activity, the decisions which are taken will have long term implication. Now for the government, determination of national income aggregate is important. Why? Because government have to take policy decision. Let's say government says that India wants to become, we will make India a $5 trillion economy, 10 trillion, whatever, $5 trillion economy. And in, okay, $10 trillion, 15 trillion, 15 trillion, 20 trillion. क्या रे, चाइना को क्रॉस थोड़ी करेगा अभी. ऑलराइट, लेट्स so let's say we want to make India 10 trillion. All right, we want to make India $10 trillion economy, let's say, but for in the next 5 years, but for that we need to grow at 8% of GDP. If in any year we grew at less than 8%, it means remaining year we have to grow at more than 8%. But that is important. But what is more important is that why did we not grow at 8%? What is the reason that we have not grown at 8%? Is the reason lies in the primary sector, or is it in the secondary sector? Isn't it the tertiary sector? So if government finds out that there is fall in industrial output due to which the rate of GDP has not grown by 8%, then in that budget government will give more incentive and subsidies to the secondary sector so that we can have a recovery next year. If we find out that there is a fall in the aggregate demand in the tertiary sector, then government will allocate more money to the tertiary sector. So what happens? I have decided a long-term objective of $10 trillion. Now the ship is sailing. If we deviate from the path, then government policy will bring it back to the path so that we can achieve the desired target. So to take sectoral policy, it is very important that the national income is estimated and we try to figure out what is the value addition done by each of the sector so that we can find out the disease in that particular sector, where is the problem, and we can take corrective action. Second, Businesses. So businesses also needs national income aggregate because I've told you economy is growing higher high मिल रहा है, peak मिल रहा है. So how do I know? By analyzing the national income aggregate data. So, by looking at the growth of the country of the past 10, 15 years, Amazon can think about expanding its business. Apple can think about setting up a factory in India. Tesla can think about coming to India. Bajaj Motorcycle can think about producing in India and exporting it to other countries. So, these long term decisions are not taken just by analyzing the current year's data, but the transition in the data that is happening. All right. So, what is the reason that I am telling that BAC can reach 12,000, 15,000, maybe even higher? Because the rate of interest in India is falling down. Eventually, if the economy has to grow, their rate of interest have to decrease so that people can easily borrow money and create demand. Businesses can easily borrow money to meet that demand. So you will find in every growing economy, कोई भी economy का example ले लो, without exception, zero exception, look at the rate of growth in the last 50 years in terms of GDP और दूसरे डायग्राम पे प्लॉट करो the rate of interest, you will find that it has moved in this way. If this is the time and this is the GDP, if their GDP has grown by this way every in the past 50, 60, 70 years, then the rate of interest rate with time, the rate of interest has fallen down, because falling interest rate is the only way an economy can grow. क्योंकि सिंपल सोचो, अगर मेरे को बैंक एफडी पे 15% इंटरेस्ट दे रहा है, तो आप तो इनिशियली खुश होगा. क्यों? बिकॉज 15% इन रिस्क फ्री अर्निंग आ रहा है. बट if the bank is offering you 15% interest on FD, can the bank lend you a loan to buy a house at 9%? The answer is no. Housing loan will increase to 20%, personal loan will increase to 30%. So, at such a high rate of interest, will you want to borrow? No. And high rate of interest, you will deposit more money, consume less, so consumption will fall down. Businesses will not be willing to borrow because the consumption has fallen down. Businesses will suffer. So rate of interest has to fall down. When the rate of interest falls down, you will get frustrated with the fixed deposit, but you can borrow quick very easily from the bank. So you create demand. Businesses can borrow easily because their interest payment will come down, so that will increase their net profit. And since you are earning less interest on FD, you will be motivated to go for investment in the equity market. In the last 10 years, can you imagine how much of flow of money has happened into the mutual fund? And all the flow of money through SIP in the mutual fund goes through BAC, right? It doesn't go through NSE, it goes through BAC. So the more and more SIPs will happen, the more and more commissions the BAC is going to earn. So that will is going to increase their profitability significantly. So leading indicator. Anyways, so let's come to the concept here. So businesses will take long-term decision by looking at the growth trajectory of the country. L, national income indicates the level of economic activity, helps in evaluating, this is important, helps in evaluating short-run performance of the economy. So remember, it is short-run performance. Next, it enables businesses to forecast future demand for their product. So it means long-term decisions can be taken. Per capita income, which denotes what? Standard of living. It gives us an idea about the growth in the country. It helps government fix, just hold on. Yeah. It helps government to fix various sector specific development targets for different sectors. It means what? Policy decision. Government will be able to take policy, helps in assessing and choosing economic policies, throws light on income distribution and possible inequality. So if suppose We are talking about, let's say, in the same state. If I ask you, living standard is better here in Bangalore or in Tumkur, how do you know? Because the growth is there, correct? So, in the same way, if I ask, standard of living in Maharashtra is better or in Nagaland? Nagaland. Maharashtra is the highest contributor to the GDP in the country. So, government has an idea that which geographical area is contributing more and which geographical area is contributing less. So government can initiate developmental plan to help those part of the geography which are not able to participate in economic activity. Useful to determine the share of nation's contribution to international bodies, not very important. As a percentage of GDP, you have to contribute to United Nations, to World Trade Organization, to World Bank, and so on. Provides guide to make policy for growth and inflation, and national income data can also help in economic forecasting and to make projections. Now different concept में आता है यहाँ पर SNA, very important, double star, triple star. What is SNA? It's a system of national account. Just like accounting standard, UNSNA, what it does, it gives you the framework or the guideline. When every country is following the same framework, same method of measuring national income, then one country's aggregate will be comparable with another country. And not only that, if every year you are measuring national income using the same method, then your own data can be compared with the previous year's data. But if you keep changing the method of accounting, then your data becomes unreliable. But the question comes that why, sir, is it mandatory for a country to follow UNSNA? It's not mandatory, but still will country will follow. Why? Because let's say Apple wants to invest into India, Tesla wants to invest into India. They will analyze the national income data, and when they figure out that every year you are changing the method, then your national income aggregate is unreliable. When the aggregate is unreliable, they will not be able to figure out what is the growth projection of your economy. They will skip investment. So automatically, kind of a binding force will come, and businesses will have to follow, countries will have to follow what is dictated by UNSNA. UNSNA makes a production boundary, and it says that everything that comes within this production boundary should be added as a part of the national income, and the ones that is outside the production boundary can be uh, completely ignored. All right. So, according to national income, UNSNA, there are three methods of measuring national income: value added method, also known as product method or production method. Then you have income method and expenditure method. Now, barring these three methods, any other method will never give you the same aggregate. So, one method provides a check over another, because if you do not make any compilation error, or nobody is hiding or misreporting their income and expenditure statement, then every method will give you the same value of national income. All right. So, value added method, production method hota hai, expenditure I've told you, because value addition I've done. What is value addition? Total value of output minus intermediate consumption. So I have added value to this pen, and the value addition is 100 rupees. It means I must have incurred 100 rupees of expenditure. So value added, if the value of this pen is 100 rupees, then the expenditure should be 100 rupees. And if the expenditure is 100 rupees, then somebody must have earned 100 rupees. So whether I count the expenditure or I count the income, I should get the same value. But the problem comes where, when people exaggerate their expenditure. Carriage inward cost 10 lakh है, आप 25 lakh रुपए से दिखाया क्यों? To decrease your net profit in order to pay a lower tax. And the person who has earned 10 lakh rupees from you, because you spend 10 lakh rupees, he will show 2 lakh rupees. He will underreport the income. So again, he wants to pay a lower tax. So in India, the national income data has a margin of error of more than 70%. So whatever the data that the government gives you is all wrong data, all wrong, because there are a lot of visible, invisible transaction, parallel economy है. भाई आपको पता नहीं है, बताया था ना, वो एमपी में पियोन के घर के बाहर, घर के अंदर, बाथटब के नीचे 120 करोड़ रुपीस मिला है. 120 करोड़ रुपीस पियोन के पास है. नेताजी के पास कितना होगा? कैन यू इमेजिन? राइट. सो Now, gross domestic product, what is gross domestic product? We define domestic product as what? It is the market value of all final goods and services produced within the domestic territory of a country in 1 year. Now, why final value? Value of all final goods and services, because final goods and services which is sold to the final consumer, if I don't count at the final location, then I am missing out the intermediate consumption and value addition there. Let's say, for example, manufacturer sell to distributor, distributor sells to wholesaler, wholesaler पे मैं count कर लिया. It means wholesaler will sell to the retailer, marking up the margin of profit, वो miss हो गया. Retailer sells to the consumer, marking up a margin of profit. It means actually customer is paying something else, but you have counted something else. So you will count the national income only at the final point of sales, wherein somebody is buying the goods for the purpose of final consumption, not for any further value addition. So what GDP excludes, you have to take into consideration. देखो यहाँ से simple याद रखने का क्या बोला था मैं? Anything, because they can, it's not necessary what is given here, they will ask you. So you have to keep the thing in your head, concept समझ लेने का. Anything in which there is no give and take, quid pro quo नहीं है, that will not be taken as a part of national income. Anything, say for example, if I am borrowing money from the bank, I am paying interest. The bank is providing me services added to the national income. Interest payment will be added. But if I'm giving donation to somebody, it's a one-way transfer. Am I getting something back in return? So it will not be added to national income. When I'm giving gift to somebody, it will not be added to national income. Because when I'm selling something, there is a debit good and credit good. There is a debit money and credit money. But when I'm giving gift to somebody, किसी का शादी हो रहा है, गिफ्ट दिया, आप क्या ब्राइड को लेके आ जाएगा? No. So you are not getting anything back. It should not be added to the national income. Windfall gain. You bought an equity share at 100 rupees and the price increases to 1000 rupees. What value addition has happened? Nothing. So this 900 rupees of capital gain, uske upar tax lagega, but it will not be added to the national income. Lottery winning, winning from gambling, betting should not be added to the national income. Carry forward of stocks, because when you produce that stock, it was already accounted for. When you're carrying forward to the next year, you count again. Don't you think it will lead to double counting? It should not be added to the national income. Second hand sale of goods. Now in case of second hand sale of goods, sir, बोरस में दोनों है sir. Second hand sale गया, debit, you credit, goods, money, debit and credit, but still it will not be added. Why? Because when the goods were sold for the first time, it was already added to the national income or GDP. Clear? Government giving subsidies or transfer payment like pension or anything will not be added to the national income. Government giving you salary for the services rendered will be added to the national income. Smuggling, black marketing, it is an economic activity, but it is illegal. So even when quid pro quo, give and take हो रहा है, debit credit हो रहा है, even if it's generating employment, if I'm a smuggler, I have to have people to sell drugs, correct? Hypothetically, so I am generating employment. It should be added to the national income, but it is illegal. So it should be not added to the national income. Huh? Sorry? Yes, lot of income. It should not be added to the national income. Pension, बोल दिया, unemployment allowances, scholarship allowances, all these have to be given out of national income. Now again, a question comes. Production for self-consumption, should it be added to national income? The answer is yes. Depending upon it is related to your livelihood or not. I have explained this thing. If a farmer is producing some crops for a livelihood, for the purpose of livelihood, it should be added to the national income. But if I'm making a tea for myself in the house, that should not be added to the national income. So production for self consumption, if they have mentioned without anything, any rider, it should be added to the national income. But hobbies, passion, and everything, you're cooking food in the house, all these things should not be added to the national income. Dividend, should it be added to the national income? Dividend, should it be added to national income? Yes, because dividend is nothing but the profit earned by the company. Profit is nothing but a part of the revenue that the company generates, and the revenue is generated by economic activity. So, dividend, if you are receiving, it is a part of the national income. It is income earned and received. All right. So, GDP excludes, क्या क्या exclude करता है? Transfer payment like pension, unemployment allowances, and so on. Financial transactions like purchase of stocks from the secondary market, non-reported output generated through illegal transactions. GDP, in fact, the gross domestic product at market price, because value of goods and services is determined by the common measuring unit of money, it is evaluated market price. So यहाँ पर क्या है? Value of output in the domestic territory minus intermediate consumption, that will give you value addition. What should be kept in mind? That value added is the difference between value of output and purchase of intermediate goods. It means value added is nothing but output minus intermediate consumption. Intermediate consumption, now remember here, यहाँ से भी question आता है. Consist of what? Consist of value of goods and services consumed as input by the process of production. So if I say that should intermediate consumption be added to the national income? No, it should be added to the national income. Yes, if you are, say for example, intermediate goods consume kiya, if you don't add, then either you add total output or you add all the value addition. So value addition में क्या है? Value of output minus intermediate consumption. Now if I'm calculating, let's say, national income through expenditure method, intermediate consumption क्या है? Is expenditure on raw material, expenditure on labor. Should I exclude it? No. Right, under value added method, if you are calculating, then intermediate consumption should be subtracted. So if I have produced this pen, what are the expenditure I've incurred? Raw material, labor and everything. This is intermediate consumption plus consumption of fixed capital, machineries and everything. वो सबको ऐड करेगा तभी तो टोटल एक्सपेंडिचर लाएगा. करेक्ट. So GDP covers all production activities recognized by SNA under the production boundary. So remember, production boundary is determined by the UNSNA. The production boundary covers of almost all goods and services classified in the National Industrial Classification. Now, non-economic activities, donation, charity, you know, hobbies, all these things are not added, are never accounted for in the national income. National income, again, it's a flow measure, because see, national income can be a stock concept as well. But largely what the government says, GDP growth rate 8% है. मतलब क्या? Compared to the base year, we have grown at 8%. But can the government say that the Indian economy is $5 trillion? It means what? That in this particular year, the total market value of goods and services produced is worth $5 trillion. Clear? So when I say $5 trillion, $10 trillion, this is a stock concept. But when I say rate of GDP growth is 8%, 7%, 6%, it means I'm comparing this year's addition with base year's addition. So that becomes a flow concept. So it includes only those goods and services which are produced during the current year. And in case of national income, only two types of commodity, two types of expenditure are taken. When you are doing normal general accounting, you divide the expenditure into direct and indirect, and capital and current. Correct or not? In trading account, you show direct expenditure. In PL account, you show indirect expenditure. Then again, trading and PL में आप देख शो करता है current expenditure, and balance sheet में शो करता है capital expenditure. But in case of national income, direct and indirect concept do not exist. Either you will have current expenditure, or you will have, not either or, both. You will have current expenditure and you have कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर। तो यही दो एक्सपेंडिचर है। So capital goods and inventory investment, that is nothing but current expenditure. Then comes nominal GDP and real GDP. Again, 3 stars, very, very important. Easy way out was what? Nominal GDP is also known as current GDP. Why? Because it is measured at current year's prices. So nominal GDP is will be affected by the change in the rate of inflation. Whereas real GDP is also known as constant GDP because it is measured at base year's prices. Nominal GDP do not give you a clarity of picture because nominal GDP can increase even without any increase in the real output. Say, for example, if you remember that I was producing and selling something, let's say my selling price was rupees 100 and I was selling total of 1 lakh unit quantity. Total sale क्या था? 1 lakh unit था. So it means 1 crore rupees was added to the national income. Now, due to inflation, what happens? My cost of production will increase. And when my cost of production increases, then I will have to increase the selling price, pass on the burden to the consumer. Now, the same commodity I'm selling at 120 rupees, but the quantity remains the same, that is 1 lakh. So, what is the market value of final goods and services now? 1.2 crore. So, it means if I calculate national income, if suppose I'm calculating here, I would add 1 crore to the national income, but now I will add 1.2 crore. So our national income will show to be increasing, but in real terms, has there been any increase in output? So this is not a real growth. So when inflation increases, nominal GDP will automatically increase because GDP is what? Market value of all goods and services. And due to increase in inflation, market price of everything will increase. So it means higher market price multiplied by even some less unit will give you higher national income. So can I say that our country is growing just because inflation is happening? No, it gives us a distorted picture. So that's why we come to what is known as real GDP, because real GDP is measured at base year's prices. It is devoid of any effect of inflation. Real GDP will only increase when there is increase in the real output. So the difference between the nominal and the real GDP is the rate of inflation, the price level, जिसको GDP deflator बोलते हैं. Higher the value of inflation, more will be the divergence between the nominal and the real GDP, and lower the inflation, less will be. And if there is zero inflation, then nominal and real GDP will be the same. Clear है? So GDP measured at market price is sensitive to price level. So same physical output will correspond to different level of GDP, average level of market price changes. So if price rises, GDP measured at market price will also increase without any real increase in physical output, which is misleading. So this is basically your nominal GDP. Whereas GDP at constant prices, it means real GDP is the value of domestic product in terms of constant prices of a chosen base year. In case of GDP at constant rate, GDP will change. GDP will change only when there is change in the physical output. And remember, I've told you what is the how to easily remember the formula. First of all, remember GDP deflator has a base of 100. So if I say GDP deflator has a base of 100, it means if the base is 100, anything above the base will denote the rate of inflation. So if the deflator value is 110, then the rate of inflation is 10%. If the deflator value is 120, then the rate of inflation is 20%. If the deflator value is lower than 90, lower than 100, then there is a 10% deflation has happened. It means things have become cheaper. All right. So looking at the deflator, you can easily figure out what is the rate of inflation. Clear? To calculate the deflator value, डिफ्लेटर, जीडीपी डिफ्लेटर कैलकुलेट करने का क्या था? नॉमिनल जीडीपी बाय रियल जीडीपी इनटू 100, as simple as that, right? So if suppose now simple अगर मैं लिखेगा यहाँ पर real GDP was 1000 and nominal GDP is 1200, then what is the rate of inflation between them, between the real and nominal? It is 20%. तो deflator का value कितना आएगा? Will be equals to 120. Now understand, if suppose they give you that the real GDP is 100 and the rate of inflation is 20%, then what I have to do? 100,000, real GDP is 1000 and rate of inflation is 20%, then 1000 into 120% में कर देगा, तो ही तो 1200 आएगा. Or can I say when I write 1000 into 120%, that is 1000 into 20 by 100. तो ये 1000 क्या हो गया? रियल जीडीपी. ये 20 क्या हो गया? इन्फ्लेशन हो गया. और ये 100 क्या हो गया? So first of all, if I say 120%, then 20 by 100 किया 1, तो it means 1 by 5 हो गया ना, करेक्ट? 1 by 5 हो गया, so it means इसका वैल्यू कितना आ जाएगा? 200 आ जाएगा ना, right or wrong? So when I add this to the 1000, what you will get is the 1200. So you don't have to work so hard. Simply अगर आपको रियल पता है, नॉमिनल आपको जीडीपी डिप्लेटर है, so what I'm doing is 1000 into 120%. It means 120 by 100. Sorry, I've written 20 here. 120 by 100. So it means if I cancel out this thing, how much is left here? परसेंटेज को भी कैंसिल कर दो, बिकॉज डाउन भी परसेंटेज है, परसेंटेज परसेंटेज कैंसिल. So if I cancel out percentage and percentage, how much is left? 1200. So what is the formula says? This is your GDP deflator. This is for the percentage I am putting 100, and this is your what? Real GDP. So can I say real GDP into GDP deflator by 100? What you get is the value of nominal GDP. So nominal GDP का formula हो जाएगा that real GDP into deflator by 100. So you don't have to do unitary method to find out a formula. All right, clear? So if suppose if I say that देखो real GDP is 1000 and nominal GDP is 800, what will be the value of GDP deflator? More than 100 or less than 100? Less than 100. It will be less than 100. Why? Because nominal is more than real. It means disinflation has happened in the economy. So if you look at here, the formula is given here. GDP deflator is nominal GDP by real GDP into 100. So if you look here, let's say for example, in this problem we have covered in the class, you see nominal GDP is 500, real GDP is also 500. It means deflator value is 100. It means zero inflation is there. But in this case, nominal is 800 and real is 650. So it means deflator value will be more than 100 or less than 100? More than 100. So more than 100 आपको क्या करने का है? Then 800 by 650 into 100 करेगा आप, तो ये 123.08 आ रहा है ना, यही वैल्यू आएगा. It means the rate of inflation here is 23.08%. Right, this way you can do it. But if in 2020, if I say nominal GDP is 1800 and real GDP is 2000, then don't you think deflator value will be lower than 100? So lower than 100 kab aayega? When the numerator is lower than the denominator. So it means when I do 1800 by 2000 into 100, whatever value you will get, 121233, So 180 by 2. So 90. So 90, sorry, percentage nahi. 90. It means there is a disinflation of 10% disinflation हुआ. Clear? Next, nominal and real GDP effectively of a country, you have to figure out. So you see here that nominal GDP of a country in a particular year is 3000. So nominal hai 3000 crores and real GDP is 4700. Real is more than nominal. मतलब क्या हुआ? Disinflation हुआ है. So you have to find out the deflator. So it means the deflator value will be lower than 100. So मैं क्या करेगा ये 4700 by 3000 into 100. Right? कितना आ रहा है? 63.82. So remaining is the rate of disinflation. Minus 100 will be the rate of disinflation. All this problem we have solved easy. Nominal, find nominal GDP. If real GDP is 450 and index deflator value is 120. So आपको क्या करना है 450 into 120%. So 540 आ जाएगा. Forget about the formula. Alright. Same way here. Suppose nominal GDP of a country in 2010 is 600. So 2010 nominal GDP कितना है? Nominal GDP is 600 and price index, it means deflator value कितना है? 100. So real GDP कितना हो जाएगा रे? 600 ही हो जाएगा ना. In 2010, then in 2018 में क्या हुआ? The nominal GDP increases to 1200. Nominal GDP is 1200 and price index is 110. So what will be the real GDP? So what you have to do here? First of all, in deflator का value is more than 100 है ना? So it means real GDP will be lower than the nominal GDP. Correct? So what you have to do? 1200 by 110 into 100 because into 110 करेगा by 100 तो ज़्यादा हो जाएगा ना. So you get how much? Is given here 1090.9 crores. Clear hai? Right. Then GNP. So understand what is gross national product. Gross national product is you are going to get when we adjust NFIA to the gross domestic product. So national and domestic का difference होता है due to NFIA. NFIA is not export or import. NFIA is, yes, the income earned, the difference between income earned by foreign entities and individuals in our country and the income earned by Indian individuals and entities outside the country. तो उसका adjustment को net factor income from abroad बोलते हैं. So it means if I want to find out national, then to the domestic, I have to add NFIA. So it means if I want to find out gross national product, then to the gross domestic product, I have to add NFIA. If I have to find out net national product, then to the net domestic product, again I have to add NFIA and vice versa. It means reverse हो जाएगा. If I want to find out GDP, then from the GNP, I have to subtract NFIA. So what is NFIA? Easy way to remember आपको बोला था ना कि what should be included in domestic and what should be excluded. You have to figure it out. So when I talk about domestic, gross domestic product or net domestic product, here the focus is domestic. So we will take income earned by everybody if the income is earned within our territory. So it means if Indians are producing in India, it will be added to the GDP. If Indian companies or businesses are producing in India, added to our GDP. A foreigner comes to India and indulges into employment in India, then his income will also be added to our GDP because his 2 feet is on our territory. When Apple comes to India, sets up its factory in India, employs people in India and produces in India, उसके बाद वो export कर रहा है क्या मेरे को मतलब नहीं. But your factory is located on my territory. Every iPhone produced will be added to our GDP. Then what will I not add? Something that belongs to me, but it is taking place outside the country. So it means Indian businesses or Indian, you have become a CA, you have gone to Dubai and you're working there. So you are an Indian, but your economic activity is performed in their territory. So that is not our GDP, वो हम exclude करेंगे यहाँ से. Bajaj is setting up a motorcycle factory in Brazil. So the Bajaj, if it produces every motorcycle in India in an Indian factory, is our GDP. But the same company producing motorcycle in Brazil is their GDP. So it is not our GDP. So we'll have to subtract that. और national में क्या हो जाएगा? National में whatever is ours will be added. Wherever it happens does not matter. So हमारा जो है सब ले लेगा मैं. Alright. कहाँ पर हो रहा है मतलब नहीं. So domestic में territory matters, ownership does not matter. In national, ownership matters, territory does not matter. So in national, Indian individual working in India, we will add. Alright. Indian individual working abroad, we will add again. Indian companies working in producing in India, we will add. And Indian companies producing abroad, Bajaj producing motorcycle abroad, again we will add. National calculate kar raha hai. What we will not add is what not ours. Foreign individual operating in India, we will not add. Foreign companies operating in India, we will not add. So easy way to remember, जो हमारा है वो हमारा है, कहीं भी होगा हम नेशनल में ऐड करेगा, राइट. बट जो मेरा नहीं है वो माइनस करेगा. फॉरेनर्स मेरा नहीं है, फॉरेन कंपनीज मेरा नहीं है. डोमेस्टिक में किसका है मतलब नहीं, कहां हो रहा मतलब है. ऑलराइट, क्लियर. In domestic, where it is happening, it matters. Who does it does not matter. So I told you, no, an alien comes from Mars and produces in India. The income earned by that alien will be added to India's GDP because the alien is living in India. All right. But when it comes to national, then his income earned will be added to Mars GDP. All right. So that is the difference between GNP and GDP or NNP and NDP. Clear है? ये clarity आया कि नहीं? Okay. So gross national product is the measure of market value of all final goods and services. Gross depreciation produced. Now this is the catchphrase here. Produced within the domestic territory of a country by normal citizens during an accounting year including net factor income from abroad. NFIA add करेगा. So GNP at market price equals to GDP at market price plus NFIA and vice versa. NFIA is the difference between aggregate amount that a country's citizens and companies earn abroad and the aggregate amount that the foreign citizens and overseas companies earn in that country. So keep this in mind. When NFIA is positive, then Indian companies are earning more abroad than foreign companies in India. If NFIA is negative, then foreign companies are earning more in India compared to Indian companies abroad. Right? So GNP includes earning of Indian corporation overseas and Indian residents working overseas, but GDP does not include this. GDP excludes net factor income from abroad and GNP will include net factor income from abroad. Clear hai? Next, market price and factor cost. So पहले depreciation आ रहा है ना? Okay. NDP. So the difference between gross and domestic is depreciation. ये क्या हो गया मेरे को? Gross and net is depreciation. Now in case of accounting, what is the difference between your trading account and PL account? Direct and indirect. If suppose the difference between direct and indirect goes away and only difference is current and capital, then the difference between gross profit and net profit will be only depreciation. correct? So if I want to get net profit from gross profit, then you have to deduct consumption of fixed capital, that is depreciation. So it means if I want to get net, then we'll have to from the gross deduct depreciation and vice versa. It means in order to get NDP at market price from the GDP at market price, we have to deduct depreciation. All right, net domestic product. All right, so net hai. And if I want to get net national product at market price, then what I have to do? From gross national product at market price, we have to deduct depreciation and vice versa. Clear hai? So gross minus depreciation is net, and net plus depreciation will be gross. Clear hai? So let's go back to it. Net domestic product at market price is the measure of market value of all final goods and services produced within the domestic treasury of a country by normal citizens and non-residents during an accounting year, less depreciation. So what is depreciation? This depreciation is nothing but consumption of fixed capital. Okay. The portion of capital stock used up in the process of production or depreciation must be subtracted from the final sales, because depreciation represents capital consumption and therefore cost of production. Then comes market price and factor cost. What is the difference between market price? So understand, when we say national income, gross domestic product or whatever is determined at market price, it means what? What market price? Market price is everything that a consumer pays. So when I am paying a market price, what am I paying to the seller? The seller in the market price has included his cost of production. He has also included his margin of profit. He has also included IDT, GST taxes, indirect taxes, correct? So he will collect this indirect taxes and pay on my behalf to the government. But the profit and the cost of production together, it will remain with him. So whatever we pay will be added to the market price. What we don't pay, we will be deducting. So what we don't pay subsidies because government is incurring subsidy on my behalf. I'm a consumer. So it means I have to add indirect taxes and I have to deduct subsidies. So if a seller says, sir, my cost of production is rupees 1000, मैं उसके ऊपर मार्जिन ऑफ प्रॉफिट लगाएगा 200, उसके ऊपर जीएसटी है, गवर्नमेंट लेगा 100, बट गवर्नमेंट आपको सब्सिडी दे रहा है 20 रुपीज का, देन हाउ मच आई हैव टू पे? 1000 plus 200, 1200 plus GST 1300, and 1300 minus 20, that is 1080 I'll pay. Now remember, this 1080 में 20 rupees is not a discount given by the seller to me. Government tells the seller, you charge 20 rupees less from him and take 20 rupees from me. All right. Clear. So 100 rupees I will collect and give to the government. Government in return will provide me 20 rupees of subsidy. So market price will include the indirect taxes, because indirect taxes will increase the burden of the consumer, but it will exclude subsidies because subsidies will reduce the market price. This setting off between indirect taxes and subsidies, we call it as net IDT. All right, net IDT. So it means if I want to calculate market price from the factor cost, then to the factor cost, I have to add net IDT. An easy way to remember, factor cost में net IDT में GST में पे करेगा, yes, IDT में ऐड करेगा. Subsidies कौन पे करेगा? Government पे करेगा. So subsidies I will deduct. So market price will be equal to factor cost plus IDT minus subsidies. And if I want to calculate GDP if I want to calculate factor cost, then exact opposite, from the market price we have to deduct net IDT. So it means from the market price I have to deduct IDT and add subsidies. So we can say that if I want to calculate GDP at market price, then to the GDP at factor cost, I have to add net IDT, or we can say GDP at factor cost plus IDT minus subsidies. As simple as that. Clear hai? Now the taxes can be divided into two again. That is, one is product tax and another is taxes on production. What is the product tax? Product tax is ad valorem. It is taken on the value addition. So if I increase the sale value or increase the market price, then I will have to pay higher taxes to the government. So if government says that on one car I am going to take a tax of 10%, if I'm selling that car at 10 lakh, then 1 lakh to the government it will go. So if I'm selling 10 cars, 10 lakh will go. If I'm selling 20 cars, 20 lakh will go. Correct. Even when the rate of GST is not increased. Clear? Hai? All right. And if I'm decreasing my level of output or decreasing the price, if suppose I reduce the price of the car from 10 lakh rupees to 5 lakh rupees, then how much of tax I have to pay to the government? 50,000. Correct. If I sell 10 cars, I have to pay 5 lakh. If I'm selling 20 cars, I have to pay 10 lakh. So increase or decrease in production or increase or decrease in the value of the goods will also increase or decrease the burden of tax. So इसके लिए इसको product tax देखते हैं. It is imposed upon the value of the goods sold and the number of the goods sold. It means value तो बढ़ जाएगा, number sell किया ना. Correct. Whereas taxes on production, it is not imposed on any value addition. It is not imposed on the value of goods. It is imposed upon the activity of production. I've given you so many examples. When I'm selling liquor, then I have to pay excise duty to the government. That is ad valorem, that is product taxes. But before I start manufacturing the liquor, I have to take a permit for every year. License pay करता है, excise license बोलते हैं उसको. That is a production tax. Right. When I am running my trucks on the road, I have a transportation company. The more the trips the trucks will make, the more it will consume diesel, and the more the diesel it will consume, more taxes will go to the government. But before my truck runs on the road, I have to pay 10,000 rupees every year, let's say, for example, for national permit. Now, after buying that permit, whether my truck makes one trip or 1 million trips, I don't have to pay even 1 rupee extra to the government. So pollution tax, property tax, all right, excise license, permit charges, they all are taxes on production. Do you think this burden of taxes on production will it be passed on to the consumer? Yes, of course it will be. When you go to a place, अगर आप MG रोड में जाके एक नाइकी का शू खरीदेगा तो 10,000 रुपए में नाइकी शू मिला. आपको पता है वो 10,000 रुपए का शू में 2,000 रुपया तो आप रेंट पे किया उस शॉप का. राइट. If that place is in a posh colony, if you go to airport, मसाला डोसा कितने का मिलता है? 300 to 500 का मिलता है. The same company will give you masala dosa outside the airport at 50, 60 rupees, 100 rupees. So basically in the airport when you are buying the masala dosa, the value of masala dosa is 50 rupees and 450 rupees you are contributing to rent that shop is giving to the airport authorities. Adani ji ko jo ja raha hai. Alright, clear. So everything's burden will be passed on to the final consumer. Right. So let's take a look here. हाँ, ब्रीदर. अच्छा, 4:15 हो गया. इसके बाद दे देगा ब्रीदर. National. Okay. So product taxes. Product taxes. like excise duty, custom duty, sales taxes, service taxes levied by the government on goods and services. Whereas taxes on production, it means directly related to the act, directly related to value addition. का मतलब वैल्यू बढ़ेगा तो टैक्स का परसेंटेज सेम रहेगा बट आपका बर्डन ऑफ टैक्स भी बढ़ जाएगा. Such as our production tax, taxes on production, factory license, taxes to be paid to the local authorities, pollution tax unrelated to the quantum of production. So here market price, this is important, market price will be lower by the amount of subsidies. Market price will be lower by the amount of subsidies on product and production which the government pays to the producer. क्या हुआ? लाइफ इंश्योरेंस क्या? हाँ, लाइफ इंश्योरेंस पे अभी टैक्स नहीं लग रहा ना, वो लास्ट इसमें हटा दिया ना अभी 2 महीने पहले इंश्योरेंस पे, लाइफ इंश्योरेंस एंड मेडिकल इंश्योरेंस पे नो मोर टैक्सेस विल बी देयर. हाँ, जीरो टैक्स. डोंट गेट टू हैप्पी. The market value of final goods exceed the total obtained factors of cost of okay. So here you remember market price is factor cost plus net indirect taxes, that is indirect taxes minus subsidy, and factor cost is just the opposite. Clear hai? You can take the breather. 5 minutes. Breather, 5 minutes. Continue. So now gross domestic product at factor cost. I've told you GDP at market price minus plus net indirect minus net indirect taxes. So what does this particular thing means? So it means simply I'm adding all the expenditure that I have incurred, or you can say the income that people have earned. So in the income method, we will be applying this concept. So when I'm when I'm doing value addition and I'm calculating GDP, quite now, then I have to add the income by earned by all the producing units in the country. So it means when I'm producing something, what I am spending upon. First of all, compensation to employees, salary, wages, and everything. Dia. I'm doing business in a rented accommodation. I have to pay for rent. So income will be earned as rent for them. जिसको operating surplus बोलते हैं. Rent, interest plus profit. I have borrowed money from the bank. I have to pay interest to the lender. Okay. Some people have purchased equity share from my company. When my profit will come, as a part of the profit, I will have to distribute dividend to them. All right. Then mixed income of self-employed, who are people who are earning mixed income. So if I am taking the work of a uh, professional consultant, or a doctor who is running a hospital not as a salaried employee but as a professional consultant, then I have to pay money to them, and the amount of money earned by them is known as mixed income from self-employed. Why mixed income? Because in case of income earned by self-employed professional, you cannot distinguish between labor and capital, because the labor is provided by the person and the capital is his knowledge and skill. So this income, let's say if a doctor is performing a surgery and he is receiving a professional fee, you cannot say that how much is the income earned by the doctor by providing labor and how much income out of the money that he has received earned by using his knowledge. So we will all consider it as income of earned by self-employed professional as mixed income. Now, why independently in a country we have to calculate mixed income? Because if the mixed income in a country is increasing, then there are more and more professionals the economy is producing. That gives us an idea about the growth trajectory of a country. So compensation of employees plus operating surplus, that is rent, interest plus profit, plus mixed income of self-employed. And since we are calculating domestic, we are going to add the depreciation. So it means if suppose if I was calculating gross domestic की जगह, so sorry, gross domestic product, since I am calculating gross, we are adding depreciation. If we were calculating net domestic product, then what will do? This depreciation will not come here. So you see, when net domestic product comes, what is the difference here? Gross domestic product at factor cost and here net domestic product at factor cost. The only difference you will find is that here depreciation is there and here there is no depreciation. Now, if suppose if I want to turn this into, let's say gross domestic product को gross national product at factor cost में calculate करना है, so what I'll have to do? If I add depreciation, if I add gross national product है, if I add NFIA here, then it becomes gross national product. If suppose if I add NFIA here, what it will become? Net domestic product or net national product? Then it will become net national product at factor cost. All right, clear? So the basic equation is simple, that is compensation to employees plus operating surplus, याद रखने का RIP, rest in peace, plus mixed income. If you are calculating gross, you have to add depreciation. If you are calculating net, you leave depreciation. If you are calculating national, you have to add NFIA. और गोल्डन रूल याद है या फिर बता देगा मैं? याद है? कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं एट द बैक? गोल्डन रूल सब याद है जो बताया था? नो, प्लीज पे अटेंशन डियर. So golden rule was simple here. ये जगह कहाँ है? There is no space. Hey, रुक जा. So golden rule is simple. You have to figure out what is the difference between the left and the right hand side. If I write here domestic and here national, then the difference between domestic and national is NFIA. If we are calculating national, then we have to add NFIA, and if we are calculating domestic, then we have to deduct NFIA. All right. The difference between market price and factor cost is net IDT. If I'm calculating market price, then I have to add net IDT. If I'm calculating factor cost, then I have to deduct net IDT. It means यहाँ पर मैं add करेगा IDT, minus करेगा subsidies, यहाँ पे deduct करेगा IDT and add करेगा subsidies. And if we are calculating between net and gross, net and gross का difference क्या है? Depreciation. So if we are calculating net, we have to deduct depreciation. We are calculating gross, we have to add depreciation. So it means, let's say if I write here GDP at market price equals to GDP at factor cost, or if I write here GNP at factor cost equals to GDP at factor cost. If I write here NDP at market price equals to NNP at market price, or if I write here NNP at factor cost equals to GNP at factor cost. So you have to simply find out what is different on both sides of the equation. तो देखो ग्रॉस ग्रॉस कॉमन है, कट गया. एक तरफ ग्रॉस दूसरी तरफ नेट होने मांगता, देन इट मींस डेप्रिसिएशन वी हैव टू टेक केयर ऑफ. डोमेस्टिक डोमेस्टिक कॉमन है, गॉन. What is different? Difference is market price and factor cost. We are calculating market price, so it tells us market price calculate कर रहा है तो हम क्या करेगा? मैं add net and direct taxes. The complete equation will be add net IDT. Again here factor cost common है, मतलब क्या गया? Both side market price, both side factor cost. It means net indirect taxes are gone. Gross common है, again चला गया. Difference क्या है? National and domestic. And we are calculating what? National. So क्या करेगा? Add NFIA कर देगा. Here again market price common है, चला गया. Net common है, चला गया. डिफरेंस क्या है? डोमेस्टिक एंड नेशनल, वी आर कैलकुलेटिंग व्हाट? डोमेस्टिक। सो मैं क्या करेगा? NFIA माइनस करेगा। हियर फैक्टर कॉस्ट कॉमन है, चला गया। नेशनल नेशनल कॉमन है, चला गया। डिफरेंस क्या है? नेट एंड ग्रॉस, एंड वी आर कैलकुलेटिंग नेट, सो विल डू व्हाट? We will deduct depreciation. So in the same way, if suppose here, if I write NNP at factor cost, and here if I write GDP at market price, तो अभी यहाँ सब डिफरेंस है। तो पहला डिफरेंस क्या है? फैक्टर कॉस्ट एंड मार्केट प्राइस। वी आर कैलकुलेटिंग व्हाट? फैक्टर कॉस्ट। सो क्या करेगा? माइनस नेट आईडीटी करेगा, हो गया काम। दूसरा क्या है? नेट नेशनल, नेट है और यहाँ ग्रॉस है। नेट एंड ग्रॉस का डिफरेंस क्या है? It is depreciation. We are calculating what? Net. So we will do what? We will minus depreciation. So this is also done. Then we have net national and net domestic. We have national here, domestic here. We are calculating what? National. So we'll do what? Plus NFIA. So you have to just find out what is different on either side of the equation and make an adjustment for that. Clear hai? All right. Now, per capita income. Per capita income, you see, if they don't mention anything, per capita income is nothing but NNP at factor cost divided by total population. If they say per capita GDP, then GDP at market price divided by total population. So here the question comes between national income and personal income. What is the difference between national income and personal income? You see, under national income, our focus is earned, and under personal income, our focus is received. So under national income, we will add every income which is earned whether received or not. So we'll do what? We will add every income whether received or not. And here we will add every income received whether earned or not. So difference क्या है earned और received में? Earned means I must have done something to earn, receive this money. So if I'm working in a company, I'm receiving the salary. It is not only receiving the salary, but I have earned the salary. So it is income earned and received. But if I retire and let's say the government gives me pension, now I am receiving the pension, but I have not earned the pension. Why? Because I'm not doing anything for the government department. So that is income received but not earned. So receive kiya, whether earned or not, will be added in the personal income. So sometimes there are income that I have earned but not yet received. Say for example, contribution to the provident fund. It is deducted from my salary, and the salary I have earned, part of the salary I have received, part of the provident fund contribution I have earned but not received. When I leave the job, I'll receive it. So I will not count it then, I will count it now. So contribution to the provident fund, workmen compensation fund, undistributed dividend, these are all income earned but not yet received. So we will add it here to the national income. So what is income earned but and received? You know, salary. Salary is your income earned and received. What is the income earned but not received? Dividend, uh, undistributed dividend, workmen compensation fund, contribution to the provident fund. We will add also. But here, in case of personal income, whatever I have earned, it does not matter. पैसा आया मैं ऐड करेगा. रास्ते पे चल रहा है 50,000 रुपए मिल गया, पर्सनल इनकम हो गया वो. Alright. Can you say you've earned the income? The answer no. ट्रेन में जा रहा एक्सीडेंट हो गया, गवर्नमेंट बोला compensation to 5 lakh rupees to the people who have been injured. This is income received not earned. You cannot say I've earned the income. Alright. So here I will add every income which is received whether earned or not. So it means if I want to calculate personal income from the national income, तो नेशनल इनकम में क्या होता है जो पर्सनल इनकम में नहीं होने मांगता? नेशनल इनकम में there is income earned but not received. So minus income earned but not yet received. और क्या नेशनल इनकम में नहीं होता है बट पर्सनल इनकम में होने मांगता? इनकम रिसीव बट नॉट अर्न. सो आई विल ऐड इनकम received but not earned. So that will give me personal income. So in the national income, income received but not earned is not included. We will add. But in the personal income, income earned but not yet received should not be there. In the national income, it is there, but in the personal income, it should not be there. So I am deducting it. Clear? Then we come to the concept of personal income and private income. What is the difference between national income and private income and personal income? So, national income includes the income of both the government sector and income of the private sector. All right. But national income does not include what? Income received but not earned. So, it means if I want to get personal income from the national income, if I subtract government's income, all right, when I subtract government income, then what I'll get? Income of the private sector, correct? But income of the private sector ऐसे नहीं मिलेगा. There are some income that is not there in the national income that should be added to the national income to get the private income. So what is not there in the national income? That is, we will add transfer income, transfer payment or transfer income. Transfer income received will be added, transfer income paid will be deducted. It doesn't matter from where you're receiving the donation. Transfer income is nothing but donation. So whatever you receive will be added, whatever we are paying to some other country will be deducted. Plus we will add what? Interest on national debt. Interest on national debt. This is a transfer payment because we have learned in public finance what? That when the government borrows the money, it borrows the money from the public within the domestic territory. Now the government, it means you will buy government bond. I'm the government. I've sold you the bond. I've taken the money. 8% government bond I've sold you. After 1 year, 2 years, whatever the duration of the bond, maturity comes. Now I have to repay the money to you. How will I repay the money? I will neither increase taxes nor decrease the government expenditure. What I'll do, I will issue new bond. So some other individual will buy the bond from me and money I will receive from them and give it to you. तो उसका बॉन्ड जो परचेज किया उसका प्राइस से मैं आपका बॉन्ड रिडीम करेगा. उसको कैसे रिडेम्पशन देगा? देन अगेन व्हेन द रिडेम्पशन डेट विल कम आई विल सेल द more bonds, somebody else will buy and take the money, I will pay him. So it means basically if I remove the government, people are transacting with themselves, lending and borrowing among themselves. So that is nothing but a transfer income. So it's a part of the personal income which is not a part of the national income. Since we are calculating personal and private income, this will be added. So this, if I do this, what I'll get is the private income. So it means income ये private sector के पास आया, अभी household के पास नहीं गया है. So we'll have to minus something that doesn't go to the household. What doesn't go to the household? Minus corporate income tax. It means taxes paid on the net profit of the company. Corporate income tax. This will not go to the household. What else will not go to the household? The income, the profit of the profit that I'm retaining as reserves. So this will be minus retained earning. Retained earnings. इसको minus किया तो मेरा पास आ गया personal income. And from this, if I deduct personal income tax, then what I'll get is personal disposable income. Correct है? So it means नेशनल इनकम से पर्सनल इनकम लाने के लिए फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल विल हैव टू गेट प्राइवेट इनकम, दैट इज फ्रॉम द नेशनल इनकम माइनस द गवर्नमेंट इनकम एंड एट द ट्रांसफर इनकम माइनस गवर्नमेंट इनकम एट ट्रांसफर इनकम में ही आता है इंटरेस्ट ऑन नेशनल डेट इज नथिंग बट अ पार्ट ऑफ द ट्रांसफर इनकम देन व्हाट आई गेट इज द प्राइवेट इनकम एंड प्राइवेट इनकम में टैक्सेस हाउस होल्ड के पास नहीं जाता है रिटेन अर्निंग हाउस होल्ड के पास नहीं जाता है ये गवर्नमेंट के पास जाता है ये बिजनेस के पास रहता है रिमेनिंग विल गो टू द एज डिविडेंड टू द शेयर होल्डर्स दैट इज टू द हाउस होल्ड एंड देन from here if I deduct personal income tax what is left is the personal disposable income that I have shown here कहाँ गया वो जो ऐड किया था so I have shown here yeah how is it possible that I have not shared private income NNP at factor cost minus government income plus transfer income then personal income के लिए private income से minus corporate income tax minus undistributed profit and personal disposable income is personal income minus income tax clear है so let's go here this is done explained here so problems very easy problems तो यहाँ पर क्या आपको बोला है calculate NNP at factor cost, NNP at market price, GNP at market price, GDP at market price. If you remember, I've told you, whenever you start solving any problem, first you have to calculate GDP at market price. Because once you have calculated a GDP at market price, then everything becomes very easy. So how do we calculate GDP at market price? First of all, क्या है? Formula क्या था? Compensation to employees plus mixed income of self-employed plus operating surplus that is rent plus interest plus profit plus depreciation all right that will give me and of course indirect taxes को भी adjust करेगा what I'll get is the GDP at market price but here एक थोड़ा सा आपको गूगली दिया हुआ है क्यों देखो मिक्स इनकम ऑफ सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयड आई विल ऐड रेंट एंड प्रॉफिट आर सेपरेटली गिवन but don't you think this rent and profit is included in the operating surplus so this is useless information do not add this 500 800 is included so mixed income of self employed plus you'll have operating surplus 2000 plus consumption of fixed capital 200 plus net indirect taxes because you are calculating at market price what you will get is the value of GDP at market price which is clearly shown over here you see operating compensation to employees operating surplus mixed income of self-employed consumption of fixed capital and then depreciation so this is your GDP at मार्केट प्राइस और आपको फिर क्या बोला है जीडीपी एट मार्केट प्राइस है आपको क्या कैलकुलेट करने का है एनएनपी एट फैक्टर कॉस्ट कैलकुलेट करने का है तो जीडीपी एट मार्केट प्राइस को फैक्टर कॉस्ट में लाने के लिए क्या करेगा व्हाट विल आई डू आई हैव टू डिडक्ट जीडीपी एट फैक्टर कॉस्ट लाने के लिए आई हैव टू डिडक्ट नेट इनडायरेक्ट टैक्सेस सो व्हेन आई डिडक्ट नेट इनडायरेक्ट टैक्सेस फ्रॉम हियर आई विल गेट what is known as GDP at factor cost. Then if I add NFIA, it will become GNP at factor cost. Then I will deduct depreciation. It will become NNP at factor cost. Clear? Right. So देखो GNP at market price है GNP at market price plus NFIA क्योंकि negative में value दिया है NFIA का it means it will be plus of minus 50. So this will give you GNP at market price. Then NNP at market price है उसको sorry GNP at market price से NNP at market price difference क्या है gross and net का difference है depreciation so we are deducting depreciation 4500 you got and then from NNP at market price I'm getting NNP at factor cost the difference क्या है market price and factor cost so I'm deducting net indirect taxes so NNP at factor cost you got at 4050 clear है all these problems you have solved in the class no only thing is that I have not shared this full with you मैं दिखाया भी नहीं था आपको ये okay now let's look at another problem from the following data estimate national income and personal income so अब आप पर्सनल इनकम निकालेगा तो प्राइवेट इनकम भी उसके पहले आ जाएगा तो नेट नेशनल प्रोडक्ट एट मार्केट प्राइस दे हैव गिवन so what did I tell you to calculate private income and personal income you have to first calculate NNP at factor cost वहां से जाएगा तो आपको क्या दिया है ये NNP at market price is given 1891 so I want to convert it to NNP at factor cost. So that will be 1891, that is NNP at market price minus net indirect taxes. So indirect taxes kitna hai? Minus net indirect taxes. It means minus 175 and plus 30. तो कितना वैल्यू आता है? 1746. 1746 is your NNP at factor cost. Now you have got NNP at factor cost. अब आपको क्या करने का है? माइनस गवर्नमेंट एक्सपेंडिचर. सो क्या क्या है देखते हैं. गवर्नमेंट एक्सपेंडिचर, इनकम फ्रॉम प्रॉपर्टी एंड एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप अक्रूइंग टू एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव डिपार्टमेंट, सो माइनस 45 कर देगा. देन saving of non-departmental enterprise. Remember, government organization in India, departmental enterprise is run by a specific ministry. Non-departmental, there is no specific ministry, but they are government organizations. So even this 10 will be subtracted. Interest on national debt क्या करेगा मैं? ऐड करेगा मैं. करंट ट्रांसफर्स फ्रॉम गवर्नमेंट, ट्रांसफर पेमेंट है, तो इट मींस प्लस 35 करेगा. करंट ट्रांसफर फ्रॉम द रेस्ट ऑफ द वर्ल्ड, बाहर से डोनेशन आया, आई विल ऐड करेगा. सो दिस विल गिव मी व्हाट? इनकम ऑफ द प्राइवेट सेक्टर. सो प्राइवेट इनकम आ गया, कितना आया? 1761. Saving of the corporate sector, that is nothing but your retained earnings, so minus 25. Then you have corporate profit after tax. It means corporate taxes है, इसको भी 25 minus करेगा. So that will give you what? 1711. This is your personal income. So you see here, everything is shown over here. So यहाँ पे फॉर्मूला भी दे दिया है मैं, और यहाँ पे कैलकुलेशन भी पूरा दे दिया है. सिंपल. ऑलराइट. हाँ, रट्टा मारने से भूल जाएगा, रट्टा मारने से कंफ्यूजन हो जाएगा. रट्टा मारना प्रॉब्लम है, अरे रट्टा मार के कोई आगे नहीं बढ़ा. ऑलराइट. नाउ दिस इज अ मिसिंग फिगर प्रॉब्लम. क्या है मिसिंग फिगर प्रॉब्लम में? कैलकुलेट एग्रीगेट वैल्यू ऑफ डेप्रिसिएशन. सो आपको क्या हुआ? क्या हुआ? देन व्हाट यू सेइंग? मिसिंग फिगर, मिसिंग वैल्यू मतलब दिमाग में एग्जाम सामने है, दिमाग में गार्बेज लेके है. डेप्रिसिएशन यू हैव टू फाइंड आउट. सो जीडीपी एट मार्केट प्राइस ऑफ कंट्री ने पर्टिकुलर है, देखो क्या दिया है? जीडीपी एट मार्केट प्राइस इक्वल्स टू 1100. सो 1100. NFIA is 100. NFIA is equals to 100 crore. Value of indirect minus subsidy, it means net IDT दिया कितना? 150 crore. And national income, that is NNP at factor cost, is given as 850 crore. So you have to find out depreciation. So tell me, what is the difference between NNP at factor cost and GNP at factor cost? Depreciation difference है. So it means if NNP is given to me and if I can calculate GNP, दोनों का difference depreciation होगा. So it means first we have to calculate gross national product. So अभी देखो यहाँ पर gross domestic product दिया है, और then they've given NFIA. So can I say to the gross domestic product at market price, if I add NFIA, it will become gross national product at market price. So gross domestic product is 1100 plus NFIA is 100. So gross national product at market price कितना आ जाएगा? That is 1200. GNP at market price is 1200. करेक्ट. प्लस ही करेगा ना. NFIA नेशनल निकाल रहा है मैं. क्या नेक्स्ट? वेट बढ़ गई. So now if I have to find out gross national product at factor cost, then can I say gross national product at factor cost equals to gross national product at market price, that is 1200, minus net indirect taxes, that is minus 150. So you will get how much? 1050. So that you will got GNP at factor cost. So now we know NNP at factor cost is given at 850 and GNP at factor cost we have found it at 1050, and we know that the difference between them is due to depreciation, so the difference is 200 will be your answer. Clear? Okay. So it about 8 wala we missing hai, but it's given. So measurement of national income in India, understand, keep in mind here that National Account Division of the Central Statistical Office, Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation के अंदर आता है ये. It means measurement of national income comes within the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. And as per the mandate of the FRBM Act, the Ministry of Finance uses GDP numbers at current prices to determine fiscal target. So base year has been revised from 2004 and 5 to 2011 and 12. Base year अभी 2011 and 12 है. Circular flow of income Keynesian model में करेंगे हम. यहाँ same logic है. Methods of measuring national income. So remember, national income is not measured in isolation. The entire sector is divided into primary, secondary, and tertiary sector. So we under value added method, what we do is we try to add value, find out what is the value done in the primary sector, secondary sector, and tertiary sector. So value addition done in the primary sector, how do we get it? So total value of output in the primary sector minus intermediate consumption. सब जगह हम यही करेगा. So I will get value of output minus intermediate consumption. So I've got value addition in the primary sector, value addition in the secondary sector plus, and value addition in the tertiary sector. We will add up together, we'll get a total value added. As simple as that. So the entire economy is divided into primary sector, secondary sector, and tertiary sector, and the value addition done in each of these sectors are added up together. As simple as that. Okay. So gross value added. Remember मैं आपको बोला था ना कि GDP at market price and GVA at market price is exactly the same thing. So we are writing GVA at market price only to state that ये GDP मैं calculate किया है using value added method. So there is no difference between GVA at market price and GDP at market price. So value of output minus intermediate consumption, यहाँ भाग गया intermediate consumption. Now here comes sales plus change in stock minus intermediate consumption. Now what does this mean? Sales plus change in stock minus intermediate consumption. So कहाँ चला गया? So when you draw your trading account, what do we write? We write first opening stock, we write purchase हम आएंगे अभी, sales, and we write here closing stock. If suppose sales is 1 lakh rupees, closing stock is 20,000 rupees, and opening stock was 10,000 rupees. So it means here you are getting a value of 1,20,000, but here you are getting a value of only 10,000. It means something must be there missing. So what I'll get here is purchase. Purchase is what? Nothing but intermediate consumption. So how will I get intermediate consumption? Sales plus closing stock minus opening stock. So 1,20,000 minus 10,000, that is 1,10,000 will be the thing. But now understand here. Now purchase यहाँ पर, there is not purchase basically. If suppose purchase here is given 50,000, it means the value addition is remaining is how much? 60,000. Value addition is nothing but a part of the profit. Just I wanted to show that why I'm adding closing stock and subtracting opening stock, because that's what we do in our trading account. So if I want to find out what is the total value addition, then from the sales I will have to deduct opening stock and add closing stock and minus intermediate consumption. So that will give you your gross profit, that is gross value added. So if I want to find out gross profit, I have to add these two, sales plus the closing stock, minus opening stock minus intermediate consumption, gross profit, that is gross value added. This value will come down to 60,000 rupees. So exactly the same thing is shown over here. So value of output minus intermediate consumption, but is nothing but sales plus change in stock minus intermediate consumption, meaning what? Sales plus closing stock minus opening stock minus intermediate consumption. This will give you gross value added. And same way gross value added पे अगर मैं depreciation minus करेगा तो just like GDP became gross domestic product became net domestic product, gross value added will become net value added, right? So and here market price से factor cost same logic है. Gross value added at net value added at market price will be gross net value added at factor cost minus plus net indirect taxes. And if I want to find out net value added at factor cost, then net value added at market price minus net indirect taxes. Clear? And when I add NFIA, it will become NNP at factor cost. Okay. इनकम मेथड में क्या करते हैं भाई? देखो, under income method, income earned by all the producing units will be added up together. So income method में same logic है, that is uh, compensation to employees plus operating surplus plus mixed income of self-employed plus depreciation करेगा तो वो GDP हो जाएगा प्लस NFI करेगा तो GNP हो जाएगा, depreciation हटा देगा तो वो NNP हो जाएगा, depreciation NFI ये दोनों हटा देगा तो वो NDP हो जाएगा. As simple as that, right? So income method, production is carried down by combined factor effort of all factors of production. These are paid factors, incomes of from services rendered. So national income is calculated by summation of factor income paid out to all producing unit within the domestic territory of a country as wages, salaries, rent, interest, profit. By definition includes factor payments to both resident and non-resident because we are calculating GDP, right? So GDP or NDP, it means domestic we are calculating. Sum of factor income paid out to all producing units within the domestic territory. So you see compensation to employees, operating surplus, mixed income and net factor income from abroad है. अगर ये मैं इसको tell me if I remove this one, what will you get? You will get NDP at factor cost. If I add depreciation to it, what will it become? GNP. It will become gross national product. नेट से ग्रॉस में चेंज हो जाएगा. इति होगा. एक्सपेंडिचर मेथड में, अंडर एक्सपेंडिचर मेथड देयर आर फोर कंपोनेंट वी हैव टू टेक. First is your private final consumption expenditure. That is whatever we buy from the market as individual residents. Whatever is the market price multiplied by the number of units sold. If Indian consumers are buying 1 lakh television and each television is sold at 50,000 rupees, then 1 lakh into 50,000 will be added to the national income. Alright. So whatever is the market value of goods produced multiplied by the market price of this, whatever the total number of units produced multiplied by the market price. Likewise, we have to add government final consumption expenditure. Just like households, government also consume. But the problem with the government is that it is very difficult to find out the real value of government expenditure because unlike private goods whose price is determined by the market forces of demand and supply, the value of government services do not depend on demand and supply. So it means if suppose a patient goes to Apollo hospital and Apollo hospital has 100 bed, each bed is given to a patient at 5,000 rupees per day. So 100 into 5,000 will be 1 day revenue earned from the bed. If suppose half of the bed is occupied, it means only 50 beds are occupied for entire 365 days. So 50 into 5,000 into 365, this much will be added to the national income. But what if a person goes to All India Institute of Medical Sciences, which is government hospital? Is he paying anything? Do you know the price of the bed? Do you know the expenditure incurred by the doctor? No, you are not paying. So those doctor, that hospital do not command any market price. But if you are not paying, does it mean nobody is paying? No, government is paying. So गवर्नमेंट का क्या करेगा? पर यूनिट मल्टीप्लीकेशन वेरी डिफिकल्ट है. सो वी टेक द एंटायर लम सम अमाउंट ऑफ मनी expend by the government on healthcare, on infrastructure, on services, everything, defense, education, सब में ऐड करेगा. that will give me government final consumption expenditure. So ये तो current expenditure हो गया दोनों का, private and government. On top of that we have to add gross domestic capital formation. It means the total in expenditure incurred on capital goods. You are purchasing jewelry, government is setting up a power plant, all this thing will be added to the national income under gross domestic capital formation. And then finally we will have to make an adjustment with regard to exports and imports. Exports are considered as injections into the economy, so exports will be added to the national income or the GDP, but imports are considered as leakages, because when you are exporting you are producing within the domestic territory, employment is generated over here. So backward forward linkages and every raw material is sold and purchased over here. So increase in export will lead to increased production within the country. So that will be added to the GDP. But when you are importing, those goods which you are importing, that is not produced here, it means the money is been flushed out for import. So it means from whichever country import is happening, their production will increase, their employment will increase. So that is a negative for us. So imports will be deducted. So after adding export and deducting import, then I'll get the final value. Clear है? So remember, GDP में ही हम export add करेगा, import minus करेगा. And adjustment for export and import will not convert the domestic to national. It means GDP plus export minus import will remain at GDP. If the export is more, import is less, GDP value will be higher. If the imports are more, export is less, then the GDP value will go down. Likewise, if I add export and deduct import from NDP at market price, it will remain NDP at market price. So only after if I add NFIA, then only national will become domestic. Sorry, domestic will become national. So addition of export, deduction of import will not change the domestic to national or national to domestic. So calculation of GDP जब हम करते हैं उसमें ही हम export और add करेगा और import minus कर देगा. You see, expenditure method is also known as income disposal method. You have earned the income, now you are going to spend this income. So who consumes and who spends? Private final consumption expenditure में क्या होता है? Final sales of goods and services to consumers and household and non-profit institutions serving household, acquired for consumption, not for use in production. It means intermediate goods नहीं होना चाहिए. Are multiplied by the market price and then the summation is done. Government final consumption expenditure, the collective services provided by the government such as defense, education, healthcare, etc., are not sold, bought and sold in the market. The only way they can be valued in money terms is by adding up the money spent by the government in the production of these services. Then you have gross domestic capital formation includes final expenditure on machinery and equipment. It means fixed inputs or fixed asset, consumption of fixed capital. And then you have to net export. It means you have to add export and deduct import. Clear? So here it is shown that how from GDP you can get GNP. From the GDP, we add to the GDP, we add net factor income from abroad, then you'll get GNP at market price. So we are doing what? Adding NFIA. Then from GNP at market price, you are getting GNP at factor cost. So what we are doing from market price to factor cost, we are deducting net IDT, deduct kiya. And then from GNP at factor cost, you're getting NNP at factor cost, net national product. Then how can you get from GNP? That will be minus depreciation. This is what we have told you in the golden rule. Clear? Hai? Now the problems are here, you see. Calculate national income by value added method with the help of following. So sales hai 700. What happened? Huh. sales 700, then plus closing stock 400, minus opening stock 500, minus intermediate consumption 350. Then you will, what you have to get? National income. So straight away directly हम ऐड करेगा net income factor income from abroad plus 30, depreciation net calculate कर रहा minus 150, then factor cost को calculate करना excise duty will what will do? We will add और deduct रहे factor cost ला रहा है ना, deduct होगा 110 and plus subsidies 50. When you do that you will get the value. Huh? 70, you've got the answer. Clear? Now this problem yes 70. So here step wise calculation मैं show कर दिया है. All right. Now next. Calculate operating surplus with the help of the following data. तो ऑपरेटिंग सरप्लस के लिए क्या कैलकुलेट करने का हम लोग को? हाँ RIP, रेंट प्लस इंटरेस्ट प्लस प्रॉफिट. सो लेट्स क्विकली लुक एट इट. सेल्स दिया है, कॉम्पेंसेशन टू एम्प्लॉयज, इंटरमीडिएट कंजम्पशन, रेंट प्लस इंटरेस्ट. सो नेट इनडायरेक्ट टैक्सेस दिया, कंजम्पशन ऑफ फिक्स कैपिटल एंड मिक्स्ड इनकम दे दिया है. सो यहाँ पर क्या होगा? फटाफट, वी आर लैगिंग इन टाइम. कीनशियन मेथड में हम लोग को बहुत टाइम स्पेंड करने का है. सो लेट्स क्विकली डू इट. तो आपको देखो पहले क्या है, फर्स्ट कैलकुलेट. आई हैव एक्सप्लेन एवरीथिंग इन डिटेल, आई हैव रिटन इट. देखो ये चेयर दिख रहा है ना, ये गोवा का चेयर है. वन आई वाज ऑन अ हॉलीडे एंड स्टूडेंट सेड सर ये वो हैंड राइटिंग और ये क्लास में नोट्स नहीं हुआ, बहुत ये हुआ. तो देयर आई वाज सॉल्विंग ऑल दिस थिंग अंडर द इन्फ्लुएंस. राइट. माय वाइफ वाज सेइंग क्या कर रहा है तू 1 घंटे से? मैं बोला सॉल्व कर रहा है प्रॉब्लम. ऑलराइट. एनीवेज, हाँ चेयर दिख रहा है ना, ये देखना चेयर है ये, पीछे में मैं बैठा है. ऑलराइट, नेक्स्ट टू इट इज जो Johnny. Now, so operating surplus we know is rent plus interest plus profit. Now, first we calculate GDP at market price of GVA. तो उसके लिए क्या है? वैल्यू ऑफ आउटपुट माइनस इंटरमीडिएट कंजम्पशन. नाउ वैल्यू ऑफ आउटपुट हमको कैसे कैलकुलेट करेगा? सेल्स प्लस चेंज इन स्टॉक. चेंज इन स्टॉक नहीं दिया, दैट आई हैव शोन. नॉट गिवन, देखो नॉट गिवन, डोंट कंफ्यूज. नॉट गिवन मीन जीरो है, खत्म. सो क्लोजिंग स्टॉक, ओपनिंग स्टॉक नहीं दिया, माइनस इंटरमीडिएट कंजम्पशन. सो यू गॉट 3400 as GVA at market price. That is nothing but GDP at market price. Now from here, if I deduct net indirect taxes, what you get is GDP at factor cost. And from there, if we want to find out NDP at factor cost, that will be GDP at factor cost minus depreciation. अभी NNP at factor cost आ गया. So NNP at factor cost क्या है? Compensation to employees plus operating surplus plus mixed income plus NFIA. Alright, NDP है तो NFIA माइनस हो जाएगा. Alright, so it means even if NNP is given, you can easily calculate, but if NNP is given, then you have to add NFIA. So NDP at factor cost you got 2700 here. Compensation to employees आपको दिया है, ऑपरेटिंग सरप्लस नहीं दिया, इसको x ले लिया, प्लस मिक्स्ड इनकम दिया है, that is 400. So find out the value of x, that is 1500 rupees. Easily clear. Let's quickly go ahead. Next, अभी देखो ये बहुत easy है रे बाबा. You have to find out national income value added method. Value of output in the primary sector minus intermediate consumption. Add कर दो. It means 1800 added. Value of output in the secondary sector minus intermediate consumption. यहाँ पे कर दिया. Then कितना हो गया रे? 2000. Value of output tertiary sector 600. और उसके बाद क्या हो जाएगा, ये जीडीपी एट मार्केट प्राइस आ जाएगा. देन यू हैव टू डिडक्ट what? Net indirect taxes. You have to add NFIA and you have to deduct depreciation. So let's take a look here. So देखो, value of output in the primary sector, ये value addition here, value addition secondary sector, value addition tertiary sector. This is your GDP at market price, and then from the GDP at market price you have to get GDP at factor cost. So it means यहाँ पे अगर मैं GDP at factor cost चाहिए, तो first of all what is your net indirect taxes? Net indirect taxes is minus 300. Then what is your depreciation? That is minus 400. And then NFIA plus of minus 30 मतलब negative है. Foreign companies earning more in India than Indian companies abroad. So minus 3 minus 30 and you will get your answer. Clear hai? So 4000 whatever is the answer. Right. So ये सारा problems आप देख, ये एक दो problem बचा है. Let's not go ahead with it. I will share this to you with you. Alright, I've solved this already in the class. No easy problems hai, so I'll share this with you. You take a look at it. So now remember here what is important. फटाफट खत्म करते ये भी. System of regional accounts क्या है? In every state we calculate state GDP. State में क्या होता है? Directorate of Economics and Statistics होता है. What do? They go to every district and every district they calculate the economic activity in that district. That economic activity in that district will be sent to the district collector or district magistrate, and every district's income activity will be added together, and that will give you the state GDP. That data will go to the CSO, and CSO will compile all the country states and union territories GDP. That will give you the national income. So all states and union territories compute state income estimates and district level estimate, and this is done by, you see, it provides an integrated database on innumerable transactions taking place in regional economy. It helps in decision making at the regional level. State level GDP or per capita income is calculated. The state level estimates prepared by, this is important, state income units of respective state directorate of economics and statistics. So I've made you write this point as well. What is very important, three star, is the supra-regional sector. What is supra-regional sector? That some economic activities or the some asset they overlap between multiple states. So a highway passing from one state to another. Railway is leaving Bangalore and reaching Kolkata. A power transmission line is going from Tamil Nadu to Pondicherry to Goa and everywhere. So how will you allocate the income generated from these? Can you allocate to one particular state? No, because the income is spread over multiple states. So what the government does, government puts the income over this overlapping asset into a specific category which is known as supra regional sectors. Clear hai? Certain activities such as railways, communication, banking, insurance, central government administration that cut across state boundaries and thus their economic contribution cannot be assigned to one state, directly known as supra-regional sectors of the economy. Now, limitation is very simple, self-explanatory. आप पढ़ लेने का. Do you want me to explain any point? Let's not waste time over here. Very, very easy limitation hai. And when you read it, you will understand it very, very clearly. Conceptual difficulties is all these are limitation, other challenges all these are limitation of measuring national income. Yes, so this is done. You want to take a break now? Okay, but I will begin from 5:50. You can go for a break. So Keynesian model of national income. So Maynard Keynes, remember, the model that he gave was a part of the very important paper that he published known as General Theory of on Interest, Employment and Money. So money, this was a very, very prominent paper for which he again won a Nobel Prize in 1936. It gave a very rational explanation with regard to what happened during the Great Depression. Right. So he gave three different models of national income: deterministic model, two sector, three sector, and four sector. In a two sector model, there will be only household and firms. It will be a closed economic model, and where export and import doesn't take place, and also government doesn't exist. In a three sector model, government will be there, but still it will be a closed economic model where there is no export and import. And a three sector model is an opening, four sector model is an open economic model where aside apart from government, there will be also exports and imports. Clear? So household, farm, government, and exports and imports all will be there. So there are certain assumptions. They may end up asking a question on assumption. So assumption was what? First of all, it is a short-term model where it is assumed that investment remain is determined autonomously and it is not affected by the changes in the interest rate. Secondly, the methods of production or technology is assumed to remain constant. It is also assumed that there is no changes in the price level. It means the cost of production and the market price will remain this constant. But what if it changes? When what will happen? He also said that later on. Then there will be no corporate, savings. It means all the profit earned by the business will be distributed as dividend to the shareholder or put back into the business, that is reinvested into the business. These were the assumptions. So circular flow of income, again you can expect one question from here. So under circular flow of income in a two sector model, on one side you have household, other side you have firm. Household own all factor input which is provided by the household to the firms. So it means here the household provides factor input to the firms and the firms will pay the money to the household. So this money is nothing but the expenditure incurred by the firm, that is the income earned by the household. If I have given my labor, I'll receive wages. If the business is working on my premises, I'll receive rent. If I have given money on interest or business has borrowed from me, then I will receive interest, and if I have invested in the business, then I will receive a share in the profit. So the income that is received by the household will then become a consumption expenditure. It means it will go back to the businesses because I will have to purchase the goods and services which is produced by the business. So income earned by the household will become the revenue income of the businesses. So it means household providing factor inputs to the businesses, household receiving the money, and this money will be again going to the businesses because we are going to purchase goods and services from that businesses. And then the goods, final goods and services that the household help in the production will flow back to the household, that will be leading to consumption. So at the end of the day, can I say that the value of factor input will be equal to the expenditure incurred by the firm. The expenditure incurred by the firm will be equal to income of the household. The income of the household will again become expenditure by the household, that will become revenue income for the household, that will be equal to the total value added at the end of the day. So that finishes our circular flow of income. Very, very simple. So assumption. So the circular line, broken line shows the arrow, which I've already explained it to you. So money flows which are generated by real flows, there are no injection or leakages from the system. It means people are not holding idle cash in hand. They're either using this money to buy goods and services or putting their money in the bank, and the bank is lending this money back to the businesses. Since the whole of the household income is spent on goods and services produced by the firms, the household expenditure is equal to total received of the firm, which is equal to total value of output. So at the end of the day, this is the equation that you have to remember, that factor payment paid by the businesses will be your household income. Then household will spend this money. That will be total receipt of revenue by the firms. That will be the total value of output. So this is important. Now equilibrium. So aggregate consumption function. See, equilibrium under national Keynesian model of national income. National income is only measured at the point of equilibrium. And at the point of equilibrium, what is there? Demand is equal to supply. Aggregate demand is equals to aggregate supply. Now, aggregate demand side is considered as the consumption side or the expenditure side, whereas aggregate supply side is considered as the income side. So, aggregate demand consists of two components, that is C and I, where C indicates consumption of consumer goods, I indicates consumption of investment goods. Now there is no difference between the two. It means, I mean, from the perspective, let's say for example, when I say no difference, if I buy a car for my household personal use, that will be added to the C part. But if I'm a businessman having transportation services like Ola and Uber, the same car that I'm purchasing will be considered as investment. So वो I में add हो जाएगा. So I here is considered as to be determined autonomous. So in the short run, since Keynes given a short run model, in the short run, investment is assumed to remain constant. And if the investment changes, then it will not be changing due to one household activity or one business activity. It will be changing due to the economic forces in the country. So it will be collective force of market, entire market, that can bring about a change in investment, but not in the short run, in the long run. So we are left with C, consumption function. So remember, consumption is nothing but a function of income, and there is a direct or a positive relation. So pehla important thing, there is a direct relationship between consumption and income. It means when my income increases, my consumption will also increase. So consumption, that's why I say, is a function of income. But also savings is a function of income, because when your income increases, your saving will also increase. Let's say your income was 1 lakh rupees and you were consuming 80% of your income and saving 20% of your income. So it means 80K you are consuming and 20K you are saving. If your income increases from 1 lakh to 2 lakh rupees, and if the ratio remains the same, even if ratio remains the same, 80% and 20%, then saving, then now you are consuming 1.6 lakh and saving 40K. So with the increase in income, your savings will also increase. So we say that income is nothing but a summation between consumption and saving. So from the income, if I deduct consumption, I'll get saving, and if I deduct saving, I'm going to get income. Then he said that this consumption C is nothing but aggregate consumption. Aggregate consumption. So aggregate consumption, it means it is made up of two parts. So we write it as C equals to A plus BY. Now what is A? A is the autonomous consumption. Autonomous consumption means the consumption that is not dependent on the income. This is the basic necessity you will have to consume, otherwise you will not be able to survive. We are not polar bear, we cannot go into hibernation. You have to consume even if your income is zero. If your income is zero, how can you consume? In a three sector model, government can give subsidy. In a two sector model, you will have to use past saving that you have kept in the bank, and if you don't have money, you can die comfortably. So A is the autonomous consumption. It remains absolutely fixed in the short run. Now B stands for marginal propensity to consume, or in simple terms, we say the proportion of income that you spend on consumption. So how much will be the change in the value of C due to the change in the value of income? That depends on the value of B. If B is 0.6, then 60% of your increased income you are consuming. If B is 0.4, then 40% of your increased income you are consuming. So let's say when I've told you consumption is a function of income, and let's say your income is rupees 1 lakh, and your value of A is, let's say, is 10,000 rupees, and value of B is 0.4. So it means if I want to find out what is the aggregate consumption, which is A plus BY, so A is 10,000 rupees plus BY, that is 0.4 into 1 lakh rupees. So your aggregate consumption is 10,000 rupees plus 10,000 rupees plus 40,000 rupees. So that will be 50,000 rupees will be your aggregate consumption. Now, since I've said consumption is a function of income, so if your income increases from 1 lakh to 2 lakh, so let's say income increases from 1 lakh to 2 lakh rupees, and A remains the same at 10,000 and B remains the same at 0.4, then the value of C will become 10,000 rupees plus 0.4 into 2 lakh rupees. So it means 10,000 rupees plus 80,000 rupees. So that will be 90,000 rupees. So we can now understand that this is absolutely correct, which says that increase in income will lead to increase in the rate of consumption. Now remember, this consumption, this is known as induced consumption. Why we call it induced consumption? Because it is induced by the change in the income. If the income doesn't change, then this consumption will remain also the same. So something that is induced by the change in income, that's why we call it induced consumption. It means if the aggregate consumption is changing, it is not changing due to A, because in both the sides, left hand side and right hand side, the value of A remains constant. But what if my income is zero? What if y is equals to 0? So in that case, even if suppose I want to find out c equals to a plus by, and a value is 10,000, b value is 0.4, y value is 0 because income is 0. So you have 10,000 rupees plus 0. So you'll have only 10,000 rupees. So can we say that when income is 0, then c will be equals to a? So it means the C curve and the A curve will begin exactly from the same point. So if I have to denote this into a diagram, how would the diagram look like? So always this will be your consumption expenditure, and this will be y axis will always be your income denoted by y. This is not y axis, but y denotes here income. So the value of A value will never start from here, because if it starts from here, then what you are saying is that when my income is 0, consumption is 0. So no, it will not start from here. A value will begin from here. So it means whatever happens, 10,000 rupees I'll consume. So whether my income increases or decreases, the value of A remains constant. So whether income is 0 or income is 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 40,000, doesn't matter. A value is 10,000. And then this denotes my consumption line. So which is a function of income. Consumption is a function of income. So now what happens here, if I want to figure out what is my level of consumption at this level of income, so at zero level of income, we know that A and C are the same. So that's why consumption line and A line begin from the same point, just like fixed cost and total cost. Then as my income increases, you see, with the increase in income, my aggregate consumption is increasing. Aggregate consumption is increasing. Aggregate consumption is increasing. It means it is not increasing due to A, because A is constant. It is increasing due to induced consumption, that is by. But why is it so that this line, why is it so that this line is a straight line? Because the proportion of B remains constant. So this will make an angle over here, and this angle A will depend on the value of B. So higher the value of B, more will be the upright. Let's say if suppose the value of B here is not 0.4 but 0.7. So it means consumption, if my income increases from 1 to 2 lakh, then the consumption will be 10,000 plus 0.7 into 2 lakhs. So it means 10,000 plus 1,40,000, that is 1,50,000. So it means, don't you think, with the increase in my income, there is sharp increase in my consumption? So in that case, what will happen? Then this big curve will not be like this, it will increase like this, right? And if suppose the value of B is on the lower side, then this will be moving like this. Clear hai? This is what is explained in this particular topic here. So consumption is nothing but a function of income, and consumption consists of two things, that is A plus by, where A is the autonomous consumption and B is the induced consumption, that is nothing. By is the induced consumption, where B is the proportion of income that is spent on consumption. In other words, B is also considered as the marginal propensity to consume. And the slope of the B is function of slope of B is the function of C by Y, change in consumption by change in income, that is nothing but marginal propensity to consume. It means higher the rate of consumption, more will be the vertical line, not absolutely vertical. Lower the level of consumption, more will be the slope here over here. So this is explained here as I've explained here. Now, marginal propensity to consume. What is MPC? MPC is nothing. Marginal means change of 1. So marginal propensity to consume tells us how much will be the change in income, a change in consumption of income increases by 1 rupee. So it means if the value of B denotes marginal propensity to consume. If the value of B is 0.4, then for every 1 rupee increase in my income, my consumption will increase by 40 paisa. So it means if my income increases by 1 lakh rupees, then I will spend 40,000 extra. If it increases by 10 lakh rupees, then I'll spend 4 lakh rupees extra. Right. So MPC is nothing but change in consumption due to change in income. Clear. So how much will be the change in consumption when income increases by 1 unit of a rupee or income changes by 1 unit of a rupee? But remember, the value of MPC will always be lower than 1 and greater than 0. Why? Because I've told you that nobody will either consume if income is consumption plus saving, neither you will consume 0 and save everything, nor you will save 0 and consume everything. Both is not a possibility. So in person will consume and some amount of money it is going to save. That is an assumption taken. So when I am consuming something and saving something, so saving cannot be 0. If saving cannot be 0, then consumption cannot be 100%. And if consumption cannot be 100%, it means the value of consumption will be lower than 1 always. And also the other way around. I'm not saving, I'm not consuming everything and saving is 0. No, saving cannot be 100%, neither consumption cannot be 100%. Next, we say just like income is going to affect my consumption, income is going to affect the saving as well. So if I want to calculate marginal propensity to save, that is tells us that how much of my increased income I am saving. So change in saving due to change in income by 1 unit of a rupee. So marginal propensity to save, if I want to find out, then what will I do? I'll write change in savings by change in income. All right. So can I say, if I've told you that income is nothing but consumption plus saving. So if I want to get savings, don't you think from income I have to deduct consumption? In the same way, if suppose marginal propensity to consume is 0.7 and then marginal propensity to save will be 1 minus 0.7, that is 0.3. So it means marginal propensity to save I can get also by deducting marginal propensity to consume from the value of 1. And we can also do it vice versa. If I want to get marginal propensity to consume, then from 1 if I give deduct 0.3, then you will get marginal propensity to consume 0.7. So when I write MPC plus MPS, it will always have value of 1. So eventually we can say that both marginal propensity to consume and marginal propensity to save, their value will be greater than 0, but their value will be less than 1. Clear? Hai? Now, just like marginal cost, marginal product, marginal utility, marginal revenue, we were calculating average cost, average product, correct? Average utility nahi consume kiya, the concept doesn't exist. But average product, average cost, average revenue, we calculated. So, if I want to calculate average propensity to consume, then here, well, right, total consumption by total income. तो remember, अगर मैं डेल्टा लगा दिया तो ये APC से MPC हो जाएगा. डेल्टा हटा दिया then it will be APC. Likewise, if I want to calculate MPS, then change in change change in savings by change in income. So if I remove this delta over here, this will become from MPS to APS. Clear? Hai? All right. No problem. Don't get confused in the question. Change in consumption by change in income is MPC. Consumption by income is APC. Change in saving by change in income is MPS. Savings by income, total savings by total income will be your APS. All right, clear? So, you see here, largely you will be asked question from MPC concept. MPC is change in consumption by change in income, and APC will be total consumption by total income. We know that savings is also function of income. It means if income increases, savings will also increase and vice versa. And we also know saving is income minus consumption. So marginal propensity to save, you see MPS is equals to 1 minus B. B means MPC, no? So 1 minus MPS will 1 MPC will be your MPS. Average propensity to consume total savings by total income. Delta लगा देगा तो ये हो जाएगा average marginal propensity to save. So this not needed. So you see what will be the value of average propensity to consume when save consumption is 200, income is average propensity to save AP is bola. So it means 200 by 1000. So 200 by 1000, this will be your consumption is this much. Sorry, consumption is 200. No, consumption is 200. It means saving is 800. So 800 by 1000 will give you average propensity to save, and 200 by 1000 will give you average propensity to consume. Same way here, if saving is 450 and this is then 450 by straight away 1200. So remember this mistake I've made here, you cannot make this in the examination. राइट क्योंकि अगर आपको बोला है एपीसी नहीं बोला, आपको एपीएस बोला और कंजम्पशन दिया है, तो आपको पहले सेविंग्स निकालने का, सेविंग्स के लिए इनकम से माइनस कर दिया, इनकम 1000 दिस माइनस, so you got savings of 800, income is 1000, so 800 by 1000 you got the value here. Right, equilibrium under two sector model. So we know that C plus I denote your aggregate demand and C plus S denote your aggregate supply, where this C denotes consumption of consumer goods, this I denotes consumption of investment goods, and this C denotes production of consumer goods, and this S denotes savings or production of investment goods. So if I cancel out C and C from both the side, investment will always be equals to savings. I will always be equals to S. So assumptions we have already covered. So A plus BY we have already covered here. Okay. So what equilibrium straight away will come to. So in an equilibrium, aggregate demand is equals to aggregate supply, and in an equilibrium, what do we say? That if suppose aggregate demand is equals to aggregate supply, it means the point where C plus I equals to C plus S will be your equilibrium. So in along the, this is your consumption expenditure side and this is your income side. So you'll find that the aggregate supply curve will be dividing both the x axis, the area between the x and the y axis, into two equal halves. This will become your C plus S. Now it will make a 45-degree angle. Why? Because under circular flow of income, Keynesian circular flow of income, expenditure and income side will have to tally. That's why it's making a 45-degree angle. So then if I write here, if I draw here C, so this will give us a point over here. Let's write y dash here and e dash here. But at this point, what is the value? C equals to C plus S. That is not equilibrium. But if I draw another line over here, this is your C plus I. This will have to be a parallel line because investment is assumed to remain constant. So this will be your C plus I, and this will be your actual equilibrium, and this will be the national income where equilibrium, because at this point what is happening, C plus I is equals to C plus S, or aggregate demand is equals to aggregate supply. Now also remember here that, as I've told you, that if the demand is increasing and supply is increasing, due to increase in supply, demand will also increase. Why? Because how I am able to increase the supply? By using the resources from the household. It means there'll be more factor flow to the household, and when the household is earning income, they will create more demand. So when they create more demand, I will produce more, and when I produce more, then more money will flow. So when the supply is increasing, automatically the demand will increase in the economy, because you cannot increase the supply without increasing the demand. But at some point in time, what will happen? Supply may move very sharply and go beyond demand, and that will lead to unsold stock. So it means if I go to this point, if I go to this point, here you will find what is the situation when I drop down a line over here. So my aggregate supply is over here, but my aggregate demand is over here. So there is excess demand over excess supply over demand. It will lead to unsold stock for the businesses. The businesses will have to decrease the supply. And remember, you see, when I am decreasing the supply, you see, supply is over here, demand is over here, correct? So when I decrease the supply to this point, let's say to this point, what is happening? Supply is decreasing, but don't you think demand is also decreasing now? Correct? And then you will achieve equilibrium over here. So we can say that before the equilibrium, now this black line is the aggregate demand curve. This is your aggregate demand curve. Before the equilibrium, this blue line is the supply curve. If I take a line from here to here, so this is your aggregate supply and this is your aggregate demand. So before the equilibrium, aggregate demand is higher than aggregate supply. But beyond the point of equilibrium, aggregate supply is more than aggregate demand. So only at this point you are getting aggregate demand is equals to aggregate supply, and this is the point where we will measure national income, because under Keynesian model, national income is only and only measured and determined at the point where aggregate demand is equals to aggregate supply. Clear? All right. So let's go back here. Now there comes inflationary and deflationary pressure. So let's first cover inflationary pressure. So let's take a look here. If suppose what we have seen, if there is a rightward shift in the aggregate demand curve, don't you think there will be increase in the price? If you go back to the concept of demand, and this is the supply curve, this is the demand curve, and this is the equilibrium price and equilibrium quantity. If there is increase in demand, rightward shift in the demand curve, what happens? Price increases. This is known as inflation. Now why I'm drawing a demand curve which is downward sloping here and there it's an upward sloping? Because here we are comparing demand with regard to price and they have the inverse relation. There I'm comparing demand with regard to income. In that case we have a direct or a positive relation. So it means now if I have to figure out what happened during inflation, the same diagram, everything will be built around the same diagram. Again, you have expenditure and you have income over here, and this is your aggregate supply curve, that is your C plus S. P plus S. So initially your aggregate demand curve was over here, straight away C plus I with Docker DMI. So this is what was your equilibrium over here and national income was achieved over here. But aggregate demand increases. If suppose the economy, remember in this particular diagram, if they ask you a question at the point of equilibrium, is there full employment or less than full employment or more than full employment नहीं हो सकता है. Is there full employment or less than full employment? No, you cannot say, it could be anything. At the point of equilibrium, there can be full employment or less than full employment. But if there is less than full employment at the point of equilibrium and demand increases, then there is unutilized resources that can be used by the businesses to meet excess demand. Means excess demand can be matched. But what if you have achieved equilibrium and in the economy there is full employment of resources? Factories are producing at full capacity. All the people who are able and qualified to work, they have been employed. If suppose demand increases beyond that point, then can that demand be met in the short run? In the long run, yes, but in the short run, can it be met? The answer is no. So what will happen? It will lead to creation of an inflationary gap. So in this case, what will happen? If suppose now the black line is the demand curve that is moving upward. So अगर excess demand होता है, तो demand curve will move over here. So this will become C plus I dash. So excess demand हुआ. So what happens? Equilibrium shifts from this point to this point. So when I drop down a line, this will be showing a higher income. But remember, this is a nominal income, not the real income. Because even though your demand has increased from point E to point A, supply cannot be increased. Yes, supply line नहीं increase हो सकता है. Clear? So wherever the demand curve is, when you drop down a line, wherever that line will intersect with the old demand curve, this will give you inflationary area of inflationary gap. So this will be your inflationary gap, and this increase in income is not the real increase, it is the nominal increase. It is increasing because the price of goods and services have increased and you are multiplying the same quantity with a higher price. That's why it is added at a higher value to the national income, but the real output has not increased. Clear? So this creates inflationary gap. So again, remember, aggregate demand curve hai, equilibrium hai. When inflationary gap is there, then demand curve will shift upward. When you draw a line, wherever you hit the supply curve, from there you drop down a line. Wherever that line will touch the old demand curve, the gap between that point will become your inflationary gap. It means this area between A and B is your inflationary gap. But what if the economy can produce more, but it is underproducing? कोरोना आ गया, फैक्ट्री में कुछ ज्यादा प्रोड्यूस हो सकता है, बट फैक्ट्री इज अंडर प्रोड्यूसिंग. पीपल कैन वर्क फॉर 10 hours, but people are losing their job. So it means supply potential of the economy is over here, but since the demand falls down, the supply will also fall down. So economy is underproducing. So imagine that when the demand is increasing, supply cannot be increased. But when the demand is decreasing, supply can be decreased. So what happens now? Again, this side is your expenditure and this side is your income. And this is again your aggregate supply curve, that is C plus S. And this is your aggregate demand curve, that is C plus I. So इसको थोड़ा ऊपर ले जाने दो. This is your aggregate demand curve. This is your C plus I. So this is your original equilibrium where the economy should be producing and consuming E and Y. But what happens? There is a decrease in the aggregate demand. So when there is a decrease in the aggregate demand, there will be a downward shift in the aggregate demand curve. So when the aggregate demand curve shifts downwards, so what happens? Here you see it will again go, this will become C plus I dash. Now the interaction between the supply and aggregate demand curve happens over here. This will become your E dash and this will become your Y dash. So income falls down from Y to Y dash and equilibrium falls down from E to E dash. So wherever is your new demand curve, you draw a line to the upside, and wherever it hits the old demand curve where the production should have happened, then this area between A and B will be considered as your area of deflationary gap. So it means real income should have been at Y, but the real income falls down to Y dash. So if through certain measures by decreasing the taxes, increasing government expenditure as it happens in a three sector economy, if the government is able to push the demand, then what will happen? This demand curve will begin to go up, and as it goes up, the equilibrium will go on shifting from here to here to here, and eventually economy will be producing and consuming at its full capacity, and equilibrium will be achieved with closing of the deflationary gap. Clear hai? All right. So you see here inflationary gap and deflationary gap is shown over here. अभी यहाँ पे क्वेश्चन देखो, क्वेश्चन बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. They can keep asking a lot of questions here. So calculate marginal propensity to consume and marginal propensity to save from the following data of an economy which is at equilibrium. So income is 2500, expenditure is 300, and investment is 100. So understand here that we know that national income is measured at the point of equilibrium, and at the point of equilibrium we know that C plus I is equals to C plus S. But where the C plus I is equals to C plus S, wherever the C plus I is equals to, कहाँ गया ये है ना, wherever C plus I is equals to C plus S, that will also be your income. They will also be your income. So can I write over here that Y equals to C plus I C plus S? Now this is your income, this is your expenditure, and this is again your income. If I take income equals to income, then you will not be able to solve anything. So I have to take income on one side and expenditure on other side. So can I write here this thing as Y equals to C plus I? And we know that C equals to A plus BY. So in case of C, can I write C equals to A plus BY? Yes, C ho gaya plus I. Alright, if I take by to the left hand side, so y minus by will be a plus I. If I take y common here, 1 minus b equals to a plus I, and so if I leave y over here, it will be 1 by 1 minus b into a plus I. So that will be your direct formula for calculating national income. But even if you don't want to remember the direct formula, simply remember this and you will be able to solve every single question. So let's take a look at the question. So they've given y is 2500. So can I write 2500? First of all, can I write y equals to a plus by plus I, and y is 2500 equals to autonomous consumption is 300. Value of b is how much? Marginal propensity to consume wheat is not given. So b हो जाएगा ये, और by it means, can I write here 2500 b plus I is 100. So can I solve for b? Yes, 2500 b will be equals to 2500 minus 2100 आ जाएगा. So b will be equals to 2100 by 2500. So that will be कितना आ रहा है? 0.84 will be your MPC. That is marginal propensity to consume. That's what they've asked you. And if I want to find out what is MPS, though we know that MPS equals to 1 minus MPC, that will be 0.16. Problem solved. So don't do mistakes, silly mistakes. And in economy is that equilibrium, calculate national income from the following. Again, same way we can write that y equals to a is 100 plus marginal propensity to save is 0.2. It means MPC will be 0.8. A plus by 0.8. Y nahi diya humko. Investment is given as 200. So I have to solve for y. To take the y over here, y minus 0.8 y is 0.2 y equals to 300. So y value will be 300 divided by 0.2. That will be 5 times. So 1500 will be the value of y. Correct? And in this question, if they ask you calculate the value of C, then easily you can calculate. Value of C is equals to A plus by. So that will be how much? 100 plus, sorry, 100 is A and by is 0.8 into 1500. When you solve for this, that will be the value of C. Okay, clear? हाँ, ये क्वेश्चन थोड़ा डिफरेंट है, क्यों? Because they have given the functional value of I and they've given by C equals to A, you have to find out what is the value of income. So same way, we know that Y equals to C plus I. So Y equals to C plus I. C is A plus by plus I. I का value क्या है? 10 plus 0.2 y, and we know what is the value of C. C is 20 plus 0.6 y plus 10 plus 0.2 y. तो कितना y हो गया रे बाबा? 0.6.8. So 0.8 y left hand side ले जाएगा, y minus 0.8 y, that will be 0.2 y. 20 plus 10, 30. So 30, 0.2 equals to 30. So y will be equals to 150. Easy. Okay, easy है ना? 5 is easy. 6 you can do. 7 कर सकता है. At the back. Alright. So only you have to do what? Savings के जगह आपको we know that I equals to S. So I value will be given is how much? 50. So 50 equal to 10 plus 0.2 y. You can easily find out. 8 is also simple. Investment multiplier. So what is investment multiplier? Investment multiplier is very important, and hell number a lot of questions will be asked from investment multiplier. Investment multiplier tells us how much will be the change in income when autonomous investment increases by 1 unit of a rupee. So we find that the increase in income will always be greater than the increase in autonomous investment. And the reason is very, very simple, that we have learned in chapter 5 today. That is, there is synchronicity in the economy. You all have become CA. You will be catering to the service sector. So when you receive the money, you will buy various things not only from the service sector but also in the secondary and primary sector. So your consumption will increase the production of various goods in all the other sectors, their employment will be generated. So can I say your consumption has given job to somebody else? And when they will earn the money, they will again spend the money and they will create a second wave of demand. And this way, ripple effect, the economy will go on and on and on. So this is known as the investment multiplier or multiplier effect. It is just like a butterfly effect, or when you throw a pebble in the water, you'll see the ripples will be felt all across. So investment multiplier is denoted by the value of K. And to find out investment multiplier, how do we find out? We find out change in what? Income by change in autonomous investment. So what will be the change in the income if there is change in autonomous investment? Delta Y by delta I. So change in income by change in investment. All right. So it means if the value of K is 5 times, then for every 1 rupee increase in income, the in 1 rupee increase in investment, the income will increase by rupees 5. So if suppose in India value of investment multiplier is 3 times and the government said I will spend 5 lakh crore rupees, then 5 lakh crore rupees will be multiplied by 3. So it will end up leading to increase in the national income by 15 lakh crore rupees. All right, clear hai? So that is your investment multiplier. So how can we find out investment multiplier? Simply in the diagram. So again, this is your aggregate supply, that is C plus S, and this is the value of C plus I, C plus I. Now I increases, so it will now become C plus I plus delta I. So if I increase the I over here, so this will become C plus I plus delta I. So this extra value is due to increase in I. So it means here is your income, that is Y, and here is your income, that is Y1 or Y dash. So can we say that autonomous investment is increasing only by this margin over here, but corresponding increase in income, don't you think it's more than double than the increase in autonomous investment? And what happens to the equilibrium? Due to increase in investment, there is an upward shift in equilibrium, and equilibrium will shift towards the right or towards upward from E to E dash. Then you will say, sir, then isn't it inflationary gap? वहां पे confusion आएगा. No, inflationary gap नहीं है. Why? Because when investment increases, it means the productive capacity of the economy increases. It means excess demand can be easily met by the economy. If the supply cannot be increased, that will create inflationary gap. But this increase in aggregate, this is not due to increase in aggregate demand, but it is due to increase in autonomous investment. यहाँ पे C नहीं increase हो रहा है, but delta I increase हो रहा है. All right. So that is your investment multiplier. But again, investment multiplier is related to directly related to marginal propensity to consume and indirectly or inversely related to marginal propensity to save. It means higher the marginal propensity to consume, higher will be the value, higher will be the value of the investment multiplier, sorry, K, higher will be the value of K and vice versa. So you can calculate the value of investment multiplier also using the MPC formula, wherein we write is K equals to 1 by 1 minus B. So it means if suppose the value of B is 0.4 times, so the value of K will be 1 by 1 minus 0.4. So the value will be 1 by 0.6. So 1 by 0.6 will be 1.66. So it means for every 1 rupee increase in autonomous investment, 1 rupee 66 paisa will increase. But if the value of B, if I increase to 0.8 times, then the K will be 1 by 1 minus 0.8. So that will be 1 by 0.2. It will be 5 times. So it means for every 1 rupee increase in autonomous investment, income will increase by 5 times. So if investment multiplier has a direct relation with MPC, it will have inverse relation with MPS. It means higher the MPS, lower will be the value of K. And you can see here, if the value of B is 0.4, it means MPS will be 0.6. And when MPS is 0.6, then the investment multiplier is 1.66. But when the value of B is 0. 8, it means MPS will be 0.2. So MPS decrease हुआ और investment multiplier increase हो गया. Clear है? Easy? So let's go here. This is already I explained. Already explained. This is done. Leakages, again one question you will get from leakages. So you see, it's not that investment multiplier will go on perpetually. There can be leakages in the system that will lead to decrease in the value of investment multiplier. And what is the reason for leakages? Leakages, tax बढ़ गया, consumption कम हो गया. And when consumption decreases, then multiplier effect will come down. Increase in import, again it will lead to leakage, multiplier effect will come down. People are saving more money and consuming less, it means MPS increases, again the value of investment multiplier will come down. People are using the current income not to increase their current consumption but to pay the loans that they have taken in the past. So it means if the loan was not there, this money would have gone to increase consumption, current consumption, but now it is going to repayment of the loan. So it means I am not able to increase my current consumption, so businesses will not produce more. So this will also lead to leakage. If I'm using all my money, or I mean a major part of the money, not all, major part of the money that I'm receiving through increased income into stocks and bonds and fixed interest earning equipment instruments, then also the money is going into the secondary market and money is rotating around in the capital market, is not going to come out and create growth in the economy. That will also lead to. All right. If suppose the economy has already reached its full potential to produce and there is scarcity of resources, unavailability of extra resources, if further demand will increase, then only it will create inflationary gap. But investment is not going to, I mean, consumption production cannot increase. So all these factors together will lead to leakages that will reduce the value of investment multiplier. Clear? पढ़ लेने का ये. Now, in an economy, they have given, so investment expenditure is increased by 400 crore. So I is increasing by 400 crore and marginal propensity to consume is 0.8. Value of B is 0.8. Calculate the increase in income and saving. So first of all, I have to investment bola increase, income nahi pata hai. So if I find out the value of investment multiplier, I'll multiply the value of 400 investment increase, I'll get the income. So B is 0.8. So can I say the value of K is 1 by 1 minus B, that is 5 times. So it means if income is increasing 400 by 400 crore, then investment is increasing by 400 crore, then income will increase by 400 into 5 times, that will be 2000 crore. So if income is increasing by 2000 crore, तो टोटल इंक्रीज हो गया. सेविंग्स कितना होगा? अभी एमपीसी 0.8 है तो एमपीएस कितना हो जाएगा? 0.2. So 20% of 2000, that will be 400 crore is your saving and consumption will be 1600 crore. Clear? ये सिंपल डायरेक्ट फॉर्मूला है. Increase in investment by 400 crore leads to increase in national income by 600 crore. So it means change in income by change in investment. So that will give me how much is the value of K, that is 4 times. And they've asked you to calculate marginal propensity to consume. We know K equals to 1 by 1 minus MPC. Correct? K का value 4 पता चल गया. 1 by 1 minus B. Can I not find out the value of B? That is 4 minus 4B equals to 1. So you will have minus 4B equals to 1 by 4. Minus 1 by 4. Minus minus cancels out. B will be 4B is, sorry, minus क्यों कर दिया मैं? Minus fraction में क्यों ले गया? So minus 4B here, it will be minus 4. So B will be, कुछ गड़बड़ है. हाँ, 1 by 1 minus 0. Just hold on. So this is 4 times आ रहा है ना? K equals to 4 times 1 by 1 minus B. So that will be 4 minus 4B equals to 1. So that is correct. हाँ, minus, sorry. ये क्या हो जाता है? That will be 3. So 3 by 4, that is 0.75 is your marginal propensity to consume. So save is 0.2. Do we need to do this thing? किया हुआ है ना? Alright. I've asked the management to share the handwritten notes as well. बोलो सॉल्व करना है ये. Yes. Okay. अरे बाबा यस नो दो मैं आपसे पूछेगा उससे जल्दी में सॉल्व कर देगा. सपोज इन अ कंट्री इन्वेस्टमेंट इंक्रीजेस बाय 100 crore and consumption is given by this one investment. It means delta I is 100 crore. How much will be the increase taking place in income? So again you have to do what? C y equals to C plus I. So investment is increasing by 100 crore and consumption is given. Investment increases by 100 crore, consumption is given. How much will it increase? Oh, sorry. Here value of B is 0.6. So it means if I want to find out value of K, that will be 1 by 1 minus 0.6. That will be 1 by 0.4. So ये कितना हो जाएगा? 2.5. So if investment increasing by 100, then and multiplier is 2.5, then income will increase by 100 into 2.5, that is 250 rupees. और कुछ पूछा है क्या? नहीं, हो गया आंसर. Clear? Now three sector model. So in a three sector model, apart from household and firm, there is presence of the government, and according to Keynes, presence of the government is only considered in two ways, that is G and T. I कहाँ से रहे? G and T. G is the government expenditure and T is the direct taxes. So when the government spends money, people earn money. So G will be considered as increase in G will lead to increase in the national income. So it doesn't matter how the government is spending money, subsidy दे रहा है, कुछ भी दे रहा है, it will be added to the income of the people. So under Keynesian model, understand, Keynes said that देखो, it doesn't matter whether it's a transfer income or whatever, सब कुछ हम national income में add करेगा. Why? Because he is correct to say that if the government is spending money, people will earn the money, and once people earn the money, they will spend the money, and when they spend the money, production will increase and investment will increase in the economy. So here transfer income will be added to the national income. So T will be considered as leakages. So increase in T will lead to decrease in the disposable income. So now aggregate demand, if I want to find out equilibrium, then the idea remains the same. On the one hand side you have aggregate demand, other hand you have aggregate supply, but this side aggregate demand, it will be C plus I plus G minus T आ जाएगा, and here equals to C plus S आ जाएगा. In order to, by convention, we do what? We shift the T to the right hand side. So the aggregate demand will finally be C plus I plus G equals to C plus S plus T. All right. So national income will increase by the amount of government expenditure. It will decrease by the amount of taxes. But there is an assumption taken, and it's very important assumption, that Keynes said that there will be a balanced budget wherein G will be equals to T. And then he said even when there is a balanced budget, still increase in government expenditure will lead to increase in national income. How? Yes. If suppose government is giving more salary to the government employees, do you think government employees will have to pay the taxes quickly? Now India में TDS exist करता है, but forget about India. Forget about when the theory came out during that time, wherein you will earn the income and you will pay the taxes later. So it means once I earn my income, then I will increase my consumption, and later on when I'm increasing my consumption, I'm going to push up the demand and production will happen, and later on I have to pay the taxes. So it means, don't you think it will have a multiplier effect? So it means government is spending 1 lakh crore, and 1 lakh crore, if the multiplier is 5 times, it will become 5 lakh crore. And we know that over time value of multiplier decreases due to leakage. So now the government is taking back 1 lakh crore as tax. So when the government is taking back 1 lakh crore, by that time the investment multiplier has fallen down by from 5 to 3. So it means when a government is taking away 1 lakh, it is actually taking away 3 lakh crore. But the government has pumped 5 lakh crore. So don't you think multiplier effect of 2 lakh crore is still there in the economy? Correct? So even when the government follows a balanced budget, still increase in government expenditure will lead to increase in the national income. So only thing different in a two sector and three sector model is there, यहाँ पे एक और curve आ जाएगा. And likewise, you have expenditure side and you have income side. If this is your aggregate supply curve, that is C plus S plus T. This is your value of C. This is your value of C plus I, and this is your value of C plus I plus G. So here you will not get the value of national income. Here Y dash A and E dash A, because in a two sector model you will receive it here. But due to government expenditure, what is happening? There is increase in the income and you are achieving equilibrium at a higher point, that is at this point. So even when the government is following balanced budget, still in a three sector model, the income is not achieved, because if there was no multiplier, then don't you think government expenditure is same as government taxes is, then it means equilibrium will be achieved at the same point as in a two sector model. But due to multiplier effect, so national income is increasing after government expenditure and taxes. Clear hai? All right. So let's take a look here. Assumption, सब same assumption है. Only extra assumption will be that government follows a balanced budget where expenditure is equals to taxes. Taxes is nothing but the revenue of the government. So this is done. Okay, problems now. So understand in this problem, when you are solving a problem with regard to three sector model, always start from the consumption, income, and then consumption. We know in a two sector model, Y will be equals to YD. And what is YD? YD is disposable income. Y is the income without taxes. So now in a two sector model, there is no government. So your income will be equal to disposable income. But in a three sector model, you have to pay taxes to the government. So your disposable income will be income minus taxes, Y minus T. So now if I want to find out the value of C, we know C is A plus BY. So now we will write at BYD, and we know that YD is what? B multiplied by Y minus T. So can we say C equals to A plus BY minus BT? करेक्ट. सो ये कंजम्पशन ऐसे निकल गया, इसमें आप I प्लस G ऐड कर देगा, I प्लस G ऐड कर देगा, दिस विल बिकम योर इनकम. So let's go take a look here. Suppose we have a following data about a simple economy where C is this one, consumption A plus BYD, B is 0.75, I is 50, G and T is 20. So can I say that YD will be Y minus 20? Can I say that C equals to is given 10 plus 0.75 YD? So can I say C equals to 10 plus 0.75 Y minus 20? So can I say C equals to 10 plus 0.75 Y minus 0.75 into 20? That will be 15. So can I say C equals to 10 minus minus 15, that is minus 5 plus 0.75 Y. So C का value निकल गया. So it now want to find out Y, that will be C plus I, that is minus 5 plus 0.75 Y plus I कितना है 50 plus G and T is same, so G is 20. So if I shift the Y over here, Y minus 0.75 Y, that is 0.25 Y is equals to 20 plus 50, 70, 70 minus 5 is 65. So Y will be 65 divided by 0.25, that will be the value, kitna? 260 will be your value of national income. And they are asking you what is the size of the multiplier, kitna hoga re multiplier ka size? Bolo. What is the size of investment multiplier? अरे बाबा, ये B का वैल्यू है ना, B is 0.75, so K will be 1 by 1 minus 0.75, that is 1 by 0.25, that will be, as he said, 4 times. Clear? हाँ, अभी ये TR आ गया. अभी TR क्या है? TR tax deducted and transfer income, that is nothing, pension, unemployment allowances, everything, subsidies will be added. So in this case, yd will be how much? Yd will be y minus t plus tr, correct? So if I want to find out what is yd, y मेरे को नहीं पता, minus t we I know is 100 plus tr that is 50. So yd will be y minus 50. So if I want to find out c, that will be 100 plus 0.75 yd. yd का क्या वैल्यू है? y minus 50. So 100 plus 0.75 y minus, that will be 37.5. So C will be equals to 100 minus 37.5, that will be 62.5 plus 0.75. 75y. 75y. So that will be the value of C. So अभी y आराम से निकल जाएगा. So I need to solve it. तो ये पुट कर दो और उसमें फिर I 200 ऐड कर दो और G 100 ऐड कर दो. Clear? Now here they have asked you value of multiplier. Basically you have to find out the value of tax multiplier. So it means I've told you there are two types of taxes. One is known as lump sum tax and one is known as proportional tax. So we'll have to add both the taxes together to get the value of consumption. So proportional tax is taken as a percentage of income, whereas lump sum tax government will charge whatever be your income. The concept of lump sum tax no more exists. It was a concept that came popular during the First and the Second World War. That is, people who have to pay taxes no matter what is their income, minimum they have to pay in the war effort. But now only proportional tax or progressive taxes are taken. So it means now if I want to find out yd, then from my income I have to deduct both the taxes taken together. I have to deduct the lump sum tax and I have to deduct the proportional tax that I have to pay as a part of my income. So yd will be now y minus t and minus ty. That will be the value. Clear hai? Right. So if I go to this question और इसमें ट्रांसफर इनकम दिया तो टीआर ऐड हो जाएगा. If I go to this problem, find out value of national income first. So अभी पहले yd क्या आ जाएगा? y minus t. t कितना है? टोटल दोनों टैक्स दिया है. y minus 25 माइनस 0.1y. क्यों माइनस कर रहा है? दोनों को ऐड करके माइनस करो, दोनों को अलग अलग माइनस कर दो. एक ही बात है ना? So now the value of yd will be y minus 0.19 0.9 y minus 25. That is the value of yd. So if I want to find out what is the value of consumption, then 75 plus 0.5 yd. yd कितना है? 0.9 y minus 25. So what is the value of C? 75 plus 0.5 into 0.9, that will be 0.45y minus 50% of 12, that is 12.5. So 75 minus 12.5 will be 62.5 plus 0.45y. Value of y निकल गया. If I want to find out income, then income will be C, that is 62.5 plus 0.45 y plus I is how much? 80 and G कितना है? Plus 100. So y you take it to the other side. Y minus 0.45y is 0.55y and this will be 180 plus 62.5. That is 142.5 आएगा ना. So the value of y कितना है रे? Divide कर दे 142.5 divide by 0.55. 44 44 441. ये आएगा ना 440 point. Then why you are giving the other answer? Divide नहीं करने आ रहा क्या? 440 440.9. हाँ कितना 1. Sorry, my mistake. 240. मैं 100 कम ऐड किया 440 for 9. I'm sorry. Shame on me, not you. So now I've got 441 or 440.9. That is my income. Now value of multiplier is tax multiplier. So tax multiplier का क्या फॉर्मूला है? 1 by 1 minus b plus et. यही था ना? Alright. So 1 by 1 minus b, 1 by 1 minus b, 1 minus b, b का वैल्यू कितना है? 0.1 minus 0.5 plus bt. b is 0.5 into proportional tax कितना है? 0.1. y नहीं रहे? 0.1. So when you solve it, whatever answer you get, that will be your tax multiplier. So how much? 1.81. That will be the value of your tax multiplier. Clear? So tax multiplier shows the implication of taxes on the investment multiplier. Meaning higher the rate of proportional tax, अगर मैं इसको 0.1 की जगह 0.2 कर देगा, then tax multiplier नीचे आ जाएगा. और इसको मैं 0.1 की जगह 0.05 कर देगा, 0.5 नहीं 0.05, then the tax multiplier will increase. Derivation of the formula दिखाया था, आपको याद है कैसे? कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं? ऑलराइट, ये प्रॉब्लम देखो, आप लोग फटाफट करके बताओ मेरे को, रफ वर्क में देखिए याद है कि नहीं आप लोग को. 2 minutes टाइम, डू इट फटाफट. यहाँ पे लमसम टैक्स भी दिया है, प्रोपोर्शनल टैक्स भी दिया है, ट्रांसफर इनकम भी दिया है, सॉरी या ट्रांसफर पेमेंट भी दिया है. Now they will give you one question like this and they may ask you 4 questions related to it. What is the value of national income? What is the value of multiplier? खबर है. What is the value of yd? Y minus 25 minus 0.1, y plus 50. So yd will be y minus 0.1 y, that is 0.9 y plus 25. ये आया आपका. So consumption कितना आ रहा? They can ask you what is consumption. 100 plus 0.8 yd, that is 0.9 plus 25. So 100 plus 0.8 into that is 0.72 plus 25. So consumption is 120. So I've missed out something. A plus b y 72 y. So that will be 125. sorry, 0.8 into 25. That will be 20. So 120 plus 0.72 y. That will be the value of consumption, and then you simply put it. इसमें अगर add कर देगा मैं I, that is plus 200 plus G, that is 100. This will become y. Easy? Okay. Four sector model. Again very easy. In a four sector model, apart from household, government, and businesses, there is export and import. So exports are denoted by X, which is considered as injections. An increase in export will lead to increase in the national income, whereas Y, import, is denoted by M, that is known as leakages. So increase in M will lead to decrease in the national income. So it means if I want to find out again equilibrium, so aggregate demand side we write C plus I plus G plus X minus M, that will be equals to aggregate supply, that is will be equals to C plus S plus T. ऑलराइट, तो सेम वे वही होगा, एक और लाइन आ जाएगा आपके, वो दिखाएगा आपको नेट. तो दिस इज योर aggregate supply C plus S plus T, this is your C plus I, this is your C plus I plus G, and this is your C plus I plus G plus X minus M. This is your equilibrium, and national income will be achieved at a higher level compared to a two sector model. But if there is, in this case, there is export is more than import, but if imports are more than export, then there will be net leakages from the economy. As you see here in this diagram, what is shown, that here exports, this aggregate demand is lower than, you see this is, let me color code it. This red line that I'm showing here is your aggregate demand curve. All right. And in a two sector model, only C plus I plus G is this curve. So what do we know? That if there is excess export over import, then at the point of equilibrium, C plus I plus G plus X minus M curve will be lying above the C plus I plus G curve. But if import is more than export, then at the point of equilibrium, C plus I plus G curve will be lying above the C plus I plus G X minus M curve. So it means equilibrium kahan ho raha hai? Where the red line is intersecting with this aggregate supply curve, and you see this is my C plus I plus G X minus M curve, but the purple line is in a three sector model you get. So at this point C plus I plus G is higher, so this is an economy which net leakages. So if there is net leakages, then the equilibrium will be achieved at a lower level of income. All right, both the diagrams I've given you in your book, in the class note. हम लोग दोनों ड्रॉ किए थे ना. I've given you the write up as well. So now let's come down to the concept of import here. So export will be added to the economy and import will be deducted. So everything remains the same. So now y will be equal to C plus I plus G plus X minus M. As simple as that. यही है. So let's take a look here. Consumption is this one. Taxes, proportional tax दिया. So YD is y minus 0.1y. So YD will be equals to 0.9y. So income will be C, that is 40 plus 0.8 YD, that is 0.8 into 0.9 Y, plus I is how much? 60, plus G is how much? 40. All right, plus X is how much? 58, minus M is how much? 0.05 Y. As simple. So ये y है और ये y है, दोनों को लेफ्ट हैंड साइड डाल दो. y माइनस, सॉरी मैं को मल्टीप्लाई करना पड़ेगा पहले. तो y minus 0.8 into 0.9, that is 0.72y, and this will be added plus 0.5y equals to 40 plus 60, 100 plus 140, and then will be 198. यहाँ पर कितना आ रहा है? y minus 0.72, y minus 0.5, 0. 0.05 यही आ रहा है, equals to 198. Sorry, 0.05. Yes, 0.05. Yeah, 10 miss हो गया. So how much is the total value of y? 0.67. Y equals to 198. So the value of y is 295.52. इतना आ रहा है क्या? कुछ मिस्टेक हुआ है क्या? Y minus 0.72, 8 y and plus 0.05 y. ये वो बोला 0.67. So that value is y equals to 600. ये देखो, ये मिस्टेक कैलकुलेटर अलाउड रहेगा, ये ऐसा मिस्टेक नहीं करने का ना. देर देर देर. ऑलराइट. तो इसका y का वैल्यू कितना आ रहा है? 0.33. 0.33 y equals to 6. So now if they have mentioned, if export were to increase by 6.5, it means what you have to do is, then you have to add this to the export, and new export will be 58 plus 6.25, and you have to resolve the question. But in this problem, you have to calculate trade multiplier, foreign trade multiplier, and the value for foreign trade multiplier will be 1 by 1 minus b plus m. Alright, very simple. Can you do it yourself? अब यहाँ पे देखो, दोनों import दिया है, induced import and also lump sum import, so both will be deducted. So it means x minus m will be 20 minus 10 minus 0.05 y. So x minus m will be 10 minus 0.05 y. So y will be equals to c equals to 60 plus 0.9, taxes 0 है, तो 9 point y, a plus by plus I is 10 plus g is 10 plus minus t is 0, no problem, हटा दो, plus 10 is your export minus 0.05 y. When you solve for y, you will get the value of y. And if I want to find out FTM, foreign trade multiplier, that is 1 by 1 minus b. b का value कितना है? 0.9. 1 by 1 minus b and plus m. m induced import को लेने का है. So that is 0.05. So whatever is the value is your foreign trade multiplier. 6.66. So foreign trade multiplier tells you the effect of induced import on the investment multiplier. So higher the induced import, lower will be the foreign trade multiplier. Lower the induced import, higher the value of foreign trade multiplier. Clear है? Please बढ़िया से revise करो. Chapter 6 is over. You can take 5 minutes of breather. Now in this particular chapter, the easy part, I'll tell you, keep marking from where more and more questions will be asked. Easy part, I'll just rush away and will spend more time on the conceptual part. So first remember, ये Lionel Robin से एक क्वेश्चन आएगा ही आएगा from central problems in economic that we have covered in chapter 1, scarcity of resources, unlimited wants and desires, and alternative uses of resources, and all the central problems. Central problems से भी one question very frequently they ask you. Then they'll talk about Adam Smith. Adam Smith was the very vocal proponent of market-based economy, is known as the father of modern economics, and he wrote the book Wealth of the Nation. Wealth कहीं पर भी आएगा, Adam Smith का नाम choose करने का. But Adam Smith also realized that there are various activities that market will not produce for lack of profit, so government will have to intervene by providing these services, whether it's national defense, social welfare, or whatever. Most important here in this chapter is Richard Musgrave. He gave three most important function of the government, that is allocation function, redistribution function, and stabilization function. Now, allocation function, when the government is thinking about where to spend the money, whether in the agriculture, primary sector, secondary sector, or tertiary sector. So, in the budget, what happens is nothing but the allocation of resources. But so in the public sector, allocation is done by the government policy, whereas in the private sector, businesses will only produce those goods which gives them profit, the demand of which is increasing. So, in the private sector, allocation is done by the market forces. So, allocation, remember allocation प्राइवेट सेक्टर में कहाँ से होता है बाय मार्केट फोर्सेस ऑफ डिमांड एंड सप्लाई एंड प्राइस मैकेनिज्म बट स्टेट्स मींस गवर्नमेंट और पब्लिक सेक्टर का एलोकेशन होता है इज डन थ्रू रेवेन्यू एंड एक्सपेंडिचर फंक्शन ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट दैट इज थ्रू बजट. We know that private goods will be sufficiently produced in the economy because it gives profit to the sellers. So if the demand for any private good is increasing, there will be increase in the production of private goods. It is the public goods that will be produced in lack of quantities because public goods does it has a problem of free rider that will say, so the most of the burden will fall upon the government and private sector will not be interested to sufficiently provide the private goods. So there will always be underproduction of private goods. Then let's say that what will be the reason due to which market may not be able to properly allocate resources. It could be monopoly power, all right, misallocation of resources. Misallocation of resources क्यों होता है? That will lead to market failure. It could be underproduction of public goods. It could be overproduction of demerit goods. Again, underproduction of merit goods. It can be that there is monopoly power, as I've told you. And so all these things will lead to market failure. Right? So imperfect competition hai, that is monopoly. Market fail to provide public goods, insufficiently produce. Externalities will be there. It means when the goods are produced, there will always be damage to the society. This damage is not accounted for in taking the decision by the private sector. That will also lead to failure. Factor immobility, it means there is lack of infrastructure due to which easy availability of resources is not there, due to which businesses will suffer and insufficient goods and services will be produced. Then there is imperfect or incorrect information wherein you are thinking that you are buying tomato ketchup, but you are buying nothing but chemicals ketchup. All right. And of course, inequalities of income and wealth will also lead to market failure. So allocation is the responsibility of the government, but only in the private sector. So government will take suitable corrective action to properly allocate the resources. So for example, government can produce public goods. If there is monopoly, government will come up with competition law. If there is increase in the production and consumption of demerit goods, government will increase taxes on demerit goods. If there is in failure of information, then advertisement will have to be made more socially responsible. Decrease the consumption of demerit goods, government can ban the advertisement on cigarette, on and alcohol. To protect the people from young citizens from consumption of demerit goods, government can put age restrictions. So all these things are available to the government, and of course licensing will also be done. So all these points are very very self-explanatory. So redistribution function, remember anything that is related to welfare of the people. It means development of backward area, gender empowerment, social services, free healthcare, subsidized food, all these are given. These are all welfare activities. Reservation of jobs for the people belonging to weaker section of society. Everything that is related to helping the poor masses, it will be related to redistribution function. All right, government can subsidize, government can decrease taxes or completely waive taxes on the goods which are consumed by the poor people, and so on and so forth. So this is how redistribution is done. Next, all these things are very very self-explanatory. You will read it. Stabilization function is very very important. So Keynes mentioned that economy will not achieve full employment all by itself. So government intervention is very, very important. So if suppose there is a recession going on, then government will increase the government expenditure and government will decrease the taxes. It means government will follow what is known as a deficit budget. Deficit budget will lead to increase in aggregate demand. and that will lead to a revival of the economy. Supply will increase, production will increase, and economic expansion will happen. But if there is inflation going on and government knows that the demand is beyond the maximum potential of the economy, then government, in order to control, now this is known as expansionary fiscal policy. But when the inflation is going on, government will adopt contractionary fiscal policy. In this case, government wants to decrease the aggregate demand so that demand may fall to the productive capacity of the economy. So government will decrease the taxes, decrease the government expenditure, and increase taxes. It means government will follow surplus budget. So surplus budget will lead to decrease in the aggregate demand, and it will lead to decrease in the rate of inflation. So either expansionary government will adopt expansionary policy during recessionary period of time and follow what is known as a deficit budget, and government will adopt contractionary policy during inflationary period, and the government will follow a surplus budget. But government will have to be careful because one policy is going to contradict with another policy. It means if you promote growth during recession, inflation will increase. And if you try to bring down inflation during excessive inflationary period, then growth will come down. So you will have to follow the fiscal policy in such a manner that if there is a recession and you are increasing expenditure and decreasing taxes, the GDP should grow fast and inflation will go slowly. Then that is a success of the fiscal policy. But if your policy leads to increase in inflation faster than the increase in growth, then it's a failure of the economic policy. And likewise, if there is too much of inflation, then government will increase taxes and decrease government expenditure. So in that case, inflation should fall sharply and growth should fall slowly. But so it means success ho gaya. But if you are adopting contractionary policy and inflation will fall slowly, but growth will fall sharply, then again it's a failure. So government will have to perform what is known as cost and benefit analysis before any initiative is taken. Otherwise, fiscal policy will lead to newer problems. All right. So everything is mentioned over here. So stabilization function is always related to employment, output, price level, balance of payment. It means government will want to increase export and decrease import and rate of economic growth. So whatever I've explained here is all mentioned here. Clear. So one question minimum you will get from this stabilization function. So very important. Put a 3-star over here. And largely it will be related to government expenditure, taxes, and budgeting. Center state function. So remember, in center and state function, India is a federation of state, and the constitution has been framed in such a way that center will have more economic power than the state. So most of the, I'm not saying all, but most of the tax income goes to the central government, and the central government will allocate the money to the states according to the GDP of that particular state. If Maharashtra is given some amount of money, you cannot say that Nagaland should be given same amount of money. Why? Because Maharashtra is adding more to the GDP. Now, how much of money should be given to the state? That will be determined by the Finance Commission. Finance Commission is a liaison or the mediator between the central government and the state government. So state government will put up a request with the Central Finance Commission. Finance Commission will evaluate that, and they will put in the request with the Finance Ministry. Now Finance Ministry may agree with the recommendation of the Finance Commission or disagree. So ultimate ball will lie on the court of the Finance Minister. So in the center and state relation, there are uh, uh, three types of laws. One is a three types of list, you can say, under which we have various law. Central list, it means, or union list, in which only central government can make laws. State government cannot do anything about it. State list, only state government can make law. Central government cannot do anything about it. And in the concurrent list, both the center and the state make law. But most important point is where they ask you the question. If there is a conflict in the concurrent list, then the decision taken by the central government will be prevailing over the state government. So fiscal federalism was introduced by Richard Musgrave. Very important. So there are different layers of the government. Uh, There is judiciary established to resolve any dispute between the central government and state government. And remember Article 46 of the Constitution. It is what demarcates the power between union and the state. It is union list, state list, and concurrent list. What is important here? In the event of conflicting legislation in the concurrent, the law passed by the center will prevail. Article 280 is related to the Finance Commission to facilitate a transfer of money from center to the state government. So, Finance Commission क्या करता है? Distribution between union and states of the net proceeds of taxes, determination of principle of quantum grant in aid, कितना aid मिलना चाहिए हर state को, donation, to make recommendation to the president on measure needed to augment the consolidated fund of India. Now, what is consolidated fund of India? Every money except what is received on the public accounts. तो वो छोड़ देते हैं अभी. Every money goes to the consolidated fund of India. Whether there are three sources of revenue for the government of India. First, the taxes, both direct and indirect taxes, it goes in the consolidated fund of India. Next, government borrowing from the public, it goes in the consolidated fund of India. And then when the government will earn dividend from the profit of the public sector undertaking, it will also go into the consolidated fund of India. And then every expenditure will be coming out of the and spent expenditure will be made by the from the consolidated fund of India. So withdraw from the consolidated fund of India, appropriation will have to be passed. So it means how much to spend out of the consolidated fund of India, it depends upon whom? The parliament. Remember, withdrawal from the consolidated fund of India can only be done after a bill is passed in the parliament, and that is known as appropriation bill. All right. So, consolidated fund of India, remember, it is at the disposal of the parliament. Disposal of parliament. Any other matter refer to the commission. Finance commission helps in distribution of net proceeds of taxes allocation between the center and state. तो जीएसटी में आया अभी अभी भी इसके ऊपर केस चल रहा है because you see there are three components of GST. One is the CGST, one is the SGST, one is the IGST. CGST and IGST for anything, the rates will be exactly equal. So it means if government says 20% GST on any particular product, then 10 will go to the central government, 10 will go to the state government. But this money will eventually initially go to the central government, and central government will reimburse this money. But sometimes I have a GST registration in Delhi, but I am providing services in Bangalore. So it means I will charge from my client not CGST, neither SGST, but IGST, which is collected and appropriated by the central government, not the state government, but the central government. So states can levy SGST, central CGST, and for everything the rates are equal. IGST is simply a combination of CGST and AGST administered and collected by the union government, kept in a separate account and distributed between the union and the state. Now, this is important. GST compensation when the government was, what is GST? GST nothing but is a you can say all the indirect taxes have been subsumed under the GST. So when the transition was happening, the states were afraid that there will be a loss of revenue to them. So the central government said that whatever is the loss of revenue to you from the implementation of GST, this will be compensated by the central government to you. So इसको GST compensation बोलते हैं. Very very important. Put a double star over here. And this is also very important क्योंकि case अभी इसमें by the end of this month इसमें आएगा, because when the Supreme Court said that state and the central government has equal and simultaneous power in making laws on the GST, central government got offended. So central government filed a petition that no, if I allow the state government to determine on the GST, then the price of everything will be different. In some state, kurkure will be available at 30 rupees because the state GST is high. In some state, it will be available at a lower rate. So that will create a lot of complexity. So all the states together and the central government, they are fighting still in the Supreme Court. But whatever is the outcome will be included in later on. But as per the Supreme Court verdict on May 2022, the union and the state legislature have equal and simultaneous power to make laws on GST. Then market failure. So market failure में याद रखने का, demand side failure. Market failure may happen due to misallocation of resources. Misallocation means both overproduction and underproduction. Underproduction is happening, it will affect the GDP of the country. The price will be very very high. Many people cannot afford to use, and unemployment will increase. Overproduction will lead to wastage of resources. So now this entire misallocation of resources can be either attributed to demand side market failure or supply side market failure. On the demand side market failure, when entire willingness of the consumer is not taken into consideration, it means I am willing to pay this price, but the monopoly is there, so the seller is charging me this price. I'll not be able to buy many of the commodities that will lead to loss of welfare in society to the society. But if there is too much of competition, then I am willing to pay this price, but the price drops down here. I will consume more and more, leading to wastage of resources. So both is bad for the economy. And then there is supply side market failure. Under supply side market failure, when a good is produced, only the direct costs and indirect costs are taken into consideration, that is private cost. But the cost of the society in terms of pollution, in terms of harmful effect on the other people who are not the direct beneficiary from the product, their life will be affected adversely. So this particular cost, that is the external cost, is not taken into consideration. So when there is a social cost which is not taken into consideration, private cost will be on the lower side, demand will be on the higher side, and they will be lost to the society. All right. For example, when something is produced, pollution is caused. I am not paying for the pollution tax, so it means my cost of production will be lower side, demand will be on the higher side. I'll produce more and more, and more pollution will cause, and everybody will suffer. But if the government increases pollution tax for me or imposes pollution tax on me, then I have to collect this pollution tax component from the public. So market price will increase, demand will fall down, and the production will happen at a socially optimal level. So demand side and supply side market failure together will say that market failure happened due to four reasons. Market failure first may happen due to monopoly power, that we have already studied. When underproduction and underconsumption happen, price will be high, unemployment will rise, new businesses cannot enter, there is barrier to entry, price discrimination, consumer surplus will decrease, living standard will fall down. Then there is externalities. Externalities are what? When the actions of one consumer or one producer is imposed upon others who are not a participant in the decision making process. So you are producing diesel car. I am not buying diesel car, but I will be affected. You are buying diesel car, again I will be affected. So it means the actions of some will affect everybody else in the society. That is externalities. That's why it is known as spillover effect or neighborhood effect or a third party effect or a side effect. So possible four cases of externality is very, very important. He'll give you example, and it's not necessary the example that I have given you, they will ask. I've given you the example so that you can build up an idea or the concept there. So negative production externalities can be, now it means when I produce something, net it will lead to negative outcome for some other producer and some other consumer. So negative production externalities can be received in both production and consumption. Example में दिया था ना, I am producing some chemical and I am dirtying the river. Fisherman life is adversely affected. This is the case of what? Negative production externalities received by others in production. My production has affected somebody else's production adversely. And when people are drinking from that river, then their health, they are suffering from health hazard. This is a case of negative production externalities received by others in consumption. Then there is positive production externalities. It means when I produce something, now remember, positive production and consumption externalities will not lead to market failure. All right. So government will not do anything about it. They can ask you a question here. The failure will happen only due to negative here and here. This will not lead to market failure, and neither positive production will lead to market failure. So it means when I produce something, it is going to help somebody else who is a producer favorably, even though there is no direct relation, and somebody else who is a consumer, even though there is no direct relation. So for example, when Geo became more popular, then what happened? OTT boom happened. So there is no relationship between Netflix and Geo, but due to Geo, Netflix is and Amazon Prime is benefiting. This is a case of positive production externalities received by others in production. And when I produce something that can help in consumption by the other, say for example, if I'm producing more and more electric vehicles, there'll be lesser pollution and everybody will be able to breathe clean air. This is a case of positive production externalities received by others in consumption. Then negative consumption externalities, how when I consume something, somebody else's production and consumption will be affected. If I'm listening to loud music next to a hospital, doctor will kill a patient. That is a case of negative consumption externalities. I'm consuming loud music, I'm cracking, I'm in bursting cracker. So somebody else's production is adversely affected. Even if suppose there is a teacher who is teaching and is not able to teach, it means his production activity is adversely affected. Then how can negative consumption externality will be affected? affecting other consumers. When I smoke cigarette in a public area, then those people who are not non-smokers, they will also be affected. So this is a case of negative consumption externality received by others in consumption. Then positive consumption externalities, how when I consume something, somebody else will be affected positively, whether it's a producer or it's a consumer. If I consume, let's say, for example, if I take vaccination, I'm a consumer. Don't you think everybody will benefit from me because I'm not passing on the disease? So that is a positive consumption externality received by others in consumption. Correct? Right or wrong? And if suppose, let's say, if in more and more people are, let's say, consuming educational services, then what will happen? Eventually, every other business will be affected in the long run because they'll be able to get skilled labor in the in the economy. Now, next comes the private cost. Private cost is nothing but the cost of producing a particular commodity which doesn't include the social cost, that is negative externalities. So private cost में अगर मैं external cost add करेगा, cigarette बनाया and the damage to the society if I add, then it will get to social cost. So businesses do not consider this external cost. If this external cost is positive, no problem, but if it's negative, there is a problem. So government will impose taxes to bring down this you know social cost. Why? Because when I pay taxes to the government, my private cost of production will increase, market price will increase, consumption will decrease, so there'll be less damage to the society. So higher the external cost, more will be the divergence between private cost and social cost, and vice versa. Right. So you see here, true social cost of production will be summation between the private cost and the cost due to negative externalities. Externalities cause market inefficiencies because they hinder the ability of the market to price to convey accurate information about how much to produce and how much to consume. It means, you see, you are buying a diesel car. You are buying diesel car because you are thinking that the price that you have paid is 10 lakh. That's it. You are not paying for the pollution cost. Unless government says that every company will pay 5 lakh rupees when you produce a diesel car, now you will say, oh, 15 lakh rupees, itna zyada kyun? Now you will realize, acha, pollution hai, isliye mere ko pay karna pada. So since that till the time you don't pay, you don't realize that damage to the society. So public goods, yaad rakhne ka, always will be underproduced because private sector do not sufficiently participate. Most of the burden falls upon the government. Two most important characteristics of public goods, that is, it will be non-excludable and it will be non-rivalrous, due to which there will be a free rider problem. Public goods have collective ownership. Nobody can exercise private property right on it. Public goods will not create any kind of social inequality because everybody is free to use it without paying directly for it. Public goods cannot be rejected because you cannot have your own highway. If you don't like the highway, don't go to the highway. You cannot construct your own metro on one own airport and everything. Clear? All right. So these are all examples of public good. So public good will always suffer from free rider problem, whereas private goods are those goods which have to be bought from the market. They are excludable. It means those who don't have the money, they cannot pay for it. So more money you can buy, more less money you will buy, less no money you will not be able to buy. So all the inequality is created due to private goods. Private goods will be sufficiently produced by the society in the society. Why? Because there is an element of profit and there is absence of free rider. Because if I'm paying for some commodity, I'm not going to misutilize it. Because if I misutilize it, the burden will fall on me, not on others. All right. Private goods can be rejected if it doesn't satisfy, if the utility is lower than the price that you are paying. All right. Owner of the private goods can exercise private property right over the private good. Clear? So all these things you have to keep in mind. Then comes impure goods. You see, pure public goods will never be a reality because even if pure public goods is available, free rider will come and they will make it partially rivalrous. It will not remain non-rivalrous. Rivalrous का पता है ना definition क्या है? Rivalrous, it means when action of one individual will impose cost over others. So it will become rivalrous. It means in a private goods, if I'm buying more and more, one group of individual, they're pushing up the demand, the price will increase, and those who have not yet bought, they have to pay a higher price. All right. So if more goods are consumed, more private goods are consumed, it means less will be available to others, and the others will have to pay a higher price. There will be more burden on it, on them. But pure public good do not exist. Why? Because if it is non-excludable, everybody will use it. They will not use, but they will misuse it. So it will become partially rivalrous. It means it becomes impure. So impure क्यों हो गया? Because it is non-excludable, it becomes partially rivalrous. To make it non-rivalrous again, government will do what? Government will impose a user fee. Toll tax नहीं है, jam हो गया highway पे. So people who are serious travelers who are going for work, they will be affected because other people who don't need to use it, they are also using it. So what you are doing? These free riders are taking away the benefit of going to work and save time from others. Highway is still available, but the benefit is reduced. To cut down this congestion, government will impose user fee. So as a result, what will happen? It becomes rival. It becomes excludable. So it becomes excludable. It means it's no more a pure public good. But excludable हो गया तो इसका मतलब क्या है? Free rider चला गया. It becomes non-rivalrous. So understand again. If it's non-excludable, it cannot remain non-rivalrous. It will become partly rivalrous. So impure हो गया. ये impure category A that the government doesn't want. Government wants impure. How? It will should be non-rivalrous. I can only do that by making it excludable. So both cases you have impure public good. So impure public good possesses some feature of both private and public good. These goods are impure public goods and are partially rivalrous due to possibility of congestion. Congestion happens due to free riders. Consumption of these goods by one other person reduces but not eliminate the benefits that other people receive from their consumption of the same good. For example, open access to Wi-Fi, highways, expressways and so on. ये कट डाउन कर दो impure नहीं. Implication due to possibility of exclusion from the use of impure public goods. It means what happens? Exclude kar diya. It means it becomes excludable. If it becomes excludable, then it becomes non-rival. So free riding can be eliminated and the provider can control the degree of congestion by regulating the number of people who may use it. अगर आप 10 रुपया टोल टैक्स लग रहा कंजेशन कम नहीं हुआ तो 20 कर दो. देखो कंजेशन कम हुआ, थोड़ा कम हुआ, 50 कर दो. कंजेशन कम हुआ नहीं हुआ, 100 कर दो. So eventually the free riders will be wiped out and the highway will be free. Quasi public goods. Now remember, don't get confused between impure public goods and quasi public goods. Impure public goods have some characteristics of pure and some characteristics of public goods and some characteristics of private good, whereas quasi public goods are actually private goods, but they have some benefit of public goods. So, for example, vaccination. Not free vaccination that you can purchase from the market, wo vaccination. So if people are buying more and more vaccines, then the price of vaccine will increase and others will have to pay a higher price. So it means it is rivalrous and I cannot buy vaccine unless I have money, so it is excludable. But if more people are buying and consuming vaccine, don't you think the chances of disease spreading will come down? So it means entire society will benefit. So anybody who is taking a vaccination can be treated as a public good. Also, private school is rivalrous. If demand for private school increases, they will increase the fee. Everybody will have to pay a higher fee. हो रहा है हर जगह इंडिया में. And what happens if I don't have money, I cannot go to private school. So it is excludable and rivalrous. But don't you think if more and more private schools are there, then there will be more well equipped and skilled people in the country that will benefit every business in the long run. This is also considered as a quasi public goods. It has all the properties of private goods, but some benefit of पब्लिक गुड्स. सो रिमेंबर इम्प्योर में दोनों का फीचर होता है, बट यहां पर क्या होता है? एक्चुअली इट इज प्राइवेट गुड बट सम बेनिफिट ऑफ पब्लिक गुड. फ्री राइडर, वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. वन क्वेश्चन यू विल गेट, व्हाट इज फ्री राइडर? आई एम नॉट गोइंग टू टॉक अबाउट इट. बहुत फ्री राइडर हम लोग डिस्कस किया है. Alright, free rider who don't care about others, they will not use but misuse the thing, and when you misuse the thing, the provider of the public good will no more provide it, or it will provide lower quality. It means you are imposing cost over another. I've given you the example of वो sanitizer ना फ्री में प्रोवाइड करने का, you are using it as if there is no tomorrow. हाथ जैसे पानी से धोता है वैसे सैनिटाइजर में धो रहा है. So the provider of that at the public place, they will no more provide it or add water to it and then provide it. That is happening. That has happened. So they will misuse, not use but misuse. आप च्युइंगम खा के बाहर फेंक गया. Why? Because directly you are not paying from your pocket. But if everybody is dirtying the state, at some point in time government बोलेगा भाई कितना expenditure इनकर के रास्ता साफ कराने का, होने दो गंदा. And don't you think everybody will suffer then? Correct? This is what India is doing everywhere. So this common concept of etiquette and decency have been not taught in our school. Box banana सिखा रहे, tent banana सिखा रहे, भाई etiquette सिखाओ, right? Then incomplete information. Again, one question from here you will get, and largely you will get question from moral hazard and asymmetric information. So incomplete information, if you don't have complete information, then what will happen? You will end up buying goods that you don't needed to buy. It will be harmful for you. If every society is making a wrong choice, then entire society will suffer. Asymmetric information, wherein the seller knows more than the buyer or the buyer knows more than the seller, so each of them are in a position to exploit each other's situation. Then at moral hazard क्या होता है? When people become morally bankrupt and they misuse their position or situation and impose cost over others. If I have taken an insurance, medical insurance, I will never question the charges imposed by the hospital. So premium payment, insurance payment will increase. So profit of the insurance company will go down, and the insurance company will increase the premium for everybody. So इसको moral hazard बोलते हैं. So moral hazard में 3 stars and asymmetric information में 3 stars लगाने का. So how to correct the market failure? Very simple. हाँ, lemons problem क्या है? Lemons are substandard commodity, right? When say for example, let's say I want to buy a second hand car, or if I want to buy an insurance, everybody is lying about their health insurance. So what happens here, that when I am taking insurance and hiding my health condition to pay a lower premium, and actually I'm sick, so company should have charged a higher premium, but the company is charging me lower premium. As a result, what will happen? I will fall sick, and the disbursement by the insurance company will increase. Insurance companies profitability will go down, and they will do what? Increase the insurance premium for everybody. So eventually what will happen? People are paying a higher premium, but they are getting a lower insurance services. Or second hand car industry, you bought a second hand car, what is the chance that you will get a good car? Because the good cars the seller will keep his for his own family members and friends. The chances of you getting a good second hand car is very very rare. All right, 1 by 10 का probability है. So when eventually when you are buying cars, you are basically you are paying high amount of money for a car that looks good from outside but everything is bad inside. So the car it becomes a lemons. Adverse selection hota because you don't have the right information. If you had the right information, you would not have gone to buy that car. So because of this lack of information, market में second hand car जो बिक रहा है वो 90% lemons है. आप उसको गुड कार खरीद समझ के खरीद रहा है. राइट? हाउ टू करेक्ट द मार्केट फेलियर? वेरी सिंपल भाई, आपको बता दिया है कि मोनोपोली है, मोनोपोली को हटाओ. इन्वायरमेंट डैमेज हो रहा है, इन्वायरमेंट को लाओ. सलमान खान ब्लैक बक को मारा, जेल में डालो. इन वाइल्ड लाइफ प्रोटेक्शन एक्ट में पीपल आर स्मोकिंग इन पब्लिक प्लेसेस, बैन smoking in public places. You ban the sale of drugs and narcotics. You put a higher tax on cigarettes and alcohol. Ban the advertisement, so on so forth. License रखाओ. For example, if I want to say sell vada pav tomorrow, I can open up a restaurant. I don't have to take any license. But if I want to sell liquor, then I have to take a license. Because if license is not there, every company will start selling liquor. So इंडिया में लोग जियो का फोन लेके पियो रहेगा. So all these things are ways through which government can discourage any government can decrease the loss to the society. Now government towards negative externalities, इसमें क्या होता है? इसमें याद रखने का, यहाँ पर मार्केट बेस्ड पॉलिसी, दैट इज पोल्यूशन टैक्स एंड कैप एंड ट्रेड का डिफरेंस याद रखने का. पोल्यूशन टैक्स में क्या होता है? आई विल हैव टू पे पोल्यूशन टैक्स टू द गवर्नमेंट. It will increase my cost of production. I will sell at a higher price, demand will fall down. But what if I'm under polluting? Am I getting incentives? The answer is no. If the pollution tax is too high, it will affect the GDP of the country. If the pollution tax is too low, then pollution will continue to happen. How to determine the good pollution tax, efficient amount of pollution tax? That's a Herculean task that leads to corruption, that leads to uneven policies by the government. सो उसके जगह क्या आ गया, कैप एंड ट्रेड आ गया. व्हाट इज कैप एंड ट्रेड? कैप एंड ट्रेड इज व्हेन नेक्स्ट, मैं आपको बोला था नेक्स्ट ईयर से इंडिया में शुरू होने वाला है सेल ऑफ कार्बन पार्टिकुलेट मैटर, जो यू कैन परचेज जस्ट लाइक इक्विटी शेयर एंड होल्ड इट इन योर अकाउंट. सो कैप एंड ट्रेड क्या होता है? गवर्नमेंट विल गिव यू a license to pollute, and government says that 10,000 units of emission you can emit. If I have crossed over that, then I cannot produce anymore, and if I produce anymore, there will be penalty. But the demand for my product is increasing, so what will I do? I will go and purchase from somebody else who has unused emission left. It means, say for example, you also bought a pollution permit and your maximum limit was 10,000, but you have efficient method of production. So you have reached your maximum capacity of production, but you have 2000 unused emission left. So it means now I can buy the unused emission from you by paying you the money. So it will act as an additional revenue for me, and it will act as an additional burden for me. So it means the price, it means you can pass on this benefit to your consumer by reducing the price. So demand for the goods which is produced by using clean technology will increase, and I have to charge higher price from the consumer for my product because I have bought the pollution tax from you, sorry, pollution permit from you, part of it. So the demand for my product will go down. So eventually every business which is polluting business will try to upgrade their technology and adopt more green technology. So this is better. Why? Because the value of the pollution permit is determined by the market forces of demand and supply. तो जितना डिमांड बढ़ेगा उतना पोल्यूशन परमिट का प्राइस भी बढ़ जाएगा. So there is complete full transparency, and government will do what? Government will intentionally issue initially less number of permit so that the price of permit will be very high, and businesses will be forced to adopt technology with greener production technique. बट इसका भी प्रॉब्लम है. इसका प्रॉब्लम देखो, मेरे को तो हो गया, मैं कम पोल्यूट किया, आपको परमिट बेचा, मेरे को पैसा मिला, आई विल पास ऑन सम ऑफ द बेनिफिट टू द कंज्यूमर, डिमांड फॉर माय प्रोडक्ट इंक्रीजेस. बट व्हाट इफ you are a small company? What if you cannot purchase technology which is very expensive that can be used to decrease pollution? Then either two things will happen: either you will go bankrupt or you will be acquired by a bigger company. And what if you have a monopoly? You can continue to pollute. You can continue to pollute and buy more and more permits from everybody, continue to pollute, pass on the entire burden, but demand is not going to fall down much. So, but still, even with its deficiencies, cap and trade is better than a normal pollution tax. Now remember, the concept of pollution tax was introduced by AC Pigou. So usko Pigovian tax or subsidies concept was also introduced by AC Pigou. Pigovian taxes and subsidies इसको बोलते हैं. हाँ, नेगेटिव. हाँ, नहीं, पोल्यूशन टैक्स एक्सटर्नलिटीज खत्म करता है, बढ़ाता नहीं है. नो पोल्यूशन टैक्स, हाउ इट इज गोइंग टू. हाँ, से फॉर एग्जांपल, आई एम प्रोड्यूसिंग समथिंग. लेट्स से माय कॉस्ट ऑफ प्रोडक्शन per unit is rupees 100. All right, I am causing pollution, I am not paying for the pollution. So my cost of production is 100 rupees. I will keep a selling price of rupees 120. When I keep a selling price of 120, let's say demand is 10 lakh units every single day I'm selling. Correct? So it means since I'm not paying for the pollution tax, I can sell at a relatively lower price to the consumer. So the demand is on the higher side. So government says, देखो भाई, you are causing pollution, you have to pay for the pollution tax. So government says that per unit you are producing, you are causing a pollution of 20 rupees. So per unit production pay 20 rupees pollution tax though, or lump sum 1 crore rupees tax to different country, different situation is there. So if I'm paying pollution tax to the government, this pollution tax I will take from whom? From the public when I'm selling the goods. So this pollution tax, when it's added to my cost of production, my cost of production increases from 100 rupees to 120 rupees. Now, can I sell at 120 rupees? No. So get the same amount of profit, I have to increase the market price or selling price to 140 rupees. And when I increase the market price to 140 rupees, do you think demand will be 10 lakh? No, demand may fall down to maybe 6 lakh. So it means when the demand is falling down by 6 lakh, will I produce 10 lakh? No, I will cut down my production from 10 lakh to 6 lakh. So don't you think pollution will automatically come down? Understood? Clear? So cap and trade is covered. Readable. गवर्नमेंट इंटरवेंशन इन केस ऑफ मेरिट गुड में बोला, रिमेंबर मेरिट गुड्स अगेन 3 स्टार, एक क्वेश्चन आएगा ही आएगा। मेरिट गुड्स आर एक्चुअली प्राइवेट गुड्स, बट मेरिट गुड्स में क्या है, देर इज नेट पॉजिटिव एक्सटर्नलिटीज, सो अंडर प्रोडक्शन एंड अंडर कंजम्पशन ऑफ मेरिट गुड विल लॉस टू लीड टू लॉस ऑफ वेलफेयर टू सोसाइटी। फॉर एग्जाम्पल, एजुकेशन इज मेरिट गुड. If there are lack of schools, don't you think unemployment will increase? Medicine is a merit good. If there is less medicines and vaccines are produced, don't you think society will suffer? So government cannot take the burden of providing all the merit goods. So government will have to incentivize the private sector to produce the merit good. And how can the government do it? By reducing the taxes on the companies which is making the merit goods, or giving them subsidies, or doing both. So merit goods are actually private goods. It means these are non-excludable, these are excludable and rivalrous. If I have to produce more, my cost of production will increase. So when my cost of production increases, then I will not be interested to supply more. I will decrease supply, that will lead to loss of welfare to society. So government will say that whatever you are producing extra and whatever the extra cost you are incurring, you take this cost from me. Part of the cost or full extra cost from me. And so production can be increased and society failure can be reduced. So merit good will always be underproduced and underconsumed. So government will have to motivate the consumption of production of merit goods. Either government can go through decreased taxes and subsidies, or government can even force you to consume. For example, insurance is a merit good. All right. In India, government cannot force you to consume medical insurance or life insurance, but government will force you to have a vehicle insurance. Wearing helmet, seat belt, these are all merit goods. Under Right to Education Act, education has been made a fundamental right in India for children between 6 to 14 years of age. Right? So government can even force the consumption of merit goods. So examples याद रखने का, health care, welfare services, fire protection, waste management, and everything, education and everything. Government can prohibit some type of goods and activity and set standards for making others to oblige. These are all, remember, examples of merit goods. Demerit goods पे क्या है? Demerit goods always will be overproduced and overconsumed. So cigarette, high-end cars, jewelry, liquor, fast food, ice creams, chocolate, charts, all these things are, yes, produce more, so that will lead to loss of welfare to society. So as a result, government will have to discourage the consumption. Now demerit goods are also private good, just like merit good, but demerit goods have net negative externalities to the society. So government will always want to discourage its consumption and production. So government can find out various ways. Government will say cigarette ka minimum price, cigarette is sold at 20 rupees, minimum price is 30 rupees. Government fixes a minimum price which is higher than the market price, demand will come down. Government will increase higher taxes on demerit good, or all other examples I've given you, that ban on advertisement, ban on the sale of this thing, vulnerable group को protect करने का, everything is mentioned over here. Steps taken, very important. So one question from demerit goods, always 3 star you will get. And for demerit goods, remember, even this is very important to put a 3 star over here as well. Steps taken by the government to discourage the consumption of demerit good. And also यहाँ पे 3 स्टार और यहाँ पे 3 स्टार, इनमें से दोनों में से कोई एक में से क्वेश्चन आएगा ही आएगा, मिनिमम दोनों से भी आ सकता है. Price intervention, it means non-market pricing. Non-market pricing, it means government is fixing the price. Government will fix the price either to protect the interest of buyers or interest of sellers. So when the government want to protect the interest of sellers, government will try to increase the market price, like minimum support price. Middlemen are not giving a price to the fair price to the farmer. Government says no, I will purchase from you at a higher price. So middleman will have to pay a higher price to the farmers. This will protect the interest of the farmers. So price floor or minimum support price is fixed at a higher than the current market price, because it is intended to protect the sellers. So if I am a seller of a medicine, seller of a agricultural goods, and I'm not getting a fair market price, I will stop the agriculture practice. So government will fix a higher price so that I will remain in business. So outcome क्या होगा इसका? When the government is forcefully increasing the price to protect the sellers, the supply will increase but the demand will fall down. So when the government is purchasing at a higher price from the farmers under the minimum support price, जिसको price floor भी बोलते हैं, government बोला यहाँ पर है, मैं floor को यहाँ कर दिया. So you can sell above the floor, not below the floor. So government simply says, देखो, those who can afford to pay for a little bit higher price for tomato, onion, or rice, pulses, wheat, and everything. They can. Those who cannot afford to pay, I anyways have a public distribution shop. And price ceiling is usually done to protect the interests of the buyers. So in case of essential drug, I've told you give COVID vaccine ka. If government would not have fixed a price of 500 price ceiling, do you think companies would have been selling you at 500 rupees? So government says that you cannot sell at 5,000, 10,000 rupees. Maximum price I'm setting. So price ceiling means maximum price set karta hai, above which you cannot sell, below which you can sell. So this will increase the demand and decrease the supply. So that will be the outcome of the price ceiling. So please very important है ध्यान में रखने का दोनों तरफ से +1 merit good demerit goods, and in case of demerit goods what steps can be taken by the government to reduce the consumption and production of demerit goods. Free rider problem आएगा, रिचर्ड मसग्रेव का आएगा, फाइनेंस कमीशन आएगा और एक कंसोलिडेटेड फंड आएगा, आपको सुप्रीम कोर्ट का वो जजमेंट दिया जहां जहां हम लोग मार्क कराए इंपॉर्टेंट वो सबको स्किप नहीं करने का. तो टुमारो विल वाइंड अप क्विकली दिस 7 को फटाफट हाफ एन आवर में खत्म करके विल स्टार्ट विद द कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ मनी डिमांड एंड वहां पे थोड़ा सा कॉन्सेप्ट है दैट वी हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड एंड देन विल जंप इनटू द इंटरनेशनल ट्रेड. क्लियर? सी यू टुमारो. बाय बाय. बाय बाय. All right, welcome to the third day of marathon. So we'll start with Unit 3 with regard to the process of budget making and sources of revenue expenditure and management of public debt. So what you need to know, remember as I told you yesterday as well, that they will always frequently ask question from Finance Commission. They will ask you question from Niti Aayog, right? So first of all, the most important point that you have the handouts correct. So remember Ministry of Finance. So long. Ministry of Finance, Government of India have traditionally been controlled by the finances of the country, which is controlled by the Ministry of Finance. Remember, and it is prepared by the Ministry of Finance in consultation with Niti Aayog. So Niti Aayog is consultant. Niti Aayog, remember, is a think tank of the government. And as I've told you, what is the purpose of Niti Aayog? Who are the members of the Niti Aayog? There are people who belong from various facets of life. So there will be a social people who is working in the social work in associated with various NGOs. There will be people who will be industry expert. There will be somebody who will represent the interests of the farmers. There will be somebody who will be working for the welfare of women. So all these people will discuss together how to resolve the problem, how to bring development in the country, how to promote growth, and Ministry of Finance, they will give suggestions to the Ministry of Finance. So basically, you can say the brain behind the policies of the government is provided by the Niti Aayog. Now, it is not necessary that the finance minister will have to listen to Niti Aayog, but there is always a discussion done so that various stakeholders can put forward their, the interests of various people. So Article 112 of the Constitution provides with respect of every financial year, the President shall call to be laid before both the Houses of Parliament a statement of financial estimated receipt and expenditure of the government. So remember, here again put a star. It is first laid down by the President. President doesn't, participate in the discussion, but it is introduced by the President. Every bill will become an act after the assent of the President. Now, budgetary process involves preparation of budget, presentation, enactment of budget, and execution of budget. So, a series of pre-budget consultations are done by Union Finance Minister with the finance ministers and chief ministers of states. All right. So, state finance ministers and the chief ministers of the state they participate in it. Experts from Niti Aayog and economists all elicit their suggestion on the proposed budget. Consolidated Fund of India, I've told you what is it. Every money will go into the Consolidated Fund of India and every expenditure will be made from the Consolidated Fund of India. And Consolidated Fund of India is within the control of the Parliament. Then contingency fund of India is at the disposal of the president of the country, not parliament, but president. But remember, I told you that if withdrawal is made from the contingency fund of India, it doesn't need prior approval of the parliament. But when the parliament will come to session, the bill will have to be introduced and it will be passed. And what will happen? The amount of money that has been withdrawn from the contingency fund of India will be flowing out of the consolidated fund and it will refill the contingency fund of India. कंटिजेंसी फंड ये इमरजेंसी फंड है. स्टेट के पास भी स्टेट कंसोलिडेटेड फंड है और कंटिजेंसी फंड भी होता है. पब्लिक अकाउंट्स. All right. So consolidated fund, contingency fund, and public account. See, money that goes into the public account doesn't belong to the government. Here, the government is working as a banker, so it doesn't go to the consolidated fund of India. So the contribution made to the provident fund and this and that, or pension, everything. So the list of budget document presented to the parliament besides finance minister budget are annual financial statement, demand for grant, finance bill, and statement mandated with FRBM. So you see, this is important here. Lok Sabha has the power to concur or to refuse the demand for or even reduce the amount of grants sought by the government. So budget is a money bill and money bill and finance bill can only be introduced in the Lok Sabha. And I've told you what power does Rajya Sabha have? 14 days power. Rajya Sabha may agree to bill, the bill will be passed. Rajya Sabha will disagree and send the bill for reconsideration. Lok Sabha may accept the consideration or reject the consideration, the bill is passed again. And Rajya Sabha do not do anything for 14 days, the bill will again be passed. So Rajya Sabha has got no power in terms of withholding the money bill, that is the annual financial statement. The budget is laid on the table of Rajya Sabha soon after finance minister has completed his or her budget speech. You see, Rajya Sabha does not vote on the demand for grant. This is very important. And there is only a general discussion on the budget. Appropriation bill, remember, two bills they will also always ask you. Finance bill. Finance bill talks about inflow of money into the uh, consolidated fund of India. It means government is proposing which tax to introduce, which tax to abolish, whether to increase the rate of this tax or that tax, income tax slab change karega. So it's all about inflow. All right. इसको फाइनेंस बिल बोलते हैं. But withdrawal from the consolidated fund of India is done by the passage of appropriation bill. All right. Finance bill refill करता है, appropriation bill withdraw करेगा. So appropriation bill is intended to give authority to the government to incur expenditure from the consolidated fund of India. This is also important. So motions for reduction of various demand for grants are made in the form of a cut motion. I've told you know what is a cut motion. Let's say a ministry introduces demands for a grant. That let's say Nitin Gadkari said that I need 10,000 crore rupees for development of highway. Then other member of the parliament can introduce a cut motion saying that no 10,000 crore rupees is too much. So you will be given only 5,000 crore. It should be reduced. If the cut motion is passed, then the then that ministry will get the reduced amount of money for that particular year. All right. Finance bill again important. Told you. Seeking to give effect to the government taxation proposal is introduced in the Lok Sabha immediately after the presentation of general budget. It means remember finance bill comes after the budget. All right. Finance bill comes after the budget. Budget आता है उसके बाद finance bill आता है. Okay. Then yes. The finance bill seeks to give effect to the financial proposals of the government for the next financial year. Here is important. The parliament has to pass the finance bill within 75 days of introduction. Again, put a double star over here. So finance bill have to be passed within 75 days. Now, Gilliton is again very, very important. Put a double star. So there is limited time available to the parliament to discuss the demand for grant of all the ministries. So when there is very few time is left, the speaker will put all the bills together and it will be passed through a voice vote. and that will bring the session of the parliament to the end, to an end. So this complete, I mean, this is known as guillotine. Guillotine है ना in the ancient era, guillotine. हाँ, तो खत्म हो गया parliament का session. It is a device for bringing the debate on the financial proposal to an end within a specified time. Okay. Okay. Now, as I've told you, in case of India, when you're talking about the income of the government, when you're talking about the budget, it has what? If you remember, budget, it has two sides, that is expenditure side and income side or receipt side. All right. Expenditure, income को जगह receipt बोलते हैं. Now, the expenditure can be a capital expenditure or it could be a revenue expenditure. Likewise, receipt can be a capital receipt or it could be a revenue receipt. So, capital expenditure is what? Simply, if I have borrowed money, government has borrowed money, government will have to repay the loan. The payment to principal is capital expenditure. Government is constructing new airport infrastructure build-up, that is capital expenditure. Indian government giving loan to some other country, that is also capital expenditure. Government is thinking about setting up a new public sector undertaking, a new business for the government, that is also a capital expenditure. Clear? Then what is capital receipt? Capital receipt is, let's say, for example, you have given loan to some country, that country is prepaying the loan to you. Correct? So that will be a capital receipt. You are selling away a public sector undertaking, that is disinvestment, to a private sector firm. That is also a capital receipt. You are borrowing money from international institutions. That is also a capital receipt. Then revenue expenditure is what? Day to day expenditure of the government. All right. Revenue expenditure में government giving salary, maintenance of the asset, defense expenditure, health care expenditure, social sector expenditure, all these are revenue expenditure. You have taken a loan, you paying the interest. Interest is regularly paid. That is also a revenue expenditure. Then revenue receipt is what? Tax, both direct and indirect tax. Revenue receipt is also dividend earned by the central government on when the public sector undertaking they distribute profit to the government. Revenue receipt is also when RBI gives dividend to the government of India. Correct? You have given loan to some country, you are receiving the interest, that is also revenue receipt. So at the end of the day, you have to find out whether your expenditure is more than receipt or receipts are more than expenditure. So when we are talking about total expenditure and total receipt, we talk about what is known as budgetary deficit. Now, why do we calculate deficit only? Because I've told you that most of the country's government will be in a deficit, because if you are running a company or running a business, you every expenditure you incur, every expenditure you will only incur after performing a cost and benefit analysis. It means your objective is earning profit, maximization of wealth. But when a government is running the country, the objective is not profit. So there are many expenditure which will be incurred by the government for which no quantitative earning of revenue will not happen. So that's why every government will go through a deficit. So that's why we calculate deficit, wherein we take the expenditure first and then we deduct the receipt, so that we don't have a negative value with the figure. But if we write deficit next to the figure, it means it has a negative value. Clear hai? So capital, then you have revenue deficit. It means revenue expenditure minus revenue receipt. Now remember, in this capital receipt, they can be debt creating, receipts and non-debt creating receipts. So if government is selling away Air India to Tatas, that is disinvestment, that is a capital receipt, but it will not create a debt. But when government borrows money from international institution, that is also a capital receipt, but it will create a, yes, it will create a debt. So when we calculate fiscal deficit, in case of fiscal deficit, we will take all the expenditure and subtract what from it? What receipt? All non-debt creating receipt. Non-debt creating receipt is what? Non-debt creating receipt is revenue receipt plus non-debt creating capital receipt. So ये दोनों को इससे डिडक्ट करेगा तो what you get is a fiscal deficit, and from the fiscal deficit if you deduct interest payment, what you get is the primary deficit. Clear है? So let's go back here. Understand. So government receipts are classified under two categories: revenue receipts, which consists of tax revenue, and non-tax revenue. Non-tax revenue is nothing but a dividend and everything government is receiving interest on the loan that you have given. Capital receipt, which consists of debt receipt and non-debt capital receipt, I told you. Broad sources of revenue are corporation tax, that is taxes paid by the companies on the net profit. These are very easy to understand. Okay, let's not waste time. Different types of taxes. Okay, now Center's net tax revenue is the total tax revenue after paying to state share and national calamity contribution. Not important here. Non-tax revenue includes again interest receipts, dividend profits from public sector enterprises, surplus transferred from Reserve Bank of India, उसको भी dividend बोलते हैं. Other non-tax revenue receipts, penalties and everything सब कुछ इसमें आ जाएगा. And receipts of the Union Territory. Capital receipts include non-debt capital receipts, recoveries of loans and advances, that is also non-debt. You have given a loan, now repayment of loan is happening, principal part is a non-debt capital receipt. And miscellaneous capital receipt, it means disinvestment, this means here nothing but sale of public sector undertaking. Debt capital receipt, you all know every kind of loan, long-term loan, short-term loan, every kind of loan, that is a debt capital receipt. Okay. Now public expenditure management is important. Why? Simple logic. If a company, why do you think Anil Ambani's company went bankrupt? Why do you think Baiju went bankrupt? Because they took such a huge amount of loan without looking at their profit creation ability. So the company went into perpetual debt and they bankrupted. Don't you think the same thing will happen to a country? If the country doesn't have the power to generate production, to generate employment, and you are borrowing and borrowing and borrowing, then eventually you will be in perpetual debt. So all your resources will go towards payment of debt. You will not be able to tackle defense. You will not be able to provide healthcare. You will not be able to build infrastructure. Only thing is you have to pay the debt. So that's why public debt management is very, very important. All right, clear? So is the process that allows government to be fiscally responsible. The economic cost of unproductive public expenditure can be extensive and may have far-reaching effect, such as larger deficit, higher level of taxation, lower economic growth, or fewer resources available for use elsewhere, and greater debt burden on the future of the country, on the future generation. The Department of Expenditure, remember here, put a double star, of the Ministry of Finance. So Department of Expenditure works under the Ministry of Finance, is the nodal, means main department for overseeing public financial management system in central government and matters connected with the state finances. Then it is responsible for implementation of recommendation of Finance Commission. This and that, you can leave the rest. Center's expenditure, public debt management, एक बार पढ़ लेना यहाँ पर. But if you know here, public debt management, Department of Expenditure, Ministry of Finance है. Yes, this is important. The government raises fund primarily from domestic market and using market-based and fixed instruments to finance its deficit. Public debt in simple words means debt incurred by the government in mobilizing savings of the people which are to be repaid at a future date. And remember, public debt is not a one-time exercise of borrowing repayment. It means every day you can borrow from the government, can borrow from you. There are 7 days treasury bills available, 30 days, 90 days. There are long-term bonds, 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 5 year bonds. So it means if on a regular basis government is raising the debt, don't you think on a regular basis every month, every week, some amount of debt will become matured and government will have to repay that debt. इसको बोलते हैं debt servicing. When the government is repaying the debt, that is known as servicing the debt. Okay, debt servicing, this is also important. Put a double star here and here as well. Debt servicing is a continuous exercise as the portion of debt falls due each month. And this is very important. Government does not usually cut expenditure or raise taxes, provide funds to retire or repay the maturing bonds. Government क्या करता है? The government simply refinance the debt that it sells new bonds and uses the proceeds to pay off the maturity of the bonds. So it means that's why you see interest on national debt we were adding as a part of private income. So debt government will neither decrease the expenditure to repay the debt. Government will not say I have to repay that. Generally, businesses will do what? Businesses will say let's cut down our expenditure. Debt बहुत हो गया. Government cannot do that. Government cannot cut down the expenditure. Government cannot say I will not spend money on defense. I will not spend money on social welfare. Government will, and neither government will increase taxes. So government will give away the money on the maturity of the bond by borrowing, by issuing new bonds to the public. All right. Then ways and means advances, very, very important. What is nothing? Nothing, but it's simply the overdraft facility. So when the government is going through liquidity crunch on and off hota hai, so RBI will open an overdraft facility. So government account will be debited and the receiver's account, who could be a government servant receiving salary or pension or whatever, they will be credited, and then the RBI will settle the account with the government later on. So it's just like an overdraft facility opened up for the central government by the uh, central bank, that is the RBI in India. So uh, that's it. Mm. Remember FRBM, Fiscal Responsibility and Budgetary Management Act was passed in 2003. Purpose क्या था? FRBM का purpose क्या था? Slowly, little by little, we will decrease our fiscal deficit. All right, that was the purpose. Then, yeah, you all know this. What is the surplus budget? What is the deficit budget? Correction आपको करा दिया था. Corrected है. हर जगह revenue लिखा है, उसको receipt है. So, in this case, remember what is important is your fiscal deficit. Put a double star over here. Okay. And primary deficit, put a double star over here. I told you fiscal deficit is total expenditure minus total non-debt creating receipt. Finance bill, very, very important. I've told you what finance bill, for example, last year, what happened? The government said that capital gains tax, long-term capital gains tax was increased from 10 to 12.5%, and short-term capital gains tax was increased from 15 to 20%. So this can only be done through the finance bill. All right. So finance bill, the bill produced immediately after the presentation of union budget detailing the imposition, abolition, alteration or regulation of tax proceeds in the budget. Outcome budget, very important and very easy to remember as well. Outcome kya hai? So when the ministry, specific ministry asks for grant, then the ministry is asked that give me your report card. Last year you were given 1 lakh crore rupees. How much of the money you have been able to spend for the development? Have you been able to spend all the money and have you achieved your goal? If yes, you will get this year whatever you're demanding. If no, then cut motion introduced. You will not get the amount that you are demanding, you'll get a lesser amount. So it means the money is allocated to the ministry based upon their past performance. Clear? So it establishes direct link between budgetary allocation and schemes and its annual performance target measured through output and outcome indicators. All right. Mm. Guillotine, I've told you, very, very important. Very easy है, देख लेना. Consolidated fund, remember, again, very, very important. And it is at the disposal of the parliament. Contingency fund, president के ऊपर है, emergency fund होता है. Again, very, very important. Public accounts is also important. I've told you, money that is received in the public account doesn't, this is the only money that doesn't go to the Consolidated Fund of India. So since it doesn't go to the Consolidated Fund of India, it is not needed. If the government wants to withdraw, the government do not need any bill to be introduced. All right, government is simply the caretaker of this money. So government will invest this money at many places to earn return, and this return will be given to the people who are keeping their money in the PF account, pension account, and so on and so forth. Fiscal policy, I've told you, very, very important, very, very easy. So fiscal policy mein kya hai? It's all about the finances of the government. So either it could be a contractionary fiscal policy or expansionary fiscal policy. Expansionary fiscal policy will be adopted during contractionary period, that is during recession, and contractionary fiscal policy will be adopted during inflation. So there are various tools of fiscal policy. Various tools क्या है? अब सो फिस्कल पॉलिसी में क्या है? टूल्स आपका टैक्सेस है, गवर्नमेंट एक्सपेंडिचर है, देन बजट है, करेक्ट? These are the three most important instruments. So now government borrowings भी है, including everything what you say is the budget. So if the economy is going through recession, so जब recession हो रहा है, the objective is to increase the GDP. So increasing GDP becomes objective. So government will do what? Government will decrease the direct taxes, and if this is not sufficient, government will increase the government expenditure. So when the government does that, then what it will lead to? It will lead to a deficit budget. So people will have more money. This will lead to increase in the aggregate demand and will help the recovery of the economy. This is known as expansionary fiscal policy. Simple. All right. And if there is inflation during high rate of growth, high inflation is the problem, then government will adopt contractionary fiscal policy. Contractionary fiscal policy. And objective क्या है? Is to reduce the inflation, largely demand pull inflation. So what the government will do? Government will increase the direct taxes and government will decrease the government expenditure. So it means government will follow what is known as surplus budget. Clear hai? Alright. So let's look at the pointers here. Okay, important pointers, will put stars over there. Objectives of fiscal policy क्या है? Achievements of maintenance of full employment, price stability, that is inflation, accelerating the rate of economic development and equitable distribution of income and wealth. And you see, this equation is given GDP equals to C plus I plus G plus X minus M. Correct that? So इसमें क्या है कि we know that मार्केट भाग रहा है, खत्म, चढ़ गया है मार्केट. So आ गया अभी ऐसे ही, कुछ नहीं हो रहा है. Where it was in the morning, it is at the same place. So when I write GDP is equals to C plus I plus G plus X minus M, you see, government can tackle just G and there is a synchronicity, it means ripple effect, everything will be affected. So if government increases government expenditure, then people will have more money in their hand. When people have more money in their hand, don't you think it will lead to increase in consumption? It means aggregate demand is increasing. When aggregate demand is increasing, it means there is an opportunity for the seller to meet that demand. So they will increase their production. When they increase their production, they will need more investment. So it means I will increase. They will generate more employment, further increase in aggregate demand. And when the economy is growing, you'll find that exports will come down and exports will go up and imports will come down. So it means just by changing the government expenditure, government will be able to affect consumption, investment, exports, all eventually. That is the meaning of this equation, which says GDP equals to C plus I plus G X minus M. So instruments of fiscal policy. So first of all, government expenditure, current expenditure, capital expenditure, and transfer payment. But remember, transfer payment is nothing but a part of current expenditure only. So it's already mentioned here. During recession, government will increase its expenditure to increase the level of economic activity, thereby increasing MPC, marginal propensity to consume, aggregate demand will increase. And during expansion, when there is inflation, so government will decrease the expenditure, which will contract economic growth, thereby decreasing MPC. It means the objective here is to reduce the rate of inflation. Taxes. Taxes determine the size of the disposable income we have seen yesterday. So during recession, government adopts expansionary fiscal policy. So government will do what? Government will decrease the taxes. And during inflation, new taxes can be levied and existing taxes can be the rate of the existing taxes can be increased. Simple. Public debt. Now, public debt is borrowings. You all know what is a market loan, what is a small saving. It could be internal debt that the government can take within the country. Now, this internal debt can be divided into two types. Either it could be in the form of short-term loan, or it could be for that government will issue treasury bill. In the form of long-term loan, government will issue bond. But दोनों को ही debt बोलते हैं. Or the government can borrow from external sources like International Monetary Fund, World Bank, Asian Development Bank, so on and so forth. Clear? So this we have already. Do you need me to explain this? Easy enough. Balanced budget will not have any effect upon the economy. Surplus budget will lead to negative effect. It means contraction होगा economy में, and deficit budget will lead to expansionary effect. So expansionary contractionary is clear. Okay. Fiscal policy for reduction of inequalities of income. Remember the same pointers you can write what you have written in Richard Musgrave's theory that the redistribution function. Development of backward region, providing jobs to people belonging to weaker section of society, women empowerment, then farm policies for helping the farmers, land reform act, farm act, this and that ye kar sakta hai, right? Government can decrease taxes on the goods that is purchased by the poor people. Government may increase taxes on the goods that is consumed by the rich people on luxury goods and everything. All these things are nothing but a part of redistribution policy. एक बार पढ़ लेना. All are self-explanatory. Then comes limitations of fiscal policy. तो very important. यहाँ से आपको एक क्वेश्चन क्राउडिंग आउट से तो आएगा ही आएगा. So recognition lag क्या है? Government is not able to recognize that there is a need for a policy change. You are not able to recognize there is a problem. तो delay हो गया. Then there is a decision lag. You have recognized the problem now. There has been delay, but you have recognized it. Now, whether decision A will work, decision B will work, decision C will work, there is a fixed. Government is not able to decide. So there is a decision lag. Let's say decision ले लिया lag के बाद, then there is an implementation lag because the government employees have not been properly trained. And then after it's implemented, then there is an outcome lag. It means the effect of the policy will be seen at a later date. You don't know whether the policy will work or it will not work. Due to lag, what happens? The problem becomes something else and you are implementing a solution for a problem which is completely different. For example, inflation was rising. You recognize there is delay in every place. By the time you implement the decision to increase the taxes and decrease government expenditure, inflation would have already fallen down. So don't you think at the wrong time you are taking a wrong policy? So what will happen? It will lead to crashing of the economy. So you have to be very careful and on your toes to decide quickly what is the problem and what is the solution. Then I've told you that every expenditure government cannot increase or neither it can decrease. Government increases too much of expenditure, deficit problem ho jayega. And government cannot decrease the expenditure. Why? Government cannot say I will not incur defense. I will not build infrastructure which is already underway. No problem hai. Every time if you increase taxes, then investment will flow out of the country. If you give too much of incentive to the people in the form of social welfare, जो India में हो रहा है freebies, then there is no incentive to work. All these things together are disadvantages of fiscal policy. But the most important is crowding out. Put a 3-star over here. So what is crowding out? Crowding out is the side effect of fiscal policy, wherein the money from the private sector is crowded out to the public sector. When public and the private sector compete with one another, then the consumers will prefer to buy from the public sector because it is sold at a lower price. So the demand in the public sector will increase, but the demand in the private sector will decrease. Now, when the government is meeting the demand, government will borrow heavily from the bank, so it will increase the interest rate. So when the businesses try to compete with the government by borrowing money, they have to pay a higher rate of interest. So businesses will not borrow. So what will happen eventually? The economy will not grow much. Why? Because there has been increase in the government expenditure by 10 lakh crore and decrease in the private expenditure by 8 lakh crore. It means 2 lakh crore ही grow किया economy. Then economy will be in a fix. So when the government is competing with the private sector, mindless competition cannot happen. Clear है? So crowding out is very important. एक बार पढ़ लेना ये. So this finishes our chapter 5. Just give me one moment. Yeah. Chapter 7, yes. Mm. Concept of money. No, market is actually recovering. Market is not crashing. It's 320, so I don't carry my position beyond 320. If I have to carry, I carry it, but the one that I have to exit, I have exited. Tomorrow the market will go up, most likely. Okay. So, concept of money demand. First of all, remember that money that is issued by the government is a fiat money. It doesn't have its own intrinsic value. We call it fiat money because fiat means authority. It is the law that makes money a medium of exchange. Clear? Money doesn't have its own real value. Gold has a real value because the value of gold is not determined by the government, but the value of gold is determined by the market forces of demand and supply. So all these things are very self-explanatory. Do you need me to explain this, or we'll jump to the theory? Let's jump to the theory. All right. So first of all, you need to know here that money has opportunity cost. So opportunity cost for money is nothing but the interest forgone. So if there is an, let's say I have 1 lakh rupees of cash that I could have invested in a income bearing instrument like bond, that would have given me 10% interest. So if I do not invest, then what is my loss in terms of opportunity cost? Opportunity cost is rupees 10,000. So if I don't invest, I will lose 10,000. So when the rate of interest increases from 10% to 20%, don't you think my opportunity cost also increases from 10,000 to 20,000? So will you want to have higher opportunity cost? No. So can we say that when there is increase increase in interest rate will lead to increase in opportunity cost of holding money? So there will be decrease in the demand for money. Demand for money, it means how much of money I want to hold as cash balance. So there is an inverse relation between interest rate, so between opportunity cost and the demand for money. And there is a direct relation between interest rate and opportunity cost. It means opportunity cost increase will increase when interest rate increases. And when there is an increase in opportunity cost, then there will be a demand for money that will fall down. So demand for money is negatively related to the opportunity cost, and it is uh, it is also negatively related to the interest rate. Higher the interest rate, more the opportunity cost, less money will be demanded. And if the rate of interest falls down to 5%, when I don't keep money, then I will be losing only 5,000. So it means, can I say that decrease in interest rate will lead to decrease in opportunity cost of holding money? So it means there will be increase in the demand for money. As simple as that. So do not forget the relationship between opportunity cost of holding money, the interest rate, and the demand for money. Higher the opportunity cost, mm, higher the interest rate, higher the opportunity cost, lower will be the demand for money. Lower the interest rate, lower the opportunity cost, then higher will be the demand for money. If the bank tells you I'll give you only 0.5% on FD, will you keep more money in the bank? No, you will keep less money in the bank. Why? Because you are losing 0.5% in a year, doesn't matter. Your opportunity cost is very less. So you will prefer to keep more cash, so demand for money will increase. But if the bank will tell you that I will give you 30% on FD, kabhi nahi hoga. But 30% on ND, what you'll do? Will you not run to the bank to deposit money? Why? Because every day you are not keeping money, you are losing more and more. So your opportunity cost will be very high, no? So will you want to keep more cash in hand or less cash in hand? You will want to keep lesser cash in hand. Clear? Hai? Now let's come to the classical theory, that is QTM. Very, very important. QTM was given by Irving Fisher, and in this QTM theory, he explained the relationship between the money supply and the rate of inflation. He brought a direct relationship between money supply and the rate of inflation, wherein he said that higher the money supply, more will be the price level. And since more is the price level, household expenditure will increase, business expenditure will increase. So people will be forced to hold more money to take care of current transaction. Clear? So this is given by this particular equation MVPT, where M is the supply of money. Which supply of money? High powered money. Supply of money, this money is high powered money. And V is the velocity of money. It means how many times the money is changing hand. Every time the money is changing hand, it is leading to a transaction. So don't you think when V will increase, T will increase? But the question is, sir, if M will increase, V will increase. Yes, if there is more money in the economy, the bank will lower the interest rate. Will not people want to buy everything that is available to them? So increase in money supply will lower the interest rate. As a result, people will have more money, access to more money that will push up their velocity. It means money will changing hand fast. Why the money is changing hand fast? Because people are transacting. And if there are more and more transaction, it means more and more demand is created for goods and services. Then don't you think the seller of the goods will increase the price of the good? Clear? Hai? All right. So this is MVPT. Then he said that this theory is incomplete, so he upgraded his theory. And he said that there is one more money that we have missed out, that is credit money by the bank. So, credit money is not created by the central bank, it is created by the bank through the process of lending and borrowing. So, I have a cash of 1 crore, you have a credit card with a top value of the expenditure limit of 1 crore. What is the difference between my expenditure, my paying capacity, and you paying? Same hai. Only difference is when I will buy, it will not create a debt on me. You will buy, it will create a debt on me. But the seller is not bothered about whether you are creating a demand with your money or creating demand with the bank's money, because seller will get the money quickly. All right, even though when you're swiping the credit card, you will pay to the bank after 45 days, but the seller will get the money instantly the moment you swipe the card. You will have to settle your account with the bank later on. So if the banks are issuing more and more credit cards, banks are issuing more and more loan, then don't you think then also the demand for goods and services will increase? So this equation was modified into MV plus M dash V dash, where M dash is the supply of credit money and V dash is the velocity of credit money. It means how frequently lending and borrowing is taking place. Clear? Hai? So this will also lead to increase in the transaction. Now, why is not there P dash and T dash? Because transaction for a seller is a transaction. So if the demand for a car is increasing, whether people are buying Maruti car by paying upfront cash or by credit card, Maruti will say मेरा demand उठ रहा है, so it will increase the price. So both the hard money and the credit money have the potential to increase the price level. This was explained by Irving Fisher in his theory. Just hold on. Market close of yours. Huh? Now the problem is you cannot trust any broker now. So at the end of the day, whatever is my fund balance and what is my position, I take a snapshot of it, because I found that sometimes what happens, suddenly 30-40,000 rupees fund में कम दिखा रहा है and I'm not able to account for it. तो अब broker आपको पैसा वापस नहीं देगा चला गया तो, but I have a snapshot here, so I can email them that देखो ये मेरा close of the day में snapshot है, then they will be liable to pay. So anyways, then comes Neoclassical approach. Neoclassical are the guys whose one feet is in the modern and one feet is in the traditional school of thought. So mix between the modern and traditional. So neoclassical school of thought, which में सबसे important prominent theory is the cash balance approach given by, remember the name, Keynes, Robertson, Marshall and Pigou. ये क्वेश्चन कई बार आता है, चार लोग associated with cash balance approach. So what is a cash balance approach? Cash balance approach states that why people and businesses want to hold money. So people and businesses want to hold money due to various reasons. पहला reason, the income is earned during a particular point in time, but the transaction are spread over multiple period of time. आपको salary एक बार महीने में मिलेगा, रोज मिलेगा क्या? No, but your transaction will come on several days. Someday rent, someday car ka EMI, someday this, someday that, someday electricity bill, and so on. So to take care of your current transaction, some of the money you have to hold as cash balance in your hand. Likewise, I'm a businessman. The sale will happen after one production cycle, but so I will receive the money when the bill of exchange, because when I sell the goods, I will receive a bill of exchange, and the bill of exchange will be matured at some day, and I will get the money. So I will not get the money every day, but my expenditure will be almost every single day. Someday I have to pay for the insurance I've taken on my business. Someday I have to pay salary and wages. Someday I have to pay electricity bill. So I, as a businessman, also have to hold some amount of idle cash in hand to take care of current transactions. So this is objective number one as to why household and businesses will want to hold cash. Second is precautionary motive, precautionary reason say anything bad, any day anything bad can happen in the organization. So that's why cash holding is very very important. तो अगर बिजनेस के पास कैश है उसके पास सिक्योरिटी है. So that's why a new competitor may enter the market. All right, there can be an opportunity for you. You will not be able to use that opportunity if you don't have cash. So you will have to hold some amount of cash to take care of future contingencies. Household भी hold करेगा, businesses भी hold करेगा. And the third reason why you want to hold cash is for hedge against uncertainty. Now hedge against uncertainty is different from precautionary motive. Hedge against uncertainty क्या है कि भाई, if say for example you are, after taking care of your transaction, you have some amount of money left. Let's say you have 50, if you have, let's say, 30 lakh rupees of money of cash left. If you hold all this in cash, don't you think there'll be a high opportunity cost? So what you'll do, but you cannot invest into bonds के पास दो तरह का इंटरेस्ट होता है, दो तरह का अर्निंग होता है. One is definitely you will get that interest payment. Another is when there is an appreciation in the bond prices and the bond will be listed at premium. Correct. So if suppose there is a bond and bond is giving you an interest of 10%, but bond are risky. I will buy a bond, let's say what 20 lakh, and to earn an interest. But if the bond value will fall from 20 lakh to 10 lakh, so in 1 year on 20 lakh, I'll receive only 2 lakh rupees of interest. But I've lost, capital loss is 10 lakh, so mera 8 lakh ka to loss hai. So can I keep all my money in bond? No. So what I'll do, I will keep some amount of this, out of this 30 lakhs, I may keep 10 lakh rupees of cash and 20 lakh rupees as bond. So what will happen? Bond is giving me 10% interest. So it means यहाँ पे मेरा opportunity cost कितना है? If I would have kept this 10 lakh also, I would have received 1 lakh rupees of extra interest. So मेरा opportunity cost, my opportunity cost is 1 lakh. So इसको negative में लिखते हैं. तो मेरा 1 lakh गया, इसके ऊपर interest नहीं मिलेगा. But on this 20 lakh, will I not earn interest of 2 lakh? So it means this 2 lakh rupees will cover my opportunity cost minus 1 plus 2 हो गया. So it means plus 1 मेरे पास बचा ना. So what has happened here? I'm holding cash and I've taken a risk as well. So if I'm earning return from there, it will mitigate some of my opportunity cost or all of my opportunity cost. But if suppose the bond prices fall, let's say after 1 year, I will receive 2 lakh rupees of interest, but the market price of bond falls down to, let's say, 16 lakh rupees. So it means मेरे को कितना लॉस हो गया? 20 लाख से 16 लाख आ गया, -4 लाख हो गया ना? Right or wrong? आई हैव रिसीव्ड एन इंटरेस्ट तो मिलता रहेगा, आपका बॉन्ड का वैल्यू 1 लाख भी चला गया तो इंटरेस्ट तो मिलता रहेगा. सो इंटरेस्ट आई हैव रिसीव्ड इज हाउ मच? 2 लाख रुपीज, 10% 20 लाख पे, करेक्ट. बट bond prices crash हो गया, market price of bond falls down. It means if I sell the bond right now, I will receive only 16 lakh. So it means 4 लाख रुपीस का मेरा नोशनल लॉस है, अभी बेचा नहीं, मेरा नोशनल लॉस है. ठीक है, तो इसका मतलब क्या है? आई हैव 2 लाख रुपीस ऑफ इंटरेस्ट अर्निंग एंड 4 लाख रुपीस फॉल इन द प्राइस ऑफ बॉन्ड. इट मीन्स माइनस 2 लाख है. Do I need to sell the bond right now? No, I will not sell the bond. I will wait for the bond prices to rise. And why I'm able to wait for the bond prices to rise? Because cash will help me remain afloat. If suppose I was not having this cash and entire money I would have invested in bond, then 30 lakh का bond लगाता तो मेरे को interest कितना मिलता? 3 lakh. But अगर 20 lakh से 16 lakh आया, it means how much? 20% it has fallen. This would have fallen from 30 lakh to 24 lakh, 20%, correct. So it means यहाँ पर मेरा 6 लाख का कैपिटल लॉस है और 3 लाख का इंटरेस्ट इनकम है. तो 3 लाख मेरा पॉजिटिव है, सॉरी 3 लाख मेरा नेगेटिव है. बट लेट्स से आई नीड अर्जेंट मनी, कैन आई सेल द बॉन्ड? नो. इफ आई सेल द बॉन्ड आई विल बी फोर्स्ड टू सेल द बॉन्ड, देन व्हाट विल हैपन? कैपिटल लॉस आई एम बुकिंग, करेक्ट और नॉट? सिंपल लॉजिक लगा. फॉरगेट अबाउट बॉन्ड. आप इक्विटी शेयर खरीद लिया, आपके पास कैश बचा था 30 लाख का, आप इक्विटी शेयर खरीद लिया एक्सपेक्टिंग दैट ये कंपनी अच्छा डिविडेंड देता है. यू गॉट अ डिविडेंड ऑफ ओनली 50,000, बट 30 लाख रुपीस का इक्विटी शेयर फॉल करके 5 लाख पे आ गया. इज देयर नॉट अ रिस्क? यस. नाउ यू विल थिंक बट 5 लाख पे मैं क्या बेचेगा, लेट्स होल्ड इट बिकॉज द कंपनी इज गुड, इट मे राइज इवन इन फ्यूचर, करेक्ट. But you can only say that if you have some amount of cash set aside. Now imagine if I would have kept 20 lakh rupees of cash and invested 10 lakh into equity. So equity गिर भी जाता तो मेरे को इतना दर्द नहीं होता. Why? Because support is provided by the cash. So a businessman will always mitigate between the risk and return. Now the question is, if the bond interest rate increases from 10% to 20%, will you invest only 20 lakh of now to 30 lakh or more than 20 lakh? More than 20 lakh, because your opportunity cost increases. So it means how much of money you are holding in the form of cash after transaction taken care of. Uske baad, how much of money you are holding in the form of cash, how much of money you are investing in bond, that depends upon interest rate, that is opportunity cost. Higher the interest rate, more risk I'll be willing to take, less cash I will hold. Lower the interest rate, then I will not be willing to take more risk because my opportunity cost of not investing is less. So I will hold more cash and keep less in bond. Clear hai? So that is known as hedge against uncertainty. That is different from precautionary. Precautionary motive I am keeping cash so that I can take care of any, yes, something can happen to my business, I need money, this and that. Uske liye मैं hold करेगा. But how much of money I am using for transaction motive, how much of money I'm investing into bond, and how much money I'm keeping precaution, that depends upon income and wealth. Higher the income, more the transaction. So more transaction demand for money. Higher the income, more risk I can take. All right. So I will invest more and also hold more cash. And higher my income, more opportunity, more, I will try to mitigate more of my risk. Clear. So it all depends upon interest rate and on your wealth. Clear. That's it with the cash balance approach. So let's quickly read it here. So in early 1900, Cambridge economists, remember the names, Marshall, पूरा नाम जरूरत नहीं है, Marshall, Pigou, Robertson and Keynes. They gave what is known as cash balance approach. So Cambridge version hold that money increases utility in the following two ways, enabling a possibility of split up of sale and purchase at two different points in time rather than being simultaneous. इसके लिए मैं आपको लिखा दिया पहले that income is earned during a particular point in time, but expenses are incurred over multiple periods. To take care of current transaction, businesses and household have to hold some amount of money as cash balance. So hedge against uncertainty. This is nothing but you are hedging your uncertainty. This is not precaution. So while the first hour represents transaction motive, just as Christian invested, second motive temporary store of wealth. Demand for money also involve precautionary motive. So precaution भी लेगा. And remember this equation MDKPY, I have explained it to you. Whereas K is the proportion of nominal income, PY is the nominal income you are holding as cash balance. MD is demand for money for transaction motive. ट्रांजैक्शन मोटिव के लिए है ये. सो इन द न्यूमेरिकल दैट आई गिवन, उसमें कोई प्रॉब्लम है तो बोलो, मैं फिर से एक्सप्लेन कर देगा. क्लैरिटी है उसमें? राइट. सो टेक केयर ऑफ दैट. कीन्स थियरी इज एक्सट्रीमली इंपॉर्टेंट. भर भर के आएगा कीन्स का क्वेश्चन, याद रखने का. राइट. Keynes was a part of cash balance approach, but he gave an independent theory which is known as liquidity preference theory. Now, what is the difference between cash balance approach and liquidity preference theory? They are almost the same with a bit of a difference. Keynes also said the very first thing, why household and businesses want to hold cash, because of transaction motive. And higher the income and wealth, more the transaction, lower the income, less the transaction. Keynes also said, just like cash balance approach, that household and businesses have to keep some amount of money for precautionary motive. How much of money I'm holding for precautionary motive again depends on my income, but it doesn't depend on my interest. All right. So both transaction and precautionary motive it deviates from the cash balance approach. It says the interest rate will not affect the money that I'm setting aside for transaction motive and the money that I'm setting aside for precautionary motive, but it does depend on the wealth. Now, how much of precaution I'll take? Of course, it depends on wealth, depends on many other factors. If there is political, economic instability, people will be afraid, they will hold more precaution. It means more cash they will hold. If you have a psychological problem, you are always afraid of something will happen in the market, again, you will hold more cash balance. All right. If, let's say, uh, if, say, for example, you think that there is a possibility that in future the country can grow and I want to take benefit from it, then you will hold lesser precaution. So it depends on a lot of factors, but the most important is the speculative motive. So remember transaction motive, you read it same thing as in cash balance. And here there was MDKY, that was the demand for money for cash purpose for transaction motive. Here LR equals to KY. That's it, nothing. Now precautionary motive पढ़ लेना. Speculative demand for money, this is the most important here. So under speculative demand for money, Keynes said that after taking care of transaction motive and after taking care of precautionary motive, whatever is left can be kept in the form of cash, जिसको हम बोलेंगे preference for liquidity, or we can also say in simple term demand for money. Most of the time you will find this phrase was used in the question. Demand for money, it means demand for cash balance. And bond. So bond gives two types of returns. One is the interest income, and another, when the bond market prices of bond will increase, there will be a capital gain. So you purchased a bond at 10% coupon rate, face value of 1 lakh, and you said you purchased 10 number of bonds, 10 bond kharida, it means 10 lakh rupees you invested. If suppose after 3 years, what will be your interest? 1 lakh each year you will receive, क्योंकि आप मल्टीप्लाइड बाय 10, ये 10 बॉन्ड्स खरीदा ना, तो एक एक बॉन्ड पे आपको 10-10 हजार मिलेगा फॉर 3 years. So after 3 years or 4 years, whatever, after 3 years, hypothetically I'm taking 3 years, ये ऐसे मत सोचो सर 3 years क्यों लिया. Alright, so after 3 years my interest income will be 3 lakh rupees interest. And by that time, if suppose the face value of bond remains the same, but the market price of bond increases from 1 lakh to 1 lakh 50,000, let's say बहुत ज़्यादा हो गया 1 lakh 50,000, 1 lakh to let's say 1 lakh 20,000, it means per bond पे मेरे को 20,000 rupees का capital gain है, multiplied by 10, so 2 lakh rupees is my capital gain plus 2 lakh is my capital gain. So it means, don't you think मेरे को दोनों तरफ से benefit मिल गया? Correct. But Keynes said that the interest rate and the market price of bonds have inverse or negative relation between them. It means when the interest rate increases, then the bond prices, it means market price of bond will decrease and vice versa. Why? Let's say you purchased a 10% bond, face value 1 lakh rupees. It means every year you will receive 10,000 rupees as interest. After some time, another bond comes to the market, and this bond will give you 5% interest on bonds with a face value of 1 lakh rupees. Don't you think you will thank God that मेरे पास 10% का bond है? So don't you think people, rather than buying bond from the primary market, they will want to buy this bond? And if I'm holding this bond, will you want to sell this? Will you think, do you think I will sell this bond at face value? No, I will sell you at a premium. It means, don't you think the market demand for this bond will increase, and so the market price of this bond will increase? Correct? When interest rate has decreased. But what if there is increase in the interest rate to 20%? New bond आया, जो 20% का फेस 20% बॉन्ड है, फेस इंटरेस्ट रेट है, फेस वैल्यू सेम 1 लाख, एंड यू हैव परचेज दिस पर्टिकुलर बॉन्ड. अभी इसको भूल जाओ. You have purchased this particular bond. Don't you think you will regret? So in the primary market, the new bond that people will purchase will carry 20% interest. They will get 20% return on investment, but the old bond will give them only 10%. So don't you think people who are holding these bonds, they will want to sell away this bond quickly as possible to buy that bond? And when there is a selling pressure, then what will happen to the market price of this bond? Don't you think it will begin to trade at a discount? Its value may fall down to 80,000, 70,000, 60,000. Correct. So we say that bond prices and interest rate on bond have a negative relation. Then comes here the concept of critical interest rate, which is also normal interest rate and current interest rate. Critical and normal same hota hai. And current is what is currently prevailing. So remember, as I've told you, that when the price of something is higher than normal, then people will not expect it to go up further. People will expect it to come down. And when the price of something is lower than normal, then people will expect it to increase. Correct? Right? So, but the thing is, how do I know what is the normal price? You know, in the normal price of everything in that you are consuming. है कि नहीं? If I ask you what is the normal price of one lemon, will you say, sir, 30 rupees? No, 3 to 5. You know normal. If I ask you what is the normal price of onion per kilogram, see, in the range everybody is saying. If I ask you what is the normal FD interest rate, 6.5 to 7%, 7.2, कोई cooperative 7.5 देगा और पैसा लेके भाग जाएगा. So everybody knows what is normal, and you will find that this is a kind of a natural phenomena, that when something is far away from normal, it will upside में है तो वो नीचे आएगा normal के पास. Normal will have magnetic power, and something is far below normal, it will go towards normal. How many times it has happened that the price of onion has increased to 200 rupees? Many times. But वो क्या फिर 200 से 2000 हुआ क्या? वापस 330 rupees पे आ गया. Correct? Don't you think gold prices is abnormally high? Now, if I ask you, what do you expect? Now, in the long run, 20, 30 years, gold prices increase hota rahega. But right now, in the last 1 year, it has went too far away from its normal price zone. So what is the expectation? It will fall. As simple as that. Gold has gone too far away from the normal. So they will be, I'm not saying that in future it will not rise, but वो 10%, 15% गिरने के बाद फिर से उठेगा वो. Alright. अभी 1,20,30,000 है ना, 1,32,000 something. So it may fall down to again 1,05,000, 1,06,000, then again rise to 1,15, 16, 17, 18, 30. So eventually देखना आपको फिर कुछ समय बाद 1 lakh, अभी 1,30,000 abnormal लग रहा है, but if the gold prices remains in that range, if it falls down to 115, 120, 120, 125, 130, इसमें range का था तो यही normal range हो जाएगा. Then you'll say that 1,70,000 is abnormal. So if it goes to 1,70,000, then again it will fall down to 1,30,000, 40,000 and 50,000. Then again normal will be created at 1,40,000, 50,000, and then again it will rise up. So every time a normal will be created. Just like in 2020, the normal price of gold was 30,000 per 10 gram. 4,000 पागल हो गया क्या? पैदा भी नहीं हुआ था जब 4,000 था. हाँ, पर ग्राम, हाँ, करेक्ट. मेरा दिमाग 10 ग्राम पे चलता है. हाँ, तोला बोलते हैं उसको हिंदी में, एक तोला, 10 ग्राम. What do you call in Kannada? Oh, gram. Okay, whatever it is. So something goes away from the normal, will come down to normal. So if suppose, what did I tell you? If critical, sorry, if current interest rate is more than normal or critical interest rate. So it means current is way higher than the normal. Then what people will expect? People will expect to fall. First thing. Secondly, when the current interest rate is way higher than the normal interest rate, and we know there is an inverse relationship between bond prices and interest rate, then don't you think bond prices must be very, very low? Correct? If the interest rate is very higher than normal, then the bond prices must be very low. Now, when you expect the interest rate to fall, then don't you think bond prices will rise? So isn't it an opportunity for you to use all of your money to buy bond? Correct? Because eventually when interest rate will fall and bond prices will rise, quick capital gain you will get. Premium में आ जाएगा आपका bond. Alright? Clear or not? And moreover, the chances of capital loss is very less at this point in time because the bond prices are so high, the interest rate is so high and the bond prices have fallen down to so low. So you will expect the interest rate to fall. If the interest rate will rise, it may rise by a small margin, but eventually the interest rate will fall and bond prices will rise. So when you are using all of your money to buy bonds, and again, why you will use all your money to buy bond? Not only for earning interest, because you know that you can buy more number of bonds with the same amount of money. So it means that demand for money will be zero here. Which demand for money? Speculative demand for money will be zero, because when you use all of your money to buy bond because it's available at a lower price, then you will have no more money to further speculate. So it means we can say higher the interest rate, lower will be the demand for money, because bond prices must be low. You will use all of your money to buy bond. Now, as if suppose if I reverse the situation, that interest rate has fallen down to the floor. If I reverse the situation this way, the current interest rate is way lower than the normal interest rate. Right? Normal, यहाँ पर current interest rate यहाँ पर गिर गया. And we know that there is an inverse relation between interest rate and bond prices. Then don't you think bond prices must be very, very high? Will you take the risk of buying bonds? No. Because when the interest rate will increase and bond prices will fall, then you will have huge capital losses. And since the interest rate is low, when you don't buy the bond, the opportunity cost will also be low for not buying bonds. So what you'll do, since the bond prices are very high, interest rates are very low, you will wait for the interest rate to rise, and when the bond prices will fall, then after falling to a certain extent, you will buy the bond. It means you will hold all your money as cash balance. Which money again? Speculative demand for money. So don't you think demand for money will increase? So can I say here that when current interest rate is more than the normal interest rate, you will use all of your money. It means bond prices must be very low. So you will buy bonds. So don't you think there will be speculative demand for money will be zero? All right. But if current interest rate is lower than the normal or critical interest rate, It means bond prices must be very high. So here BP bond prices very high. So what you'll do? You will wait. It means demand for money will increase. Speculative demand for money will increase. When you combine, this is individual, इसमें कोई problem नहीं है. So if I combine individual speculative demand for money together, everybody's behavior together, what you'll get is a continuous flowing aggregate demand curve. So here is your interest rate and here is your demand for money, and you see it will fall like this. It means if the interest rate is very high, then the demand for money will be zero because bond prices must be very, very low. As the interest rate begins to fall down, as the interest rate begins to fall down, bond prices are increasing. People will not be comfortable to buy bonds with a rising price. So as a result, don't you think demand for money will go on increasing? And when the interest rate falls down to a very low level, it means bond prices must be very high. Do you think anybody will want to burn their hand by buying bond? No. So people will hold idle cash in hand and money will not flow to the businesses. So businesses will suffer and economy will go into what is known as liquidity trap situation. Clear hai? Alright. So this is stated by the liquidity preference theory under Keynes. यहाँ पे सब आपको लिखा चुका है मैं. Alright. This one also done. Post-Keynesian theory of demand for money, inventory theoretic approach given by Baumol and Tobin. So inventory theoretic approach, देखो, as I've told you before as well, only the nomenclature is changing. Nomenclature, it means the way you call cash balance. Cambridge approach called it cash balance. Keynes called it liquidity preference. They are calling it inventory theoretic approach. It means cash balance is observed as an inventory of cash that you are holding. Baumol and Tobin, देखो एक चीज सारा थियरी में कॉमन बोला है that household and businesses will want to hold money because receipt of income happens once in a while, but expenses are spread over multiple periods, so you have to hold some amount of cash. Second thing, how much of money you are holding as cash balance, that depends upon in carrying cost. What is carrying cost? Carrying cost includes two things. First, it includes the price level. Higher the price level, more will be your expenditure, so you will have to hold more money. But the most important part of the carrying cost is what is known as brokerage fee. So brokerage fee is what? Brokerage fee is nothing but cost of making transfer between cash and bond. So if suppose there is interest rate of 10% and brokerage charges is 2%, it means my return on investment will only be 8%. Correct? If interest rate remains same and brokerage charges increases to 4%, then don't you think my return on investment will decrease to 6%? So don't you think this will lead to increase in transaction cost? कौन सा transaction cost? But don't get confused. What transaction cost? Cost of making transfer between money and bond. So my cost of transferring money between bond, I mean converting money into bond and then converting again bond into money is increases. So will I be comfortable with that? No. So what I'll do? There will be decrease in the number of transaction, and when there is decrease in number of transaction, it means less money am I converting into bond or more money am I converting into bond? Less money मैं convert कर रहा है, less money to bond हो रहा है, less हो रहा है. It means what will happen? Will I have higher inventory of cash holding or lower inventory of cash holding? So here demand for cash balance will increase. Clear है? And if suppose again interest rate remains same and brokerage decreases to 0.5%, it means my return on investment will increase to 9.5%. This will lead to decrease in the transaction cost. That means it will increase the number of transaction. I will want to convert more bond into more cash into bond. So increase in the number of transaction, that will lead to more money converted into bonds. So what will happen with the demand for money with me? Yes, demand for cash balance will decrease. So ये one part of a carrying cost का है. Second part of carrying cost is brokerage remaining same and interest rate is increasing or decreasing. If suppose brokerage charges remain at 0.5, but the interest rate increases from 10% to 15%, don't you think again return on investment will increase from 10 पर यहाँ पे return on investment कितना था 9.5, here it will be 14.5. So again what you will do, will you convert more cash into bond or less cash into bond? More cash into bond because you want to earn more interest. If you don't convert more cash into bond, it means your opportunity cost increases. This is the second part of the planning cost. Your opportunity cost increases, so you will not want to increase your opportunity cost. So here also number of transaction will increase. So here also demand for cash balance will decrease. But if suppose rate of interest decreases to 5%, again brokerage remains same at 0.5. So don't you think my rate of return on investment will fall down to 4.5%? It means my opportunity cost for not buying bonds increases or decreases? It will decrease. So what I'll do, I will convert less cash into bond, so less transaction will happen, and so there will be increase in the demand for cash balance. This theory is over. Clear है? तो it तो आप ये जो सब एक्सप्लेन किया मैं यहाँ पूरा लिखा है. एनी पॉइंट यू वांट मी टू एक्सप्लेन? क्लियर है? अंडरलाइन करा के मैं आपको लिखा चुका है. देन breather you want now? Now you want? Okay. Let me finish this off, then take the breather. Money supply के पहले breather ले लेने. Okay. Friedman, very simple. Friedman, remember Milton Friedman, he talks about what is known as asset price theory. He also says the same thing, but very, very different here. He said how much of money you are holding as cash balance depends not on your current income but on your permanent income. Because your current income may be higher than your permanent income because you may have got a bonus. Every year you are earning a net profit of here, some net profit this much. Someday bumper sale happened. What is the guarantee next year also bumper sale will happen? Do you think in 1 year of bumper sale, I will try to set up another business? No. So I will take a decision to, invest my money, not looking at my current income, but my permanent income, because there is certainty in permanent income, but uncertainty in current income. All right. So first this thing is this. Second thing is how much of resources I'm holding as money and how much of money I'm, investing. That depends on relative return on 5 classes of asset. And remember, they will ask you what are these 5 classes of assets: money, equity shares, bonds, physical capital, that is plant and machinery, and human resource capital when I want to start any business in the tertiary sector. All right. So whichever, I will of course hold some amount of cash, but remaining money, how much I will hold, it depends upon the relative return on the asset. If my own business, if I starting a business will give me more return than the bond, I will invest more my money into plant and machinery. So I will decide then. But at the end of the day, it all depends upon the risk and return. Clear? How much of cash I'm holding, that depends first on the relative return on all the asset. Second, on the interest rate. He also said the same thing. If the interest rate increases, then there will be higher opportunity cost for holding money and less money you will hold, and vice versa. Clear? But he also talked about the price level. Higher the price level, more will be the cost of living and cost of doing business, less cash you will hold. All right. That's the theory is over. All right. And demand for theory as a behavior towards risk, इसको important mark कर लो. Baumol and Tobin फिर से एक different theory दिया, which is known as portfolio or risk reward theory. Portfolio management theory भी इसको in common terms we say. So Tobin said that of course people will take care of their transaction and everything, but how much of money you are holding, that depends on relative return on bonds and other assets like equity. But here he talked largely about the bond. So it means if you keep all your money as cash, the return on cash is zero, but there is 100% safety. All right, you'll be safe. You can have a peaceful night at sleep. Dow Jones ऊपर जा रहा है नीचे जा रहा है आपको कोई टेंशन नहीं है आप कैश होल्ड करके रख रहे हैं but if you keep your money entirely into bond the return will be very high but आपको रात को नींद नहीं आएगा because risk is also very high. So a person, a rational or risk avoiding behavior of individual, what they do? They mitigate the risk and the return, risk and the reward. So risk, return, risk, award, reward means the same thing. So he will keep some amount of money as cash, some amount of money as bond. But how much of money he will keep as cash and bond, that depends again on the interest rate. Means Tobin also said the same thing what Keynes had mentioned. So if let's say if interest rate is very high interest rate, it means high opportunity cost. If there is high opportunity cost, will you want to hold more cash or less cash? Less cash. So you will hold more of bond and less of cash. So more B, less C. So it means demand for money or will decrease. If suppose there is low interest rate and then you have cash and you have bond. So low interest rate, it means low opportunity cost. And if my opportunity cost is low, then why will I take too much of a risk? So what you will do, you will hold more cash and less bond. So it means demand for money will increase. So it means how much of money you are holding, that depends upon the interest rate. It means money holding is inversely related to the interest rate. Higher the interest rate, more the opportunity cost of holding money. So more bond and less cash demand for money will decrease. Lower the interest rate, less opportunity cost of holding money. So you will hold more cash and less bond carry over. Clear? Eh? So yeah, you can take a breather now. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. हाँ निकलता बहुत जल्दी है टाइम. Remember this last point I've explained it just like Keynes theory. If they ask you what is the similarity between Keynes and Tobin's theory, they both have said that there is an inverse or negative relation between demand for money and interest rate. All right. Concept of money supply very easy. Money supply can be a flow concept or be a stock concept. When we measure the money supply with regard to a particular point in time, that this is total money supply in India is let's say 50 thousand crore or 5 lakh crore, that is a stock concept. But when we measure the changes in the money supply, that is increase or decrease in the money supply between the past and the present, it becomes a flow concept. The money held with public and total money in the economy will have a different value. So total money supply in the economy will always be higher than the money held with public, because total money supply also include the reserves that are held with the bank that people do not have access to. So the term money supply denote the total quantity of money available to people or public, and the quantity of money at any point in time is a measurable concept. So keep in mind the stock variable and flow variable. So here the term public, remember public का क्या हाँ, this is important. The stock of money always refers to the stock of money available to public as a means of payment and store of value. This is always smaller than the total stock of money that really exists in the economy. All right. It means money with public will be on the lower side than the total money supply in the economy. Public का definition में क्या है? आप याद रख लो कि क्या public में नहीं आता है. The remaining everything is public. Central government is not in public, state government is not in public, local government, any kind of government is not public. Central bank and commercial bank that accept CASA deposit, current account, saving accounts are not public. बाकी सब public है. You and me and everybody is public. Then businesses are also defined as public only from the perspective of money supply. All right. So government includes central government, state government, local bodies, corporation. Banking system includes Reserve Bank and all banks that accept CASA deposit. Why we need to measure the money supply is very important. Why? Because we know that if the rate of GDP is increasing or decreasing, why it is decreasing? Is it due to lack of money supply? Then we can fix that problem. Rate of inflation is very high. Is the rate of inflation due to excess money supply? If the answer is no, then we don't need to decrease the money supply. If they go last week on fifth, not last to last week, 5th of uh, December on Friday, RBI did what? RBI reduced the repo rate by 0.25 basis point, 25 basis point, that is 0.25% से reduce किया repo rate. Why did? Because they knew that inflation has come down, so we don't need to have very too much of control on the money. So that's why they wanted more money to flow to the public. That's why measurement of money supply is very, very important. So then again, money supply in the economy depends upon many factors. First of all, high powered money. The money that is printed by the central bank is known as high powered money. So it depends on the central bank. Central bank can increase or decrease the money supply in the economy. Then supply responses of the commercial bank. Whether the commercial banks are borrowing more money and holding less reserve, or holding more reserve and lending less money. So credit creation, that it depends upon. How much of money will be printed and issued in the economy, that depends upon two things. One, two ways you can do it: minimum reserve system and fractional reserve system. Under minimum reserve system that India follows, we will print any money to any extent, but by maintaining or holding some minimum proportion of gold and foreign securities. So if our money's value worth will come down, at least foreign securities we can sell in the international market, gold we can sell in the international market, and we can get dollars, and we will keep our economy afloat. But under fractional reserve system, what happens? That new money is issued as a borrowing from the public. So if suppose fractional reserve is 10%, then the central bank will issue, let's say 1 crore rupee, let's say it issues 1 crore rupees worth of bond, and it takes 1 crore rupees from the public, and fractional reserve is 10%, it means it will hold 10 lakh rupees of reserve, and 90 lakh rupees of new cash will be printed. So under fractional reserve system, every money that is issued is backed by a loan or a liability, not by an asset. So minimum reserve system को हम gold standard भी बोलते हैं. All right. So supply of money in the economy depends upon supply responses of the commercial banking system of the country due to change in the policy variable initiated by the central bank. Central bank can increase or decrease the repo and reverse repo rate, and the response of the commercial bank will change. Central bank is the primary source of money supply in all countries, and the currency which is issued is known as fiat money. We all know. Minimum reserve system put 3 stars over here, wherein it is empowered, central bank is empowered to issue any currency to any extent by keeping a minimum reserve of gold and foreign securities. Second major source of money supply in the banking system in the country is the banking system. All right. So total money supply in the economy is determined by the extent of credit created by the commercial banks in the country. Banks create money through the process of borrowing and lending, which is known as credit money. And remember, the money that is printed by the central bank is known as high powered money, monetary base, or reserve money. Then measurement of money supply. You see, second working group of RBI, यहाँ से आएगा question. Devise money supply into four aggregate: M1, M2, M3, and M4. M1 क्या है? Currency, coins, notes with public, demand deposits of public with bank, and other deposits with RBI. Now, what is this other deposits? This other deposit is nothing but the balances that one central bank will keep with other central bank or foreign government, or the balance between two countries, in the World Bank or in the IMF. So ये होता, that is even less than 1%, so it will not affect too much the money supply in the country. But they can ask you this question. Second one, that is M2, is nothing but M1 plus post office saving deposit. It doesn't include national saving certificate. पोस्ट ऑफिस सेविंग डिपॉजिट हम करते हैं, टोटल डिपॉजिट नहीं, सेविंग डिपॉजिट. M3 में क्या होगा? M1 plus time deposit, that is fixed deposit, demand deposit, that is there in the current account, savings account, time deposit is there uh, with the fixed deposit. All right, that is time deposit. And M4 may include everything. That is currency, coin, note with public, demand deposits to public with bank. Then you have other deposits. Then you have post office saving deposit, and then you have also the time deposit, everything together. So as we move from M1 towards M4, liquidity decreases. It means M1 is most liquid and M4 is less liquid. Also remember, M3 is known as broad money because you are defining the money broadly, wherein you are including both the demand deposit and the time deposit. Then NM1, NM2, NM3, NM4 was given, but is not been had been taken out of your syllabus. So here remember, this is very important. Interbank deposit. Interbank deposit is not considered as money with public. So wherever interbank deposit is given, it will be given in the numericals as cash in hand with bank. You have to deduct it. Clear. Interbank deposit, it means when one bank borrows from another bank, it has to be excluded when you count the money supply or money with the public. So interbank deposits are not held by public. Very important. Put 3 stars over here. And they are netted out of total demand deposit to arrive at net demand deposit. Other deposits, again, very important. Put 3 stars. Very easy. Direct question will be asked. That is, it includes demand deposits of quasi government institution, other financial institution, balances of accounts in foreign central bank, governments, accounts of international agencies such as IMF and World Bank. Other deposit constitute a very small proportion. So in this case, this is no more, has been excluded in your syllabus, so you can ignore it. You can ignore this one as well. Determines money supply. Now let's come to the conceptual part. So money multiplier talks about what will be the, how much will be the change in the money supply due to increase or decrease in the monetary base, and it is denoted by what? Money supply, that is denoted by M, is M into MB, where MB is the monetary base, that is nothing but the reserve money, that is monetary money printed by the central bank. So if there is increase in monetary base, let's say if monetary base increases by 100 crore and multiplier is 4 times, then money supply will increase by 400 crore. So it means if I want to find out the value of multiplier, can I, since it's a linear equation, can I not write M here as money supply by monetary base? So can I say multiplier is nothing, but it shows the ratio between the money supply and the monetary base? Correct. So when the monetary base will increase, it will increase the money supply as well, and so money multiplier will also increase. Higher the value of multiplier, more will be the money supply. Because in this case, if I make the multiplier value as 6, and same 100 crore new currency issued by the central bank, that is monetary base, will lead to increase in money supply not by 400 crore but by 600 crore. So again, I'm saying money multiplier, it shows what? It shows how much will be the change in the money supply due to increase or decrease in the monetary base. Or in other words, you can say by how much money supply will increase or decrease, by how much the money supply will increase when monetary base increases by 1 unit of a rupee. Right? मैं भूल जाएगा sir. So money multiplier, very, very important, and not 99.99 but 100% one question or two questions you will get from here. So put 3 stars over here. And also remember simple thing, that increase in the monetary base इसको high powered money भी बोलते हैं, reserve money भी बोलते हैं, will lead to increase in the money supply. Money multiplier approach given by मिल्टन फ्रीडमैन एंड एना सॉर्ड्स, इसमें 3 नहीं बल्कि 5 स्टार लगा देगा क्योंकि ये तो आएगा ही आएगा. ऑलराइट. सो एना सॉर्ड्स एंड मिल्टन फ्रीडमैन सेड दैट behavior of the central bank, behavior of the commercial bank, and behavior of the public together will determine the total money supply in the economy. Now, how the behavior of the central bank can be determined? Behavior of the central bank will be determined in terms of H or monetary base. If the monetary base is increasing, then the money supply will increase. If monetary base is decreasing, then money supply will decrease. Then also central bank can increase or decrease the required reserve. If central bank increases required reserve, it means bank will have to hold more money as reserve and they will have less money to lend to public. So as a result, there will be decrease in the money supply and vice versa. So this is behavior of the central bank. Then behavior of the commercial bank is denoted by what is known as what? Denoted by reserves to deposit ratio. It means how much, if suppose required reserve hai and actual reserve hai. If actual reserve is more than the required reserve, central bank says that you have to keep 20% of the public deposit as required reserve. But the banks keep 25% of the money as required reserve. So don't you think, do you think the bank will have more money to lend to public or less money to lend to public? Less money to lend to public. So there will be decrease in the money supply. But if required reserve is more, it means required reserve is 20%, but the banks are keeping actual reserve of 15%. It means they should have kept 5% more reserve, but they are keeping 5% less reserve. It means, don't you think they are lending 5% more to public? So in this case, what will happen? There will be increase in the money supply. This behavior is considered as reserves to deposit ratio. इसको क्या बोलते हैं? Reserves to deposit ratio. This is denoted by small r equals to capital R by capital D. Now, what is this capital R? So, if suppose banks are maintaining higher reserve, then deposit in the banking system will fall down. And कैसे मैं explain किया था आपको ये? If suppose banks, I am a businessman, I need 100 crore rupees. I can borrow 100 crore rupees at 10% rate of interest. I went to the bank. The bank says, sir, rate of interest is not 10% but 15% because I'm maintaining more reserve, so I have less money to lend to public. So I will say, no, at 15%, I will not be wanting to borrow 100 crore rupees, just give me 60 crore rupees. So I will borrow at a higher rate of interest, lower money from the bank. Now, what will I do with this money? I will spend this money into business. I will buy plant and machinery, everything. It means I will give this money to the providers of all the factor inputs. But where? क्या cash भर के देखेगा? हिंदी में मुझे होता है लो cash लो. बक्सा में तो देगा नहीं. Bank transfer happens. So how much of total bank transfer I will do to all the providers of factor inputs? Only 60 crore. So it means those bank will receive 60 crore in their checking account. If the bank would have maintained lower reserve and the bank would have given me entire 100 crore rupees, then I would have been able to spend 100 crore rupees to expand my business. It means the providers of factor input would have received 100 crore rupees in their bank account. So don't you think deposit would have increased in their bank? So if the banks are maintaining higher reserve, then the deposit will come down, and as a result, the value of R will increase or decrease. मैं न्यूमरेटर को इंक्रीज किया, डिनोमिनेटर को डिक्रीज किया, द वैल्यू ऑफ आर विल increase. Increasing value of R indicates decrease in the money supply. It means money supply and reserve to deposit ratio have a negative relation. On the other hand, if the banks are maintaining lower reserve, then it can lend more to public. I will receive more money in my bank account because somebody is spending more money. So as a result, numerator increases, denominator decreases. So R का value क्या होगा? Decrease हो जाएगा. But decreasing value of R will mean increase in the money supply. It means reserves to deposit ratio has a negative relation with the money supply. Higher the value of R, lower will be the money supply. Lower the value of R, higher will be the money supply. Then this is behavior of the bank. Behavior of public. And I gave you example. Why do you think the banks have boomed in the last 10 years? Because of UPI. Previously, whatever salary you receive, you will say, भाई कौन बार बार एटीएम जाएगा? मेरा महीने का खर्चा 50,000 रुपीज है, मैं एक बार में एटीएम से करके निकाल लेगा 50,000 रुपीज. तो एक साथ नहीं निकलेगा तो 20,000 करके निकाल लिया. Correct. So it means the moment your account is created with 1 lakh rupees, everybody is withdrawing a part of their income. Banks have less money to lend to public. But today UPI has come. So when there is UPI, you don't need to withdraw cash. You can make payment through the UPI. So it means you will only withdraw when you need it. It means for longer duration of time, your money will remain in the bank. Banks will have higher availability of cash. So don't you think bank can lend more money at a relatively lower interest rate, people will borrow more, banks profitability will increase. और देखो क्या हो गया, companies like Canara Bank, State Bank of India, in the last 4 years their stock prices have increased by more than 3 to 400%. All right, clear? So this is known as currency to deposit ratio. So currency to deposit ratio, that is small c, is by C by D. This C indicates how much of cash I'm holding as currency in my pocket or cash in hand, and how much of money I'm keeping in the bank as deposit. If I'm holding more cash in hand, then I will have less deposit with the bank. And as a result, what will happen? The value of C will, small c, will increase. So increasing C will again lead to decrease in the money supply. And if I'm keeping less cash, less currency with my hand in my hand, then it means I'll have more deposit left in the bank. So it means what will happen? The value of C will decrease. Decreasing value of C will indicate increase in the money supply. So just like reserves to deposit ratio, even currency to deposit ratio has a negative relation with the money supply. So can we conclude in this three relation that high powered money or monetary base, if it increases, it will lead to increase in the money supply, and it will also lead to increase in the money multiplier. So there is a positive relation. But increase in small r, reserves to deposit ratio, will lead to decrease in money supply and decrease in multiplier. So you have a negative relation. Increase in C will also lead to decrease in money supply and decrease in multiplier. Again, you have negative relation. So only with high powered money there is a positive relation. With currency to deposit ratio and reserves to deposit ratio, you have a negative relation. Clear hai? So this ends the theory, uh, the money multiplier approach given by Milton Friedman and Anna Swartz. ठीक है, यहाँ पे आपको करेक्ट करा दिया ना, ये E by D नहीं है, रिजर्व टू डिपॉजिट रेशियो स्मॉल r इज कैपिटल R by कैपिटल D है. Okay, so all this thing that I have explained you, exactly same thing is mentioned over here. देखो भाई, यहाँ भी 3 स्टार दे दो, ये तो क्वेश्चन आता ही आता है. Ways and means advances is a very stylish form of saying government taking overdraft facility. All right, I've explained it already. When the government is going in liquidity problem, then government will take the use of ways and means advances. But tell me, ways and means advances will it lead to increase in inflation or decrease in inflation? Increase in inflation. If government is borrowing more and more from RBI and paying more and more to the public as salary wages, then don't you think money supply will increase? So as a result, inflation will increase. क्रेडिट मल्टीप्लायर अगेन, यहाँ पे तो पूरा 3 स्टार दे दो. अगेन देखो, हम लोग जो अभी लास्ट 15 मिनट्स में डिस्कस किया, यहीं से 7 क्वेश्चन आ गया आपका. 6 to 7 क्वेश्चन इज स्ट्रेट अवे फ्रॉम हियर. क्रेडिट मल्टीप्लायर, what is the difference between money multiplier and credit multiplier? Money multiplier talks about what will be the implication of increase or decrease in monetary base. Credit multiplier talks about what will be the effect of banks lending to the public. So due to credit multiplier, what happens? The total deposit eventually will always be higher than initial deposit. इसका आपको example दिया था मैं, क्या example था? Say if suppose this is deposit into the bank, this is lending done by the bank, and this is the required reserve to be maintained by the bank. Let's say it's 20%. If suppose somebody deposits 1000 rupees in the bank, that bank will have to give interest till the time this money is held. So the bank will lend this money to somebody, but it will have to hold a reserve of 200 rupees. So it can lend only 800 to B. Now 800 B has borrowed, B may be a consumer, B may be a producer. In both cases, they will spend money. So this money is received by C into his bank account. So C's bank will also have to give interest to C till the time he is holding the money in his account. So how can C's bank will give interest to C? By lending this money. But how much it can lend? It can lend only after maintaining a reserve of 160 rupees, that is 20% of 800, and this will be 640. This process will continue to go on and on and on, and eventually you will find that here there will be 5,000 deposit created, then 20% of 5,000, that is 1,000 you are holding as reserve, and 4,000 will be the total lending done. But this 5,000, how did I get it? I got from by using the formula 1 by credit, 1 by required reserve. So credit multiplier is 1 by required reserve. So if required reserve is 20%, then 1 by 20%, 5 times it will increase. So 1,000 was the initial deposit. So 1,000 was the initial deposit. 1 by required reserve is 5 times. So I put in here 5. If suppose the required reserve increases from 20% to 50%, then what will be the credit multiplier? 1 by 50%, that is 2 times. It means total deposit that will be created will be 2,000. And if required reserve decreases to 10%, then credit multiplier will be 1 by 10%, that is 10 times. So it means in that case, it will 1,000 of initial deposit will become 10,000. Clear hai? So can we say here that credit multiplier and required reserve, does it have a negative relation or a positive relation? Required reserve and credit multiplier, will it have a negative relation or a positive relation? क्या difficult question है क्या? Higher the required reserve, lower will be the credit multiplier. Lower the required reserve, higher will be the credit multiplier. तो ऐसा simple याद रखने का कि high powered money में ही सिर्फ direct relation है, बाकी सब में inverse relation है. Alright, and then all the problem that is given over here, very easy, no? आपको नैरो मनी कैलकुलेट करने का वेरी इजी, एवरीथिंग इज गिवन हियर. यहाँ पर वी सॉल्व, अगर देखो फॉर एग्जांपल दे आस्क यू टू कैलकुलेट M1. M1 is currency coins note with public demand deposit plus public with bank plus other deposit. So currency with public ये ऐड करेगा, डिमांड डिपॉजिट विद द बैंकिंग सिस्टम ये ऐड करेगा, टाइम डिपॉजिट नहीं ऐड करेगा, अदर डिपॉजिट RBI ऐड करेगा, सेविंग डिपॉजिट नहीं ऐड करेगा. हो गया आंसर. क्लियर? हियर क्रेडिट मल्टीप्लायर बोला कैलकुलेट करने, 10% है और 12.5% है फॉर एवरी 1 लाख डिपॉजिटेड. तो 10% है रिक्वायर्ड रिजर्व, सो क्रेडिट मल्टीप्लायर क्या हो जाएगा? 10 टाइम्स, सो 1 लाख विल बिकम 10 लाख. करेक्ट? राइट और रॉन्ग? And if it's 12.5%, then 1 by 12.5%, this will be 8 times, so 1 lakh will become 8 lakh. Simple. यहाँ पे M2 आपको बोला, M2 में क्या? पोस्ट ऑफिस सेविंग डिपॉजिट. रिमेंबर टोटल डिपॉजिट नहीं लेने का, पोस्ट ऑफिस सेविंग डिपॉजिट लेने का. तो करेंसी इन सर्कुलेशन ऐड करेगा, रुपी कॉइन ऐड करेगा, सर्कुलेशन ऑफ स्मॉल कॉइन ऐड करेगा, पोस्ट ऑफिस सेविंग डिपॉजिट ऐड करेगा, कैश इन हैंड डिडक्ट करेगा, डिपॉजिट मनी ऑफ पब्लिक, नो टोटल डिपॉजिट बोला, इसमें टाइम डिपॉजिट भी है, ये कुछ नहीं करेगा. डिमांड डिपॉजिट विद बैंक ये ऐड करेगा, अदर डिपॉजिट विद रिजर्व बैंक ये ऐड करेगा. टोटल डिपॉजिट नहीं लेने का है, टाइम डिपॉजिट नहीं लेने का, टोटल डिपॉजिट में सेविंग डिपॉजिट है, पोस्ट ऑफिस सेविंग डिपॉजिट. सो यू गॉट योर आंसर. क्लियर? इन दिस केस अगेन करेंसी विद पब्लिक. पब्लिक के पास क्या है? आपके पास नोट्स है, आपके पास कॉइन है, आपके पास छोटा कॉइन है, कैश इन हैंड विद बैंक नहीं है, माइनस होगा. आंसर हो गया. क्लियर? And this question I've done. So remember the formula that I've told you, that is, अगर forget कर जाना तो simple है कि भाई money multiplier is money supply by monetary base, or we can write M by H. All right, and this M can be written as currency in circulation plus demand deposit, and this H can be written as currency in circulation plus reserve. So can I write M here? M by H as nothing but C plus D divided by C plus R. And if I divide both the numerator denominator with D, so it will become M is C by D plus D by D, and then C by D plus R by D. So M will here become C by D. What is C by D? Currency to deposit ratio is small c. D by D is 1. Then what is again C by D? There's small c. And what is R by D? Small r. So this will be your formula. If there is excess reserve, then excess reserve will be added over here. So money multiplier will be C plus 1 divided by C plus R plus E. That will be the value. Correct? Hai? Okay. So in this question you see here, required reserve ratio is 10%. So reserve आपको दे दिया 0.10. Currency in circulation, that is C, is currency in circulation. They've given 400 billion. Demand deposit with bank is 1000 billion. Excess reserve is this much. So can I say C small निकालने से C by D, currency in circulation by demand deposit, that is 400 by 1000, that is 0.4. So C निकल गया equals to 0.4. R is 0.10. E is how much? E कितना बोला है? 1 billion. 1 billion out of total deposit of 1000 billion. So the value of E is 0.001. And the formula was, अब formula में put कर दो M के लिए. That is C plus R. C is how much? 0.1 plus R. That is how much? Sorry, 0.4 है ये. Plus R 0.10. Sorry. हाँ, 1 कहाँ से रहेगा? 0.1 होगा ना? ओ ये क्या हो गया? एप्पल भी लाइक हाँ 0.1. ये नया लिया, काम नहीं करता है. C plus R divided by, sorry, C plus 1. Wrong लिख दिया मैं. C is 0.4 plus 1 divided by C, that is 0. Oh, हाँ पाइनएप्पल हो गया है. Then 0.4 plus R is 0.10 plus E is 0.001. When you solve this, whatever value you get, ये value 2.79 you'll get. Clear hai? All right. So this ends your unit 3 Q2. Monetary policy is very easy. हाँ कर लेगा आप लोग? Or should I explain any problem in monetary policy? Then I'll explain. No problem. Sure. Okay. Then straight away let's go to international trade. Correct? Break at 5:30, no? हाँ कितना? हाँ तो हम लोग क्या लिखा? 2.99 कैसे आएगा रे? आप ये फॉर्मूला लगाए ना, C plus 1 divided by C plus R plus E. You must have done some mistake. C plus 1, C plus R, that is R is 10.10 divided by 0.001. You're getting the value, no? One 1.4. तो ये रॉन्ग दिया हुआ है क्या? अच्छा 1.5 की जगह 1. Okay. Okay, no problem. If you have applied, your calculation is correct. So now international trade. अभी देखो एडवांटेज और डिसएडवांटेजेस तो नहीं पढ़ेंगे, सिंपल है. करेक्ट. कंसेप्चुअल पार्ट में आपको यहाँ क्या क्या प्रॉब्लम है बताओ. ये थ्योरी में कौन सा थ्योरी में प्रॉब्लम है? न्यू ट्रेड थियरी, न्यू ट्रेड थियरी में क्या प्रॉब्लम है? ये पगला थियरी बट सिंपल थियरी है। एब्सेंट था, रिकॉर्डेड नहीं है। रेपो रेट, repo rate is asking, you see, repo rate is the rate at which RBI lends to the commercial bank. But RBI will not lend just like that. RBI will charge interest from the bank. So the interest that the bank pays to the central bank is known as the repo rate. So if suppose RBI is here and banks are here, here RBI lends money to the bank. RBI lends or banks borrow. So it means the bank will have to pay interest to the RBI. Interest paid to RBI. This interest that you are paying is known as the repo rate. So tell me, if the bank increases the rate of lending for you, will you borrow more money from the bank or less money from the bank? Same thing. If repo rate increases, then borrowing from the RBI will become expensive for the banks, and the bank will have to lend money to the public at a relatively higher interest rate. And the bank knows that if I increase the interest rate, the people will borrow less money. So do you think the bank will borrow more money from RBI? No. So as a result, increase in the repo rate will lead to decrease in the money supply. So when RBI increases the repo rate, it is considered as a part of monetary tightening. The purpose or objective is to decrease the easy access of money to the public by making it difficult for the banks to borrow from the RBI. When the banks have difficulty in accessing money from the RBI, bank will create difficulty for the people to borrow money from the bank by increasing the rate of interest. So people are not able to borrow money. As a result, demand will fall down, and so as a result, inflation will decrease. बट अभी इन्फ्लेशन कंट्रोल में आ गया है, तो लास्ट फ्राइडे क्या किया? लास्ट टू लास्ट फ्राइडे द आरबीआई हैज रिड्यूस द रेपो रेट. नाउ आरबीआई सेइंग दैट इफ यू बोरो फ्रॉम मी and I will charge you a lower rate of interest. And as a result, most of the commercial bank, they've done what? They have reduced the rate of lending to public, whether it's a vehicle loan, whether it's a housing loan, whether it's a business loan. So the rate of interest repo decrease for the public, they will borrow more money. So this will lead to increase in the money supply, and decrease in the repo rate is done to increase the GDP of the country. Repos are short-term instrument for a maximum period of 14 days. ठीक है? Now new trade theory बोला. New trade theory देखो, the concept of comparative advantage and disadvantage disappears in case of new trade theory, because what does the comparative advantage and absolute advantage and disadvantage theory says? That what I can produce in my country more efficiently, I will never import. I will import only those goods in which you have comparative advantage or absolute advantage and I have disadvantage. Correct? But we are in a situation in the world today wherein the market has become a khichdi, wherein in India we produce very good chocolates, but still we imported chocolates mil raha hai. Correct? India can produce very good watches, but again imported watches mil raha hai. So why is it so that this concept of absolute advantage and comparative advantage disadvantage is not valued anymore? Reason is for the profitability of business. For a company, it is always beneficial to create market around the world. All right. When you create market around the world, then you can produce more in your domestic territory. And when you produce more, your average cost of production will go down. So it means you can afford to sell at a relatively lower price in other countries, which will increase your profitability, and it will promote wealth creation for you. But the question is, why in India, if good chocolates are available and still I buy imported chocolates, if good tea is available, still I buy imported tea, if good spices are available, still I buy imported spices, because of what is known as bandwagon effect or network effect. It means when we buy things not because we want it, we buy because others have attributed value to it. We see others, अच्छा foreign का सामान use करा, मैं भी use करेगा. So demand is created because many people have started to use it and you want to show off to the society. That's why you buy foreign goods. But supply is created because it is economies of scale for them. They are rational, consumers are irrational. So as a result, what will happen? The entire world market will become monopolistic nature, wherein a toothpaste in India is produced by 20 domestic companies and 30 other foreign companies are also exporting toothpaste into India. Toothpaste भी मिलता है foreign का, इंडिया में मिलता है, right? So this will become monopolistic in nature. तो इसको बोलता है न्यू ट्रेड थियरी. ठीक है? What else? Any other part? No. Now next unit में you have to टैरिफ में. सो एक एक करके टैरिफ में बहुत बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट जो वाला है आपको याद रखने का. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल रिमेंबर, टैरिफ आर इंपोर्ट टैक्सेस. More often than not, generally tariffs are imposed on import, not on export, because exports are considered as injection. In very few cases, government can increase taxes or put taxes on export only when there is scarcity of goods available in your country. So government wants to block the export. Otherwise, exports are always given incentive. Exporters के ऊपर आपको टैरिफ या टैक्सेस नहीं लगाता है गवर्नमेंट. Of course, on your income, you have to pay tax. But when you're exporting, you don't have to pay taxes because you have to anyways pay taxes in that country where you are exporting. It means the importing country will impose. So, tariff are nothing but the taxes, custom taxes, or import duties which are imposed in global trade. The purpose, the main objective of tariff is to protect the domestic sector. Because if tariff is not there, then domestic economy will be flooded with more and more foreign goods. Foreign goods can be sold at a relatively lower price. Domestic producers will not be able to compete with foreign imported goods. They will begin to incur losses and they will shut down, and your entire economy will be hijacked by foreign importers. So that is the main objective. ट्रम्प पागल है, राइट? वो क्या करता है उसको भी नहीं पता. क्रेजी पागल. So forms of tariff. Now specific tariff क्या होता है? Specific tariff is imposed on specific trait or characteristic of the product. पर किलोग्राम पे मैं 10 रुपए लेगा, पर यूनिट पे मैं 10 रुपया लेगा. So it means at what price you are selling, it does not matter to me. If I say per unit I'll take 10 rupees, you import 100 unit, so 10 into 100, 1000 you have to pay me. At what price you are selling, that is not my concern. Right. Whereas ad valorem is nothing but GST on import, you can say. Import पे GST नहीं होता है, but government will fix a percentage, 10% on the value of goods that you are importing. So if my value of goods is 1000, I have to pay 100 rupees of tax. If the value of goods increases to 2000, I have to pay 200 rupees of tax. Clear? So it means increase in the value of goods will lead to increase in the liability of tax payment even when the percentage remain same. So ad valorem और specific duty का combination important है. So जो आपके mixed tariff और compound tariff में आता है, very very important. So in case of mixed tariff, आप न्यूमेरिकल्स में आपको दिखा दिया है. In case of mixed tariff, government says that I will calculate the taxes using both specific duty and ad valorem duty. जो भी ज्यादा है वो मैं ले लेगा. In case of compound, I will add both and then I'll take. That's why compound. In case of compound, it's not either or, it is both. Clear है? Important है. Technical tariff. Technical tariff, when you impose taxes according to the trait of the commodity. So it means if I'm importing a mobile phone, गवर्नमेंट विल से इसके अंदर कौन कौन सा कंपोनेंट है. रैम के ऊपर 10%, स्क्रीन के ऊपर 30%, बैटरी के ऊपर 5%, ऐसे करके मैं टैक्स लेगा. राइट. सो द गुड्स विल बी टैक्स्ड अकॉर्डिंग टू इट्स कंपोनेंट, अकॉर्डिंग टू इट्स फीचर. एंड टैरिफ रेट कोटा इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. टैरिफ रेट कोटा क्या होता है? इट हैज द मिक्स ऑफ बोथ टैरिफ एंड नॉन टैरिफ मेजर. It means government will say, I am fixing a quantitative restriction. ये quota है. Let's say quota is 1 lakh unit imported per exporter, either from one country or all the country taken together. So if I import up till 1 lakh every year, I will have to pay a lower tariff of 2%, 3%, or maybe no tariff at all. But the moment I import more than the quota, if I import 110,000, then my tariff will increase sharply. So I am allowed to breach the quota, but I have to pay a higher tax. तो इसको टैरिफ रेट होता है, कोटा तक कम टैरिफ, कोटा के बाहर ज्यादा टैरिफ. Most favored nation is very, very important. This concept was introduced in the World Trade Organization. In World Trade Organization, there are 164 member countries. And if I want to increase trade relation with one country out of that 164 countries, then I will give trade concession to that country inside the WTO. So I will call them most favored nation. I will give them most favored nation status. So if India wants to increase its trade relation with Japan, then to Japan, India can say, I am giving you most favored nation status. It can be given with regard to one product or all product. Let's say Japan is given a most favored nation status and we are importing C products from Japan. So from other countries, if we are importing, we are charging 30% import duty. To Japan, I will charge 5% import duty. If that other country says that why you are not giving me same lower tariff benefit, then I will say that Japan is my best friend, you are my friend, or you are my enemy. So I cannot give. So, but later on, you'll see in WTO we have read that under the non-discriminatory principle, this concept of most favored nation status will not hold good. Why? Because the changes that happen that says that if you favor one country, you have to give same benefit to all the country. So it means if I give the lower trade benefit to Japan, I have to give this benefit to every other country. So don't you think my market will be flooded with all the goods produced in different parts of the world? And as a result, I will not give this favor to any country. Clear? Variable tariff, not very important, but variable tariff wherein government doesn't have any fixed mindset with regard to tariff. All right, government is playing trump. So government, not like that. So government keeps the tariff variable, meaning what? If suppose if domestic goods are sold in India at rupees 1000 and Chinese import, ये M से import है, C से China है. Chinese import is sold in India at 800 rupees after payment of all the taxes. Government will impose additional taxes. Government will say that variable tariff is rupees 200. So as a result, don't you think Chinese goods will be sold at the same price as Indian goods? So level playing field is created. So people will not be attracted unusually to the Chinese product, and domestic industry will be given a breather. If China reduces the price from 800 to 500, government will increase the variable tariff to 500. It means under any circumstances, government will never let a Chinese product sold at a lower price than what is charged by the domestic sellers. So government keeps it variable. You reduce the price, I will increase the taxes by the amount you have reduced the tax. Clear? Variable tariff. Preferential tariff. Preferential tariff, you see, when I don't want to give any country the most favored nation status because I have to give it to every country, I will come out of the WTO and sign a preferential trade agreement. In that case, since the agreement is signed outside the WTO, I can give the lower trade benefit to one country, I can ignore all the other country. And that other country cannot drag me to the WTO because this deal is signed outside the purview of the WTO. Preferential tariff means lower tariff rate. बाउंड टैरिफ इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. बाउंड टैरिफ में एक बाइंडिंग अग्रीमेंट हो जाता है. अभी देखो ट्रम्प ऐसा पागल है, कभी बोलता 100% टैरिफ, कभी बोलता 125%. सो इमेजिन व्हाट विल हैपन टू इंडियन एक्सपोर्टर्स. इंडियन एक्सपोर्टर्स, if suddenly Trump says from 30% to 100%, don't you think Indian goods will become very expensive in US? मैं तो मर जाएगा, एक्सपोर्ट नहीं कर पाएगा. So Indian government says नहीं, ट्रम्प तुम पागल है, let's enter into a binding agreement. So let's go for a binding agreement that you will not increase the tariff beyond this point, beyond 30% for the next 10 years. So when you enter into a binding agreement, then you limit your right to increase the tariff beyond what you have agreed for that specified period of time. So as a result, if I'm an exporter to your country, then I will not be unusually affected because I know suddenly the tariff rate will not increase. So this is known as a bound tariff. Applied tariff, not very important. Applied tariff, if we have fixed that the bound rate is 10%, then any rate which is charged below the bound rate is known as applied tariff. Escalated tariff is very important. Escalated tariff क्या होता है? This is nothing but the trade distorting policies followed by the developed country. So what the developed country says that if you import, it means if you are exporting, I am an exporter, I am import, US is importing, let's say India and US. If Indian companies they export finished product to US, then US will charge a very high rate of import duty, 100%, 150%. But if I take the raw material, then they will charge a lower tariff. So why? Because US government will say that bring your raw material to US and produce here, it will generate employment in US, it will destroy your country. Yeah, that's a fact. All right. If Bajaj makes a motorcycle, a finished motorcycle, and exports it to US, then US will charge more than 100% tariff on that. But if Bajaj takes the components of that motorcycle, sets up a factory in America and produces in America, and on the component, the rate of import duty is less than 30%. Then what you are indicating to Bajaj motorcycles in India? आप इंडिया में क्यों एक्सपैंड कर रहा है मेरे कंट्री में आके एक्सपैंड करो so it means don't you think unemployment will increase here employment will increase there. So escalated tariff is usually used as a weapon by the developed countries to destroy the growth of the developing and least developed countries. So इसको escalated tariff बोलते हैं. Right. Prohibitive tariff not very important. This prohibitive tariff is imposed for non-economic reasons. So you increase the rate of tariff so much that the import will not happen. All right. पुलवामा अटैक जब हुआ था, Government of India increased the import duty on Pakistani tomatoes to 400%. अभी पाकिस्तान से टमाटर आएगा, वो 100 रुपए का टमाटर 500 रुपए का हो जाएगा. Will you buy that tomato? No. So you increase the tariff so much that trade will not happen between that country. इसको prohibitive tariff बोलते हैं. Prohibitively very high it is. Import subsidies. Now, when इंपोर्ट के लिए सब्सिडी यूजुअली तो नहीं होता है एक्सपोर्ट के लिए सब्सिडी होता है बट इन केस ऑफ इंपोर्ट ऑफ लाइफ सेविंग मेडिसिन import of technology if I'm importing some capital goods that I will use in India to produce and generate employment then in that case government can give me import subsidies. Government is not going to give me import subsidies on the purchase of a Rolls Royce, on the purchase of an Apple iPhone, on the purchase of a cola which is imported into India. No. So import subsidies are always given on capital goods import, on agricultural equipments import, on medical equipments import. Right. Tariff as a measure for trade distortion by 5 star है ये तो extremely important. Tariff as a measure of trade distortion. This is again tariff which is imposed by the developing country to counter the malpractices of the developed country. And I gave you the example of apples and everything. So what happens here that the government in the exporting country, which is a developed country, they say to their exporters, it means India is an importer, that you sell your product in India at a lower price and whatever the loss you are suffering I will give you subsidy to that extent. So it means a product which should have been sold in India at 500, government gives 300 rupees of subsidy to the exporters there, so that goods will be sold in India at 200 rupees. Now domestic producers cost of production is only 300 rupees, can they afford to sell at 200 rupees? No. So as a result, what will happen? Domestic businesses will incur losses, they will shut down, and once they shut down, then your entire economy is dependent on imported foreign goods. Then you can gradually increase the price. This is known as trade distortion. So whenever the government in the importing country finds out that the government of the exporting country is giving subsidies to their exporters, that is destroying my economy, I will put additional taxes, which is known as countervailing duty, which will be equal to the subsidies given by the government in that country. So Indian government will say that this good should have been sold in India at 500 rupees, but it is now sold at 200 rupees because 300 rupees you are giving subsidies to your exporters. I will increase the tax by 300 rupees and I will call this additional duty is as countervailing duty. So countervailing duty is imposed by the importing country on the malpractices of trade which is practiced by the government in the exporting country. And the countervailing duty is will be equal to the subsidies given by the government in the exporting country to offset the subsidies, effect of subsidy. Another is anti-dumping duty. What is dumping? Dumping is when a foreign product is sold in another country at a price which is lower than what you are charging in your own country from your own consumers. Now, the logic says that if a good is produced in some other country, you have incurred all the direct and indirect costs, but you will incur additional cost to bring this to India, cost of shipping, cost of insurance, freight cost, and everything. On top of that, you are paying import duty. Then how the hell it is possible for you to sell the same product in my country at a price which is lower than what you are charging from your own people? It means kuch fishy hai. So what is their objective? Same objective as subsidy. So here the businessman wants to destroy the domestic sector in the importing country, and once they are wiped out, then they will increase the price. So government will say what? I will impose additional duty on your product, which is anti-dumping duty. So anti-dumping duty is imposed when any foreign product is sold in my market, in the importing country's market, at a price which is lower than what is charged by the sellers in their own home country. Understood? So इसको trigger price mechanism भी बोलते हैं. Why trigger price mechanism? Because you will not pull the trigger unless you have a suspicion of subsidies given or dumping happening. But once you find the dumping happening, then you will pull the trigger. आपको शिवा काशी वाला एग्जांपल दिया था वो क्रैकर का, राइट? So let's, so mark it very very important, extremely important. एग्जांपल याद रखने का जरूरत नहीं, not required. Countervailing duties. Effects of tariff बाबा पढ़ लेना, very simple है, logical है, alright, clear. नॉन टैरिफ मेजर. तो नॉन टैरिफ मेजर्स में टेक्निकल मेजर होता है, नॉन टेक्निकल मेजर होता है. टेक्निकल मेजर इज रिलेटेड टू द स्पेसिफिकेशन ऑफ द प्रोडक्ट, कैरेक्टरिस्टिक ऑफ द प्रोडक्ट, कैसे प्रोड्यूस किया, व्हाट इज द कंपोनेंट, फॉर व्हाट पर्पस इज यूज, व्हाट इज द कैरेक्टरिस्टिक, ऑलराइट, इज इट हार्मफुल और too harmful for consumers in the importing country, will it affect the flora, fauna, human health, plant health, and everything. So everything related to the product is known as technical measure, and everything related to the process of import is known as non-technical measure. Custom formalities, paperwork, licensing requirement, administrative work, all these things are non-technical measures. Now, both technical measures and non-technical measures, which is a part of non-tariff measure, can also be invoked to decrease the import quantum of import in an importing country. तो टैरिफ अकेले नहीं है, नॉन टैरिफ मेजर भी यूज कर सकते हैं. इसमें आपका टेक्निकल मेजर्स में आ जाता है एक चीज, दिस इज नोन एज सैनिटरी एंड फाइटो सैनिटरी मेजर. इफ इंडिया इज इंपोर्टिंग समथिंग and we find that this product is harmful for environment, it cannot be recycled, it pollutes the water, it harms the the people who are consuming it, then this will become a ground to block the import from that country. But this can be misused as well. All right. Even though my economy is not adversely affected, still I will say adversely affected so that I can block it. This is what European Union did to Indian steel. यूरोप में इंडियन स्टील बहुत सस्ता बिक रहा था एंड गुड क्वालिटी ऑफ स्टील. यूरोपियन यूनियन सेड डर्टी स्टील है, क्यों dirty steel है? Because you have produced this steel by burning coal. You have destroyed the environment. Yeah. So the purpose, reason is what? Reason is simple. They wanted to protect their own steel manufacturing companies. So they invoked sanitary and phytosanitary. India also invoked sanitary and phytosanitary measure. Many a times what happened? Bird flu spreads in China, in Hong Kong, in Singapore, Malaysia. So we import poultry, hens and eggs from there. Fish product में तो poultry bird flu fish में कैसे होगा? So we so India invokes sanitary and phytosanitary measure. All right, sanitary and phytosanitary measure. So and there can also be technical measure में दूसरा चीज आ सकता है requirement of certification. So if suppose a car is imported by Europe from India, then European government will say NCAP rating कितना है इसका, मतलब एक्सीडेंट होगा तो यूरोपियन बचेगा कि नहीं बचेगा. 5 स्टार है, 3 स्टार है, तो पहले स्टार लेके आओ. अब स्टार लेके आने के लिए क्या है, 4 गाड़ी आपको खराब करने का. एक को सामने से हिट करेगा, एक को पीछे से हिट करेगा, साइड से हिट करेगा, एंड देन देयर विल बी अ रेप्लिका इनसाइड. उसमें सेंसस लिखा रहेगा, वो बचा के मारा पता चलेगा, उसके ऊपर आपको रेटिंग मिलेगा. So it means every time a new production cycle happens, a new batch of car is produced, 4 गाड़ी आपको बर्बाद करने का है. Will it not increase my certification cost? Can I sell car in Europe at a lower price? Second, he'll say, आप इंडिया में गाड़ी बेच रहा है, सिर्फ 2 एयर बैग है, पीछे वाला को कौन बचाएगा? पीछे वाला तो सीट के ऊपर है, बोलेगा सीट बचाएगा. पीछे में भी 2 एयर बैग दो. योर कार इज नॉट सेफ, सर्टिफाई कराओ. So you increase the certification requirement. If suppose it's an farm product, organic certify करो, ये certify करो, वो certify करो. So it means if I am an exporter to that country, does the certification लेने में every time my product is going to the lab is going to charge me a form to give me certification. सस्ता नहीं होता ये. So that will increase my indirect cost. When I will add it to the cost of export and try to sell my product in Europe. Can I sell at a lower price? No. So this can also be misused, right? This can also be misused. For example, Haldiram exporting भुजिया to Europe. बोला सर यूरोप में कौन भुजिया खाता है? यूरोप में बहुत सारे इंडियंस है, यूरोपियन भी थोड़ा थोड़ा खाते हैं. वहां पे ग्राउंडनट एंड सनफ्लावर ऑयल अलाउड है. So if a bhujia made in India, it is unfit for consumption by European and Americans. You know that? Unfit for consumption. वो invoke कर देंगे sanitary and phytosanitary measure. So that bhujia have to be made by groundnut. So Haldiram is giving poison to us, but bhujia to them. हम लोग palm oil में हो रहा, palm oil बहुत सस्ता है, right? Palm oil has to be filtered by hexane. Hexane क्या है? By product of crude है. राइट, उसमें स्मेल आ जा रहा है, फिर उसमें परफ्यूम ऐड करते हैं, स्मेल खत्म होगा. तो बेसिकली यू आर कंज्यूमिंग अ लॉट ऑफ केमिकल्स. थोड़ा मोड़ा खाओ चलता है, बट एवरी डे यू आर कुकिंग इन पाम ऑयल और हैविंग गुजिया एंड कुरकुरे दैट हैज पाम ऑयल, यू आर डिस्ट्रॉइंग. अभी पता नहीं चलेगा, यू आर यंग, योर बॉडी विल फाइट, बट व्हेन यू आर 40, लिवर पे कैंसर हो गया, ब्रेन में ट्यूमर हो गया, किडनी में स्टोन हो गया. अभी आप सोचेगा मैं तो सिगरेट नहीं पीता, मैं तो दारू नहीं पीता, ये सब क्यों हुआ? ऊपर से आवाज आएगा कुरकुरे, हाँ, हल्दीराम भुजिया, वड़ा पाव. राइट. सो सैनिटरी एंड फाइटो. अभी रिसेंटली हुआ, आपको बताया था एमडीएच मसाला के लिए. राइट. आई थिंक सिंगापुर एंड और हांगकांग दे इन्वोक sanitary and phytosanitary measure. So sanitary and phytosanitary measure is extremely important. So it is applied to protect human, animal, plant life from risk arising from additive pests, contaminants, toxins, disease-causing organisms, and to protect biodiversity. For example, prohibition of import of poultry from countries affected by avian flu or bird flu. Technical यह barrier नहीं है, measure है, measure to trade. Cover both food and non-food items. तो इसमें क्या बोलता है देखो, टेक्निकल में स्पेसिफाइड कैरेक्टरिस्टिक लाइक उसका साइज क्या है, शेप क्या है, डिजाइन क्या है, लेबलिंग, मार्केटिंग, पैकेजिंग एंड सो ऑन सो फोर्थ. So this involves compulsory quality, quantity, price control of the goods before shipment before to the exporting country. This is most important. This can be used by effectively to obstacle imports or to discriminate against imports to protect domestic products. Non-technical measures may all thing is related to the process of import. Now import quota हम लोग पढ़ लिए, quota can be of two types. एक हम पढ़ लिए tariff rate quota, one is absolute quota. In case of tariff rate quota, what did I tell you? That tariff rate quota, government fix a quota. Up till the quota, import duty will be low. Beyond the quota, import duty will be high. But in case of absolute quota, government again fixes the quota. But this time, outside the quota, not allowed. You are not allowed to import outside the quota. If you are found to be imported, government will confiscate your product at the customs clearing and government will cancel your import license. There will be penalty on top of that. So that is known as permanent quota. So absolute quota important and परमानेंट टैरिफ रेट कोटा, एब्सोल्यूट कोटा को ही परमानेंट कोटा बोलते हैं. इसमें आप सारा सेल्फ एक्सप्लेनेटरी आप देख लो एक बार. इसमें इंपॉर्टेंट मैं आपको बता दूं, फाइनेंशियल मेजर इज इंपॉर्टेंट, गवर्नमेंट प्रोक्योरमेंट पॉलिसीज इज इंपॉर्टेंट, ट्रेड रिलेटेड इन्वेस्टमेंट मेजर्स आर वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. कुछ भी नहीं समझ में आया तो बोल दो, आई विल एक्सप्लेन इट. Distribution restriction is very easy. Postal services not. Rules of origin is very important. Embargo is extremely important. This is the worst form of import restriction. इसको economic sanction भी बोलते हैं. And embargoes are imposed due to non-economic reasons. Just hold on. नहीं, just hold on. GST का OTP है. So इसको economic sanction भी बोलते हैं. And this is imposed due to non, funny part is that economic sanctions is imposed due to non-economic reasons. So for example, रशिया में अभी economic sanction चल रहा है. But why it is imposed by US? Because for fighting war against Ukraine. ईरान पे भी sanction लगा था when the war happened between Israel and Iran. North Korea is going through sanction because Kim Jong-un doesn't listen to Trump uncle or any other president of the US. Alright. So non-economic, अभी पाकिस्तान पे भी हम sanction लगा के रखे हैं for non-economic reason because of terrorist activities that what has happened in Kashmir, and that was promoted by the Pakistani military basically to kill Indian citizens. So alright, डिप्लोमेसी में हम लोग फंस गए, अदरवाइज 2-3 दिन और वॉर चलता तो साफ हो जाता सब. Alright, रोक दिया, ये प्रॉब्लम हुआ. So now embargo is very important. Export related measures, nothing again, government can put a ban on export. But ban on export, government कभी ban नहीं करेगा export को. Government will only ban when there is scarcity of goods available in our own country. For example, 2 years back, Nirmala Sitaram said in the parliament, मैं onion नहीं खाती. Onion महंगा हो रहा है, मेरे से क्यों पूछ रहा है? She did not say मेरे से क्यों पूछ रहा है. She said that so onion nahi khati. But during that time when onion prices went up to 200 rupees, government put a ban on the export of onion for a period of 6 months. So after that it will be lifted. Sometimes the scarcity is not too high, but medium scarcity hai, that in that case government can put a restriction, government can put a taxes on the export. Usually we put a ban, but not that taxes. But taxes can also be put. So the reason for restricting export is that I don't want, it's not because I don't want my country to export. Baba, export is very important for the country. रुपया गिर रहा है अभी, export करके या बढ़ा सकता है उसको. So reason we impose restriction on export to protect cost push inflation, not to rise too much in our country. Sugar के ऊपर हम लगाया था 2007 and 8 में, when there was huge demand for sugar in the global market. There was scarcity of sugar and lot of sugar went out of the country. As a result, the price of sugar increased significantly for the Indian consumers. So ban on export. So periods of shortage, exports of agriculture products such as onion, wheat may be prohibited. Export taxes, same reason say. Tax collected on the exported goods and may be either specific or ad valorem. So again, export taxes reduce export, increases domestic supply, it reduces domestic price also. So it means export नहीं हुआ तो इंडिया में मिल रहा है, इंडिया में सप्लाई इज हायर, राइटवर्ड शिफ्ट इन द सप्लाई का प्राइस विल फॉल डाउन. Export subsidies, then गवर्नमेंट यूजुअली प्रोवाइड यू सब्सिडीज फॉर एक्सपोर्ट. देन बोले सर ये तो ट्रेड डिस्टॉर्टिंग हो गया, नहीं डायरेक्ट सब्सिडी नहीं दे सकते, बट आई कैन गिव सब्सिडीज टू द फार्मर टू बाई अ ट्रैक्टर. गिविंग सब्सिडी टू द फार्मर डायरेक्टली इज टेलिंग देम तू कम पे बेच मैं से पैसा ले, दैट इज अ डायरेक्ट सब्सिडी, दैट इज नॉट अलाउड. ऑलराइट, सो I can give loans to the exporter at a lower rate of interest. All right, I can give them tax incentive to them. I can provide various other form of subsidies to the exporter, and usually export के लिए subsidies मिलता है, incentive मिलता है, so that we can export, we can produce more in India, and that will generate more and more income and employment in India. अरे just hold on. Now this is my wife's OTP. Everyone is filing GST now. Voluntary export restraint is very, very important. So voluntary export restraint is what? When an exporting country unilaterally, voluntarily says that I will not export to your country, not as a punishment, but I am allowing for your domestic economies to grow. And when your businesses will be able to face competition from my export, then I will begin the export to your country. So this is a voluntary export restriction done by the exporting country in order to improve relation with the other country. This is also done due to non-economic reasons. Clear है? Right. This is over. So let's take a break. उसके बाद important points cover करके अगर जल्दी हो जाता है तो आपको जल्दी छोड़ देगा. ठीक है? Half an hour. Let's begin. So unit trade negotiation is highly theoretical. I've explained you all the thing. So in this trade negotiation, you have to focus on first general agreement on trade and tariff. Do I need to explain? Because these are self-explanatory, simple points are there. All right. So let's not waste time over here. General agreement on trade and tariff. They will ask you why GATT loss is relevance. They will ask you this. Then here main achievement of Uruguay round. This is important. Structure not important. Guiding principle. You'll just read it. Self-explanatory hai. And Doha development round is very important. All right, there is no concept to explain, it's simply a read up. If you have any stuck in anywhere, you can look at the video. Okay. Now the only topic here where you need to focus upon, where concepts are there, is the exchange rate and its economic effect. All right, so exchange rate, by exchange rate we mean nominal exchange rate. Exchange rate denote the value of one particular currency with respect to another currency. Exchange rate can either be quoted directly or indirectly. In a direct quote, the foreign currency is the base currency and the domestic currency is the counter currency, which is also known as European currency quotation. So it means if I write $1 equals to rupees 90, this becomes your direct quotation, where dollar is the base currency and rupee is the counter currency. ये याद रखने का, इसको यूरोपियन करेंसी कोटेशन भी बोलते हैं. But when I write the same thing the other way around, if suppose if I write 0.003 dollar is the value of 1 rupee, 1 rupee is because of this many dollar, this becomes an indirect quote, in which case the rupee is the base currency, that is domestic currency is the base currency and foreign currency is the counter currency, which is also known as American currency quotation. All right. So this indirect quote and direct quote ध्यान में रखने का. Base currency and counter currency are again important. Exchange rate regimes, I've told you, it could be either a fixed exchange rate or it could be a flexible exchange rate regime. In a fixed exchange rate regime, the central bank will fix the exchange value of the currency. If suppose government central bank says $1 is 90 rupees, then it may allow it to appreciate or depreciate little bit here and there, but otherwise it will be fixed. But when the exchange rate is determined by the market forces, that is according to demand and supply, then we call it as nominal exchange rate. And how nominal exchange rate is determined? According to the demand and supply of that foreign currency into the country. So if I'm comparing Indian currency with USD, so this is supply of dollar and this is demand for dollar, and this will give you the nominal exchange rate. Nominal exchange rate. Here is the quantity here. So recently you must have seen that Indian currency was depreciating. So RBI has said what? RBI is pumping, supplying more dollars in the economy so that if there is an increase in the supply of dollars, then what will happen? Nominal exchange rate will fall down. So it means if suppose right now rupees 90 per dollar is the exchange rate, when the supply increases for dollars, then it will may come down to rupees, let's say 87 per dollar. So it means rather than 90 rupees, you can buy $1 at 87 rupees. It means dollar has become cheaper. So Indian currency has appreciated or dollar has depreciated. But if the demand for dollar increases, then what will happen? Then dollar will become expensive. So if there is a rightward shift in the demand for dollar, then what happens here? You see, it cuts the supply curve over here. This is the D dash dollar, and now you have to pay, let's say, 93 rupees for a dollar. It means you cannot buy dollar at 90 rupees. You have to spend 3 rupees more to buy the same amount of dollar. So increase in the nominal exchange rate, it means depreciation of domestic currency, whereas decrease in the nominal exchange rate means is appreciation of domestic currency. So appreciation or depreciation we mention according to the domestic currency. So if suppose we say that INR has depreciated, it means dollar has appreciated. If we say INR has appreciated, it means dollar has depreciated. Clear? So how do you think the supply of dollars will increase or decrease? Supply of dollars may increase if there is increase in export, dollars will come to the country. All right. If foreign investors bring more money, then dollars will increase. If FDI increases in the country, then also dollar supply will increase. Correct. If Indian companies they are sending their profit back to India, then also dollar supply will increase. Correct. If you are an NRI, you are sending your earning back to India, then again the supply of dollars will increase. So supply of dollars increases due to various reasons, and demand for dollars will also increase for the very same reason. I'm an importer. I want to import. I cannot import unless I have dollars because I have to pay in dollar. I will increase the demand for dollar. I'm an investor in India. I want to buy some asset in some other country. So I have to make the payment in dollar. So again, the demand for dollar will increase. I'm a celebrity. I want to buy a house in some other country. Again, demand for dollar will increase. I'm a foreign investor who is running a business in India. I have earned profit. Now I want to send profit back home to my home country where my company is registered. Then again, demand for dollars will increase. Clear? So, market forces of demand and supply, increase in the demand or decrease in the demand or increase in the supply and decrease in the supply will affect the nominal exchange rate. So, this is known as flexible exchange rate. All right. So, in between that, you have variety of exchange rate regimes. So, which is partially fixed. It means central bank will say that I will keep the exchange rate under free float, flexible exchange rate. But when there is too much of volatility, then I will make it a fixed exchange rate for the time being. इसको soft peg बोलते हैं. But when the central bank says that no matter what happens, $1 will always be 90 rupees, इसको hard peg बोलते हैं. दोनों का अपना advantage and disadvantage है. Say for example, if I'm maintaining a flexible exchange rate, उसके साथ problem क्या है? First problem, sudden appreciation or depreciation will either affect export adversely or import adversely. So if I'm an exporter and Indian currency appreciates, then I will be having a problem. And if I'm an importer and Indian currency depreciate, then I'll have a problem. So long-term decisions I cannot take. Moreover, sudden increase in export and import will affect the growth of the country as well, and it affect the inflation as well. So frequently the central bank will have to change its monetary policy. So monetary policy will become unreliable. राइट बट इसको हम advantageously भी यूज कर सकते हैं कैसे से फॉर एग्जांपल इंडियन करेंसी इज depreciating right now and depreciation of currency is good for exporters because previously if $1 was equals to rupees 80, for every $1 billion, if I export and get in India, then I will receive 8,000 crore rupees when I convert that $1 billion into Indian currency. Now $1 billion is rupees 90. 91 भी चला गया था, 90.257 or 357 है अभी. So if $1 is 90, then the same $1 billion when I convert in India, I will get 9,000 crore rupees. So don't you think when Indian currency is depreciating, Indian government can promote export more and more? Importers are facing problem, so government will support the importers and catalyze the export. You change your policy according to the appreciation or depreciation of the currency, that you can do that. And other advantage is that when there is a flexible exchange rate, the central bank will not have to hold too much of a dollar, because how do you think the central bank will control the monies, control the value of your currency with respect to any foreign currency? When there is too much of increase in supply, you will have to buy the dollars. So that will decrease the supply. And if there is too less supply, then you will pump the dollar. So if you are having a flexible exchange rate, then you are not managing the currency exchange rate. So you don't need to hold too much of a foreign currency. But there will be less burden on, and it is more transparent. But long-term decision is very difficult to take. But when it's a fixed exchange rate, long-term decision you can take. I know $1 is 90 and RBI has given me the guarantee. देखो भाई इसको 91 हो सकता है, 89 हो सकता है, 95 नहीं होगा, 85 नहीं होगा. So it means it will neither appreciate nor depreciate. So my exports will not be adversely affected. Neither if I'm an importer, I will be adversely affected. Clear. So it means there will be stability in economic growth. Sudden increase in import, sudden increase in export will not happen. Sudden inflation will not be caused. So when there is less volatility in the economy, then government policies and monetary policies need not be changed very quickly. But the problem is that two problem. First, it is non-transparent. Any country which is following a fixed exchange rate regime will be considered as a currency speculator. And second problem is that when you are maintaining a fixed exchange rate, you will have to hold a hell lot of foreign currency, because whenever there is big supply of dollar increases because export has increased, you have to buy that dollar. And when the supply decreases, you have to pump that dollar. That will create, a burden on the central bank. So this covers your exchange rate regimes. All right. Now, nominal versus real exchange rate, very, very important. Nominal exchange rate is determined according to the market forces of demand and supply of dollars. But real exchange rate may be different than what is the nominal exchange rate. So remember, in case of nominal GDP and real GDP, what we have learned, nominal GDP will be including the effect of inflation. If you want to find out real GDP, you have to take out inflation from it. But in this case, it is just the opposite. Here, nominal exchange rate में inflation का कोई मतलब नहीं है, real exchange rate में inflation होता है. Right. So for example, if let's say, how do we find out? We use the concept of purchasing power parity. If we are comparing dollar is to rupee, or if I'm comparing rupee with regard to European euro. So it means if I'm comparing euro, I will try to find out the basket of commodities in European Union. If I'm comparing dollar, I have to find out the basket of commodities in US. So if this is India and this is USA, will take some basket of commodities which is commonly used in and which affects the economy significantly, in which we are trading as well, and we find out what is the price of these commodities. If in India this basket of commodity is sold at 1 lakh rupees, and if suppose in USA the same basket of commodities is sold at $1,000, then we can say that the value of Indian currency to dollar is rupees. You have $1 equals to rupees 100. Correct. Now, what will happen? Inflation can happen in both the countries. And when inflation happens, what happens? Money, purchasing power of money will decrease. So let's say there is an increase in inflation in India by 10%. It means the same basket of commodities will now be available in India at 1 lakh 10,000. And let's say inflation over here is 8%. 8% inflation उठा यहाँ. It means the same basket of commodities will be sold at $1080. So now if I find out, so first of all, tell me where inflation is more. In India, inflation is more. So Indian currency will lose its more value. So as a result, don't you think Indian currency will depreciate but dollar will appreciate? So it means if I now find out the value, find out कर कितना होता है? How much you're getting for $1? Divide 1,10,000 by 1080. So rupees 101.85. It means if I have 100 rupees now, I cannot buy a dollar. I have to spend 1 rupee 85 paisa more to buy the dollar. It means Indian currency has depreciated or dollar has appreciated. And why Indian currency has depreciated? Because inflation in India is more than in US. So Indian currency is losing more value compared to the loss in value in US currency. But what if here inflation is, let's say, 8%? So it means 1 lakh goods worth of goods will now be sold at rupees 1 lakh 8,000, and here rate of inflation increases by 10%. So it means $1,000 worth of goods will now be sold at $1,100. So now if I find out the value of dollar to rupee, how much does it come? How much? 90.18. So it means compared to 100, I have to pay around 1 rupees 86, 82 paisa less. So it means Indian currency has appreciated. यहाँ पे रुपी appreciate किया, यहाँ पे रुपी depreciate किया. So real exchange rate is determined by evaluating the price index in both the countries. So a formula is given here. Real exchange rate is nominal exchange rate into domestic price index by foreign price index. So it means if domestic में inflation 10% है, और let's say यहाँ पे कोई value नहीं, let's say for example यहाँ पर 60 rupees है, rupees 60 per dollar hai. This is the exchange rate. And inflation in India is 10%, in US is 8%. Then you will find there will be a value which will show that Indian currency has depreciated. Kitna value aa raha hai? So it means 60 ki jagah 75 rupees I have to spend to buy a dollar. It means Indian currency has depreciated. But if I reverse the same thing, if I say that here 8% hai or here 10% hai, then 60 se kam aayega ye. So it means now Indian currency has appreciated. So wherever inflation happens more, their currency will depreciate more. Then on top of that, there is something that is known as real effective exchange rate. So we are not trading with one country and one currency. We are trading with multiple currencies and with multiple countries. So as I've told you that we are trading in dollars, we are trading in euros, we are trading in Japanese yen, we are trading in British pound as well. So how will I find out? So we'll have to find out the relative trade balance. It means total export and import कितना हो रहा है हमारा. If with US we are trading for 100 billion US dollar. In euro we are trading with 50 billion dollar. In Japan we are trading with, let's say, 30 billion dollar. In euros we are trading with 10 billion dollars. So यहाँ पर weighted average price index हम बनाएंगे. So higher weightage will be given to uh, currency with which we have a higher trade transaction, and then we'll find out the taking the value of Indian currency with respect to a basket of all these four currencies. And in this case we can also include gold, because sometimes we can pledge gold also to import something from some other country. So that will give us what is known as real effective exchange rate. So the difference between real exchange rate and real effective exchange rate, दोनों में inflation आता है, but real effective exchange rate takes into consideration a basket of currency rather than one currency. Clear है? Then foreign exchange market, very simple. Foreign exchange market is what? It's an electronically linked market. It doesn't have any physical location. It works 24/7. There is no shutting down time for the foreign exchange market. At any given point in time, the value of a pair of currency will be same across all the exchanges. It means if I want to exchange Singaporean dollar with Indian currency in India and Singaporean dollar with Indian currency in US, and somebody will want to come, convert Singaporean dollars with, Indian currency in Japan, every market will have the same value. This happens due to arbitrage. It doesn't happen all the time, but eventually it will happen. Why? what is an arbitrage? Very, very important, because they are going to ask you question from arbitrage. Arbitrage is process of making riskless profit by exploiting the price differential in different forex market. If suppose in Singapore and here Japan, if here let's say rupees 90 per dollar है और यहाँ rupees 90.5 per dollar है, then I can buy in this market and sell in this market. So it means क्या होगा, यहाँ पर प्राइस इंक्रीज होगा, यहाँ पर प्राइस डिक्रीज होगा, एंड इवेंचुअली यू विल फाइंड दैट ये इंक्रीज होके 9.3 हो जाएगा, 90.3 हो जाएगा, ये डिक्रीज होके 90.3 हो जाएगा. So the price will equalize. But eventually what will happen? Eventually यहाँ पर हो जाएगा 91. Alright. So sorry, यहाँ पर हो जाएगा लेट्स से 89 एंड यहाँ पर हो गया 91. लेट्स से अगर ऐसा हो गया, इतना ज्यादा डिफरेंस नहीं होगा, बर्बाद हो गया फिर, बहुत ह्यूज है डिफरेंस. बट you think that 2 rupees difference, but the trillions of dollars are transacted. So in this case what will happen, here the selling will happen, here the buying, यहाँ से buy करके यहाँ sell करेगा. So here the price will drop and here the price will increase. So यहाँ पे 89 से उठ के 90 हो जाएगा या 91 से गिर के 90 हो जाएगा. Again the price will be equalized. This is known as arbitrage. Alright, who are the participant in the foreign exchange market? Everybody is a participant. जिसका भी नाम आया मार्क कर दो, सब पार्टिसिपेंट है. आप स्टूडेंट है, फॉरेन पढ़ने जा रहा है, ट्यूशन फीस गांधी जी में देगा क्या? नहीं. यू हैव टू कैरी डॉलर्स, यू कन्वर्ट इंडियन करेंसी इनटू डॉलर्स और यूरोस वेर एवर यू आर गोइंग. यू आर अ पार्टिसिपेंट. You are a government of a country, you are borrowing from World Bank or borrowing from any other country, you become a participant because you are going to receive dollar and convert it. You are a commercial bank, you are dealing with your client who can be an exporter and or an importer. So exporter and importer भी deal कर रहा है, commercial bank भी deal कर रहा है. Commercial bank can deal also on their own volition. Investment banker है, फॉरेन डायरेक्ट इन्वेस्टमेंट, नेस्ले इंडिया में फैक्ट्री लगाने का है, वो भी पार्टिसिपेंट हो गया इन फॉरेन एक्सचेंज मार्केट. हेज फंड, म्यूचुअल फंड कंपनी, स्टॉक ब्रोकर्स, एवरीबडी इज अ participant in a foreign exchange market. But remember that the buy and the sell price will always be different. The difference between the buying and the sell price is known as spread. And क्या बोला था, क्यों spread बोलते हैं? आप टोस्ट लेके बटर लगाएगा, will not make a trying mountain pyramid बना दिया बटर का, बटर खा रहा है. ब्रेड के साथ बटर नहीं, बटर के साथ ब्रेड खा रहा है. So you put a very thin layer of butter, that is known as spread. So the buy and selling price, that is nothing but the markup for the currency exchanger. So it means if I want to buy, then the money exchanger will sell me at a relatively higher price. अगर मैं बोलेगा मैं आपसे खरीदेगा, मतलब वो sell कर रहा है. So if it is selling, it will sell me at rupees, let's say rupees 90 per dollar. But if they are buying, then they will pay me 89.8 per dollar. All right, rupees है, rupees 89.8 per dollar. This 20 पैसा per dollar is a spread. बोलो सर इसमें क्या होगा? But the thing is इसमें बहुत कुछ होगा. ये 20 पैसा भी बहुत ज्यादा लिया मैं, 20 पैसा भी बहुत ज्यादा है. Because the volume of transaction is in trillions of dollars every year, every day. Sorry, every year नहीं, every day. So as I told you, I keep talking about stock market, but in the capital market, less than 2% of the money flows. 98% of the money flows in the money market, that is in the banking and the forex market. Because how many of you have a demat account? Tell me, raise your hand. कितना? एक दो दो तीन है बस. How many of you have used UPI? Everybody. कोई है जो नहीं यूज किया? You have not used UPI ever, exception. So वेरी रेयरली इट हैपेंस. मैं भी नहीं यूज किया 2 साल तक, बट इवेंचुअली बोला सर आपके पास यूपीआई नहीं है, तो बोला ये क्या, मैं यूज करने लगा यूपीआई. तो एनीवेज, मेनी ऑफ यू मस्ट बी यूजिंग मल्टीपल यूपीआई. जीपे भी है, फोन पे भी है और पेटीएम भी है. So anyways, what I want to say that more money flows in the money market than in the capital market. Alright, so the spread is very small, but the volume of transaction is very high. So huge amount of profit and losses can happen to the money exchanger. Clear hai? Right. So this is all, and there are two types of transaction that happens in a forex market, that is foreign exchange market. One is spot transaction It means I will pay the Indian currency, get the dollar, or pay the dollar and get the Indian currency. Delivery of the currency and the transaction takes place simultaneously. Futures transaction, it means I will promise to enter into a forward contract. It means I expect that the dollar value may increase or decrease, so I will sign a contract to buy or sell the dollar at a specific point in time to make profit from it. I may incur loss as well. So this is known as a forward contract, wherein only the contract to buy and sell you are entering into, but the delivery will happen on the expiry day of the futures contract. Alright, जिसको forward contract भी बोलते हैं. Right. So foreign exchange market से आपको दो question you can easily expect. So have I missed out any point? No, everybody. So determination of nominal exchange rate, I've explained it to you. So keep this in mind that if आपको permutation combination बहुत सारा दे सकता है, increase in the supply of dollars will lead to depreciate dollar. It means Indian currency will appreciate, or you can say dollar will depreciate. So decrease in the supply of dollars will depreciate Indian currency or appreciate dollar. Dollar को appreciate करेगा. In the same way, if there is increase in the demand for dollars, then Indian currency will depreciate or dollar will appreciate. And if there is a decrease in the demand यहाँ लिखना भूल गया, increase in the demand for dollars, and if there is a decrease in the demand for dollars, then Indian currency will appreciate or dollar will depreciate. Moreover, increase in the nominal exchange rate will lead to depreciation of domestic currency and appreciation of foreign currency, whereas decrease in the nominal exchange rate will lead to appreciation of Indian currency or depreciation of dollar. So याद रखने का ये चार से कहीं से भी एक क्वेश्चन डेफिनेटली यू आर गोइंग टू गेट. ऑलराइट, क्लियर है? लिखा दिया है ना, मैं आपको नोट्स में लिखा है ये. ऑलराइट, ये नॉमिनल एक्सचेंज रेट है, NOMI डॉट डॉट डॉट. नाउ व्हाट दे आर गोइंग टू आस्क यू इज इफेक्ट ऑफ एक्सचेंज रेट चेंजेस. सो यहाँ पर देखो, जस्ट लेट मी शो यू द डायग्राम. In this diagram, this is your nominal exchange rate. But here what is happening? You see there is increase in the demand for dollars, and as a result nominal exchange rate increases from here to here. So dollar में demand increase हुआ, तो Indian currency depreciate किया, foreign currency appreciate किया. As a result nominal exchange rate increases from EQ to E dash, right? And in this case, what is happening? Supply of dollar is increasing. So initially your exchange rate was EQ, supply of dollar is increasing. It means the exchange rate falls from EQ to E dash. It means Indian currency is appreciated or dollar has depreciation. So keep this in mind. Appreciation of domestic currency or depreciation is inversely linked to the nominal exchange rate. Increase in exchange rate, decrease in depreciation of domestic currency, decrease in exchange rate, appreciation of domestic currency. Devaluation. So यहाँ पे correction मैं आपको करा दिया था ना. Devaluation will have the same effect as depreciation, and revaluation will have the same effect as appreciation. So what is devaluation? What if suppose $1 was rupees 90 and $1 became rupees 92? Is it depreciation or devaluation? You don't know. If it happens automatically due to the market forces, we call it depreciation. If it's done by the central bank artificially in those countries which are following a fixed exchange rate, it will be called as devaluation. Likewise, if appreciation happens, it means $1 was 90, and if it decreases to 89 or 88, then is it appreciation or revaluation? Again, don't know. Because if it happens due to the market forces, this is called appreciation, and if it's done artificially by the central bank, it is known as revaluation. So effect of devaluation and depreciation will be the same. Export will increase, import will decrease, and so on. But devaluation is done by the central bank artificially in those countries which are following a mixed fixed exchange rate, and depreciation happens automatically where there is flexible exchange rate. All right. Revaluation and appreciation effect will be the same. It means import will increase, export will become more expensive. But revaluation is done by the central bank artificially, but appreciation happens due to the market forces. Right? Clear? So then important pointers I've told you. If suppose there is depreciation of Indian currency, depreciation of rupee, then it will have expansionary effect. Export increase hoga, import decrease hoga, there is increase in GDP, there will be increase in employment. बोलो सर फिर अभी क्यों नहीं हो रहा है? Because we are net importing country. We are not benefiting from the depreciation. That's why it is not happening. China में depreciation हो रहा है, but they are benefiting because they are pumping their export sector. All right. Then what will happen? If foreign investment will increase in India, foreign direct investment will increase because when you bring more dollar, same amount of dollar converted into Indian currency will give you more money. Then there will be increase in the FII. बोलो सर लेकिन अभी तो FII जा रहा है. FII जा इसलिए रहा है because relentlessly depreciation हो रहा है. It means when you bring your money, you will benefit. But by time you withdraw your money, Indian currency would have depreciated, तो आप benefit चला जाएगा उसमें. But if it's just one of a depreciation that happens, then FDI will increase and FII will also increase. NRI deposits, you will be benefited when you send more money to India. Imagine just 5 years back, if you would have said $1 million in India, then you would have been able to convert it into just 75 lakh rupees. Sorry, 7.5 crore rupees. Now, if you're sending after 5 years $1 million, then you will be able to convert it into not 7.5 crore but 9.1 crore rupees. Correct? So, are you not benefiting by more than 1 crore? So, NRI inflow remittances will increase. Repatriation of profit, Indian companies earning money, जैसे भारती एयरटेल बाहर बिजनेस कर रहा है, प्रॉफिट भेजेगा, हमको बेनिफिट होगा उसका. I mean, Bharti will be benefited because if it bring $1 million, previously it used to receive 7 crore. Now per million it will receive 9.1 crore. Government borrowings will be more lucrative because when you used to borrow $1 billion, converted 10 years back, you would have received 6,000 crore rupees. Now if you bring $1 billion converted in Indian currency, you'll receive 9,100 crore rupees. Right or wrong? Clear? But इसका problem क्या होगा? If you have borrowed, repayment will become expensive. Foreign companies have come and they have benefited, but when they are sending their profit back home, they will be affected adversely. Import, if you are a poor country, you depend on import of capital and raw materials. Say for example, in India में petrol price में क्यों कमी नहीं हो रहा? Petrol price increase हो रहा. Why? Because 75 to 80% of the crude we import. So imagine 10 years back, if government of India was importing $100 billion worth of crude, that $100 billion worth of crude, government had to pay how much? 60,000 crore rupees. No, 6 lakh crore rupees. 6 lakh crore rupees. But the same $100 billion of import abhi aap karega, 9 lakh crore rupees you have to pay. So don't you think government payment for import of oil increases? How can the government give you discount? Government excise duty भी increase कर देगा so that it can grab more money. Ethanol भी देगा, price decrease नहीं करेगा. So government will that way remain profitable. Otherwise there is no way out. Okay. So poorer countries who are dependent on import of raw material, they will be adversely impacted. लीव पेमेंट आपका डिफिकल्ट हो जाएगा. बिजनेसेस इन इंडिया इफ दे वांट टू इन्वेस्ट अब्रॉड, उनके लिए प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगा. इफ मुकेश अंबानी वांटेड टू बाय 1 billion asset in Australia, during that time 1 billion he would have purchased in India $1 billion by giving 6,000 crore rupees. Now you have to pay 9,000 crore rupees to buy the asset. So outward investment वो difficult हो जाएगा, it will come down. Right. But overall impact क्या होगा? When the economy is going through contraction, depreciation will lead to revival of the economy. But if the economy is always already in expansion and there is high inflation, during that time depreciation will lead to hyperinflationary situation. सारा pointers मैं आपको दिखा दिया है पहले. Then what will be the impact of appreciation? Appreciation में क्या होगा? Export will decrease, imports will increase, GDP will fall, and employment will fall down. It will have contractionary effect on the economy. But पहले इसका benefit देख लेते हैं. Import में, don't you think poorer countries will be benefited? India will also benefit due to appreciation. Crude will become cheaper, capital goods import will become cheaper, rare earth minerals will become cheaper. ये benefit होगा. Indian companies can easily spend more money abroad, because if I have to buy $1 billion and it's 90 से लेके 80 आ गया है, it means per 10 rupees I will save 1000 crore rupees when I am buying $1 billion. Repayment of loan will become cheaper, correct? Repayment of loan भी cheaper हो जाएगा. तो बट उसका साइड इफेक्ट क्या होगा? साइड इफेक्ट, इंपोर्ट तो नीचे आ गया, वो प्रॉब्लम है. फॉरेन इन्वेस्टमेंट नहीं आएगा, एफआईआई नहीं आएगा. More outflow will happen because companies can be able to send more profit abroad, so it will lead to outflow of cash. When Indian companies bring their money into India, they will be adversely affected, because if I bring $1 billion right now, I will get 9100 crore. If it appreciates to 80, I will get 8000 crore, so I will be adversely affected. But if appreciation of currency happens during high inflationary time, it will lead to decrease in the inflationary pressure. But the problem is, if the economy is already into contraction and during that time appreciation happens, then it will lead to significant downfall and recession or depression in the economy. So if somebody asks you, is appreciation is good or depreciation is good, you cannot give one blanket answer, because it depends on many factors, and the most important are which country you're talking about. If you're talking about China, depreciation is better, because when their currency depreciate, they can export more and more, and they are net exporting countries. If it's for India, if it's depreciating, it is bad. Why? Because our export sector is not what it's like China. और ये नेल जो है ना, ये नेल का भी पार्ट नहीं है इंडिया का एक्सपोर्ट सेक्टर जो चाइना का है. चाइना प्रोड्यूसेस 34% ऑफ द ग्लोबल गुड्स एंड सर्विसेज. कैन यू इमेजिन? वन ब्लडी कंट्री इज कंट्रोलिंग 1/3 of the global production of goods and services. Imagine. Clear? So that's why China has huge amount of trillion. US borrows from China because US has a trade deficit with China. It means it imports more from China than it exports. It means China is sitting on a mountain of dollars. So US government says, भाई आपके पास डॉलर से मैं आपसे डॉलर बोरो करेगा, आपको इंटरेस्ट रिटर्न देगा. So US is borrowing its own currency from China and paying back the dollars in terms of interest. Right? We are living in the world upside down. Right? So, but the problem is not for USY, because it can repay the dollar by printing more dollar. But what about other countries? If Africa has borrowed dollars, we'll have to repay the dollar. Can Africa print dollar? The answer is no. That is the problem. Clear hai? So you cannot give a blanket answer to this particular question. It depends on a lot of factors. So this finishes our, yes. अभी फिफ्थ चैप्टर में बोलो प्रॉब्लम क्या है रे? हाँ, सॉरी, एफडीआई एफआईआई का कुछ समझ में कोई प्रॉब्लम है? यू कैन आस्क मी योर प्रॉब्लम, आई विल हेल्प यू अंडरस्टैंड एनीथिंग. बोल. सेल्फ इजी है. You tell me, you ask me the problem, I'll explain you. Anything that you are not getting it, anything you are not able to understand? ये याद रखने का डियर. फर्स्ट, फॉरेन डायरेक्ट इन्वेस्टमेंट का और एफआईआई का डिफरेंस, प्लस 2 क्वेश्चंस, मे बी 3 इवन क्वेश्चंस कैन आस्क. Factors that can discourage flow of FDI. Advantages and disadvantages of FDI is the same as advantages and disadvantages of foreign trade. क्राउडिंग आउट इसमें याद रखने का. डिसएडवांटेज में क्राउडिंग आउट यहाँ पे गवर्नमेंट और प्राइवेट सेक्टर में होता है, इसमें फॉरेन सेक्टर और प्राइवेट सेक्टर में होता है. बोलो. नो प्रॉब्लम. Are you sure, or you just nodding your head because you want to go home early? Correct. Because कोई calculation कुछ नहीं है, very simple. Yes. Please, I'll tell you one thing. ये OECD वाला डबल स्टार लगा दो. According to OECD, at least 10% होना चाहिए. This 10% याद रखने का. ये यहाँ से definitely one question you will get. Horizontal, vertical and conglomerate. Horizontal क्या है? Same type of investment foreign investor will invest. Vertical क्या है? The foreign investor will invest into a company which produces raw material. And conglomerate, completely unrelated businesses will be purchased. Clear? Say for example, a telecom company is acquiring Vodafone and Idea. Horizontal है. Foreign telephone company. If suppose a car manufacturer in US is acquiring a carburetor manufacturing company in India, that is a vertical. But if a car manufacturer is purchasing Bhujia company in India, that becomes a conglomerate. No relation है. Difference याद रखने का. ग्रीनफील्ड यहां पर याद रखने का. ग्रीनफील्ड क्या है? Greenfield is when foreign investment is done in a fresh asset from ground up you create. Nestle setting up a new plant, Kia setting up a new factory. That is greenfield. But if old plant is upgraded, that becomes a brownfield investment. Benefits से एक क्वेश्चन आपको आ सकता है और प्रॉब्लम से भी आ सकता है. What are the safeguard that can be adopted? वहां से भी एक now यहाँ से. In which sector FDI is not allowed? यहाँ पर एग्रीकल्चर मिसिंग है. एग्रीकल्चर में भी अलाउड नहीं है. I made you write this point, no? Yes. Agriculture is also not allowed. And यहाँ से देखो ओवरसीज डायरेक्ट इन्वेस्टमेंट में आपसे पूछ सकता है कि जनरल टाइप क्वेश्चन पूछेगा तो आप इसमें आप देख लेना करंट आपका आईसीआई बुक में जो करंट डेटा दिया है वो देख लेने का. बट रिमेंबर फ्रॉम वेयर हाईएस्ट एफडीआई कम्स फ्रॉम. कहाँ पर दिया है ये? No, where from where highest FDI comes from? हाँ, ये मॉरिशस. रिमेंबर राउंड ट्रिपिंग बताया था इसका हवाला. तो यू जस्ट रीड दिस. रिमेंबर प्लीज डू नॉट ओपन योर आईसीआई बुक. यहाँ से पढ़ लेने का. यू विल बी एबल टू गेट फुल फ्लेजेड. एंड ऑल्सो द बुक दैट आई हैव गिवन यू. चैप्टर 10 में कुछ नहीं करने का. जो क्वेश्चन दिया हुआ है बट द बैक ऑफ द बुक सिर्फ वो सॉल्व कर लो, उसको रिवाइज कर लो 2-3 बार. दैट्स इट. आपको बुक नहीं खोलने का है. आई हैव गिवन यू मोर देन 150 क्वेश्चन. 140 क्वेश्चंस. नो, 140 क्वेश्चंस है, कवर कर लो, सब कवर हो जाएगा. डोंट ट्राई टू रीड चैप्टर 10, प्लीज डोंट डू दैट. ऑलराइट, जस्ट सॉल्व द क्वेश्चन. सोते सोते रिवाइज करो. रोज एक बार 5 क्वेश्चन देखो, 10 क्वेश्चन देखो, फिर सो जाओ, नींद आ जाएगा रात की. So you do that 4-5 question from chapter 10. If you get 4-5 question, it will be 100% from what I have shared with you. Solve those booklet very nicely, dear, because in the last attempt itself, from that particular book, more than 90 question came. More than 90 question. So वो 1800 क्वेश्चन है. आप एटलीस्ट अभी आपका आज कौन सा दिन है रे? आज है 18. योर एग्जामिनेशन बिगिंस फ्रॉम 16, नो 15, 18 से बिगिन हो रहा है. इट मीन्स यू हैव 1 month of time. 1 month is enough if you have been practicing. 1 month is not enough if you are हाँ आज आया कल आया आज आया नहीं गया सब बचा है, then 1 month is not enough. But if you have been revising, 1 month is more than enough to crack the examination. And for my subject, I have told you what to read. I have minimized as much as possible. आप ICAI book देखो कितना है, कंफ्यूज हो जाएगा. राइट. सो आपको सिर्फ हैंडआउट से पढ़ना है. यू सी 7, 8, 9 तीन यूनिट में, 3 चैप्टर में मल्टीपल यूनिट्स है. If you count the number of pages in ICAI book and whatever I have given you, this is not even 20% because यहाँ पे font size भी मैं increase किया है. This is the double the font size what you're getting in your ICAI book. So it means even this 20% is more than enough for you. You don't have to revise anything from anywhere. But of class notes, these handouts and the question booklet, you will score above 90. All right. So all the best. We'll meet इन इंटरमीडिएट। क्लियर? बाय बाय डियर। एंड डोंट पैनिक बिफोर द एग्जामिनेशन। अच्छे से सोने का है, रात को नींद अच्छा लेने का है। बाय स्लीपिंग लेस यू आर नॉट सेविंग टाइम, यू आर वेस्टिंग टाइम। ऑलराइट, अच्छे से सोने का है। और ये जो है रात को चलता रहता है, ये इंस्टाग्राम पे रील, ये आपका एनिमी है अभी, इसको दूर रखने का। ठीक है, बाय बाय, टेक केयर एंड कीप स्माइलिंग।